Welcome to part 5 of Qin Chen's legendary story. Subscribe to Far East Stories for more exciting audiobooks like this one. Enjoy! From this jade slip, Qin Chen immediately learned a lot about the Black Death Marsh. It turned out that the Black Death Marsh is a place rich in spiritual herbs. However, the number of herbs is not very high and is also filled with dangers. In fact, the level of danger here is much higher compared to some mountain ranges. Thus, it is referred to as an extremely terrifying danger zone within the Great Wei dynasty. Generally speaking, such dangerous places naturally do not attract too many martial artists. However, the Black Death Marsh possesses unique characteristics that are not found in some mountains within the Great Wei dynasty. Here, one can not only find spiritual herbs, but sometimes also discover rare treasures and even some martial arts manuals. Some people have reviewed a large number of historical materials and finally found some records. It is rumored that the Black Death Marsh was actually a terrifying ancient battlefield in ancient times, where many powerful beings fell, making it a burial ground for numerous strong individuals. However, after countless years of evolution, it eventually became this dangerous place filled with miasma. Once this news emerged, it naturally attracted even more martial artists' covetous eyes. After countless explorations, the border of the Black Death Marsh and the Great Wei dynasty, the Great Xia dynasty, and the Great Zhou dynasty all concocted detoxification pills that could neutralize the miasma within. However, upon delving deeper, everyone became disappointed. After extensive searches and explorations and the fall of countless martial artists, the experts from the three major dynasties found many astonishing spiritual herbs and treasures in the Black Death Marsh, but they were insufficient to attract the attention of those top-tier experts above Marshal Venerable. Although fifth-tier spiritual herbs and some treasures are already extremely rare, the sixth-tier Marshal Venerable, after the three major dynasties, belongs to the top echelon of powerhouses. For them, the treasures found in the Black Death Marsh, while capable of improving their cultivation to a certain extent, could not bring about a qualitative change. Compared to the extremely high mortality rate in the Black Death Marsh, exploring it became somewhat of a loss. As a result, gradually, the number of top experts coming to the Black Death Marsh dwindled. Nonetheless, the Black Death Marsh can still yield treasures and fifth-tier spiritual herbs, making it a remarkably dangerous place within the Great Wei dynasty, and many martial artists still make a living there. In fact, there are quite a few fifth-tier martial zongs who also survive here. But the vast majority of martial zongs only search the outskirts and do not venture into the deepest areas to avoid dangerous situations. However, half a month ago, for some unknown reason, a sudden violent shake occurred deep within the Black Death Marsh. Following that, the miasma seemed to intensify significantly, and many martial artists who had consumed detoxification pills were instantly poisoned and died. At first, everyone thought there was a problem with the detoxification pills, but later discovered that it was not the pills' fault, but rather a change in the miasma within the Black Death Marsh. As everyone was about to retreat from the Black Death Marsh, they were astonished to find that the number of spiritual herbs in the marsh had suddenly increased significantly. The fifth-tier spiritual herbs that previously took a long time to find were now appearing in abundance, and some even reported seeing sixth-tier spiritual herbs. Such news immediately caused a stir among nearby forces. While fifth-tier spiritual herbs are precious, they are nothing compared to sixth-tier martial venerables. However, sixth-tier spiritual herbs can directly enhance the strength of a sixth-tier martial venerable, instantly making these forces envious. Even more astonishing was a piece of news that emerged 2 days ago. Someone claimed to have seen an underground relic deep within the Black Death Marsh, from which an astonishing spiritual herb aura emanated. Many people suspect that the sudden appearance of so many spiritual herbs in the Black Death Marsh these days is closely related to that underground relic. Some even speculate that this underground relic must be an ancient site that certainly contains many incredible treasures. In an instant, numerous powerful figures flocked to the scene, leading to a gathering of strong individuals in Heizhao City. The vast majority of these people came for the underground relic. In addition to these basic pieces of information, Qin Chen also saw the general location of the discovered underground relic in this jade slip. Clearly, this underground relic had long been circulated within Heizhao City, and its location was not a secret. Almost everyone knew about it, so the Black Cult Association did not bother to hide it. Upon seeing the location, Qin Chen looked up at Hainu and immediately noticed a serious expression on Hainu's face. He felt a sinking feeling in his heart, realizing that this underground relic should be very close to where Hainu previously obtained the Kinglian demon fire. Otherwise, Hainu would not have such an expression. At this moment, Qin Chen's primary thought was to leave Heizhao City as quickly as possible and head to the Black Death Marsh. No matter what, he must find the Ku Yunzhai before others do. Otherwise, everything he has done will be for naught, and he will return empty-handed. Since that's the case, we will take our leave, he said. After exchanging a glance with Hainu, Qin Chen immediately stood up and cupped his hands in respect. Hey, you two, please wait. Why are you in such a hurry? Seeing Qin Chen and Hainu's urgency to leave, the steward immediately smiled and said, You two were able to swiftly defeat the Anbei twin demons. I'm afraid you are not nameless figures. Your silver VIP status is no longer suitable for you. Here, I sincerely invite you both to become gold VIPs of our Black Cult Association. What do you think? Upon hearing the elder's words, Qin Chen immediately understood that Hainu's silver VIP status must have been obtained years ago. At that time, Hainu's cultivation level was probably just an ordinary 5th-tier late-stage martial zong, which is why he only received a silver VIP invitation. After witnessing Hainu kill the Anbei twin demons in one move, the Black Cult Association must have reassessed Hainu's strength and thus wished to invite him to become a gold VIP. After all, being able to kill the Anbei twin demons, such 5th-tier late-stage martial zongs, in one move is something that even a peak late-stage martial zong could not achieve. At the very least, one must be at the half-step martial venerable level. Clearly, they regarded Hainu as a half-step martial venerable powerhouse. Moreover, seeing Hainu's attitude towards him, they likely saw him as a significant figure and wanted to connect with him. However, after the previous incident, Qin Chen had lost all interest in the Black Cult Association. He waved his hand and said, No need, we have other matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you. Farewell. The steward clearly did not expect that Qin Chen would refuse to become a gold VIP of the Black Cult Association. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Even Hainu was taken aback. He knew the benefits of being a gold VIP. Besides being able to come and go freely in the Black Cult Association for transactions and so on, they would even receive the protection of the Black Cult Association. Moreover, every time they entered the Black Death Marsh, the detoxification pills required would be taken care of by the Black Cult Association. This is a bit terrifying. The Black Cultivation Association is the top force in Heizhao City, and at the same time, it is famous throughout Bianju, considered one of the most terrifying forces on the edge of the Black Death Marsh. It can be said that becoming a gold VIP and receiving the protection of the Black Cultivation Association means that aside from any overwhelming hatred between individuals, there is basically no one who dares to harm you in the Black Death Marsh. This is already a terrifying benefit. After all, in the Black Death Marsh, conflicts and killings occur often as everyone searches for spiritual herbs. Becoming a gold VIP of the Black Cultivation Association essentially grants you a death exemption. In the Black Cultivation Association, silver VIPs are merely equivalent to members, while gold VIPs are the true members of the Black Cultivation Association. Generally speaking, only top forces like the Beast Master Mountain Villa, which possess martial venerable experts, can enjoy the privileges of gold VIPs. Of course, similarly, since becoming a gold VIP allows you to enjoy these benefits, there are also some costs to pay. If the Black Cultivation Association encounters any danger, you must provide protection. Additionally, any spiritual herbs obtained in the Black Death Marsh must be prioritized for supply to the Black Cultivation Association when sold. Now that the elder had invited both Qin Chen and the young master to become gold VIPs, it was evident that he saw them as being on the same level as martial venerable experts. Even the black slave couldn't help but feel excited. If it were just him, he might have agreed immediately. However, he had to listen to Qin Chen now, so he naturally couldn't make a decision. He only felt that the young master was a bit foolish. Since he wanted to enter the Black Death Marsh to search for the bitter rhyme herb, joining the Black Cultivation Association would only bring benefits and no drawbacks. Of course, he didn't dare to say this. The elder initially thought that Qin Chen and the black slave would definitely agree without hesitation. Who would have thought they would directly refuse? After being stunned for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seeing Qin Chen preparing to leave, he hurriedly called out, "Wait a moment. Becoming our gold VIP also comes with a practical advantage. A few years ago, the major forces in Heizhao City established teleportation passages into the Black Death Marsh. There are 4 passages in total, each controlled by one of the top forces. They charge fees and set conditions. As a gold VIP of our Black Cultivation Association, you can use our passage free of charge and gain a nearer teleportation point to the underground ruins. It saves time and reduces risk. In exchange, you accept our protection and give a share of the herbs you find when needed. Think it over. Qin Chen frowned. The black slave beside him looked surprised. Neither had heard of the teleportation passage before. Is it necessary to agree? Is there no other option? Qin Chen asked calmly. The elder hurried to reassure them. No, it's voluntary. But the passages are how most people enter the Black Death Marsh now, and many prefer them for convenience and safety. Qin Chen nodded once, then shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept. Let's talk about it next time. Are you really going to refuse the invitation of my Black Cultivation Association? The elder's voice turned cold for a moment, astonished. Qin Chen's expression remained steady. I don't want to be tied to any one force. I'll take my own chances. After that, he turned and left. The steward stood there, stupefied, not expecting such a blunt refusal. Once the two left the vicinity of the Black Cultivation Association, the black slave asked in confusion, Young Master Chen, why didn't we accept the invitation from the Black Cultivation Association? He still couldn't understand. The Black Cultivation Association was essentially the local tyrant in Heizhao City. Offending them was much more frightening than offending the Beast Master Villa. Qin Chen sneered. Do you think the Black Cultivation Association is something good? They invited us because they value our strength and want to gain more benefits. I don't like being under anyone's thumb. If I don't want to join, I won't join. The black slave pouted, feeling speechless, and could only sigh. Young Master Chen is indeed Young Master Chen, headstrong. All right, stop overthinking. The manager of the Black Cultivation Association just said there are 4 forces controlling the passages. I will go check the central square of Heizhao City, and you go buy some detoxification pills from Heizhao City. It would be best if you could also get some of the miasma from the city. I need to do some research. To enter the Black Death Marsh, the detoxification pills must be resolved. Qin Chen understood that the news about the underground ruins had spread 2 days ago, but many people in Heizhao City hesitated because of the detoxification issue. Yes, young Master Chen. The black slave nodded and quickly ran off into the distance. He was quite familiar with Heizhao City and had a bit of knowledge about where to buy detoxification pills and get the miasma. At this moment, in a room deep within the Black Cultivation Association's building, the manager who had invited Qin Chen was respectfully standing before a middle-aged man. Are you saying those two refused to join our Black Cultivation Association? The middle-aged man asked, frowning. Yes, Vice President. I told them the benefits, explained the passage privileges and costs, but they still refused, the manager replied, uneasy. The man beside the Vice President snorted. They dared to refuse our invitation. Investigate them, find out who they are. The Vice President waved a hand. No need for a commotion. The cloaked man who killed the Anbei twin demons with one move likely relies on a peculiar treasure. His true cultivation seems only at the peak of the late 5th stage. Recently, the underground ruins have attracted attention from many places. Focus on tracking which top forces experts are arriving. We must not let others seize the true treasures first. Understood. The man next to him nodded. Though the Black Cultivation Association did not take Qin Chen and the black slave to heart, the incident quickly reached the Beast Master Villa. You mean the cloaked man who attacked Mo Xiang at the city gate killed the Anbei twin demons with one move? In the hall, Mo Qing suddenly stood up, sending the boiling teapot crashing to the ground without noticing. Yes, Deputy Villa Master Qing, a disciple reported nervously, and those two were also invited into the Black Cultivation Association. So the Black Cultivation Association has already invited them. They have become VIPs? Mo Xiang's brow furrowed. Mo Qing shook his head cold. Don't act rashly, secretly monitor them. Do not alert them to our presence. If that man can kill the Anbei twin demons so easily, he is no ordinary foe. When the villa master arrives, we will decide. For now you stay in the villa and don't step out. Yes, the disciple immediately complied. Mo Xiang protested weakly, but his face had gone pale, recalling how close he'd come to death. Qin Chen naturally did not know what was happening at the Beast Master Villa's base. At this moment, he had already arrived at the central square of Heizhao City. As soon as he entered the square, an astonishing cacophony of noise entered Qin Chen's ears. Looking around, the entire Heizhao City square was almost overcrowded, with people bustling everywhere. The fierce aura surged to the skies, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. Heichnamo Square is the largest square in the center of Heichnamo City, where all 4 teleportation arrays are said to be established. Qin Chen originally thought there wouldn't be many people here, since many came to use the teleportation passages and would be leaving in steady streams. However, as soon as he arrived, he realized he was completely mistaken. Besides being a teleportation point, it had also become a bustling commercial area. Aside from the vast open space in the center of the square, shops ringed it, with stalls selling all kinds of treasures and items. Not only were there spiritual medicines obtained from the Black Death Swamp, but also all sorts of elixirs, spirit pets, and treasured weapons, everything one could think of. Such a lively scene was entirely beyond Qin Chen's expectations. Where did that black slave go? Qin Chen wondered. There should be detoxification pills for sale here. If the slave wanted to buy them, he could have just come with him. Perhaps he had his own connections. With that thought, Qin Chen slowly walked into the square. Before he could observe much, a man abruptly blocked his path. He was middle-aged, long-faced, hair thinning but carefully arranged. He smiled and said cheerfully, "Young master, are you here to use the teleportation passage to enter the Black Death Swamp?" Qin Chen nodded. "That's right. May I ask which passage you are from?" The man immediately brightened. "Wonderful. Young master can use the teleportation passage from our Feng Merchants Association. Fair prices, low injury rate, cheapest price. Most importantly, we have experts to guide explorers into the underground ruins." He reached out, intending to lead Qin Chen inside. A warning voice came from the side. "Little brother, don't be deceived by this guy. He's not really from the Feng Merchants Association, just a scammer. Be careful not to get conned." Two people approached, siblings, a man in his 30s and a woman around 30. The man was tall and thin, mid-stage 5th tier, the woman early 5th tier. They glared coldly at the long-faced man. "Oh, the Yin siblings," the man said defensively. "Are your injuries healed so soon? If you're healed, get lost and stop messing with my reputation." "Don't be deceived," the brother said to Qin Chen. "If it's convenient, we can explain the teleportation passage matter. It'd save you from being tricked by unscrupulous people. Missing treasures is fine, losing your life isn't." Qin Chen, curious, nodded to follow them. The long-faced man scowled and reached to grab Qin Chen. Qin Chen's expression turned cold. "Don't touch me, get lost." The man sneered and grew threatening, but before he could do more, he had been acting as a thug for Jiao Moxin, Shenpeng. He was the sort to strong-arm newcomers into Jiao Moxin's Feng operation. Shenpeng tried to rob Qin Chen at the square, but Qin Chen cut him down with a single ruthless sword strike. The blow ended the thug instantly, the plaza falling silent at the sudden, decisive death. The Yin siblings stared, stunned that such a young man could be so ruthless. "Little brother, leave quickly," they urged. "Shenpeng is backed by a small team here in Heizhao City. You won't be safe if you stay. Never come back." Qin Chen ignored the plea and asked flatly, "How will it be if we kill someone here?" The siblings were speechless at his brazenness, then worried. "Heizhao Square has rules, but many ignore them. Shenpeng's team even has a peak expert at the late stage of the 5th rank. You're in danger." As they spoke, two mid-stage 5th rank Wu Zong arrived, tense and menacing. One of them said, "Shenpeng, what happened?" Upon seeing Shenpeng dead, their faces hardened. "Someone killed him." They turned their cold gaze to Qin Chen. One of them snarled, "Do you think that just because you killed Shenpeng you can act recklessly in Heizhao Plaza?" Qin Chen's answer was simple and hard-edged. "Scram, if you say another word, I'll kill both of you too." A hoarse laugh cut through the square. A middle-aged man in a brown-gray robe stepped forward, his face hawkish, the murderous aura about him almost suffocating. Upon his arrival, the surrounding martial artists recoiled, the plaza falling into a deathly silence. The faces of the Yin siblings drained pale. "Jiao Moxin," one of the onlookers whispered. Qin Chen did not recognize him at first, but seeing the man's cultivation, peak mid-stage Wu Zong, he understood from the siblings' earlier warning that this was the leader behind Shenpeng's small operation, connected to the Feng Merchants Association and the teleportation brokers. The two mid-stage Wuzong hurried forward and bowed. Jiao Moxin's eyes lingered on Qin Chen and the Yin siblings. He said in a measured, sinister tone to the siblings, "Yin siblings, did you ruin my good deed? If there's any grievance, tell me later." He then looked at Qin Chen with a smile that sent a chill across the plaza. "This young brother should be visiting Heizhao City for the first time, right? Remarkable skill to slay Shenpeng with a single sword. If you don't mind, why not come to my place and sit a while? I would be glad to welcome you." Qin Chen let out a cold laugh. He didn't know what the intention of Jiu Mo Xin inviting him was, but no matter the purpose, he truly wasn't afraid of a late-stage peak Wuzong. He had already killed more than one late-stage Wuzong. As long as they were not at the level of Wu Zun, Qin Chen wouldn't take them seriously. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, but this young master has no interest in visiting your place. If there's nothing else, please take your leave." Jiu Mo Xin's smile vanished the instant those words fell. A chill spread from him, and the killing intent around the bloodthirsty demon condensed until the square seemed to freeze. "Little brother, what do you mean by that? I, Jiu Mo Xin, kindly invited you over for a visit and you actually refuse. Are you disrespecting me, Jiu Mo Xin?" Qin Chen met his glare without flinching. Yes, this young master is disrespecting you. What can you do about it? The question set Zhu Mozin off. He raised the curved knife blade, light rushing like a flood. The crowd recoiled, even the Yin siblings paled. To everyone's eyes, the strike was fatal. Qin Chen didn't waste another word. The mysterious rusty sword flashed black light as he struck back. Sword energy slammed into Zhu Mozin's blade in an impact like a mountain meeting a dam. Boom, the force sent Qin Chen skidding backwards over 10 meters, yet he landed on his feet. Zhu Mozin remained standing, but his face had gone an unhealthy shade. The collision had taken more out of him than he let on. The onlookers were stunned. That kid actually blocked the bloodthirsty demon. Even if Zhu Mozin still had the advantage, the outcome far exceeded everyone's expectation and made them reassess Qin Chen. Kid, you're bold. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be called bloodthirsty demon. Zhu Mozin roared, pouring his true force into another blade torrent that rushed toward Qin Chen like a deluge. Qin Chen's lips curled in disdain, but before the blade could reach him, a thunderous roar split the air. Who dares to harm young Master Chen, seeking death? Black clouds rolled down like a night tide, colliding with the blade aura. The furious light dissolved with sizzling sounds as the mist invaded and swallowed the flood of blade energy. Zhu Mozin's eyes widened. His true force shield hissed as if being eaten away. He could only summon essence blood to hastily form a desperate black shield. From the black cloud strode a cloaked figure who controlled a massive banner, the Heaven Demon Banner. He cut through Zhu Mozin's shield like a scythe. The strike struck with such cold, vast power that blood sprayed, and the ancient shield Zhu Mozin had relied on split in two. Zhu Mozin was hurled dozens of meters, finally crashing to a stop. When he struggled to his feet, his left shoulder to thigh was split by a long bloody wound, his face ashen, coughing blood. The scene erupted in a roar of astonishment. The cloaked figure had not only shattered the bloodthirsty demon's attack, but had trapped and nearly finished him. Even Zhu Mozin knew had he hesitated another beat, he would be dead. Everyone turned their shocked gazes to the cloaked figure, and then to Qin Chen. If that was a martial venerable, if that was even a peak Wuzong beyond ordinary ranks, then who was the young man he called young Master Chen? The cloaked man snorted. Young Master Chen, this kid really has some skill being able to block my attack, but since he dared to offend you, I will not let him off. He raised the Heaven Demon Banner again, intent obvious. Qin Chen, however, kicked the broken shield and sneered at the fallen Zhu Mozin, calling his bluff and signaling the cloaked man to hold. He did not want needless bloodshed in the square. The point had been made. At that moment, a group of people walked out from the depths of the crowd, led by an elder whose aura made the air shiver. Vice President Liu Zi of the Feng Chamber of Commerce stepped forward, 6th-level Wuzong, and the murmurs shifted. Zhu Mozin, suddenly hopeful, cried out, "Vice President Liu, please stand up for me. These two men." Liu Zi paid no attention to Zhu Mozin's pleading and instead regarded Qin Chen and the cloaked figure with a composed smile. "Two gentlemen, this is a place that abides by rules. If there's some misunderstanding, let us avoid escalation. How do you wish to handle this?" Qin Chen's retort was cold. He didn't entertain Gu Feng's sanctimony. "Ask the man behind you about that. I came to find a teleportation passage, but he insisted on dragging me to use the Gu Feng Chamber's passage. If people coming here can't choose their own passage, then your rules are strange indeed." Liu Zi's eyes narrowed, his Wuzong aura tightening the air. He lowered his voice and took 2 jade boxes from his robe, pressing them forward with a practiced smile. "Then let it be a misunderstanding. These are for your injuries. My Gu Feng Chamber of Commerce offers compensation." The boxes flew into Qin Chen and the cloaked figure's hands. Inside each jade bottle gleamed the insignia of Qing Yuan Dan. The crowd stirred. A 5th-grade Qing Yuan Dan was no trifle. A valuable remedial pill, compensation indeed. Qin Chen's expression did not soften. He raised his hand and the jade box returned to Liu Zi. "There's no need for compensation. I won't consume pills given by others. I don't believe Vice President Liu has good intentions." Liu Zi's courteous smile did not break, but the steel behind it deepened. He inclined his head slightly, words soft but charged. "Very well, we won't force you, but mind this. Your actions have consequences, and those who insult Gu Feng will be remembered. I would advise caution in Heizhao City." The cloaked man did not add threats. The point had been made by the Heaven Demon Banner. Zhu Mozin had been crushed and publicly humiliated. The onlookers now saw Qin Chen as someone escorted by an overwhelmingly formidable protector, and reputations shifted in an instant. Zhu Mozin gnashed his teeth, pain and shame mingling in his voice as he sputtered excuses. Liu Zi's eyes flicked with something colder, calculation, a promise of future correction. He would not make the slights of Gu Feng Chamber go unanswered. For now he stepped back and de-escalated. But in his mind, like a stone dropped into still waters, the ripples of revenge began. Qin Chen watched them go with a snort, the square slowly returning to its previous hum. He would not accept favors dressed as strings. The marsh kept its rules only as long as the powerful allowed them. There's no need for compensation. Qin Chen raised his hand, and the jade box immediately returned to the old man's hand. He wouldn't consume pills given by others. He didn't believe that Liu Zi of the Feng Chamber of Commerce had any good intentions. Minus 575, the black slave saw Qin Chen return the medicinal pill. Although reluctant, he also tossed the pill back to Liu Zi. Liu Zi's eyes flickered as he received the jade box but said nothing further. "We're leaving." Qin Chen was too lazy to waste words with Liu Zi. He turned to the stunned Yin family siblings and said, "Find a place and tell me about this teleportation passage." "Yes." Only then did the Yin siblings come to their senses. They never expected that the young man they casually reminded would have such an identity and power, even making Liu Zi, the vice president of the Feng Chamber of Commerce, feel no fear. Anxious, they left the square along with Qin Chen. Watching Qin Chen and the others depart, Liu Zi squinted, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He then turned to Zhu Mozin and coldly snorted, "Can't even handle a small matter and still make such a big fuss. This is a healing pill, take it and consume it." "Yes, Vice President Liu." Zhu Mozin took the healing pill and hurriedly swallowed it down, feeling mixed emotions of shame and anger. Liu Zi ignored him and loudly addressed the remaining martial artists in the square. "Everyone, today, our Feng Chamber of Commerce was lax in management, allowing you to witness such a farce. Please rest assured, our Feng Chamber of Commerce is one of the largest chambers in Bianju, with a history spanning over 1,000 years. We conduct business fairly, without deceiving anyone. If you wish to enter the Black Death Marsh through a teleportation passage in the future, you may use our passage. If anyone suffers a loss from our Feng Chamber of Commerce, feel free to find me. I will ensure you receive justice." "Good!" There were many cheers from the crowd and even applause. A few who had lived in Heizhao City for a long time sneered inwardly. They knew better than to take Liu Zi at his word. After Liu Zi finished speaking, he left the square with Zhu Mozin and the others. On the road, Zhu Mozin reluctantly said, "Vice President Liu, are we just going to let those two go? Humph, you should focus on your own matters." Liu Zi coldly snorted, his expression revealing a chilling light. "Look at the state you've managed to attract customers in. The number of martial artists entering the Black Death Marsh will only increase in the coming days. If you ruin the reputation of our Feng Chamber of Commerce, how will you attract customers? In the next few days, you need to behave. Try to restrain your previous methods. Did you hear me?" Zhu Mozin lowered his head and replied, "Yes, I heard." "As for those two." Liu Zi's eyes exuded a cold gleam, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Offending our Feng Chamber of Commerce is not so easy. You think it's over just because you say so? It's just that it's not the right time to deal with them yet. Once they enter the Black Death Marsh, there will be plenty of opportunities. Why rush?" Zhu Mozin's eyes lit up with excitement as he licked his lips and said, "Understood. By then, that pretentious brat will be left to me. No matter his background, Zhu Mozin will make him know where my nickname, the bloodthirsty demon, comes from." "Hee," Zhu Mozin laughed coldly. At this moment, Qin Chen, under the guidance of the Yin siblings, arrived at a corner of the square where there were no crowds, making it very quiet. "Thank you for your earlier reminder. I'm Qin Chen, and this is my attendant, Hainu. May I know your names?" Qin Chen stopped and cupped his hands in greeting. Yin Feng hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yin Feng has met Chen Shao, and this is my younger sister, Yin Hong. Yin Hong has met Chen Shao and this senior." Yin Hong also hurriedly showed her respect. "No need for courtesy. Now, what exactly is the situation with these teleportation passages? Please tell me." Qin Chen waved his hand and got straight to the point. Yin Feng quickly responded, "Chen Shao, there are 4 teleportation passages from Heizhao City to the Black Death Marsh, each controlled by a different force. 3 of them, local groups including the Feng Chamber of Commerce, inspect storage rings on exit and take a cut of what you bring back. The Tianzhen Sect's channel is different, more expensive up front, but they don't search storage rings or take a share." Qin Chen considered that for a moment. He didn't like anyone poking through his storage ring, even if there was nothing to hide. Choosing Tianzhen's clean channel was a strategic choice. "You mentioned being cheated earlier. What's that about?" Qin Chen asked. Yin Feng explained, "Young Master Chen, that involves Shen Peng and his group who led some of us through the Feng Chamber of Commerce's channel before. They weren't officially from the chamber. They worked with the chamber to bring in customers, then used that cover to rob and extort. My sister and I found a Black Lotus on a run. Shen Peng demanded more than his share, then resorted to violence to take it and hurt us. The Feng Chamber of Commerce shrugged and said those men weren't theirs. But seeing Vice President Liu today and how they protect those people, we realized the chamber and Jiu Mo Zin's gang are in cahoots. You've offended the Feng Chamber of Commerce before, so be careful in the Heizhao swamp. They hold grudges and won't let this go easily. Yin Feng warned. Qin Chen sneered, "Don't worry, I know the risks." He had already made many enemies, Liu Xian Sect, Beast Master Villa, Feng Chamber of Commerce among them. He needed to find Ku Yunzhai quickly. Once he broke through to Marshal Zhang, his position would be much safer. "I have some pills here. Take them for your cultivation. I will enter through the Tianzhen channel shortly. If you also want to go to the Heizhao swamp, try not to go with us to avoid causing trouble." After clarifying the situation, Qin Chen gave the Yin siblings some pills and then followed directions given by the black slave toward the Tianzhen teleportation channel. The Yin siblings bowed deeply. "Speaking of which, young Master Chen, by killing Shen Peng, you've avenged us. We are very grateful to you." Qin Chen shook his head. "There's no need for thanks. I should be the one thanking you. If you hadn't stopped me, I might have really gone to the Feng Chamber of Commerce's channel." They opened the pill bottle and gasped. Inside were many 4th-grade pills and a few 5th-grade pills. The value of these pills far exceeded what they had in their storage rings. With them, they could break through and leave Heizhao City for safety. "We definitely can't stay in Heizhao City anymore. It's too dangerous," Yin Feng said after a long thought. "We'll follow your lead, enter through Tianzhen's channel, find a place to enter seclusion, use these pills to advance, and then leave the city." "All right." They exchanged glances and quickly prepared to depart. Qin Chen and the black slave arrived at the Tianzhen teleportation channel. As the Yin siblings said, it required a larger fee but no inspections. The number of people teleported at once was 100, so they had to wait for others to arrive. During this time, many martial artists poured into Heizhao City. In just a short while, the 100 people for Qin Chen's group had already gathered. Standing on the teleportation array, the many martial artists who teleported together seemed to know about the might of Qin Chen and the black slave, and no one dared to come forward and provoke them. Rarely having peace, Qin Chen secretly examined the teleportation array beneath his feet. The entire teleportation array was extremely complex, with roughly 1,000 array bases intricately gathered together. At first glance, it appeared to be a peak 5th-level formation. Such a formation typically has a teleportation range of several thousand to tens of thousands of miles, but considering the need to ensure accuracy, Qin Chen estimated the teleportation distance to be around several thousand miles. At such a distance, ordinary martial artists would indeed need at least several days to arrive. And although Qin Chen possessed the Iron Feather Eagle, ordinary blood beasts from the outside would be poisoned to death by the terrifying miasma once they entered the Black Death Marsh. So taking the teleportation array was indeed the most convenient method. "Young master, are you really fine without taking the detoxification pill?" The black slave looked at Qin Chen with concern. Previously, after he purchased the detoxification pill and the miasma, Qin Chen only took a glance and did not consume it, which made him quite worried. Qin Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I checked the miasma you brought earlier. It is indeed formidable, but it might not be able to poison me. As for the specifics, we'll see once we enter the Black Death Marsh." The black slave could only nod in agreement. Once everyone arrived, the people from the Tianzhen gate quickly activated the teleportation array. Buzz, a white light sword, completely enveloping the 100 people on the teleportation array. Qin Chen felt a dizziness in his mind, as if he had entered a void passage. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an extremely desolate and gloomy world. "This is the Black Death Marsh?" Looking around, ahead was a vast expanse of black earth. Beneath the gloomy sky was an endless black swamp, filled with mud, water pits, and black aquatic plants stretching towards the infinite distance. Qin Chen's first impression upon entering was of desolation and chilliness. Here, it felt as if he had entered hell, giving a very uncomfortable sensation. At the same time, Qin Chen also discovered that in this world there lingered a faint black aura. This aura dispersed throughout the surroundings, seemingly harmless, yet containing extremely potent toxins capable of damaging a martial artist's physiological functions in a very short time. This should be the terrifying miasma of the Black Death Marsh. As soon as this thought crossed Qin Chen's mind, a scream suddenly erupted beside him. A martial artist who had come with them was frantically scratching at his face, which was rapidly rotting away, and soon blood holes appeared. However, he was completely unaware, still scratching madly. In no time, his entire skin was completely decayed, and he fell to the ground, terrified, towards another martial artist beside him, saying, "Help me, please, you. Save me," but the surrounding martial artists all scattered in fright, as if watching a plague. That person, in pain, extended his hand toward Qin Chen after seeing him unmoved, his eyes showing a hint of longing and a desire to survive, seemingly trying to say something. However, before he could speak, his body froze there and he fell completely silent. Yet his body continued to rot, and in only a moment he turned into a pile of rotten mud, even his bones turning to decayed sludge. If it weren't for the storage ring left behind, no one would have realized a martial artist had once existed here. Humph, this kid was too unlucky to be killed by the miasma so quickly. He must have bought a fake detoxification pill. A middle-aged martial artist at the late stage of the 5th level snorted coldly, his tone filled with mockery, while his gaze fixed tightly on the storage ring not far from Qin Chen, which had been left by the deceased martial artist. Not just him, but several other martial artists also had glints in their eyes, clearly coveting it. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. At this moment, a peak late-stage Wuzong martial artist cupped his fists towards Qin Chen, and the others chose a direction and swiftly disappeared. Seeing this person's actions, everyone was taken aback, then quickly reacted. The two guys in front were the ones who had dared to kill the bloodthirsty demon Jiu Mo Xin at the Black Marsh Square. Wasn't trying to snatch the storage ring in front of him, courting death. Immediately, among the remaining martial artists, many formed small teams and started to leave. As the crowd dispersed, soon over 100 martial artists were scattered around. "Senior, the person who just died was our friend. We want to take his storage ring back to his family. Is it possible?" At this time, two mid-stage Wuzong cautiously approached, nervously looking at Qin Chen. "Your friend, why didn't I see you two come to his rescue just now?" The black slave sneered, raising his hand to directly take the storage ring into his grasp, then coldly said, "Scram!" Yes, we will leave at once." The two didn't dare to say anything further and hurriedly flew away. "Still friends?" Looking at the departing figures of the two, the black slave snorted coldly. If the three were really friends, why was it only that guy's detoxification pill problematic? When things went wrong, the other two were fine. It was evident that the three of them had not consumed the same detoxification pill. Even if they were friends, they were not particularly close. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stood by and watched him die. Even the detoxification pills they took were different. "Young master, are you okay?" At this moment, the black slave looked at Qin Chen anxiously because he knew that Qin Chen had not taken a detoxification pill. "I'm fine." Qin Chen frowned. The reason he didn't take the detoxification pill was that he knew he practiced the 9-star God Emperor art and also had the undying holy body, both of which had a great resistance to toxins. However, after entering, Qin Chen realized that he had underestimated the miasma inside. Although the undying holy body and 9-star God Emperor art could block the miasma's invasion, in reality, the miasma was slowly seeping into his body through every pore. In a short time, no effects could be seen, but over a long period, it would definitely cause great harm to his body. However, Qin Chen wasn't anxious for the time being. He planned to take some time later to study the miasma here and concoct a specialized detoxification pill. "We should also leave." Just as Qin Chen and the black slave were about to depart, another scream erupted. All the martial artists who had not left were astonished, staring at the place where the scream originated. Those two mid-stage Wuzong who had been chased away by the black slave suddenly screamed, their skin rapidly withering, and they soon turned into two dry corpses, collapsing to the ground. Qin Chen also stared blankly at the place where the two fell, his gaze sharpening and expression grave. His mental energy hadn't sensed anything at all. Those two mid-stage Wuzong just died like that. Qin Chen's gaze suddenly became serious. There was nothing unusual here, and the actions of the two did not seem like they had been poisoned. How could they suddenly fall? Moreover, they had turned into dried corpses. But Qin Chen knew that these two definitely did not fall for no reason. There must be some cause. "Yin Hun Beast!" At that moment, a peak late-stage 5th-level martial artist shouted in terror. The expressions of the other martial artists also changed dramatically, each one on high alert, quickly drawing their weapons, and they didn't even dare to move, all staring intently at their surroundings. Even the black slave beside Qin Chen changed his expression, and the Tianmo banner instantly appeared in his hand, vigilantly watching around. Clearly, everyone had heard of this Yin Hun beast and was extremely fearful of it. "You know about this Yin Hun beast?" Qin Chen looked at the black slave with confusion. The black slave said solemnly, "Young Master Chen, the Yin Hun beast is a type of blood beast unique to this Black Death Swamp. Some say it is formed from the fusion of the miasma and blood beasts in the Black Death Swamp, while others say it is transformed from the vengeful souls of martial artists who died in this swamp. They can absorb a person's essence blood, turning martial artists into dried corpses, and their most terrifying characteristic is that they are shadowless and traceless, undetectable by the naked eye or spiritual sense." Having said this, the black slave had already activated the Tianmo banner, enveloping them in a wave of black mist, clearly to guard against attacks from the void. After doing all this, the gravity on the black slave's face slightly eased, but he still warned. It is said that these Yin Hun beasts are extremely troublesome. Even 6th-level martial venerables can hardly sense them. Ordinary people who encounter them can only wait to die. In this Black Death Swamp, the Yin Hun beast is one of the most terrifying threats, even more so than the miasma. Because no one can sense their presence when encountering them, they don't even know how to resist. Not everyone on the scene had been to the Black Death Swamp before. Some were here for the first time and had never heard of the Yin Hun beast, looking at each other in dismay. If there was such a terrifying, ghostly creature in the Black Death Swamp, who would still look for treasures? Qin Chen also had such doubts. If the Yin Hun beast was so terrifying, then who would dare to come in? Even 6th-level martial venerables wouldn't dare, right? As if sensing Qin Chen's doubts, the black slave frowned and said, "Actually, the number of Yin Hun beasts in the Black Death Swamp is not very high, and they usually only appear in extremely deep areas. Although we have already ventured thousands of miles into the Black Death Swamp, this should only be the outer area for the entire swamp. It was unlikely for Yin Hun beasts to appear here before. I don't know what the reason is this time for a Yin Hun beast to appear. What should we do? Has the Yin Hun beast already left?" a martial artist asked in fear. "It's possible. You can try moving a bit. The Yin Hun beast absorbed the essence blood of those two before. Perhaps it is already full and has left," one martial artist said, his eyes flickering. "Then why don't you try?" This martial artist clearly was not foolish and retorted. "All right, everyone stop arguing. I've heard that although the Yin Hun beast is extremely terrifying, it can be killed. It is simply shadowless and traceless, making it hard to find its tracks. Moreover, the Yin Hun beast often likes to ambush. As long as we gather together, the Yin Hun beast may not dare to act," a peak late-stage 5th-level martial venerable said in a deep voice. After he spoke, many people immediately looked towards Qin Chen and the black slave. Previously, they hadn't dared to team up with Qin Chen, but when faced with danger, they thought of him. Because of the events at the Black Swamp Square, everyone knew that the strength of the cloaked figure next to this young man was extremely terrifying, and that black banner was clearly a very powerful true treasure, emitting mist capable of completely enveloping a person. If they could follow them, their chances of survival would surely increase greatly. Seeing the crowd's gaze, Qin Chen understood their intention. However, he knew that he could not team up with them at all. His purpose in coming here was to find the Kuyun grass. If he teamed up with strangers, how would he carry out his plans? Furthermore, he had no idea about these people's backgrounds and certainly could not walk together. Qin Chen ignored their gazes and continued to scan the area where the two martial artists had fallen with his spiritual sense. With 5th-level spiritual sense, it was like a vast net, not missing a single gap. However, after sweeping through, Qin Chen still did not sense anything nearby. Could it be that the Yin Hun beast is truly shadowless and traceless? Qin Chen frowned. He was very clear that there was absolutely nothing in this world that was completely shadowless and traceless. The reason he couldn't find it was simply that his method was incorrect. Perhaps these Yin Hun beasts were like air. When his spiritual sense swept over them, there would be no obstruction, so naturally, he wouldn't discover them. But just because spiritual sense couldn't detect them, didn't mean that other things couldn't. With a flash of thought, Qin Chen suddenly swept a strand of soul power towards the place where the two martial venerables had fallen. In fact, Qin Chen had originally intended to use the Kinglian demon fire to burn them, but considering how many people were here, and that the Kinglian demon fire couldn't be exposed, he could only use soul power to sweep first. To Qin Chen's surprise, after his soul power swept over, he actually detected a faint shadow on the bodies of the two fallen martial artists. This shadow resembled a human form, currently lying on one of the martial venerables, with its mouth placed against the back of one's neck, in a posture like that of sucking blood. Without thinking, Qin Chen directly slashed with his sword and activated the bloodline power within him. Ka-cha! The sword light, accompanied by thunder, instantly fell towards the two martial venerables. Everyone was stunned. What was this young man doing? Was he actually going to slash the bodies of the two who had died before, trying to turn their corpses to dust? Before their confusion could settle, they saw that as the thunderlight sword fell beside the two martial venerables, a faint shadow let out a piercing scream, revealing itself under the thunder light, and then it soared into the sky in terror. "Black slave, act!" Qin Chen shouted lowly. In fact, without Qin Chen needing to speak, the black slave had already acted. The Tianmo banner, carrying a terrifying demonic aura, instantly swept out, enveloping that shadow beneath the Tianmo banner. The shadow immediately let out a more tragic scream, colliding left and right in the black mist, but it could not break free from the Tianmo banner's grasp. Ultimately, with a final scream, it was completely devoured by the black demonic aura released from the Tianmo banner, turning into nothingness. Pooh, some black residue fell from the void, dropping into the Black Death Swamp and immediately disappearing. After devouring the Yin Hun beast, the runes on the Tianmo banner became even clearer. As if it had received a great boost, its power even more formidable. In just an instant, the Yin Hun beast had been killed by the Tianmo fan, leaving no trace behind. Cheng Shao! The black slave looked at Qin Chen with surprise, feeling the Tianmo fan in his hand, his face filled with ecstatic joy. The benefits of the Yin Hun beast to the Tianmo fan were truly enormous. The nourishment gained from killing a Yin Hun beast surpassed even that of killing the Bei Shuang Mo before. This was simply a divine medicine for the nourishment of the Tianmo fan. If they could kill a few more Yin Hun beasts, the power of the Tianmo fan could even increase significantly. At that time, dealing with the bloodthirsty demon, Jai Mo Xin would not be like before, where the opponent escaped from the coverage of the Tianmo fan. They would definitely be able to kill him in one strike. Over a dozen martial artists, who had not yet managed to leave, were shocked to see that Qin Chen could actually discover the location of the Yin Hun beast. At this moment, no one doubted Qin Chen's background anymore. He was definitely a genius from one of the most elite sects or forces of the dynasty. The Yin Hun beast roamed the high sea marsh, and no one had ever seen anyone who could casually discover the location of the Yin Hun beast. Its elusive nature meant that even a 6th-level martial venerable had to be extremely cautious. Yet Qin Chen had found it in an instant. No one believed that Qin Chen's earlier attack had been a coincidence. The position that the sword light covered was very precise, exactly aimed at a martial artist who had turned into a dried corpse. If it had been a casual strike, it would not have been that accurate. As for the black slave being able to kill the Yin Hun beast, it did not surprise people as much. Your skills are impressive. You were actually able to find the Yin Hun beast. I truly admire you, Su. The peak 5th-level martial venerable, who had been on guard at first, immediately cupped his hands to Qin Chen, his expression full of respect. The other martial artists looked at Qin Chen with awe. After sweeping his spiritual power around and confirming that there were no other Yin Hun beasts nearby, Qin Chen said to everyone, "Besides the Yin Hun beast that was just killed, there are no other Yin Hun beasts here. You can leave with peace of mind." "Thank you, young brother." Everyone expressed their gratitude. They understood that Qin Chen said this to take care of them intentionally. "We are leaving now." After speaking, Qin Chen quickly flew out with the black slave, soon disappearing deep into the high sea marsh. What an impressive young man. This boy must be a top genius from some major force. The peak 5th-level martial venerable watched Qin Chen's back in astonishment. The other martial artists nearby nodded, saying, "I heard that even 6th-level martial venerables can't discover the traces of the Yin Hun beast. This boy can find the Yin Hun beast and kill it. How can he be an ordinary person? I just wonder how he discovered the Yin Hun beast. If he can master this method, going deep into the high sea marsh in the future would be much safer, and the treasures obtained would certainly be much more," a martial artist said enviously. "Humph, the method to discover the Yin Hun beast must be this person's exclusive secret technique. How could he casually reveal it? Didn't you see that the cloaked man beside him didn't discover the Yin Hun beast at first? It was only after that young man forced the Yin Hun beast out that he moved." Someone sneered. Everyone felt the same way. Although they all wanted to know how Qin Chen discovered the Yin Hun beast, no one dared to ask. A master who could casually find the Yin Hun beast was not someone they could offend. If the other party became angry, they might not even know how they died. Under the guidance of the black slave, Qin Chen quickly rushed deeper into the high sea marsh. They needed to reach the underground ruins that the black slave had previously discovered as quickly as possible. The black slave searched everywhere, trying to find a second Yin Hun beast. Knowing that Qin Chen could discover the Yin Hun beast, he no longer worried about encountering an attack from one, but instead eagerly wanted to find a Yin Hun beast to enhance the power of his Zhen Bao Tian Mo fan. However, after half a day, the black slave did not find another Yin Hun beast. Not only Yin Hun beasts, but even some valuable spiritual herbs were absent. This place seemed like a desolate marsh world. Besides the black mud marsh, there was nothing else. While Qin Chen and his group were searching in the high sea marsh hundreds of miles away from the Tianzhen Gate's teleportation channel in another flat area, over 100 figures appeared here at the same time. These martial artists had all arrived here through the Feng Chamber of Commerce's teleportation channel. "Everyone, please line up according to your teams. Since our Feng Chamber of Commerce has brought you in, we won't let you encounter any dangers here. Each small team should register and report the number of people. Our Gu Feng Chamber of Commerce will have experts lead you in searching for treasures in the high sea marsh. Of course, if you want to search for treasures on your own, that's also fine. As long as you bring our Gu Feng Chamber of Commerce's jade token back here, you can take our teleportation channel back to Heizhao City. Our Gu Feng Chamber of Commerce's principle is to bring you in safely and ensure you leave safely. As soon as the crowd arrived at the high sea marsh, the Gu Feng Chamber of Commerce quickly made arrangements, seemingly prioritizing the safety of these transported martial artists. Many martial artists who were trying their luck in the high sea marsh for the first time immediately expressed their gratitude. After some discussion, they followed the people from the Gu Feng Chamber of Commerce into the high sea marsh. Vice President Liu Zi, what should we do now? Those two guys have already entered the high sea marsh through the Tianzhen Gate's teleportation channel half a day ago. In a corner, Jaimo Xin followed closely beside Liu Zi, his eyes revealing a hint of resentment. Clearly, the two he referred to were Qin Chen and the Black Slave, who had almost cost him his life at the Heizhao Square. Liu Zi smiled coldly. Jaimo Xin, how many times have I told you not to be anxious? Since I've let those two enter the high sea marsh, I naturally have a way to find them. Otherwise, in the vast high sea marsh, how do you think I would find those two? Jaimo Xin's eyes brightened. Vice President Liu, could it be that you have something on them? Liu Zi smiled sinisterly. You don't need to worry about that. You should focus more on the martial artists entering the high sea marsh. Be attentive. Once someone finds good spiritual herbs, they should know what to do. Jaimo Xin patted his chest and said, Vice President Liu, you can rest assured. I arranged this long ago. You just need to wait to collect the goods as always. Good. Liu Zi nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite assured. His decision to protect Jaimo Xin at the Heizhao Square was not without reason. Jaimo Xin was quite experienced in this regard and hadn't caused him much trouble in recent years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to step in. Since that's the case, let's go. Liu Zi took out a round disc, glanced at it, and then led Jaimo Xin, quickly disappearing into the high sea marsh. Qin Chen naturally did not know that Liu Zi from the Gu Feng Merchant Association and Jiu Mo Xin had also entered the Black Death Marsh and were tracking him. At this moment, under the guidance of a black slave, he was rapidly flying toward the location of the ruins. Half a day later, Qin Chen felt the miasma around him growing thicker, and some ordinary spiritual herbs began to appear in the marsh. These herbs carried a cold, eerie power, as if infected, different from normally grown spiritual herbs. After investigation, Qin Chen discovered their medicinal properties remained intact. The cold power could be removed during refinement if the alchemist chose to do so. Landing on a slightly drier mound after finding some herbs, Qin Chen soon realized the miasma had already begun to infiltrate his body. If not eliminated in time, it would slowly accumulate and corrode his meridians. This time the threat felt different, subtle but cumulative, growing with time and residence in the marsh. He needed a special detoxifying pill that would not only dispel current miasma but root it out completely. Before he could set to work, a roar split the air as a 5-stage mud dragon burst from the mound. Though called a mud dragon, it was a grotesque blood beast like a giant earthworm, its massive circular maw lunging to devour them. Qin Chen struck with his sword, but the mud dragon's thick hide barely scratched. The black slave unfurled the Tianmo banner. Black demonic energy wrapped the beast, but the mud dragon, having fed for years on sludge and miasma, resisted, thrashing fiercely and spewing corrosive filth. Qin Chen had no desire to wrestle with sludge and filth. He opened a black gourd and released swarms of devouring ants and fire-refining insects. The insects swarmed the mud dragon, devouring its power. Within a short while the beast went limp. Its blood-beast power was absorbed and its life ended. The black slave, reluctant to approach the carcass, still dug out a blood crystal after some protesting, cleaning it before handing it to Qin Chen. The blood crystal was smaller than a fist, a black gem with a faint dark aura. Qin Chen warned, don't underestimate this mud dragon's blood crystal. In this Black Death Marsh, it could save your life. He then set to work with the spiritual herbs he had gathered and the mud dragon's crystal, refining with the Kinglian demon fire. He moved quickly without long ceremony. In a short time, 12 black pills lay in the Dan furnace. These are 6 detoxifying pills. Take one first, Qin Chen said, handing 6 pills to the black slave. The black slave, who had already taken ordinary antidotes, swallowed one reluctantly. Pain immediately seized him, agonizing, like thousands of knives, but Qin Chen only ordered him to sit and refine the medicinal power inward. The black slave thought he had been poisoned. Sweat drenched him, veins standing out as his body spasmed. Qin Chen himself swallowed a pill and sat down calmly, showing no reaction. Grimacing and determined, the black slave concentrated and refined the pill's power. The intense pain peaked and receded quickly. Then a light, comfortable feeling flowed through him. The oppressive air of the Black Death Marsh suddenly felt refreshing. A thin black layer seeped from his pores and crumbled to ash. He realized with shock that the ordinary antidote he had taken earlier had been only partially effective. The lingering miasma remained, an insidious accumulation that would corrode his meridians over time and hinder future breakthroughs. Qin Chen's pill, by contrast, had completely purged the hidden toxins and sealed the body against further miasma damage. "Let's go," Qin Chen said after a moment. "Although my antidote pill is extraordinary, it's not omnipotent. The miasma here is too severe. If after half a month you feel unwell, take another one. 6 pills are more than enough for at least 3 months here." With that matter settled and the black slave's hidden affliction removed, they pushed on. The black slave told Qin Chen the place where he had found Kinglian demon fire was ahead 1,000 miles, possibly part of the underground ruins in Heizhao City. Qin Chen felt the urgency and they flew on. 1,000 miles was half an hour's work for them. Just as they prepared to set off, Qin Chen sensed something off in the void ahead. He swept out a strand of soul power. Several faint shadows flickered into being, moving with ghostly speed and emitting no trace of killing intent. Yin soul beasts. Qin Chen immediately drew his mysterious rusty sword, lightning sword light filling the sky in a several dozen-foot radius. The creatures screamed under the surge of power. "Ha-ha, it's a yin soul beast!" the black slave cried, overjoyed. He had been searching for yin soul beasts for days to strengthen his demon banner and had found none. Now 5 or 6 suddenly appeared. In a fit of excitement, the black slave didn't hesitate to unleash the Tianmo banner. Black demonic energy poured out like water, quickly enveloping the yin soul beasts clustered nearby. Under that coverage, their shrieks were short-lived. The banner dissolved them away. Qin Chen, still watching, suddenly felt a prickling at the back of his neck as if something invisible had fixed its gaze on him. A cold wind brushed across his skin. His scalp tingled, instinct telling him he was being targeted. He didn't have time to turn. From his periphery, a dark red shadow lunged for his neck. Qin Chen had seen what a yin soul beast could do, turn 2 5th-level Wuzong into dry husks in an instant. Without hesitation, he released the Kinglian demon fire from his mind, pushing it to its utmost. The blue flames blossomed around him like a brilliant lotus, and he became a figure of living fire. The shadow recoiled at the sight of those flames, but it was no ordinary black yin soul beast. Even within the Tianmo banner's sweep, it struggled violently, its roars like waves of corrupt spiritual fluctuation flooding both Qin Chen's and the black slave's minds. The black slave, who had been engrossed in refining the other beasts, noticed the struggle and poured more power into the banner. The dark red beast resisted, stronger than the others, ominously different. Qin Chen flung the Kinglian demon fire forward at full strength. The blue blaze struck like a blade. With a tragic, piercing scream, the dark red shadow was reduced to ash beneath the combined assault of Kinglian flame and the Tianmo banner. When the dust settled, a thumb-sized black-red crystal fell from the dissipating demonic energy and landed in the swamp. The banner itself crackled, its surface swirling with black airflow threaded with dark red. Its aura had leapt in intensity. The black slave's eyes shone with greedy elation, but unease crept over him as well. The jump in power from absorbing that single dark-red specimen far exceeded what he'd felt from the ordinary yin soul beasts before. He sensed, vaguely and unpleasantly, that the banners had grown, subtle, like a current underfoot that might shift direction any moment. Qin Chen pocketed the black-red crystal and said quietly, "The Tianmo banner gains strength as it devours yin soul beasts. But demonic treasures are double-edged. The more they feed, the more likely they are to invade the user's mind. Don't over-rely on it. Use it only when necessary." The black slave nodded, excitement tempered by a new seriousness. Qin Chen's face darkened, his soul perception pricked again. 2 figures were rapidly approaching, one a terrifying Wuzun-level presence, and their aura was unmistakably familiar. They were tracking toward them. Come with me," Qin Chen said, voice low but urgent, and he dashed toward a dense patch of marshy grass with the black slave at his heels. "Chen Shao, what happened?" The black servant's face was full of shock, clearly not understanding Qin Chen's actions. "Don't speak." Qin Chen spoke in a low voice, tossing down a few array flags among the wild grass. In an instant, a concealment formation took shape, and a narrow space opened in the puddle behind the small hill. "Get down!" Qin Chen was the first to slip into the water, the black servant following bewildered. The surface calmed as if nothing had happened. Swish! 2 streams of light suddenly rushed over and arrived where Qin Chen had fought earlier. Through the concealment formation's perspective, Qin Chen saw who it was, Liu Zi of the Gu Feng Merchant Association, and beside him the bloodthirsty Jiu Mo Xin. Qin Chen's gaze went cold. He didn't believe they were passing by chance. They were clearly coming for him. Hidden in the dark, the black servant's shock deepened. Though he had grown stronger since obtaining the heavenly demon banner, he knew the gap between a 6th-level martial venerable and a 5th-level martial god was vast. If it weren't for Chen Shao's timely concealment, they would already be exposed. Liu Zi and Jiu Mozin scanned the area with the tracking disc. At the water's edge, Jiu Mozin alerted, "President Liu, there are signs of a battle here." Liu Zi checked and confirmed residual true energy and a strange aura. "This device is accurate. Just now these two experienced a battle here. However, the marking aura I left on them has vanished. It may have been destroyed during the fight." Jiu Mozin asked what to do. Liu Zi, frowning, summarized the situation in a few words. The disc had tracked them moving southeast for 2 days. The trail led close to the underground ruins they had discovered earlier. If they were alive, they would head that way. The two of them immediately set off toward the ruins. Once the pursuers left, Qin Chen and the black servant emerged from the water. "Chen Shao!" The black servant looked at Qin Chen as soon as he came out. "Don't speak yet." Qin Chen closed his eyes and spread a probing soul force. After a few sweeps, he found a very concealed mark on his sleeve and his face turned grim. This mark was hidden in an odd way, left on his sleeve rather than his body, so his earlier protective use of Kinglian demon fire had not revealed it. Qin Chen realized the opportunity to plant. It was likely when they had been given the pills at Black Marsh Square. The jade box used to hold the pills was suspicious. "This despicable fellow will know what regret is sooner or later," the black servant snarled, then added, "Young Master Chen, destroy it. I should have one as well." Qin Chen shook his head. "No, we can't discard the mark yet. Liu Zi and Jiu Mozin already know the general direction we're heading. If we remove the marks now, they'll lose their trail, but they'll know what happened. Instead, I have another plan." He stripped the marks quickly with a set of tight restrictions, removing the hidden auras and sealing them, and placed the 2 tiny tracking sigils into a jade box he produced. The trick was simple and precise. Isolate the marks with soul-binding restrictions so they would remain intact but separable, then contain them in the jade box. Qin Chen handed the jade box to the black servant. "Take this and head the opposite way. Lead Liu Zi and Jiu Mozin away. The further you draw them, the better." "You want me to lure them away?" The black servant understood immediately and asked, "But how will you find the underground ruins? You gave me the map and marked the location. There's a concealment formation there, but with that map and the spirit-seeking bug, I'll find it. Once I get the bitter rhythm herb, I'll come for you." Qin Chen infused a trace of Kinglian demon fire into the black servant and instructed, "You won't need to outrun them forever. Lead them far enough, then drop this jade box on one of the blood beasts in the Black Death Marsh. They'll be forced to track that beast and you can slip away." The black servant's eyes brightened. "I see." After a moment, he spread his wings and vanished, taking the jade box and the marks with him. Half an hour later, as Liu Zi followed the southeast trail, the tracking disc pulsed again and the signal shifted slightly northeast. He paused, frowned, and said to Jiu Mozin, "The mark reacted after leaving that place. They must have passed through something that blocked the signal, then moved. Their direction changed northeast now." Jiu Mozin hesitated. Liu Zi dismissed the idea that the two could have discovered the mark themselves. His devices were subtle enough that 5th-level warriors shouldn't sense them. He snorted, "We let them escape before, not this time." They altered course and flew on. After waiting briefly until the pursuers were gone, Qin Chen retracted the concealment formation and sped east. Half an hour later, he arrived near the spot the black servant had marked on the map. "It's right around here." He folded the map and flew a moment before spotting a lake, more a larger swamp than a true lake. "This is it." In the narration of the black slave, the forbidden area he mentioned was within this lake. As long as one entered this lake, they could find the location of the underground ruins. However, in the Black Death Marsh, water bodies like this were the most dangerous because no one knew what might be hidden within. It was very likely that some terrifying blood beasts were lurking. Moreover, in the Black Death Marsh, the penetration ability of a martial artist's perception was extremely weak, making it impossible to probe what was within this lake. Therefore, even a 6th-level martial venerable would rarely dare to dive into such lakes unless they were seeking death. The black slave had only entered the lake a few years ago after an accident and had seen the underground ruins. After doing some reconnaissance, Qin Chen did not hesitate and directly released his soul power. In a place like the Black Death Marsh, soul power was more reliable, and its penetrating ability was far stronger than spiritual power. What puzzled Qin Chen was that this lake appeared to be extremely ordinary. No matter how he probed, it was just an ordinary lake, and there was not a trace of the ruins to be found. The black slave shouldn't be lying to me. If what he said was false, it would be exposed as soon as I arrived here. Thinking of this, Qin Chen did not hesitate, his figure flickered, and he directly plunged into the lake. Splash. Water splashed, and Qin Chen felt a chill all over him, but the next moment, he no longer felt the resistance of the water, as if he had entered a void. Qin Chen immediately understood that this was indeed a high-level concealment array, and its level was even higher than he had imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to detect any clues. Looking around, what lay before him was not the bottom of a lake but a genuine underground world. A stifling environment, dense natural energy, and the surrounding hard black rocks grew ruggedly, creating a stark contrast to the feeling of the Black Death Marsh. But Qin Chen understood that they were still beneath the Black Death Marsh, just underground. After landing, Qin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the perverse individual who set up this concealment array. To arrange such a high-level concealment array was definitely not the work of an ordinary array master. It wasn't even set up by a modern array master. It seemed this place had been here for countless years. However, what puzzled Qin Chen was that since this person had set up a concealment array, why didn't they set up a defensive array as well? With that array master's cultivation, even if they only added a simple defensive array, let alone the Black Slave, even a 7th-level martial king entering the lake would only rush into the real lake and not arrive at such a place. The underground world that appeared before Qin Chen was not large. It resembled a massive plaza, roughly only a dozen miles in size. However, it was filled with bizarre rocks, and enormous stone pillars loomed chaotically. In the very center of this underground world, there was a dried-up small pond, and in the center of the pond stood a large brown stone, which even had a small groove in the middle. Qin Chen immediately understood that this was the place where the Black Slave found the Kinglian demon fire and the Black Gourd. The Black Slave had previously told him that his Kinglian demon fire was found in the groove on this black stone platform, and the Black Gourd was nearby the Kinglian demon fire. The Black Gourd even contained methods to control fire-refining insects and other spirit insects. Qin Chen approached the pond, preparing to thoroughly examine the environment, when suddenly his gaze sharpened because he discovered that there were extremely fine prohibitions on the stone platform. These prohibitions were very unique and hidden atop the brown giant stone. Only someone with exceptional skill in prohibitions could possibly discover them. In fact, if Qin Chen hadn't learned a brand new method of prohibition crafting in ancient southern capital, he wouldn't have noticed such a prohibition. How could there be prohibitions here? Qin Chen's heart immediately jolted. The presence of prohibitions indicated that this place was not naturally formed. If that's the case, the Kinglian demon fire and the Black Gourd must have been placed here by someone. But what was the purpose of leaving them here? Qin Chen wanted to find a clue from these prohibitions, but after observing for a long time, he found no hints. What puzzled him even more was that these prohibitions were actually a nurturing prohibition, and the source was the pond below. In other words, someone had placed the Kinglian demon fire and the Black Gourd here, and then set up the prohibitions to use the spiritual water from this pond to nurture the Kinglian demon fire and the Black Gourd. Unfortunately, the spiritual water in this pond had nearly dried up, making it impossible to discern what kind of spiritual water had once existed here. What made Qin Chen even more perplexed was that the prohibitions on the brown stone platform had no defensive function apart from the nurturing aspect. Given the terrifying array outside the lake and the prohibitions here, the person who left the Kinglian demon fire should have casually set up a defensive array or attacking prohibitions. Let alone the Black Slave, even a 7th-level martial king arriving here would be left with no choice but to resent. That person definitely had that strength. Yet strangely, not only did that person fail to set up a defensive array, but they also just placed the Kinglian demon fire and the Black Gourd directly here, as if they wanted anyone who discovered them to take them away, even leaving behind methods for refining the spirit insects within the Black Gourd, which Qin Chen couldn't make sense of. This was clearly nurturing the Kinglian demon fire for others, or did that person think themselves so great that no one would discover this place? After thinking for a while and unable to understand the reason, Qin Chen lazily moved on, focusing on finding the Kuyun grass. It should be right here. After advancing just a few kilometers, Qin Chen discovered the place the Black Slave had mentioned. It was an extremely flat sandy area, but surprisingly, there was a maze and a killing array at the periphery. Moreover, this maze and killing array were only 5th-level arrays, and they were merely intermediate 5th-level arrays. A faint fragrance of spiritual herbs wafted from the array, and Qin Chen immediately knew that the Kuyun grass was definitely still within the array, not taken away. And this scent was clearly that of fully matured Kuyun grass, and it had only just matured not long ago. Qin Chen was instantly filled with joy. His greatest fear was that someone had gotten there first and taken the Kuyun grass. Now it seemed evidently not. For Qin Chen, being able to arrange even a pinnacle 5th-level array, breaking through an intermediate 5th-level array would be no problem at all. However, the appearance of these two arrays made Qin Chen's heart sink, because according to the black slave, there were no arrays here. Otherwise, with this maze, the black slave wouldn't have discovered the Kuyun grass inside. It was evident that after the black slave left, someone else had come here. And this person had set up a maze and a trapping array here, evidently because the Kuyun grass had not yet matured, or for other reasons. They could only temporarily leave and set up the arrays to prevent others from discovering the Kuyun grass. Qin Chen had to hurry. If he didn't harvest the bitter rhythm herb soon, someone else would deduce its ripening time and arrive. He moved to break the two formations at once, but a fluctuation of true power in the void stopped him cold. Someone was coming. He hid behind a large rock, heart-pounding. A bloodied figure in gray stumbled into the underground ruin, clearly being chased. 3 more followed close behind. All 4 paused, eyes brightening as they realized what they'd found, an underground ruin in the Black Death Swamp. Qin Chen kept very still, studying them. The pursued man in gray looked young but haggard, with cultivation at the late stage of the 5th tier. The leader of the pursuers was a burly middle-aged man, similarly powerful. A provocative woman and another man completed the group. Qin Chen's jaw tightened when he recognized the last man, Fei Yang, the treacherous Marshal Zhang who had used Qin Chen as a diversion at the Black Cult Association and earlier betrayed him. The gray-clad man, Fei Yang, threw a black root to the others and suggested cooperation, but the bargaining was brief. They agreed to search together. They quickly found the stone platform where the Green Lotus demon fire had been placed, now empty. The platform's spiritual energy had long dissipated. Someone had already taken the Green Lotus demon fire. The 4 were disappointed but not deterred. They spread out and discovered a formation nearby. A killing formation erupted when the burly man slammed it with a massive wolf-toothed club. Brilliant formation light lashed out, blasting him back, tearing his robe and leaving him bloodied. Even repeated brute strikes failed to damage the formation. Frustration turned to violence. Stone pillars were smashed in anger, debris flying everywhere. Qin Chen nearly risked discovery when the falling fragments drew the group's attention toward his hiding spot. The 2 men, Ji Peng and Fei Yang, turned and leveled their gazes at his position, killing intent rising. "Who is it?" one demanded. Qin Chen stepped out with his hands raised, feigning innocence. "I just stumbled upon this place by accident," he said, forcing a trembling voice. Recognition flickered among them. "It's you," Fang Tian, the frail Marshal Venerable, said, recalling the Black Cult Association incident. They realized Qin Chen had been here before, so suspicion sharpened into accusation. Ji Peng lunged to grab him, convinced Qin Chen must have taken whatever had been on the stone platform. Qin Chen kept his voice meek. "There was nothing on the platform when I arrived. The spiritual energy is already gone. I was trying to break the formations, but I couldn't." He let fear mask the calculation in his eyes. Ji Peng's hand tightened, but Fei Yang intervened, holding him back. He studied Qin Chen with narrowed eyes. "You can break formations?" he asked. Qin Chen seized the chance. "I am a formation master, a 4th-tier formation master," he lied, lowering his head. "I can try, but these 2 are 5th-tier formations. I can't break them alone." The promise of a formation master made their faces change. If Qin Chen could work the formations, they could get whatever lay within without searching the ruin forever. Fei Yang's expression was inscrutable, but he nodded. "Try it. If you can break the formation, we spare you. If not," his words left the threat implied. Qin Chen bowed his head and moved forward, pretending to focus, while inwardly calculating every risk. He probed the twin 5th-tier formations with practiced care. He quickly grasped their structure, the positions of formation flags and weak points. He did not rush to dismantle them outright. Instead, he probed deeper, tracing the layers that hid the true prize. Under the formations, on a patch of sandy ground, grew a small, palm-sized grass with an otherworldly purple sheen. 10,000-year Kuyun grass. Qin Chen immediately sucked in a cold breath. Kuyunjai grows under extremely harsh conditions. Although its grade is only at the 6th level, it is a spiritual medicine that top experts across the entire Tianwu continent covet. Its efficacy is only effective for martial artists below the martial king level, which is why Kuyunjai is classified as a 6th-grade spiritual medicine. But that does not mean that there are no distinctions within Kuyunjai. According to its growth time, Kuyunjai is divided into 100-year Kuyunjai, 1,000-year Kuyunjai, and 10,000-year Kuyunjai. Among them, the 100-year Kuyunjai is red, and as time passes and it absorbs more and more spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, it will slowly transform into 1,000-year Kuyunjai, with its color gradually deepening. When the age of Ku Yunjai reaches 10,000 years, it will become completely purple. The Ku Yunjai before him had already turned purple, indicating that it had existed for at least 10,000 years. There are actually restrictions outside this Ku Yunjai. At first, Qin Chen's attention was completely drawn to the 10,000-year Ku Yunjai, but suddenly he discovered that there were actually restrictions surrounding the Ku Yunjai. The structure of these restrictions was very similar to the ones on the previous stone platform, but their functions were entirely different. The restrictions on the stone platform only helped the Kinglian demon fire absorb the spiritual energy from the pond. But these restrictions were a defensive kind, clearly aimed at preventing others from taking away the Ku Yunjai. Moreover, the restrictions outside the Ku Yunjai were very complex. Even Qin Chen, looking at them for a moment, could only glean some clues and was unable to understand the specific structure at once. Who exactly placed the Kinglian demon fire and this Ku Yunjai in this relic world? Qin Chen was filled with doubt. Someone capable of cultivating a 10,000-year Ku Yunjai and setting up such complex restrictions was definitely not an ordinary person. Little brother, how is it? You've been observing for so long, can you break this formation? Just as Qin Chen was lost in thought, Ji Peng and the others couldn't wait any longer and said coldly. Qin Chen had circled around the formation several times without saying a word, and a few even doubted whether he was really a formation master. Qin Chen finally came to his senses and said, "It should be fine. I observed that there are a total of 2 formations inside." "Of course, we know that," Ji Peng said with an ugly expression. Qin Chen, however, was unfazed and continued, "These 2 formations consist of a killing formation and a confusing formation." "Confusing formation?" Fei Yang suddenly interjected. "Yes, it's a confusing formation. A confusing formation is a type of formation that confuses martial artists. Under this confusing formation, both martial artists and formation masters will have errors in observing the formation, and when attacking to break it, they will also be disturbed by the confusing formation. It's an extremely specialized formation that ordinary formation masters cannot set up. Its purpose is to prevent others from breaking the killing formation." Fei Yang nodded. If it weren't for this confusing formation, perhaps the few of them, as Wuzang, could have broken the killing formation without Qin Chen's help. Qin Chen continued, "The killing formation among these 2 should be a 5th-level sword slaughter formation, which mimics sword energy with formation chi to attack enemies. Its power is quite terrifying. As for the confusing formation, I haven't figured out the specific formation, but I have observed some of its operational rules. If it's just breaking through, it is indeed not impossible." "Good, good. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and tell us how to break it." Ji Peng was extremely excited. "Yes, with my current formation skills, it's impossible to directly break these 2 formations. However, I can first destroy the protection of the confusing formation over the killing formation, allowing you all to directly attack the killing formation, and naturally, you will be able to break the formation. Once the killing formation is destroyed, the confusing formation will naturally lose its effect," Qin Chen explained. "In that case, hurry up," Ji Peng urged. Qin Chen hesitated and said, "But there's still one problem." "What problem?" "To isolate the confusing formation's protection over the killing formation, I need to refine some formation flags. Both of these formations are 5th-level formations, and only high-grade materials can be used to refine effective formation flags. I don't have so many high-grade materials on me," Qin Chen said timidly. Ji Peng and the others exchanged glances. They were somewhat suspicious that Qin Chen was trying to trick them, but then thought it was unlikely. Moreover, for the treasures within this formation, even if some high-grade materials were lost, it wouldn't matter. Having roamed the high sea swamp for a long time, they each had some high-grade materials on them. "We have some here, take them." In the end, Ji Peng and Fei Yang took out all the high-grade materials they had. "Are these enough?" "Enough, enough." Seeing the high-grade materials in front of him, Qin Chen immediately felt delighted and sneered internally. "These fools, the formation flags made from these materials will soon cost you your lives." As he spoke, he began refining. To avoid raising suspicion, Qin Chen refined only some 4th-level formation flags, and his pace was slow and deliberate. After more than half an hour, he had successfully refined over 10 formation flags and tossed them into the formation in front of him. Buzz, a flash of formation light passed. Ji Peng and the others clearly felt that the formation in front seemed to have changed slightly, but they could not tell exactly what was different. "Everyone, you can act now," Qin Chen said from the side. There was no need for him to say anything. Ji Peng stepped forward, smashing down with a wolf-tooth club. Boom, the killing formation activated. Ji Peng was instantly enveloped in formation lights and staggered back, but the 5th-level killing formation trembled under his strike. It was a crucial sign. The confusing formation's interference had been peeled away enough that their blows were actually landing on the killing formation itself. The eyes of the few of them brightened. Previously, their attacks on this formation had a significant problem. After striking the formation, they wouldn't cause any damage at all. Now their attacks landed. Qin Chen had isolated the confusing element with the new flags so the killing formation could be struck directly, the core of his plan. They pressed the advantage. 2 more strikes followed, each blow sending cracks flickering across the killing formation's surface. The formation echoed, its sword-like chi flaring and striking back, but the damage accumulated. "Ha ha ha, it seems this method really works," Ji Peng laughed, glancing at Qin Chen with a flash of coldness in his eyes. He then subtly signaled Fang Tian. Qin Chen saw the killing intent. A cold smile formed in Qin Chen's heart. He knew Ji Peng planned to dispose of him once they had extracted the treasure. That was why Qin Chen had been careful to plant additional 4th-rank flags, seemingly harmless, but embedded with subtle restrictions. Once activated, they could be linked to form a new, covert formation Qin Chen alone could manipulate. If Ji Peng moved at the wrong moment, the new formation could be turned on them. "Everyone, please don't stop. These formation flags are only 4th-level flags. To influence this maze formation, I must continuously throw in flags. You must break the killing formation as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if I run out of materials for refining the flags and can't control the maze formation, all will be in vain." Qin Chen feigned urgency as he slipped 2 more flags into the array while keeping his movements casual. Fang Tian, who had been ready to act against Qin Chen, hesitated and glanced at Ji Peng. "Are you saying that if we don't break the killing formation in time, this maze formation will recover it?" Ji Peng frowned. Qin Chen nodded. "That's exactly what I mean. I estimate I won't be able to hold on for long at most, the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. You need to hurry." "Damn it," Ji Peng cursed and angrily shouted at Fang Tian. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and break the formation." Qin Chen secretly smirked. Ji Peng had backed down for now. He had already completed his arrangement. The flags he had tossed were embedded with extremely subtle restrictions. Once these restrictions activated together, they would form an entirely new linked formation, combining the previous maze formation and the killing formation. At that moment, the power of the linkage would be far greater than the sum of its parts. And crucially, Qin Chen had keyed the linkage so he could switch its direction toward whoever he wished. Just as Qin Chen finished and prepared to wait for the right instant, a vibration of true energy suddenly appeared in his perception. Someone was coming. Qin Chen's heart sank immediately. At such a critical moment, the arrival of another presence complicated everything. Ji Peng and the others also sensed the fluctuation and shifted their attention toward the entrance. A figure stepped out of the void and landed in the underground ruins. The newcomer was an old man with graying hair and beard, over 60 years old. His aura was incredibly dense, not weaker than that of Ji Peng and Fei Yang. As soon as he entered, he immediately spotted Qin Chen and the others, as well as the already damaged formation. His gaze fixed. "What is this place?" He looked around suspiciously, appearing shocked by the underground ruins. "Who are you, sir?" Ji Peng and the others quickly surrounded the old man, unable to care about the formation any longer. Boom! As they stopped their attacks and shifted focus, Qin Chen subtly adjusted the hidden flags and stepped to the side. Without continuous assault, the killing formation, which had been shaken, began to stabilize exactly as he intended. His planted 4th-rank flags remained dormant, their network intact and ready to be switched. "I'm a formation master who stumbled upon this place. I did not expect to encounter you all. Rest assured, I mean no harm." The old man raised his hand, speaking gently. "No harm," Ji Peng scoffed. The old man's aura was formidable. If it came to a fight, both Ji Peng and Fei Yang would have difficulty subduing him. "Please don't be nervous. I just happened to come here without any thoughts about the treasures within. I noticed you all seem to be attacking a formation. I'm a 5th-level formation master, and if you allow, I would be willing to lend you a hand." "You are a 5th-level formation master?" Ji Peng and the others were instantly astonished. "Indeed, I'm a 5th-level formation master. I'm quite curious about the formation you were attacking earlier. If you all would like, I can help you break it. As for any treasures inside, I won't take a single bit. Of course, if you could give me a small share for my efforts, I would be even more grateful. If you don't trust me, I can leave right now and won't cause you any trouble." Ji Peng and the others exchanged glances. They could not let the old man leave. For now, they kept him around. "Since that's the case, why don't you see if you can break the formation before you?" Ji Peng squinted. "Hee, let the old man take a look." The old man approached the 2 formations, examining them carefully. Then he glanced at Qin Chen with a smile. "This young brother is also a formation master." In front of the elder, I dare not call myself a master, but I indeed am a 4th-level formation master, Qin Chen replied. Interesting. If I'm not mistaken, the 2 formations in front of me should be a 5th-level sword slaughter formation and a maze formation. You managed to sever the connection between them with just 4th-level formation flags. Your formation skills are quite profound. I don't dare take credit, just fortunate luck, Qin Chen said, appearing somewhat embarrassed by the compliment while keeping his mind on the flags he had secretly placed. Can you break this formation? Ji Peng asked solemnly. Hee, of course I can break it. Without further ado, the old man casually tossed out over 10 formation flags. As these flags landed in the large formation, dazzling formation light soared, and the 2 major formations, originally shimmering with terrifying formation light, quickly began to disintegrate. -592. Seeing the old man throw out the formation flags, Qin Chen's gaze immediately sharpened. Fei Yang and Ji Peng also showed expressions of seriousness and vigilance. Previously, the formation had taken them a long time to find some flaws. Yet this old man, in just a moment, had already found the method to break the formation and was quickly dismantling it. Clearly, he was a highly accomplished 5th-level formation master. Initially, the old man's peak martial zong cultivation at the late 5th level was not enough to make the 2 wary, but with his identity as a formation master, they had begun to take him seriously. Good esteemed sir, you truly deserve your reputation as a 5th-level formation master. Good skill. If there are any treasures within this formation, we will not treat you unfairly, Ji Peng and Fei Yang said in solemn tones. You are too polite, my old bones are just a bit curious about this formation and can't help but play around. If there are treasures, I will definitely not compete with you, the old man said gently, but his gaze was fixed on the formation before him, as if he was studying the entire structure to learn from it. Qin Chen sneered inwardly. From the moment the old man entered, he had felt something was off. Now, seeing the old man's method of breaking the formation, he immediately understood why. This old man was no stranger to this underground relic. Although he was hiding it well, Qin Chen's sharp eyes spotted it right away. This person was incredibly familiar with these 2 formations. Qin Chen quickly realized that this old man had not only visited this underground relic before, but had even set up the 2 5th-level formations that trapped Ku Yunjai. It was highly likely that when he first discovered this place, Ku Yunjai had not yet matured, so he laid down these 2 formations, planning to return when she was ready. Who would have thought that upon entering, he found someone else had gotten there first? So he pretended to be an accidental intruder, intending to throw Ji Peng and the others off guard. Then, under the guise of breaking the formation, he intended to involve himself. Such deep schemes, Qin Chen sneered to himself. No matter what this old man had planned, he had to be extremely cautious. As the old man continuously threw out formation flags, the formation light that enveloped the area rapidly disintegrated. After a stick of incense's worth of time, all the formation light had completely vanished. The scene before them was revealed. When Ji Peng and the others saw that there was only a single spirit herb within the formation, they immediately showed expressions of disappointment. However, upon seeing the true appearance of that spirit herb, they were all stunned. Ku Yunjai, it's actually Ku Yunjai, the legendary divine herb that can dissolve pill poison and eliminate all unstable foundations. The purple Ku Yunjai, what age is this from? Isn't Ku Yunjai supposed to be red? Why is this one purple? I'm not sure, but this is definitely Ku Yunjai. The excitement on their faces turned crimson and they could barely breathe, each one feeling their hearts race. Ku Yunjai could eliminate all pill poison and stabilize a martial artist's foundation. For martial artists like them, scarred by pills and yearning for a leap into the martial venerable realm, this herb was the true treasure, far more precious than ordinary Kuyun grass. Good, excellent, brother, I'm going to pick it now. With a movement, the frail martial Zhang Fang Tian could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward first, wanting to pluck the Ku Yunjai. However, before he could reach the Ku Yunjai, suddenly, boom, countless bolts of lightning surged, and terrifying restrictions instantly appeared in the sand and stones surrounding the Ku Yunjai. In an instant, Fang Tian was wrapped by a large number of restrictions, his armor shattered, and with a loud bang he was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It's a restriction. If I'm not mistaken, there's another restriction surrounding the Ku Yunjai, Fei Yang said, staring at the Ku Yunjai with a serious expression, and his earlier excitement had vanished. Ji Peng rushed forward and struck. His blow did nothing to the restriction, but it threw him backward, bloodied and battered. The group collectively gasped in shock. This restriction cannot be broken by brute force. If we attempt a reckless attack, not to mention us, even a peak 6th-level martial venerable would likely struggle to break through here. The old man with gray hair suddenly spoke. Qin Chen finally understood why the black slave had warned of danger with the Ku Yunjai. Though defensive, the restriction retaliated with lethal force when provoked. That hidden defense had just shown its ruthlessness. When attention turned to the white-haired old man for a solution, he proposed a method and, unsurprisingly, asked for a share. They agreed, and he began to set up a formation. Qin Chen, who was proficient in formations, noticed that the old man was setting up a 6 harmonies refinement formation. It would use the strength of 6 people together to break the restriction. But Qin Chen's eyes narrowed at the sequence the old man used. The placement and extra flags were wrong in a subtle way. The old man had added a reversal formation outside the 6 harmonies refinement formation, connected to the flags he had thrown earlier. Those elements combined to form a hidden devouring true formation. Qin Chen immediately knew this white-haired old man had ill intentions. Sure enough, after finishing, the old man instructed, "Everyone occupy an array eye, as I say. When the time comes, we will strike together." He invited Qin Chen to choose an eye, flattering him as a fellow formation master. Qin Chen pretended ignorance and allowed the old man to place him at the back. Ji Peng and Fei Yang, reassured, stood at the front. The enchanting woman and Fang Tian stood behind with Qin Chen. The old man activated the formation and commanded everyone to inject their true energy without stopping. The 6 harmonies refinement formation lit up and began to channel their combined power toward the outer restriction. At first, the formation merely absorbed their true energy and delivered a modest rebounding force back, so little each that they kept pushing. Qin Chen saw that because the relic had been abandoned long ago, the restriction's energy had waned, so it could be shaken. Still, as the formation's power rose, so did the backlash. Ji Peng and Fei Yang at the front felt blood surge and pain in their meridians. They wanted to stop, but when they tried, the formation continued to draw their true energy. It did not merely refuse to release them, it actively consumed their power. Qin Chen recognized the trap. The disguised devouring true formation had attached itself to the 6 harmonies refinement formation. It was designed to make them pour in energy and then devour essence. The old man meant to use their vitality to rip open the restriction and claim the treasure for himself. Realizing the scheme, Ji Peng attempted to force his way free, even slamming his own arm to try to break loose. Qi Yu Gang only laughed and poured more flags into the array. The restriction finally cracked under the combined assault, but its rebounding force intensified and battered those within the formation. Blood spattered, bodies were near collapse. At that critical moment, Fei Yang, who had remained pale and quiet, suddenly produced a talisman and hurled it into the formation. Qi Yu Gang's face shifted, and he reached for a flag to trap it. Before he could, the talisman detonated. The 6th-level talisman's explosion unleashed a cataclysmic surge of true energy. It blew through Qi Yu Gang's control and the devouring true formation, shattering the 6 harmonies refinement formation with a thunderous roar. Qin Chen felt as if struck by a mountain and was sent smashing into a stone pillar. Dust and stone filled the air. When it settled, the formation that had bound them lay in ruins. Among the 6, only the elder remained standing, grim and furious. The rest lay sprawled, coughing blood, grievously injured. Qi Yu Gang stared at Fei Yang with cold hatred. "I never expected you had a 6th-level talisman on you that could actually break my 6 harmonies refinement formation. This is truly infuriating." Wiping blood from his mouth, he glared at the still-closed restriction with endless rage. "I wondered why you were so calm earlier. It turns out you had such a terrifying treasure on you. Humph, you must have planned to kill me outright, but unfortunately I brought a defensive formation with me in this 6 harmonies refinement formation. Your plan has fallen through." Fei Yang, breathing raggedly, met his gaze. "Indeed, I did have such intentions earlier, but I only regret that we were too foolish before, trusting you and allowing a white-eyed wolf like you to break our formation. Had we known you were so despicable, we should have killed you first." "A white-eyed wolf? Ha ha ha!" Qi Yu Gang laughed, then his expression twisted fiercely. "The treasures within this restriction belong to me. You wanted to steal my possessions. I'm merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me." Ji Peng and the others, bleeding and weak, stared at him in disbelief and anger. Then their faces turned to regret as the truth sank in. Qi Yu Gang's chest swelled with contempt. "This place was discovered by me first. Even those 2 previous formations were arranged by me 6 months ago. It's laughable that you thought I was here for the first time. To break my formation set 6 months ago, you wanted me to join you? Naturally, I had to turn the tables and capture you all in one fell swoop. You lot are truly foolish." "You," Ji Peng began, fury and impotence warring in his eyes. "And this kid here is also a fool. He calls himself a formation master, yet couldn't even see that those 2 previous formations were set by me. Moreover, I added a true devouring formation outside the 6 harmonies refinement formation. This kid didn't even notice. How foolish can one be? Qi Yugang then turned to Qin Chen, his face filled with disdain and mockery. 594. He was initially worried that Qin Chen might notice something, so he was extremely cautious while arranging the 6 harmonies refining array. However, he didn't expect that Qin Chen's understanding of formations was so poor that he couldn't see anything. It made him fret for nothing and even think of a bunch of reasons. At this moment, Ji Peng and the others finally understood. It turned out that this old man had already visited this underground relic half a year ago and had set up 2 formations outside of Kuyunzhai, planning to come back to harvest it when it matured in half a year. And these idiots, thought that the other party had accidentally intruded and were even surprised that he was a 5th-level formation master. Now, thinking back, their hearts were filled with endless regret. All right, since you know that this old man has been here before, you should also understand that I'm here to take back what belongs to me. Qi Yugang sneered and continued. Originally, I was a bit worried about you guys teaming up, but now it's good. You've all become useless and even helped me open a corner of the restriction. You've really done me a great favor. Since you know the truth, you can die now. Killing you will allow me to concentrate on breaking the restriction and taking away Kuyunzhai. Qi Yugang pulled out a slender sword and slowly walked towards Fei Yang. When Fei Yang saw Qi Yugang approaching, his expression darkened, and he trembled as he said, "Brother Qi, don't be hasty. I didn't recognize the true mountain and didn't know that this item was first discovered by you. I'm willing to hand over the treasure, and if there's anything in my storage ring that you fancy, please take it." Qi Yugang coldly laughed. "Calling you an idiot is too kind. If I kill you, wouldn't everything in your storage ring also be mine?" Fei Yang was momentarily speechless and said, "Brother Qi, killing me won't bring you any benefits. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to follow you and serve you like a dog." At this moment, Fei Yang was only concerned about saving his life. "Yes, we're willing to follow you and serve you," Ji Peng and the others also shouted in fear. They no longer had the arrogance from before. All that was left was terror. Even the enchanting woman trembled as she pulled down her top, revealing only half of her undergarment. Her fair skin was immediately exposed to the air as she trembled, saying, "Please don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to do anything for you." Seeing the enchanting woman's actions, Qi Yugang sneered, his gaze sweeping over her before it surprisingly landed on Qin Chen. "They're all begging for mercy. Why aren't you begging for mercy?" Qi Yugang showed curiosity. Among so many people present, Ji Peng and Fei Yang were pleading, yet Qin Chen remained silent. "Why should I beg for mercy?" Qin Chen suddenly laughed coldly. Qi Yugang was taken aback, obviously not expecting Qin Chen to dare to say such a thing. He furrowed his brow and said, "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Can you kill me?" Qin Chen was too lazy to pretend anymore, slowly standing up and brushing off the dust from his chest. "You're not injured at all." Qi Yugang looked at the unscathed Qin Chen, unable to hide his shock. Ji Peng and the others also stared at Qin Chen in disbelief. What's going on? This kid had the lowest cultivation, and he had clearly been blasted away just now. How could he be completely unharmed? Qin Chen smiled faintly. What's strange about that? The place where the talisman exploded was the farthest from me, so the power naturally diminished. Qi Yugang felt Qin Chen's nonchalance, yet he didn't relax in the slightest. If he still couldn't see that Qin Chen was playing the pig to eat the tiger, he would be too foolish. No matter what methods Qin Chen had used to avoid injury, being able to achieve this silently was not something ordinary people could do. "Stop pretending. Since you're not injured, why don't you escape? Or do you still think you can get Kuyunzhai? Or is it that you want to save them?" Qi Yugang said in a deep voice. As he spoke, several formation flags reappeared in his hands, which he began throwing around. He was extremely vigilant by nature. Although he saw that Qin Chen was only a 4th-level mystic realm martial artist, the fact that he remained uninjured during the previous explosion indicated he was clearly not as simple as he appeared. Therefore, even knowing he was far more powerful than Qin Chen, he still hurriedly arranged the formation, repairing the ones he had set up earlier. "This Kuyunzhai was originally mine. As for these few, I'm not familiar with them, so why should I save them? Or rather, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have had to kill them, which would be quite troublesome." To Qi Yugang's surprise, Qin Chen completely ignored the formation flags in his hands and instead walked towards the location of the restriction, clearly still targeting Kuyunzhai. Is this guy an idiot? Or does he have no idea what he's doing? Ji Peng and the others were completely dumbfounded. They didn't understand why Qin Chen, a 4th-level formation master and 4th-level mystic realm martial artist, had such confidence, even allowing Qi Yugang to set up his formation. They were shocked. Was Qin Chen also a formation master? Didn't he know that if Qi Yugeng's formation was successfully set up, no matter what trump cards he had, he would have no chance to fight back? As Qi Yugeng kept throwing out formation flags, he felt something strange about the situation, but he couldn't pinpoint what was odd. Watching Qin Chen get closer to Ku Yunzhai, after a moment, Qi Yugeng finally completed the formation repair. The moment the formation was set up, Qi Yugeng immediately smirked. "Kid, now I want to see what abilities you have to dare act so pretentiously in front of me." As his voice fell, Qi Yugeng suddenly activated his formation. The previously dim formation light surged again, instantly forming a massive formation that enveloped everyone inside. "Ha ha ha, kid, now I'll be the first to kill you." Qi Yugeng's face twisted, but before his killing formation could attack Qin Chen, he saw several formation flags appear in Qin Chen's hands, tossed into the formation he had just set up. Buzz, the killing formation light that had been rushing towards Qin Chen instantly changed, transforming into a counterkill formation. Qi Yugeng was suddenly stunned. In his perception, his control over the formation unexpectedly began to dissipate due to those formation flags. No, it wasn't just those formation flags. Even the many formation flags Qin Chen had used to break his two big formations earlier were now completely integrated with his formation, taking control of it back from him. "You're not a fourth-level formation master," Qi Yugeng immediately cried out, his face filled with horror. In the next heartbeat, the truth snapped into place. Qin Chen did not merely interfere, he seized control. The formation lights bent, the lines of power realigned, and the massive killing net Qi Yugeng had meant to unleash twisted and closed instead upon its architect. "It's impossible. Who exactly are you? How can a person at the mystic level have such profound mastery of formations?" Qi Yugeng exclaimed, but his words were raw with panic rather than disbelief. Qin Chen's smile was faint. "That's right, I do know the 6 harmonies refining array. Not only that, but I'm also well aware of the devouring truth array that you secretly set up. I just didn't say anything." Qi Yugeng spat out blood as the sweeping killing aura compressed, redirecting into a suffocating pressure that bore down on him. He tried to snatch back command, to throw more flags, to shout incantations, but the formation no longer answered him. The threads of his own design had been woven into a net he could not control. Desperation surged. Qi Yugeng transformed into a streak of black, sword light screaming toward Qin Chen, and in that same terrible instant he poured his cultivation, his bloodline, every scrap of killing intent into the blade. An all-out assassination strike meant to end the matter before the formation could finish him. "Die," he roared, his sword light like a meteor cleaving the air. But Qin Chen did not flinch. A shadow of lightning crossed the gap and a rusty sword appeared in his hand, cutting through Qi Yugeng's beam with a single thunderous clash. Boom. Qi Yugeng was blown back by the counterwave, his body torn by sword intent he had not expected. The power that met his full force strike was not raw physical defense, but a focused, ancient formation strike that shattered his momentum. For a moment he tasted disbelief, then a colder realization he had misjudged the boy utterly. "Run!" His thought was reflexive, a reflex to escape the very net he had forged. He spun to break the newly reformed channels, to find an exit from the killing ocean that now surged with murderous intent aimed at him. But Qin Chen moved before Qi Yugeng could put distance between them. He threw out a cluster of formation flags with deliberate calm. The killing light shivered and reconfigured, and at the same time a black gourd appeared in Qin Chen's hand. Dark light burst from the gourd's mouth, and a sea of black things, threads, shackles, spectral nets, shot out like a swarm. Qi Yugeng's attempt to flee was cut off mid-stride as the black threads wrapped around his limbs and torso, sapping his strength and binding his spirit to the formation. Every attempt to fight, every flag he cast to reclaim command, was intercepted and folded into Qin Chen's pattern, turned against him. "You think that by trapping me with formations, you can kill me. Let me go and I'm willing to give up what I have on me. I do not wish to be your enemy," he pleaded through gritted teeth, every syllable squeezed out as the net tightened. "Let you go? Do you think that's possible?" Qin Chen sneered. Qi Yugeng's face, once full of arrogance, had become a mask of fury and fear. He felt the world compress as the counter-killing formation sealed him. The black gourd's tendrils wound in, and formation flags sprang up like petals at Qin Chen's command, stabbing into the ground and into Qi Yugeng's aura, anchoring him to the pattern. The last of his resistance was a flurry of desperate sword chi and a final push of bloodline power. It made no difference. The rusty sword at Qin Chen's side hummed, not with skillless force, but with the authority of a master who had already planned every thread of the encounter. The formation flags around Qin Chen fluttered once and then steadied like clamps. Qi Yugeng's breath rattled as the formation suppressed him, his limbs heavy, his mind dulled. The killing net he had intended to unleash had been unmade and refashioned into his own prison. Ji Peng and the others watched, stunned, as the man who had lorded over them was reduced to struggling under a web of light and shadow. Qin Chen walked forward without haste. He planted the final formation flags with a casual flick, each one sealing Qi Yugeng's fate, and guided the black gourd to hover above Qi Yugeng's head. The gourd's mouth opened, yawning like the void, and a cold current funneled the captured spirit energy down into it. Qi Yugeng spat more blood, his voice a rasp. "You, who taught you?" Qin Chen's smile did not change. "You weren't careful enough," he said simply. With the final movement, the formation tightened completely. Qi Yugeng's struggles died like a candle in a storm as the flags hummed and the gourd drank in the last of his defiant aura. The black objects coiled and bound him, and the killing net that had intended to devour others now held its master completely. Silence fell for a moment in the cavern. The formation lights dimmed to a muted glow, centered on the motionless figure of Qi Yugeng, who lay entangled in flags and black threads, the black gourd floating above him like a judge. Ji Peng and the others stared with a mixture of shock and newfound fear. They had come thinking to prey on a relic. They had not expected to witness the unmasking of a formation master who could flip death into capture with the ease of flipping a hand of cards. Qin Chen did not gloat. He swept his eyes once over the group, then glanced at Ku Yunzhai, which sat quietly within the restriction. "Anyone else want to try their luck?" he asked, voice level. No one answered. The cavern was filled only with the soft creak of the formation flags and the low, hungry murmur from the black gourd as it absorbed Qi Yugeng's power and sealed the man within. Qi Yugeng's capture was complete. The killing formation had become a cage, the assassination strike had been stopped, and the conqueror stood with his flags and his gourd, calm as ever, while the defeated flailed within a net they had built themselves, now under Qin Chen's perfect control. The black gourd continued to hum as its mouth closed, and the flags around Qi Yugeng fluttered once more, securing him tightly, the cold light reflecting off his ashen face as the cavern settled into a tense, watchful quiet. The moment the black mist appeared, Qi Yugeng's hair stood on end as if he were being targeted by some strange entity. Countless black insects, dense as waves, surged toward him. Qi Yugeng's face went ashen. He had been preparing to charge out of the killing formation, but a trapping formation suddenly appeared outside it. The insects moved in the blink of an eye. Escape was impossible. He unleashed a sword light toward the sky of insects. Sword lights, brimming with astonishing energy, swept through the swarm, but as soon as they entered, the sounds changed. The sword energy struck like metal against metal, screeching, then was devoured and dissolved as if swallowed by a maw. True energy he poured in vanished the same way. "You brats, stop immediately, or I will perish together with you," Qi Yugeng roared. Qin Chen sneered. He would not stop. True energy was crazily injected into the black gourd, and the devouring ants and fire-refining worms acted even more frantically. Qi Yugeng's eyes reddened. The worms devoured his clothing, his flesh withered as the insects gnawed. He spat blood onto an array plate he had hidden, an ancient thing that emitted an evil aura and shook the grand formation. The plate spun wildly and released waves of black mist. The mists wrapped Ji Peng and the others who were weakened within the formation. One thread twisted toward Qin Chen. A chill ran through him. He roared and activated the Azure Lotus demon fire, throwing its heaven-defying heat against the encroaching black. Ji Peng and the others were not so fortunate. Their essence was sucked raw, screams cut off into silence. The enchanting woman even clawed at Qin Chen, promising anything, then shriveled as her blood was absorbed. In moments, 4 corpses lay like dried husks. Horrified, Qi Yugeng watched his last drop of essence consumed. He laughed as his life ebbed, the array plate swelling with the blood and energy it had taken. The plate trembled. Its black patterns pulsed red, and from it arose a suffocating black aura that assaulted the formation. Qin Chen felt the mist seep through the Kinglian demon fire, freezing his body and stealing his essence. Even the devouring ants and worms, lacking true blood, could not harm the plate. Their bodies stiffened where the mist brushed them and were repelled. Not good. Qin Chen's heart thudded. If the mist fully invaded him, he would die here. He poured everything into defense, the 9-star God Emperor technique to steady his body, and once the Thunder bloodline to push his resistance to the limit. Lightning laced his skin, and the Azure Lotus demon fire flared. For a moment the black pressure subsided, its laughter dampened, and Qin Chen staggered forward, intent on destroying the plate and seizing the Ku Yunzhai. But the plate was not merely passive. It howled, and a monstrous surge of black mist formed into a skull that lunged for him. The aura came twice as cold. The demon's smoke pierced his fires and rushed into his chest, devouring his blood essence. Pain like ice tore through him. The Azure Lotus demon fire dimmed, his strength bled away. He felt himself on the brink. Resistance faltered, the mist gnawed at his soul. The mysterious rusted sword in his hand began to heat up, humming with a strange hunger. Buzz, light surged along the blade. A suction formed, a vortex of devouring power that ripped outward. The black aura recoiled as if frightened. Qin Chen watched in a daze as the sword swallowed the mist, first the tendrils clinging to him, then the streams flowing back from the plate. The formation plate trembled, its demonic patterns flickering with fear. The devouring force was relentless. The black aura streamed into the sword until the plate, which had drunk the last of Qi Yugeng and the others, shuddered and cracked. With a final shriek it shattered, its fragments dissolving into nothing. Qin Chen slumped, breath ragged. The mysterious rusted sword, after absorbing the evil aura, dimmed, its blade returned to an ancient sheen. Qin Chen stared at the weapon in his hand, bewildered. This scene mirrored a past memory in the great Qi kingdom, when the ancient book had driven away a possessing entity and the sword had absorbed it. No matter how he probed it now, no clues surfaced. The sword was not a simple relic. As a master of refining tools, Qin Chen had tried to remove the rust before and failed. Now, after taking in so much black aura, the rust seemed to fade a little, and the blade shone a touch brighter. After staring at the mysterious rusty sword for half a day and gaining nothing more, Qin Chen could only sigh and tuck it away. A brief inspection revealed no new insights. The sword remained an unsolved mystery. The evil formation plate, after being drained of its black aura, crumbled into dust. Only the fire-refining insect and the Qi-devouring ant still carried a faint trace of that aura, as if they had been subtly altered by it. Qin Chen examined them carefully for a long while. Once he determined the residue posed no harm, he placed the two slightly tainted insects into the black gourd. Where Ji Peng and the others had fallen, only ashes remained. Among the remains were several storage rings, which Qin Chen gathered with a flick of his hand and sealed away. They contained valuable items, black jade grass and black olive root among them, but he did not linger. His focus was on Kuyunzhai. The underground ruins were a ruin of broken flags and debris, yet Kuyunzhai sat untouched within a defensive restriction. Without that barrier, it would have been destroyed. Qin Chen felt a grudging gratitude. One corner of the restriction had been breached by the 6 harmony refining array, and Qin Chen examined that flaw closely. Restrictions and formations shared principles, but high-level restrictions could be bewilderingly complex. The one before him was intricate beyond what he had expected. Still, the existing breach meant the restriction's energy had been weakened. Rather than attempt to comprehend every line and pattern, Qin Chen used the breach to his advantage. He probed and tested with deliberate, targeted strikes, the prior damage guiding his efforts. Those probing attacks were careful and relatively swift, enough to reveal the internal wiring without wasting time on needless trial and error. Within a short span, he discovered the restriction's energy source. Had the corner not been opened by the 6 harmony refining array, finding it would have taken far longer. He almost found himself grateful to Qi Yugang for that inadvertent assistance. Once the source was located, Qin Chen exploited the weak point and severed the energy connection. The restriction still appeared whole to the eye, but its lifeline had been cut, its power dead. Cautiously, he reached in and retrieved Kuyunzhai. The purple artifact lay cool and heavy in his hand, radiating an intoxicating aura. Even a single breath of it set his true energy surging, as if a breakthrough were at hand. Qin Chen set aside the other finds and the sealed rings. There were fine treasures among them, but none could compare to this, and prepared to refine the Kuyundan. He arranged the alchemy furnace, summoned the Qing Lion Demon Fire, and began the process with extreme care. With only one Kuyunzhai to work with, he treated each step like a life-or-death matter, more meticulous than even his past efforts with 9th-grade pills. Qin Chen's cultivation level was only at the peak late stage of the human level, but his mental strength had already reached the late stage of the earth level. Coupled with the assistance of the Kinglian Demon Flame and his previous experience in alchemy, he was well prepared. An hour later, a rich medicinal fragrance spread throughout the underground ruins. This fragrance was unprecedented, even surpassing some 7th-grade royal elixirs, intoxicating Qin Chen greatly. Truly worthy of the elixir refined from the 10,000-year bitter rhythm herb. Qin Chen was astonished. The intensity of the scent alone showcased how formidable the 10,000-year bitter rhythm herb was. It's important to note that in the Tianwu continent, the bitter rhythm herb only belonged to the category of 6th-grade spiritual herbs. No matter how long it aged, its tier would not change. As the refining progressed to this point, it belonged to the final stages. Qin Chen did not dare to be careless and carefully controlled the integration of the Kinglian Demon Flame with the medicinal properties in the furnace, then activated the collecting pill technique for the final step of pill formation. Boom! Moments later, the lid of the furnace burst open. In an instant, a vast expanse of purple mist soared into the sky, enveloping the entire underground ruins in a dreamy purple haze, like a celestial realm. Amidst the fragrant aroma, the purple mist dissipated. 12 pills radiating brilliant purple light rolled into Qin Chen's hands. Each one was plump and round, smooth and translucent, almost perfect. Unexpectedly, 12 perfect pills have formed. Qin Chen was overjoyed. In the alchemy world, a single spiritual herb can yield a maximum of 12 perfect pills. Some alchemists, using the same spiritual herb, might only succeed with 9 pills in a single furnace, while others might produce only 6, 3, or even just 1. Now this furnace of bitter rhythm herb had produced 12 pills, which was the maximum quantity. What delighted Qin Chen even more was that among these 12 pills, 3 were special types, while the remaining 9 were of high quality. Such a perfect refinement was something Qin Chen himself did not initially expect. Since the bitter rhythm pill has been refined, I should break through right here in the underground ruins. It's been a while. I wonder how the Black Slave is doing. The Black Slave had drawn away Liu Zi of the Gu Feng Chamber of Commerce and the bloodthirsty demon, Jiu Mo Xin. Even though he possessed the heavenly demon banner, Qin Chen was quite worried and needed to provide support as soon as possible. Immediately, Qin Chen sat cross-legged in the underground ruins and piled all the true stones he had beside him. After killing multiple divine-level martial realm practitioners, the amount of true stones on Qin Chen had reached an astonishing figure. Even the mid-grade true stones were not in short supply, and the vast accumulation of true stones surrounded Qin Chen with their powerful true energy. Then Qin Chen set up a 5th-grade gathering spirit array outside the true stones. After finishing all this, he sat in the middle of the true stones and swallowed 1 bitter rhythm pill. Pop. As that bitter rhythm pill entered his stomach, Qin Chen felt as if his body was igniting, a powerful force instantly transforming into astonishing medicinal power that surged into his limbs and bones. In an instant, Qin Chen felt that every cell in his body was burning. Ah! The intense medicinal power made him let out a low groan. At this moment, Qin Chen felt his body being torn apart madly. Every cell seemed to burst open. However, after the excruciating pain, there was no weakness. Rather, he experienced an unprecedented sense of clarity that enveloped his whole being. If someone were to stand outside at this moment, they would see black, muddy filth slowly seeping from Qin Chen's body. Apart from this foul-smelling muck, wisps of black smoke also dispersed into the air. If Qin Chen could see the abnormalities on his body, he would surely know that this black muck and the dark smoke were the remnants of pill poison and some impurities that had accumulated in his body over the years. This was still the case for Qin Chen, who had undergone the baptism of the blood-spirit pool, cultivated the undying sacred body, and achieved a transformation of his physical body. Even so, a large amount of impurities, pill poison, and filth still accumulated within him, not to mention those martial artists who had consumed pills from a young age and struggled to reach the earth level. In fact, the pill poison and filth within their bodies were even more terrifying. Of course, at this moment, Qin Chen naturally did not know about the changes on his body's surface. The intense medicinal power merged into him, and he tightly closed his eyes, frantically refining it, leaving him with no extra time to think too much. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful medicinal force continuously battered his body. Every tissue, every cell underwent transformation. It was a rebirth, shedding the old skin and renewing. Is this the effect of the bitter rhythm herb? Feeling the changes within his body, Qin Chen was shocked. The traces of medicinal power he absorbed brought forth changes in every part of his body, causing even the former 9th-grade alchemy master to be shaken. The bitter rhythm herb was indeed a terrifying exotic treasure in the martial domain. Moments later, the effects of the first pill were about to dissipate. However, Qin Chen discovered that only 1/10 of his body had undergone transformation. Was 1 bitter rhythm pill not enough? Qin Chen was taken aback, his mind trembling. This was the 10,000-year bitter rhythm herb. The effect of 1 pill could probably match that of 12 ordinary bitter rhythm pills. Yet now it had only managed to transform 1/10 of his physical body. Without hesitation, Qin Chen swallowed another bitter rhythm pill. The astonishing medicinal power emerged again, but moments later, the effect of this pill also dissipated. 3rd pill, 4th pill. Ultimately, after Qin Chen consumed 10 bitter rhythm pills, the remarkable medicinal power finally enveloped every part of his body. Crack, 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 crack. In his body, an astonishing sound reverberated. Meridians, flesh, cells, skin, and bone marrow, every part seemed to radiate new life and undergo transformation. Boom! At the same time, the true energy that had been stagnating at the peak late stage of the human level instantly broke through to the earth level, as if it had shattered some kind of shackles. The rich true energy flowed freely within his body, with unparalleled ease and freedom. An incredibly powerful sensation surged in Qin Chen's mind. Simultaneously, a large amount of true energy from the heavens and earth madly surged into his body. The gathering spirit array activated, and the true energy from the surrounding true stones poured into Qin Chen's body, gradually strengthening his physical form. What shocked Qin Chen even more was that when the effects of the bitter rhythm pill completely unfolded, a mysterious power remained. After the Kinglian demon flame in Qin Chen's mind sensed this mysterious power, it surged like a famished person, excitedly devouring that mysterious energy. This is... In Qin Chen's astonished perception, the Kinglian demon flame, which had been dormant in his mind, seemed to undergo a transformation, violently erupting. Waves of scorching heat surged from his body wildly. This heat was so terrifying that it startled Qin Chen. He was certain that if he hadn't just broken through to the earth level, even after refining the Kinglian demon flame, he would likely have been reduced to ashes by this flame. After absorbing the power from the 10,000-year bitter rime pill, the Kinglian demon fire also seemed to undergo a transformation. Crack! Crack! A series of explosive sounds erupted from within the Kinglian demon fire, and the intense heat nearly overwhelmed Qin Chen. Qin Chen hurriedly controlled the spread of the Kinglian demon fire's heat, but after just a few breaths, he noticed that the color of the green Kinglian demon fire began to change. The outer edges of the lotus gradually transformed into deep blue, then into light purple, resembling the color of the bitter rime herb. Moreover, that light purple color was gradually spreading inward. However, this trace of purple ultimately did not reach the interior of the lotus, it merely lingered on the surface. At this moment, the terrifying heat finally began to subside. By now, the mysterious power that had emanated from the bitter rime pill was completely depleted and could no longer be absorbed by the Kinglian demon fire. In this instant, Qin Chen suddenly gained a moment of enlightenment. The person who left the Kinglian demon fire here cultivated this bitter rime herb in the underground ruins, most likely for the sake of this Kinglian demon fire. Within the bitter rime herb, there exists an energy capable of allowing the Kinglian demon fire to evolve. The reason why he had to consume 10 bitter rime pills to achieve a transformation was probably because his physical body had undergone the tempering of the Kinglian demon fire, which required consuming such a large quantity of bitter rime pills. Otherwise, even if his physical body was strong, one 10,000-year bitter rime pill would have been more than sufficient. Boom! With a thought, a light purple Kinglian appeared in Qin Chen's hand. This Kinglian had a green interior but a purple exterior, dancing excitedly in the palm of his hand. Although its shape remained unchanged, Qin Chen clearly understood that his Kinglian demon fire had been upgraded. If the original Kinglian demon fire's power was equivalent to a 5th-tier blood spirit fire, then the current Kinglian demon fire was absolutely comparable to a 6th-tier blood spirit fire, and even a standout among 6th-tier blood spirit fires. Now, when he encountered Qi Yugeng and the others again, he would not need to expend as much energy. Merely using this evolved Kinglian demon fire would be enough to slay them. Putting away the Kinglian demon fire, Qin Chen focused his attention on his body. At this time, his body was still undergoing a frenzied transformation, with vast amounts of true qi from heaven and earth pouring into him, causing his cultivation to continuously increase. After breaking through to the 5th tier in just a brief moment, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the early 5th tier and was still climbing. Aside from his cultivation, Qin Chen's mental strength was also dramatically enhanced under the transformation of the 10,000-year bitter rime pill. From his original 5th-tier mental strength, he instantly crossed into the 6th-tier realm, and it was still on the rise. The 10,000-year bitter rime herb had experienced a long era, and the spirit energy contained within it had reached its peak. Such a treasure, Qin Chen had never seen in his past life in the martial domain, showcasing how astonishing it was. The essence contained within it not only transformed Qin Chen's physical body and enhanced his cultivation, but also allowed his spirit to undergo a metamorphosis, rejuvenating him. My foundation is too deep. In fact, I could have broken through to a half-step Wuzong even back in ancient South City, or even directly entered the Wuzong realm. However, to prevent instability in my foundation, I have been holding back. Now that I've received the nourishment of the 10,000-year bitter rime pill, the power hidden within my body has erupted all at once. Since I can break through now, why hide? I might as well break through completely in one go. Facing a formidable enemy like the Liuxian Sect, now that the hidden dangers to his foundation had been removed, Qin Chen naturally did not want to stop halfway through his cultivation. He swiftly took out the alchemy furnace, and several materials appeared in his hands. Among these materials was a black spiritual herb resembling a spiritual root exuding a strong aura. It was the Wulang root that Ji Peng and the others had previously fought over. The Wulang root is a top-tier 5th-grade spiritual herb, containing astonishing medicinal power that can rapidly enhance a Wuzong's cultivation and even has some effect on 6th-tier Wuzon. Such a treasure was exactly what Qin Chen needed right now. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the Kinglian demon fire appeared before Qin Chen, and a large number of spiritual herbs were thrown into the alchemy furnace all at once. If anyone else were to see this scene, they would surely be astonished, almost passing out from shock. When alchemists concoct pills, they stress being calm and centered, maintaining focus without distractions. Yet at this moment, Qin Chen was breaking through while refining pills, completely beyond ordinary imagination. Is this even possible? But for Qin Chen, this was nothing remarkable. Now his Kinglian demon fire and mental strength had both reached the 6th-tier realm, combined with the abnormal experiences from his past life. Refining a 5th-grade pill during a breakthrough was not anything extraordinary. With true power circulating within, Qin Chen controlled his mental strength while integrating it into the refining process. After merely half an incense stick of time, a batch of Huayuan pills had been successfully refined, and 12 black pills radiating rich true power fell into Qin Chen's hand. Without hesitation, Qin Chen directly swallowed one Huayuan pill. Boom! A substantial amount of rich true power instantly filled Qin Chen's limbs and bones, circulating through all his meridians. The true power, which had previously stagnated at the peak of the early 5th tier, suddenly broke through its original barriers and entered the mid-5th tier. However, Qin Chen did not stop cultivating. He continued to swallow one Huayuan pill after another. Finally, when he had ingested 6 Huayuan pills and felt a sense of saturation in his body, he finally halted his breakthrough. Whoosh, letting out a long breath, Qin Chen's body emitted a rumbling sound, as if thunder was surging and every bone in his body crackled and popped. Mid-5th tier peak, just a little bit from entering the late 5th tier. Sensing the mighty true power within him, Qin Chen revealed a joyful expression. Although he ultimately did not break into the late 5th tier, reaching the mid-5th tier peak was already quite satisfactory. What excited him the most was that after consuming the 10,000-year bitter rhyme pill, all the pill toxins within his body had been completely cleared, and his foundation was more solid than ever. Now my body is much stronger than in my past life at this realm. Shangyuan Zier, Feng Shui, you wait for me. It won't be long before I, Qin Chen, stand before you again. Qin Chen clenched his fists tightly, his eyes radiating cold electric light, sharp and intimidating. Just after saying this, a foul smell wafted over, immediately causing Qin Chen to furrow his brows. He saw that his body was covered in black filth, sticking to him as if he had crawled out of the mud. Qin Chen was left speechless. Later, Qin Chen was astonished and couldn't help but chuckle, for it was only then that he noticed the pile of true stones that had originally surrounded him had been completely exhausted. Thinking of this, Qin Chen sighed inwardly. He had thought that plundering so many true stones from others would be enough for him to break through, but he did not expect the consumption to be so terrifying. Fortunately, he still possessed the rare spiritual herb, the black olive root, which meant that his breakthrough wouldn't be constrained. Otherwise, if the absorbed true qi of heaven and earth was insufficient, causing his cultivation to stagnate, that would truly be frustrating. However, Qin Chen was also shocked in his heart. Why was the consumption for his breakthrough so horrifying? He had long calculated that with this many true stones, it would be more than enough to break through from the 4th level Xuan to Wuzong, let alone from the peak of Wuzong to the martial Venerable realm, yet he found himself exhausted nonetheless. The ability of the 9-star Divine Emperor technique to absorb true stones was simply abnormal. This was just from breaking through from the 4th to the 5th level. How many true stones would he need in the future to break through to Martial Venerable, Martial King, or even Martial Emperor? Just thinking about it made Qin Chen feel a headache. Forget it, there will definitely be a way when the cart reaches the mountain, he said to himself. With my strength, how could I possibly be stumped by just a few true stones? Then Qin Chen felt relieved again. He was a bloodline master, an alchemy master, and also a master of forging and formations. Earning money was not difficult for him, but his time was tight and he couldn't afford to waste too much of it. It's time to go. After tidying up the scene a bit, Qin Chen flashed and directly rushed towards the top of the underground ruins. In an instant, a feeling of spatial reversal emerged, and with a thud, Qin Chen found himself at the icy lake where he had previously entered. He took a moment to wash off the filth, the cold water clearing his mind. When he rose, he felt refreshed, and his physique subtly firmer from the breakthrough, nothing dramatic, only a quiet strengthening that made him more alert. A chill breeze passed through the black death marsh. Qin Chen's eyes snapped open, sensing danger like a hair on end. That direction? With a flash of his figure, Qin Chen shot forward like a bolt of lightning, moving at such a speed that he disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. At this time, in a marsh over 1,000 miles away from this location, the black slave was madly urging the heavenly demon flag. Before him, Liu Zi and the bloodthirsty demon, Jiu Mo Xin, were coldly staring at him. Liu Zi held an ancient copper mirror in his hand, from which white light continuously erupted, enveloping the heavenly demon flag of the black slave. Previously unstoppable, the heavenly demon flag now emitted whimpering sounds under the illumination of the white light, twisting and flowing madly, trying to break free from the white light's coverage, but to no avail. Don't waste your effort. My Likan holy mirror is a supreme yang and supreme toughness treasure, specifically restraining your kind of evil and sinister object. No matter how you struggle, you cannot escape the encirclement of my Likan holy mirror. Now tell me, where did that young man go? If you do, I might consider sparing your life. Standing on the hillside, Liu Zi spoke with a faint smile, narrowing his eyes. Liu Zi, you hypocrite. If you want to know where young Master Chen is, you're dreaming, the black slave scoffed angrily. You little brat, even at this point, you're still so arrogant, you seek death. Beside them, the bloodthirsty demon shouted angrily, suddenly charging into the fray, slicing at the black slave with a single strike. The black blade light instantly transformed into thousands of threads, appearing before the black slave. The black slave's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly activated the heavenly demon flag. Amidst the overwhelming black gas, he attempted to block the attack of the black blade energy, but Liu Zi chuckled darkly and urged the ancient mirror even more fiercely, instantly suppressing the black mist circling around the black slave. Without the protection of the black mist, the black slave was immediately struck by the blade light, producing a dull explosion. The black slave let out a muffled groan, blood splattering from his chest. Kid, weren't you quite arrogant at the Black Marsh Square? Why are you so pathetic now? The bloodthirsty demon, Jiu Mo Xin, grinned wickedly, launching a frenzied attack. A flurry of blade lights surged like a tide, forcing the black slave to retreat repeatedly, blood splattering from his body. The black slave stared intently at Jiu Mo Xin, and even at this moment he grinned and said, "You're just a piece of trash. Who was it that begged for mercy out of fear when I beat you? And now you strut around? Ha, no matter how much you shout in my eyes, you're just a worthless, bloodthirsty demon. You're looking for death." Jiu Mo Xin's forehead bulged with veins. The scene of being blasted away by the black slave at the Black Marsh Square was his most humiliating moment and the biggest stain in his life. Now that the black slave repeatedly brought it up, it only added to his fury. Roar, cold killing intent surged from Jiu Mo Xin, and his attack became even more ferocious, as if he would not rest until he had shredded the black slave to 1,000 pieces. Under the relentless assault, the black slave's injuries worsened further. If it weren't for the heavenly demon flag holding on, he would have long since died at the hands of Liu Zi and Jiu Mo Xin. Even so, it was clear that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Seeing the black slave who was still hanging on, Liu Zi sneered, "Why put yourself through this? With your cultivation, wherever you go, you're a hero. Why must you stubbornly remain a servant? Just tell me where that young man is, and I will let you go. My Liu Zi's word is my bond, you shouldn't doubt me." Liu Zi's gaze flickered. Before, he had been played around in the Black Death Marsh by the black slave, and after much difficulty, he finally found the black slave, only to discover he was alone. Naturally, he was not pleased. He well understood that between the black slave and Qin Chen, it was Qin Chen who was in charge. Only by capturing Qin Chen could he eliminate the future threat. As for what he said to the black slave, it was merely a temporary measure. Once he found Qin Chen, the black slave would naturally be killed as well. How could he let him escape? However, he believed that under the current circumstances, the black slave should know how to make the right choice. Liu Zi's tempting voice echoed in the black slave's mind, constantly impacting his spirit. The temptation of survival is immense for any martial artist. "Have you heard? President Liu Zi has agreed to let you off. What are you hesitating for? To be honest, you can be considered a good man with such strength. You are not an unknown figure in this Black Death swamp. I respect you quite a bit. Why not hand over the whereabouts of that young man and leave this Black Death swamp?" The bloodthirsty demon, Jiu Moxin, continued the assault while sneering. "With your cultivation, leaving this Black Death swamp should be a piece of cake. Why bind yourself to that young man, acting like a loyal person? What you say resonates with my thoughts. To be honest, I can't bear to see a strong person like you die here for nothing. Why not surrender and lead us to that kid? As long as you kill him, I will definitely let you go. I will not go back on my word." The two took turns attacking, firmly suppressing the black slave. A vast expanse of white light crazily descended, pressing the black slave's Tianmo banner into an extremely narrow corner, while Jiu Moxin's battle knife transformed into countless knife shadows, striking down beside the black slave. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered all over the black slave, and his figure staggered. "How is it? Think it over. If you don't surrender, soon it will be your death. Why be so foolishly loyal?" The terrifying attacks were like a vast ocean, firmly pressing down on the black slave, making it difficult for him to even breathe. The intense pain felt like sharp blades, constantly cutting into his body. "Surrender?" The black slave bitterly smiled. His heart could not help but tremble. Indeed, surrender is such an easy thing. Just a simple sentence, all the pain, all the entanglements would vanish into thin air. Moreover, for the sake of survival, in this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, what does betraying once count for? But for some reason, when he thought of Qin Chen, a sense of inexplicable resistance surged in the black slave's heart. "Ha ha 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 ha!" The black slave couldn't help but laugh to the sky, scoffing. "Let me betray young Master Chen." "Pa," he spat out a mouthful of saliva, and his eyes showed disdain and contempt. Liu Zi's expression darkened, coldly saying, "Are you really going to be so stubborn?" "Stubborn?" The black slave sneered. "Liu Zi, what are you? You think you have the right to make me surrender? You better not dream. Although I, the black slave, am not a towering figure, if you want me to betray young Master Chen, sorry, I can't do it. I, the black slave, am no dog's pawn like you." Speaking these words with great gusto, the black slave felt an unprecedented clarity in his heart, as if he had been reborn. "You're seeking death." Hearing this, the bloodthirsty demon Jiu Moxin was instantly furious, and his attacks became even more ferocious, leaving bloody marks on the black slave. "You're dead. Since you want to seek death, I, the bloodthirsty demon, shall fulfill your wish." Jiu Moxin roared with a fierce snarl, clearly not willing to let the black slave live. "Come on," the black slave coldly shouted, his expression becoming more ferocious. Boom! Amid the frenzied attacks, he seized the opportunity and swung the Tianmo banner, striking Jiu Moxin heavily. Puff! Jiu Moxin directly spat out a mouthful of blood, but this action only enraged Liu Zi and Jiu Moxin even more. They knew that the black slave would not surrender and reveal the whereabouts of Qin Chen, and they didn't give the black slave a chance to fight back, unleashing all their combat power. "Kill him!" the two coldly shouted and attacked with all their strength. "Ah!" The black slave screamed in agony as several more wounds appeared on his body, blood gushing from his mouth, but his eyes were more determined than ever. "Hee, I didn't expect that I, the blood-worm demon, would have such a day of loyalty," he murmured, his vision gradually becoming blurry. He could even feel the true power within him slowly dissipating. It was life slipping away. "Die!" the bloodthirsty demon roared, his face filled with ferocity and arrogance. He raised his battle knife high, grinning as he crazily struck down towards the black slave. "Is it time to die?" The black slave felt bitter in his heart, a hint of despair in his eyes. At that moment memories flooded him. He had once been born into a prominent noble family, a praised genius, until the night his family was slaughtered and he was the sole survivor. 13 and alone, he fled through hostile mountains, assumed a new name, and buried that past beneath a shell of cold determination. Years were spent sharpening himself into a weapon of revenge. He hunted, he killed, he obtained the Kinglian demon fire and the black gourd, raised spirit insects, and earned the dreaded title of blood-worm demon. Yet despite all his brutality and the passage of time, his cultivation stalled at the peak of the 5th level, and hope of overcoming his family's enemies dwindled. Despair, hatred, and loyalty to his lost kin burned him hollow, until, in his bleakest hour, Qin Chen appeared and offered him a sliver of renewed hope. It was at his most desperate moment that he met Qin Chen. This young man took everything from him, snatching away his Kinglian demon fire. So he madly pursued Qin Chen. In his heart, the Kinglian demon fire could not be lost. It was his only hope for revenge. But in the end, not only did he fail to reclaim the Kinglian demon fire, he instead became a prisoner under Qin Chen. Just as he fell into despair once again, Qin Chen offered him a choice, the choice to become his servant. He was forced to accept, but he did not expect that Qin Chen's strength would allow him to see hope for revenge once more. Thus, he shifted his mindset and willingly followed Qin Chen, not just because Qin Chen could help him break through, but also because Qin Chen reignited his hope for vengeance. For this, he was willing to give up everything. Even if it meant descending into hell after death, he would not hesitate. But now, everything was about to end. Boom! The black blade energy obscured everything, pouring down like an ocean. The black slave desperately tried to resist, but the demon flag was firmly restrained, and the true power within him was almost depleted. Tears quietly slipped from the corners of his eyes. Since that night of his family's annihilation, the night when he saw no hope, he had wept in sorrow. For decades since, he had never shed another tear, but now he cried. I'm sorry, father, I'm sorry, mother, I'm sorry, sister, I'm sorry, everyone, the black slave choked, tears flowing freely. In the end, a trace of a sorrowful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. I never expected that I, a bloodworm demon who lived a life of evil, having done so many bad deeds, using any means necessary to survive, would eventually become a person of loyalty and righteousness. He smiled bitterly, closing his eyes in the face of the terrifying blade light. Ha ha ha, you know there's no hope for survival and are willing to die. Don't worry, although you refuse to reveal that kid's whereabouts, we will find him sooner or later. When the time comes, we will send him to hell with you. Seeing the black slave's expression of despair, the bloodthirsty demon felt an unprecedented satisfaction, and the battle blade in his hand fell without restraint. Just as the black blade light was about to strike the black slave, suddenly, "Who dares to kill my servant?" A thunderous roar echoed in the bloodthirsty demon's ears, followed closely by a sharp sword light that seemed like a celestial being flying from afar, rushing in from the distant horizon. This sword light was incredibly sharp, carrying a terrifying might that could penetrate all, instantly reaching the bloodthirsty demon. "Who?" The bloodthirsty demon was startled, and in the face of danger, hurriedly urged the battle blade in his hand to slash toward the sharp sword light without hesitation. Boom! A deafening roar instantly echoed through the heavens and earth. The terrifying sword chi contained the power to annihilate everything, crashing into the bloodthirsty demon, knocking him back and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Who is it?" The bloodthirsty demon was shocked, and he and Liu Zi turned their heads toward the source of the incoming sword light. Whoosh! Under their gazes, a figure swiftly approached, moving as fast as lightning. Initially small, it reached the battlefield in the blink of an eye, standing in front of the black slave. It was Qin Chen, who had broken through and rushed over. Although he hadn't arrived at the scene during the previous confrontation, Qin Chen's perception had long grasped everything the black slave had done. Chen, young master. The black slave had thought he was doomed, but in an instant he was enveloped by a powerful true energy. He raised his head to see Qin Chen holding the mysterious rusted sword, standing proudly in front of him. He couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes misting over. "Black slave, you did well. Leave the next matters to me and just rest well over there." Qin Chen glanced at the black slave, and several pills appeared in his hand, which he quickly tossed to the black slave. After taking the pills, the black slave did not leave immediately but nervously looked at Qin Chen and said, "Chen, young master, be careful. Liu Zi is very powerful. The Lican holy mirror in his hands completely restrains the demon flag. You should escape quickly. Don't let his Lican holy mirror wrap around you." "It's you!" Upon seeing Qin Chen, Liu Zi and Zhu Mo Xin revealed expressions of wild joy. They hadn't expected that Qin Chen would come to them willingly. "Good kid, you truly have guts. Since you've come, don't think about leaving." Liu Zi's face was twisted with malice as he said, "Do you think you have a chance to escape in front of me, Liu Zi?" Qin Chen ignored Liu Zi's words, only saying to the black slave, "You quickly go to the side and heal. Leave these two guys to me. Don't worry, they dare to touch my Qin Chen's servant. Don't they know that besides myself, no one can harm my servant?" Qin Chen wielded the mysterious rusted sword, his aura chillingly cold. Liu Zi and Zhu Mo Xin were both stunned. "Ha ha ha!" Zhu Mo Xin laughed even louder, as if he had heard something amusing, and said to Liu Zi, "President Liu, this kid is left to me. I want to see what capabilities he has to say such arrogant words." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Liu Zi to respond, Zhu Mo Xin raised his battle blade and charged toward Qin Chen. In his view, without the black slave's protection, this young Qin Chen, only a teenager, couldn't possibly be strong enough. It would only take a single strike. Their previous caution was merely due to Qin Chen's possible background. Boom. In the midst of the sinister laughter, Zhu Mo Xin's black battle blade suddenly descended toward Qin Chen's head. "Back then, at the Black Marsh Square, I let you go. Since you don't want your dog life, then I shall take it." Qin Chen snorted coldly, his gaze equally frigid, and at the moment Zhu Mo Xin attacked, he also slashed out with his sword. "Ha ha ha, you little brat, do you want to compete with me in blade techniques?" Zhu Mo Xin laughed sinisterly as his true energy surged wildly. In an instant, the battle blade in his hand began to wail, emitting a sound like ghosts crying and gods wailing. The terrifying blade intent soared into the sky, forming a shocking blade chi vortex that swallowed everything. Zhu Mo Xin could already imagine the scene after this strike. Qin Chen would surely be torn apart, dead without a complete corpse. But just as his attack fell, his expression suddenly changed. An astonishing sword intent surged forward, instantly crossing over the blade intent he released. That sword intent was sharp and terrifying, like an unparalleled swordsman executing a stunning blow. Boom! The blade chi released by Zhu Mo Xin shattered like fragile foam under that indestructible sword chi, and with a bang, the entire blade chi vortex exploded. Following this, an incredibly sharp sword light suddenly appeared before him. Not good! Zhu Mozin's heart abruptly contracted, his face filled with shock. In a hurry, he tried to retreat to defend. But that sword light was too fast. Thud! As the sword shadow flashed by, Zhu Mozin's eyes widened in anger, and his retreating figure came to an abrupt halt. A head flew into the sky, blood instantly splattering several meters away, painting the sky red. In the sky, the head of Zhu Mozin shot up into the heavens, his eyes wide open, revealing an expression of disbelief. Amidst the splattering blood, his gaze was filled with terror, clearly unable to comprehend that he would be slain by a single sword strike from Qin Chen. After striking, Qin Chen casually put away a ring. A flash of sword light erupted, and Zhu Mozin's head was suddenly crushed by the sword energy, turning into a mist of blood. At this moment, the lower half of Zhu Mozin's body remained standing on the ground, not collapsing until Qin Chen finished his actions. What? Not far away, Liu Zi's expression, which had been smiling, suddenly froze, his eyes revealing anger and shock. He never expected that Zhu Mozin was not a match for Qin Chen, being killed in a single move. How could this be possible? Young Master Chen, you've broken through? The black slave was also completely stunned, exclaiming in surprise. At this moment, he realized that Qin Chen's aura was much stronger than when they last parted, clearly having entered the Wuzang realm. So, young Master Chen must have obtained the Ku Yun Zhai and consumed it. The black slave's heart was immediately filled with joy. He understood Qin Chen's strength all too well. Back when he was still at the peak of the late stage of the Xuan level, he was able to use formations to trap the peak of the mid-stage of the fifth realm. Now that he had broken through to Wuzang, his cultivation must have advanced by leaps and bounds. Although he might not yet be Liu Zi's opponent, if the two of them worked together, they might be able to escape from Liu Zi. Good kid, so you were a mid-stage peak Wuzang all along, hiding your strength? What despicable methods! At this point, Liu Zi had regained his composure and roared in fury. Qin Chen hadn't even made a move before, but now that he had, the aura of a mid-stage peak Wuzang was completely unmasked. No wonder Zhu Mozin was slain in one strike. With careful plotting, Zhu Mozin's negligence naturally led to his downfall. Today, if I don't kill you, I won't be Liu Zi. Die! With a thunderous roar, a cold ice spear suddenly appeared in Liu Zi's hand, transforming into a milky white shadow that instantaneously swept towards Qin Chen. Qin Chen was so young, yet already a mid-stage peak Wuzang, igniting Liu Zi's murderous intent to the extreme. Such a genius was even more terrifying than those from their Feng merchant association. There was surely a vast and astonishing power backing him. Now that they had become enemies, even if it meant risking his life, he had to eliminate these two here. Otherwise, if they escaped, it would surely be Liu Zi who would die. Boom. In an instant, the sky was filled with white spear shadows radiating an astonishing icy aura, transforming into a sea of dragons sweeping out. Before the spear shadows could strike Qin Chen, the surrounding temperature plummeted, as if the air in this black dead swamp had frozen. This is a 6th-tier treasure weapon. Not good, young Master Chen. Retreat quickly. The black slave urgently shouted, frantically activating the Tian Mo banner, trying to resist this terrifying spear shadow. Having seen much, the black slave could tell from the momentum alone that the ice spear in Liu Zi's hand was definitely a 6th-tier treasure weapon. Only a 6th-tier treasure could release such a terrifying icy aura. Even he, a peak late-stage Wuzang, felt he could be frozen into an ice block before getting struck. This kind of attack, if it hit young Master Chen, even if Chen had great talent, he would be severely injured, if not dead. Amidst the exclamations, the Tian Mo banner immediately began to wail. A massive amount of black magic energy wildly surged, constantly expanding, clearly trying to break through the white light's coverage and block this icy aura's invasion. But as soon as the black slave moved, Liu Zi coldly laughed as if he had anticipated the black slave's actions. The light from the Li Can's sacred mirror in his hand suddenly became even more terrifying. Boom, 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 in rapid succession, white light poured down like crazy. The black slave immediately let out a groan. The injuries he had just slightly recovered from due to the pills once again flared up, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the black slave finally understood the gap between a 6th-tier Wuzan and a 5th-tier Wuzang. Liu Zi had clearly not used his full strength before. Otherwise, with the Li Can's sacred mirror and this 6th-tier ice spear, he could have easily killed him earlier. However, gritting his teeth, he remained unwavering, frantically urging the Tian Mo banner, his eyes fierce, clearly willing to die rather than let Qin Chen suffer this terrifying icy attack. At the same time, he roared at Qin Chen. "Young Master Chen, I will block him, you retreat. Want to leave?" Liu Zi directly sneered, waving the ice spear that transformed into a swirling white mist. That astonishing coldness had completely sealed off the surrounding space. At this moment, the surrounding ice fog formed an ocean of ice, crackling under the influence of the ice spear, clearly indicating that even the air had been frozen. Numerous shards of ice appeared in the sky, and countless icy mist intertwined as a spear, carrying an even more piercing chill, suddenly burst out from the sea of cold and appeared right before Qin Chen. The black slave's face changed dramatically. Liu Zi's attack was too powerful. He felt completely trapped, and he could sense that if he were struck by this spear, even with the Tianmo banner, he would be gravely injured or even perish. How much worse would it be for young Master Chen, who had just breached Wuzong? Young Master Chen, retreat quickly! With an incredibly determined and fierce gaze, the black slave roared, lunging toward Qin Chen, evidently trying to shield him from this spear. However, before he could reach Qin Chen, he saw Qin Chen suddenly turn his head, revealing an expression of dissatisfaction. There was no panic in his calm eyes, only a strong sense of reproach. "Black slave, I told you to heal over there. Just do as I said. Leave this guy to me. What are you causing trouble for here?" "Causing? Trouble?" The black slave stumbled, nearly falling over, almost in tears. "Young Master Chen, I was worried about your safety, trying to protect you. And you say I'm causing trouble?" That statement truly hit hard. The black slave was depressed and speechless. Upon hearing this, Liu Zi became enraged but then coldly smiled. Who knew where this kid came from, completely unaware of the danger? If that's the case, then let him be. His internal true energy surged wildly. At this moment, the icy aura became even more violent, the shadow of the spear seeming to pierce through everything. Especially that power of confinement grew increasingly terrifying, making it impossible to escape. For an ordinary Wuzong, not to mention resisting, even retreating would be impossible. This icy aura sealed off everything around, leaving no way to back away. But what kind of vision did Qin Chen have? The use of this icy realm technique belonged to the power of a Wuzon. Yet in the eyes of Qin Chen, who was a peak martial emperor in his previous life, it was riddled with flaws and vulnerabilities everywhere. Boom! With a sudden shock, Qin Chen directly shook the black slave away from the icy aura's confinement. In the instant the icy aura enveloped him, he summoned the Qing Lion Yao Huo while simultaneously swinging the mysterious rusty sword. The Kinglian demon fire, after being nourished by the bitter rhythm mushroom, had already increased its power several times. In terms of flame intensity, it was enough to rival the peak level 6 blood spirit fire. Thus, when the Kinglian demon fire was unleashed, the icy aura that was about to trap Qin Chen instantly melted away as if red-hot iron was thrown into snow, disappearing at a visible speed. With the Kinglian demon fire burning, an astonishing heat radiated from Qin Chen as the center, and in an instant, the entire icy aura shook violently. Accompanied by the spreading heat of the Kinglian demon fire, the icy mist even emitted a piercing hissing sound. Although the entire process seemed long, it actually happened in the blink of an eye. Once Qin Chen's Kinglian demon fire appeared, the original icy domain was instantly shattered and collapsed. Meanwhile, the mysterious rust sword in Qin Chen's hand did not pause at all. With a burst of brilliant sword light, it directly struck the icy long spear in Liu Zi's hand. Ding! A tremendous sword intent shot up into the sky, solitary and proud, as if an unparalleled master was wielding a sword in the air, bringing with it an unmatched destructive force that suddenly surged into the spear, crazily spreading towards Liu Zi's right hand. Buzz, 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 the icy long spear in Liu Zi's hand shook violently under the erosion of Qin Chen's sword intent. His face turned pale, and he nearly lost grip of the spear, almost letting it slip from his hands. "Steady yourself!" Liu Zi roared. A more terrifying true power erupted from within him, struggling to fend off Qin Chen's sword intent attack. Before he stared in shock at Qin Chen, he had never encountered such a difficult young man. It was no longer merely challenging but sufficient to pose a considerable threat to him. What on earth is this kid's background? Why does he possess such terrorifying Chinese letter? Liu Zi was shaken. He was fully aware of the power of his icy long spear. As a level 6 treasured weapon, combined with his own martial Venerable cultivation, the icy attack released was enough to make an average level 6 martial Venerable unable to withstand it and sustain serious injuries. However, that purple-blue flame on Qin Chen was like the blazing sun, instantly vaporizing his full-strength icy attack. It was simply unimaginable. This indicated that Chinese letter on Qin Chen was at least level 6 blood spirit fire. Otherwise, it could not possibly withstand his icy attack. Level 6 blood spirit fire, the higher the grade OF Chinese letter, the greater the difficulty in obtaining it. To acquire level 6 blood spirit fire, One must first slay a level 6 revered fire-type beast that possesses blood spirit fire within it. After the beast is killed, the blood spirit fire must be completely preserved. And that was just the preparation work. The more challenging part was how to safely transfer the level 6 blood spirit fire into this young man's body after acquiring it. Qin Chen was merely a level 5 martial zong. With one misstep, the level 6 blood spirit fire could turn him to ashes in an instant. Therefore, the materials needed to safely transfer it would be an astonishing amount. Accomplishing this was even harder than hunting a revered blood beast. Those capable of achieving this were none other than the most formidable forces within the entire Dawei dynasty, far beyond his Feng Chamber of Commerce. But that was not what shocked Liu Zi the most. What truly startled him was Qin Chen's previous sword strike. Others might not notice, but Liu Zi knew very well that the position where Qin Chen's mysterious rust sword struck was precisely the weakest point of his icy long spear. It could be said to be the flaw in his technique. What kind of insight was this? With level 5 martial zong cultivation, to see through the attack of a level 6 martial venerable. Just thinking about it made Liu Zi feel a chill down his spine. No, this boy must die today. If he doesn't, there will be no place for me in this world. A fierce cold light burst forth from his eyes, and Liu Zi's killing intent surged. The Li Can's sacred mirror in his hand no longer targeted the black slaves, but quickly shifted its focus, enveloping Qin Chen in an instant. Vroom! A series of white lights surged forward, carrying an aura of utmost yang and utmost hardness, immediately causing Qin Chen's skin to feel sharp pain. The white light, containing astonishing destructive power, continually attempted to invade Qin Chen's body. That kind of destructive power made Qin Chen's expression change. If he had not cultivated the undying sacred body, reaching an abnormal level of physical strength, any other peak level 5 martial zong would likely be torn to pieces under the coverage of this white light, disintegrating into nothingness. Using all his strength to activate the Li Can's sacred mirror, Liu Zi also unleashed his bloodline power. Buzz, a tremendous icy aura spread from his body. The icy bloodline, combined with the icy long spear, Liu Zi struck once more. The white spear shadow instantly transformed into a white icy dragon, pouncing towards Qin Chen. Boom! The terrifying attack of the Li Can's sacred mirror combined with Liu Zi's full-strength strike made the sky tremble, as if the end of days had come, carrying endless destructive aura. Before the attack landed on Qin Chen, dense icy nets formed around the spear shadow, as if pulled by the icy dragon enveloping Qin Chen. "Come at me!" Qin Chen laughed heartily, his expression calm, showing no signs of panic. Facing the terrifying attack, he did not retreat but advanced, wielding the mysterious rust sword and madly clashing with the white spear shadow dragon. Boom! Qin Chen moved like lightning, traversing through the myriad spear shadows with ease. Every strike he made landed in the weakest spots of Liu Zi's attacks, making Liu Zi feel extremely uncomfortable, as if he could not exert his strength. "I refuse to believe this. Freeze 1,000 miles!" Liu Zi roared, the spear shadows flickering, becoming even more terrifying. Boom! The sky full of spear shadows instantly intertwined with the mysterious rust sword in Qin Chen's hand, unleashing unprecedented shocking power. Crack, 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 crack! The two forces clashed fiercely. This was definitely a contest of pure strength. The sound of cracking echoed everywhere, some spear shadows shattered, while some sword lights were torn apart. After hundreds and thousands of clashes, the icy long spear and the grayish-brown rust sword collided solidly, producing a thunderous roar. Both of them unleashed their true power recklessly, trying to gain the upper hand with this strike. Boom! A powerful revered-level true power surged, sending Qin Chen flying backward, tumbling for dozens of meters. But Liu Zi was not faring any better. After the strike, he felt a tremendous shock throughout his body, his face turning pale, a strong sword intent surged in, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. How could this happen? Liu Zi's face turned ashen, nearly going mad. He was a level 6 early martial venerable, while Qin Chen was merely a level 5 martial zong. Yet in their full-force strike, it was he who suffered the losses. This completely overturned Liu Zi's previous understanding. At this moment, he had come to realize that although Qin Chen was only at the peak of level 5 mid-stage martial zong, his combat experience was not at all inferior to his own. In fact, his true power was completely on par with his. Otherwise, the outcome of that strike would not have been like this. Ha ha! Stopping his movement, Qin Chen couldn't help but let out a long howl toward the sky, a joy so fierce it burned in his chest. How long had it been since he'd felt such exhilaration in battle? Breaking through to the Wuzong realm had pushed the true power in his body to a new level. Every recovery, every refinement multiplied his killing techniques. His past life as a peak martial emperor only made understanding and using those insights easier. That edge was why, after exchanging hundreds of moves with Liu Zi, Qin Chen remained unscathed. The black slave, who had been blasted aside, stared at Qin Chen in stunned disbelief. He'd always known Qin Chen was talented, but to clash with a Wuzun like Liu Zi immediately after a breakthrough was beyond his imagination. His shock quickly turned to elation. "Is it really true that young Master Chen is this terrifying?" he blurted, forgetting danger in his awe. "Aren't you here to kill me? With this little strength, you think you can kill me, Qin Chen?" "Dream on," Qin Chen sneered, regaining his composure. He retracted the Kinglian demon fire. The icy aura had been melted, and the fire had cost too much mental energy. There was no reason to keep it active now that the black slave was out of range. Liu Zi's face twisted with fury, his identity as a Wuzun insulted. Without a word, he roared and swung his icy long spear, spitting a mouthful of vital blood as he burned his essence in desperation. He consumed explosive origin pills and urged the Li Can's sacred mirror to its utmost, throwing himself completely into the assault. The spear and mirror combined to unleash a blinding, destructive white radiance and a concentrated, soul-piercing icy power, an all-out gambit to crush Qin Chen. Unexpectedly, Qin Chen didn't defend. He charged straight into the towering icy aura and stabbed out with his rusty sword. For him, the Wuzun-level onslaught, even bolstered by pills and the mirror, was something to be endured briefly. His indestructible sacred body could take the brunt while he pressed the attack. The combined forces struck him full. Pain flared as if to prove the price for confronting such magnitude, and his armor, both the outer plating and the protective armor within him, shuddered and cracked under the impact. Yet Qin Chen stood firm. Aside from a faint weakening of aura, he was intact. Poof! The clash sent Liu Zi spraying fresh blood, thrown back once more. He gaped in disbelief. His all-out, self-sacrificing assault had failed to fell this man. "How is this possible?" he muttered hoarsely. "Could it be that you're still a body-refining martial artist?" Qin Chen only let out a cold laugh. "That was about it. I was just warming up. Now that I'm done warming up, with my next move, I'll take your life." "Just because of you?" Although Liu Zi was shocked, Qin Chen's arrogant tone only fueled his anger further. Yes, Qin Chen was indeed strong. Even he couldn't inflict any harm on Qin Chen. However, could he escape? Was that brat really able to stop him? With his Wuzun cultivation level, could he really block this Wuzun, unaware of your own insignificance? With a cold snort, Liu Zi said indifferently, "Brat, just wait. In this Black Death Marsh, if I, Liu, don't kill you, I won't be able to stay in Heizhao City." As soon as the words fell, Liu Zi's figure flickered and he was about to leave. Earlier, Qin Chen's strength had terrified him. He knew very well that killing Qin Chen was nearly impossible now. The best course of action was to return to Heizhao City and inform the president of the Feng Merchant Association to come personally and deal with him. This kid is so young yet has such terrifying cultivation. The techniques and secrets he practices are undoubtedly 1 in 10,000, certainly surpassing my Feng Merchant Association. Moreover, he has a blood-spirit fire of at least 6th rank. The president will definitely be interested. Liu Zi remained calm in his heart. As long as the president was willing to take action to kill Qin Chen, it would surely be an easy task. As for Qin Chen's whereabouts, Liu Zi was not worried at all. There were only 4 teleportation passages in and out of the Black Death Marsh. The Feng Merchant Association had operated for many years, and their power was firmly rooted with good relationships with every faction. If Qin Chen wanted to break through the Black Death Marsh directly, Liu Zi was not concerned. The periphery of the Black Death Marsh was actually filled with traps laid by their 4 major forces. That was how they could monopolize the teleportation channels and obtain a continuous stream of benefits. Aside from these traps, there were also many spies deployed by their 4 major forces. It could be said that as soon as Qin Chen appeared, he would definitely be discovered. What a pity! Originally, all the treasures on this kid should belong to me, but now that I've notified the president, I can only get a small portion. Liu Zi felt frustrated that after notifying the president, he wouldn't be able to acquire most of the benefits from Qin Chen and the Black Slave. He had long coveted the Tianmo banner, but if the president found out, it would certainly not end up in his hands. But now, to kill Qin Chen and the Black Slave, he had no other choice. In a moment of urgency, Liu Zi soared into the sky and accelerated in the opposite direction, filled with indignation. "Thinking of leaving?" Qin Chen sneered. "If the other party wanted to kill him, then so be it. If they wanted to leave, it couldn't be that easy. Illusory prison cage." With a focused gaze, a sharp mental force surged towards Liu Zi. Mental attack. Liu Zi initially thought he could escape with his speed, and that Qin Chen wouldn't be able to catch up. But suddenly, a terrifying mental storm rushed into his mind. He felt dizzy, as if he were being pulled into an endless cold, dark abyss, and he was immediately alarmed. Liu Zi quickly realized this was a mental attack, and a very terrifying one at that. The level of this mental impact had definitely reached 6th rank, otherwise it wouldn't have such a massive effect on his perception. How could this be? This kid is clearly at the Wuzong level. How could he possess such terrifying mental attacks? This is impossible. Liu Zi's heart shook violently, like a stormy sea. However, at this moment he couldn't care about anything else. While his consciousness was still clear, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the Li Can's sacred mirror in his hand and then wildly illuminated it towards Qin Chen. Boom, a brilliant white light carrying an ancient and destructive aura fell like a galaxy from the heavens, striking Qin Chen. "Brat, you forced my hand! Ice cold, explode for me!" At the same time, he shouted angrily. The ice spear in his hand suddenly erupted, and countless dazzling runes lit up on the ice spear. Each rune contained an astonishingly terrifying aura, and countless horrific shadows exploded forth. In an instant, numerous dazzling fragments of white ice spears, accompanied by a piercing shriek, surged madly towards Qin Chen, fast as lightning. Each one was comparable to Liu Zi's previous full-strength attack, powerful enough to feel monstrous. These ice spear shadows not only emitted a sharp howling sound, but also a wailing cry that echoed through the heavens and earth, resonating in Qin Chen's ears, seemingly capable of shattering one's soul. What kind of treasure weapon is this? It even has a rune formation seal? Qin Chen was shocked. The overwhelming white light of the spear shadows and the light from the sacred mirror illuminated the area, making him feel an intense sense of crisis that enveloped his heart, threatening his very life. In the midst of this crisis, Qin Chen's expression remained unchanged, and the mysterious rusted sword in his hand suddenly flew out. Spirit sword technique? Clang! The ancient mysterious rusted sword pierced through the void, carrying a sharp sword light that instantly struck the Li Can's sacred mirror, releasing a powerful sword intent that with a loud bang knocked Liu Zi's activated Li Can's sacred mirror off its original position. At the same time, a black gourd appeared in Qin Chen's hand. Radiance surged from the black gourd, and a massive swarm of devouring chi ants and fire refinement insects erupted forth. The overwhelming white light of the spear shadows that had previously surrounded Qin Chen was frantically devoured by the devouring chi ants, continuously dissolving. Following that, countless devouring chi ants and fire refinement insects swiftly encircled Liu Zi. "What the hell is this? Get away from me!" Seeing that his desperate trump card was easily shattered by Qin Chen, and that Qin Chen's methods were endlessly powerful, with that abnormal flying sword and the swarm of insects that had not been revealed before, Liu Zi was already filled with terror. He frantically waved the ice spear, trying to sweep away the swarm of insects, but it was useless. These insects were terrifyingly strong. His attacks merely made clanging sounds, and hardly any of them died. Instead, these insects madly devoured the true power and ice aura from his body, making it impossible for him to stop them. "Such bizarre and terrifying spirit insects are you. A blood insect demon. No, the blood insect demon is rumored to only be at the 5th rank of Wuzong, and is definitely not a young man. Who are you really?" Liu Zi roared in fury, nearing the point of losing control under the threat of death. He frantically retreated, trying to escape the encirclement of the insects. "Who I am is none of your business. Die!" At this point, how could Qin Chen allow the other party to escape? With his mental force urging the mysterious rusted sword once again, it descended with infinite sword intent, filled with murderous intent. Liu Zi felt the intense killing intent from the mysterious rusted sword. His face turned pale, and he hurriedly produced a shield. With a crack, the shield only managed to block the mysterious rusted sword for an instant before being cleaved in two. Poof, the sound of the sword striking flesh rang out, and Liu Zi's arm was instantly severed, exploding into a mist of blood under the turbulence of the sword intent. Liu Zi let out a tragic scream, and before he could utter any words of plea for mercy, the swarm of devouring chi ants and fire refinement insects had already heavily enveloped him. Following that, an even sharper beam of sword light instantly obliterated him, turning him into nothingness. In the next moment, the sky full of insects returned to the black gourd, and in Qin Chen's hand there was also a long spear, an ancient mirror, and a storage ring. Qin Chen didn't even look at it. He directly put away the 3 items and then swallowed several Yangzhen pills. Although Qin Chen was not severely injured from the earlier battle, he did sustain some minor wounds, and the true power within him was significantly depleted. The Yangzhen pills could restore his consumed true power at an extremely fast rate. Though such pills were precious, in the dangerous Black Death Marsh, one could encounter danger at any moment. A few Yangzhen pills were nothing to Qin Chen. After swallowing a few pills, it only took a moment for Qin Chen's true power to recover significantly. Only then did he open his eyes, showing a look of emotion. The Martial Venerable truly deserved the title of Martial Venerable. Even someone like Liu Zi, a sixth-stage early Martial Venerable, possessed treasures that were astonishing due to his long-standing high position. If it weren't for his many trump cards this time, had it been any other warrior, even if they were also sixth-stage early Martial Venerables, they might have died at Liu Zi's hands. Unfortunately, he encountered Qin Chen. He could only die in resentment. "Young Master Chen, you killed Liu Zi?" The black slave, who had been watching from the side, couldn't help but walk over, his face full of disbelief. This was the vice president of the Feng Chamber of Commerce, one of the top forces in Bianju, a powerful sixth-stage early Martial Venerable, and he was just killed by young Master Chen? Shocking, unprecedented shock. Back in Gunnan City, although Qin Chen had fought against many geniuses from Xuan Prefecture, the black slave still regarded Qin Chen as a junior. Even after he was captured by Qin Chen, he only thought Qin Chen used the array to trap him, combined with the abnormal nature of the Kinglian demonic fire. But now, the black slave deeply understood just how terrifying Qin Chen truly was. This was no mere junior, he was clearly a top-tier powerhouse that he needed to look up to. Great, fantastic! The black slave was shocked and still mumbling to himself, clearly still in awe. A mere sixth-stage early Martial Venerable, what's so surprising about that? Soon enough you two will be able to slay them. Qin Chen, however, didn't think much of it and said casually, "I can also slay them," the black slave mumbled, thinking Qin Chen was just comforting himself. When he first obtained the Tianmo banner, he had such thoughts. But now he understood that even if Liu Zi hadn't left the Kanjing sacred mirror, it would have been impossible for him to defeat the other party. As a martial artist's cultivation level rose, each small realm advancement became worlds apart, like an insurmountable chasm. As for someone like Qin Chen, that was just an exception. "Young Master Chen, where are we going now?" After snapping out of his shock, the black slave asked. He knew Qin Chen came to the Black Death Marsh to find the Cayenne herb, and now that the Cayenne herb had been obtained, they should be leaving. Moreover, they had just killed Liu Zi, the vice president of the Feng Chamber of Commerce. If someone from the chamber discovered this, they would face endless troubles, so they needed to leave quickly. Qin Chen didn't answer. He just looked at the black slave and asked, "How are your injuries?" The black slave hurriedly replied, "Although I haven't fully healed, I'm no longer in serious condition." "That's good. Follow me." Once he finished speaking, Qin Chen immediately led the way ahead. The black slave followed closely behind. The two continually flew forward, and after a while the black slave couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, "Young Master Chen, where are we going? This doesn't seem like the way back." "Did I say we were going back?" Qin Chen turned his head to ask. "This." The black slave was stunned. Now that they had found the Cayenne herb, where else could they go if not back? Though he felt confused, he didn't ask further and obediently followed behind Qin Chen. Half an hour later, the black slave gradually became clear. He realized they were heading to the secret place where he had told Qin Chen the Cayenne herb was located. However, since the Cayenne herb had already been obtained, what was young Master Chen going back for? But the black slave was now completely obedient to Qin Chen. It didn't matter if he was taken to the Feng Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. He wouldn't even frown. Once Qin Chen returned to the lake, he led the black slave directly into the ruined space beneath the lake. "Black slave, we will cultivate here. Once you break through to Martial Venerable, we will go out," Qin Chen said, pointing to the rather messy ruined space below. "Break through to Martial Venerable?" The black slave was still observing the ruined space when he saw the chaotic scene and immediately understood that young Master Chen must have gone through a brutal battle after arriving here. But after hearing Qin Chen's words, he froze. "Young Master Chen, waiting for me to break through to Martial Venerable, that—" The black slave had no confidence in himself at all. "Rest assured, since I said it, I naturally have a certain guarantee." Qin Chen said affirmatively. He still had 2 Cayenne pills and 6 pills refined from Wulang roots. These things were enough for the black slave to break through to the Martial Venerable realm. Initially, Qin Chen hadn't intended to let the black slave take the Cayenne pills, but after the previous battle, he had developed considerable trust in the black slave and no longer kept secrets. Moreover, after breaking through to Martial Zhang, the black slave's strength would not only not help him but could also hinder him. He urgently needed to improve. Additionally, after seeing this underground ruin, Qin Chen became interested in the Black Death Marsh. It was rare to come to the Black Death Marsh once. He didn't want to leave immediately but wanted to thoroughly investigate its secrets. After all, he was extremely suspicious that the Kinglian demonic fire, the Black Gourd, and the Cayenne herb were left behind by some powerful being from ancient times. Now that he had taken these things away, it was equivalent to moving someone else's treasure. If possible, it would be better to clarify some matters. No need to say anything else. I have a few pills here and a method for operating true power. First, treat your injuries and adjust your body. Whenever you feel your body has returned to its peak, come find me." Without waiting for the black slave to say anything more, Qin Chen directly handed him a bottle of pills. The black slave trembled with both hands. Although he still found it hard to believe, after following Qin Chen for so long, he had never seen Qin Chen go back on his word. Can I really break through to Marshal Venerable? With extreme excitement and doubt in his heart, the black slave immediately began to heal and cultivate in the underground ruins. While the black slave was healing, Qin Chen quickly set up an array in the underground ruins. In fact, he had just broken through to Marshal Zhang and had too many things to comprehend. It was just that he was in a hurry to rescue the black slave earlier and hadn't carefully contemplated. Now that the black slave was preparing for a breakthrough, he naturally needed a quiet environment to comprehend. Although this place was hidden, it was possible that someone might accidentally stumble in, so it was evidently better to set up an array. An hour later, Qin Chen had set up several interconnected fifth-level formations in this place. These formations combined to even form a small sixth-level formation. In other words, even if a sixth-level Marshal Venerable accidentally stumbled in, it might not be able to break through immediately and affect Qin Chen. Seeing the arranged formations, Qin Chen nodded in satisfaction before entering the formation. He first took out the storage rings of Liu Zi and Jiu Mo Xin. Jiu Mo Xin's ring contained a respectable cache of pills, herbs, and true stones that were immediately useful to Qin Chen. More importantly, Liu Zi's storage ring proved to be a veritable treasure trove. Much of what it held was accumulated over decades, and as Qin Chen soon discovered, included assets that originally belonged to the Feng Merchant Association and had been kept on Liu Zi for safekeeping. All of it, true stones, spiritual herbs, and high-grade pills, now fell into Qin Chen's hands. With these resources, Qin Chen felt his immediate material worries dissipate. He had an immense supply of true stones, a trove of fifth-level and higher herbs, and numerous pills, enough to support prolonged cultivation for himself and to ensure the black slave a smooth breakthrough when the time came. After collecting what he needed, Qin Chen turned his attention to the Lair Holy Mirror. The ancient mirror felt heavy upon touch, and its material was difficult to identify. When he infused his spiritual energy into it, dense restrictions and complex runes greeted him. The mirror's origin was extraordinary. Its power far exceeded what Liu Zi had been able to release. As Qin Chen worked on it, a hazy holy light burst forth and a faint holy aura washed over him, like a baptism. In that moment he understood the mirror's nature. An above 7th level, holy-type true treasure whose destructive force was tied to the user's true power. No wonder it could counter the heavenly demon banner. But the restrictions were profound. Despite his efforts, Qin Chen could only partially refine the mirror and could not unlock its full function. He absorbed part of its holy aura, gaining a measure of its blessing and insight, yet the mirror's complete might remained beyond his reach for now. This partial communion left Qin Chen both exhilarated and sobered. The battle with Liu Zi had shown him how far he still had to go. With the resources now in his possession and the holy baptism from the mirror, he had the means to improve, but it would take time, seclusion, and focused cultivation. He set the mirror away and sat cross-legged to contemplate. The wounds of the day, the lessons learned, and the sudden influx of fortune all pressed on him. Everything pointed to one choice: shore up his weaknesses, deepen his true power, and spend time in seclusion until he could truly harness treasures like the Lair Holy Mirror. As time passed, the lake gradually calmed down, with no one knowing that there was an underground relic here, nor that there were two people in closed-door cultivation. At this moment, in a certain place deep within the Black Death Swamp, a group of extraordinary individuals was gathering at this location. Their expressions were serious, as if they had formed a strange formation surrounding a powerful existence in the center. Roar, roar, roar. In front of these people, a group of blood beasts emanating a sinister aura was gathered. From their aura, it was evident that these blood beasts were the native blood beasts of the Black Death Swamp. Each of these blood beasts possessed peak-level strength of the 5th rank, not weaker than the mud dragon that Qin Chen and the others had slain earlier. However, at this moment, these blood beasts seemed to be obeying the commands of this group of individuals, crazily attacking towards the center of the circle under their control. And at the center of the circle, a blood beast covered in blood-colored scales was roaring furiously, bleeding profusely while being besieged by 7 or 8 peak 5th-rank blood beasts. This blood beast was the extremely terrifying Blood Reaper beast from the Black Death Swamp. The Blood Reaper beast was a 6th-rank noble-level blood beast, considered a tyrant within the Black Death Swamp. Its most astonishing trait was its speed. Often, when it struck, the power was terrifying, making it extremely difficult even for 6th-rank martial venerables to dodge. As for 5th-rank wuzongs, they often couldn't even see how this beast struck before being slain. Such a terrifying blood beast was viewed with great dread by many martial artists exploring the Black Death Swamp, comparable even to the Yin Soul Beast. But at this moment, this Blood Reaper beast was surrounded by the formation created by these people, unable to break free no matter how it charged and struggled. It was drenched in blood, evidently having sustained significant injuries, and beneath its feet lay several 5th-rank blood beasts. Poof! Amidst its roars, the Blood Reaper beast went on a rampage. Its sharp claws had razor-like bone blades on its back. Those bone blades were serrated, resembling a sickle. In a flash, a 5th-rank blood beast screamed and was instantly cleaved in two, dying on the spot. Master, the 5th-rank blood beasts we've worked so hard to control are nearly dead. If this continues and the Blood Reaper beast escapes, all our efforts will be in vain. A middle-aged man with a gaunt face nervously spoke beside a robust middle-aged man with an extraordinary presence. Mo Qing, there is no need to worry. I have already investigated this Blood Reaper beast thoroughly. Under our beast control grand formation, it has no power to escape. Don't be fooled by its current vigor. It is actually at its last breath. Just wait a moment longer and it will surely submit. The robust middle-aged man said with a faint smile, confidence in his tone, "Once we tame this Blood Reaper beast, the other 5th-rank blood beasts in the Black Death Swamp will be nothing even if they are all killed." "I understand, Master." Mo Qing nodded, and immediately the group's attacks became even more ferocious. Boom, in an instant, 3 more 5th-rank blood beasts fell dead. But the Blood Reaper beast had also reached its limit, collapsing to the ground, drenched in blood and clearly unable to continue fighting. "Blood Reaper beast, I am the master of the Beast Control Mountain Villa. You are now at the brink of life and death. As long as you submit to me, I will release you. What do you say?" The robust middle-aged man slowly stepped forward, speaking in a thunderous voice. As a beast tamer, he understood that 6th-rank blood beasts possessed a certain level of simple intelligence. Although they could not communicate normally, they could barely comprehend some simple content in human conversation. "Roar," the Blood Reaper beast roared, its eyes fierce and filled with murderous intent, clearly refusing to submit. "Foolish! Do you think your unwillingness means I cannot tame you?" The robust middle-aged man sneered coldly. A primitive talisman appeared in his hand, and once activated, it immediately emitted a terrifying blood-colored light. The talisman quickly burned, transforming into a blood-colored rune in the void, which suddenly entered the head of the Blood Reaper beast. The Blood Reaper beast howled in pain, its body seemingly ablaze. A blood-colored pattern bound its entire body, emanating a terrifying aura. The robust middle-aged man formed hand seals, reciting incantations. Streams of invisible power emanated from his hands and eventually merged into the Blood Reaper beast's body. "Go!" he shouted sternly, and that power instantly entered the Blood Reaper beast's body. Finally, the Blood Reaper beast's cries subsided, its fierce gaze disappearing as it knelt on the ground. Though there was an unwillingness in its eyes, it ultimately looked respectfully at the robust middle-aged man. "Ha! Congratulations, Master, on taming the Blood Reaper beast." "Father, you are so powerful!" the crowd exclaimed, rushing forward in joy. If Qin Chen were present, he would see that one of the youths was none other than Mo Xiang, the young master of the Beast Control Mountain Villa, who had previously clashed with him. The robust middle-aged man was Mo Xincheng, the master of the Beast Control Mountain Villa and Mo Xiang's father. Mo Xincheng smiled faintly, swiftly pointing his hands. Streams of invisible power flowed into the remaining few 5th-rank blood beasts. Those blood beasts let out cries before instantly exploding, streams of blood-colored power rising from their bodies and surging into the Blood Reaper beast under the control of the robust middle-aged man. Visibly, the Blood Reaper beast's severe injuries rapidly healed, and in the end, its aura almost returned to its peak state. "Master, this bloodthirsty technique is simply too powerful." Many experts from the Beast Control Mountain Villa were astonished, murmuring. Mo Xincheng smiled slightly. "This technique was left by my ancestors. With the ancestral blood control method and the vitality of other beasts merged, we can force control over a 6th-rank blood beast. The method is limited, but effective." "Ha, Master, with this divine technique, plus the fact that you have tamed the Blood Reaper beast, won't our Beast Control Mountain Villa be able to unify the Black Death Swamp?" Mo Qing said excitedly. "Unify is still too much. Unfortunately, the beast-taming talismans left by my ancestors are limited. Otherwise, if we could tame a few more 6th-rank blood beasts, we could truly dominate the Black Death Swamp." Mo Xincheng shook his head. He then looked at the crowd behind him, coldly saying, "You few, follow me to explore the Black Death Swamp." I have received reports that aside from our Great Wei dynasty, experts from other dynasties have discovered a relic leading to a mysterious place deep within the Black Death Swamp. We must hurry there. Master, does Mo Xiang also need to go? Mo Qing was taken aback, as Mo Xiang was merely a peak mystic-level martial artist and would be nearly useless in the dangerous Black Death Swamp. Of course, Xianger must go. I have heard that there might be miraculous treasures that can help people break through deep within the Black Death Swamp. It is said that some top geniuses from other dynasties have already come here. This is an opportunity for Xianger to break through to the Wuzong realm, and you, Mo Qing, also have the possibility of breaking through to the martial Venerable realm. Therefore, we cannot afford any mistakes. Otherwise, why would I go through so much effort to tame this Blood Reaper beast? I do not want to hear again that Xianger was defeated by some young man. Yes, father, I will definitely not disappoint you. Mo Xiang's face turned ashen after hearing this, his hands clenched into fists as he said coldly. He understood what his father meant. It was precisely about the incident where he was defeated by Qin Chen at the gate of Heizhao City. Father, rest assured, that kid is rumored to have also come to this Black Death Marsh. There might be a chance to encounter him. When the time comes, I will ensure that they die without a complete corpse, Mo Xiang said through gritted teeth. As long as you understand, Mo Xincheng nodded. Let's depart. Immediately, a group of people, along with a 6th-rank Blood Reaper beast, vanished in an instant within the vast expanse of the Black Death Swamp, heading toward the relic rumored to trigger breakthroughs deep inside. At this moment, outside Heizhao City, a dark figure stood outside the city, exuding an aura of malevolence. His presence was so terrifying that, when he passed by the city gate, the guards of Heizhao City did not even have the courage to inquire. It wasn't until he entered the city that they finally breathed a sigh of relief, still trembling with fear. The breath of the Lord of the Helm has lingered here before. It seems the target should be nearby. The black-clad figure narrowed his eyes, emanating a chilling aura. This person was the heavenly demon elder, sent by the skeleton lord of the Blood Demon Sect. I wonder which guy killed Elder Blood Eagle. If I'm not mistaken, this place should be the Black Death Marsh recorded by the Holy Sect. How dare it make me run all the way here from the branch sect? It's really infuriating. These past few days, the heavenly demon elder had been following the residual aura of Qin Chen, tracking him to this place, and he was close to going mad. As a core elder of the Blood Demon Sect's branch, when had he ever been led so far by someone? According to the records of the Holy Sect, this Black Death Marsh is a terrifying place from ancient times, filled with perils, but it also contains many treasures, particularly beneficial for the cultivation of our Holy Sect disciples. Since I'm here, if I can break through to the late stage of Martial Venerable here, it wouldn't be bad. However, before that, I must find that kid's trace. With a cold gaze, the heavenly demon elder suddenly vanished from Heizhao City. Meanwhile, deep within the underground ruins of the lake, Qin Chen continued his training. He now possessed hundreds of thousands of true stones, and he naturally did not hold back during his cultivation. He set up chi-gathering formations and a nourishing space, consuming vast numbers of true stones to deepen the purity of the 9-star Divine Emperor technique. Though he used great resources, his seclusion had already been established, and he did not expect a sudden leap. After several days, the foundation of his mid-stage 5th level was strengthened. The technique's purity terrifyingly improved, but he still could not force a breakthrough to the late stage of the 5th level yet. He was merely consolidating his cultivation, making it more robust. For Qin Chen at this moment, he wasn't even considering the late stage of the 5th level as immediate. It was merely a matter of time. What he was contemplating was how to break through to Martial Venerable in the future. Everything he was doing now was laying the groundwork for that breakthrough. In the midst of his frenzied cultivation, Qin Chen almost lost track of time. When the black slave exited the formation, he finally opened his eyes. After several days of recuperation, the aura of the black slave had escalated to an extreme, and his previous injuries had completely healed, leaving him in an unprecedentedly vigorous state. Upon seeing Qin Chen come out, the black slave immediately displayed a hint of excitement. Good, you've adjusted well. Qin Chen could tell at a glance that the black slave's condition had improved remarkably. A pill appeared in his hand as he said, "This is the bitter rhythm pill. Take it to expel the pill toxins from your body and adjust your state to the utmost." "Yes, young Master Chen." The black slave excitedly took the bitter rhythm pill. Although he had known that there was bitter rhythm grass here, he never imagined that he would have the chance to take the bitter rhythm pill in his lifetime. "I have divided this bitter rhythm pill. If one pill is insufficient, let me know in time," Qin Chen added. He only had 2 remaining of the 10,000-year bitter rhythm pill, so in the previous days, Qin Chen had split these 2 pills into 10. Qin Chen understood that he needed to consume so many bitter rhythm pills due to the indestructible sacred body, the 9-star divine emperor technique, and the Kinglian demonic fire. For the black slave, even 1/5 of a 10,000-year bitter rhythm pill should be sufficient. After all, the efficacy of one 10,000-year bitter rhythm pill, in comparison, could surpass even that of 10 ordinary bitter rhythm pills. As the bitter rhythm pill entered his abdomen, an astonishing aura erupted from the black slave, accompanied by severe pain throughout his body, pain that was even more terrible than what Qin Chen experienced. The intensity of his reactions was also much stronger than Qin Chen's. In terms of the rapid accumulation of pill toxins and impurities within, the black slave had more than 10 times that of Qin Chen. A massive amount of filth and impurities were expelled from the black slave, and this process lasted nearly an entire day. In the end, he was covered in black blood and almost turned into a blood-stained figure. As Qin Chen had anticipated, throughout the process, there was no sign of the bitter rhythm pill's efficacy being insufficient. In fact, by the end, part of the pill's efficacy was wasted after all the toxins were expelled. "Young Master Chen, I feel better than ever." After the stains were washed away, the black slave felt rejuvenated and said excitedly. At this moment, his meridians were incredibly resilient, as if he had been reborn, and even without taking any pills, he felt an impulse to break through. This was because, over the years, his cultivation had long reached the limit of the 5th level. But due to physical defects, foundation issues, and a large amount of pill toxins, he had been unable to break through. Now that these hidden dangers were eliminated, he naturally wanted to break through. "Don't rush. I have some pills and true stones here. You can begin your breakthrough immediately." Qin Chen had anticipated all this and quickly handed over 2 bottles of pills, along with a formation made of a large number of true stones to assist the black slave in his breakthrough. These pills were what Qin Chen had refined during these past few days, which included not only breakthrough pills, but also stabilizing true power pills like the black olive root, ensuring the black slave's breakthrough would be extraordinarily smooth. "Yes, young Master Chen." After receiving the pills, the black slave eagerly entered the formation and began his breakthrough. In just a short moment, an astonishing aura emanated from the formation, followed by an explosive gathering of countless true qi, which rapidly converged into the center of the formation and surged into the black slave's body. This entire process lasted for a full day. In between, the true stones in the formation were exhausted several times. Once the intense fluctuations subsided, a long howl emanated from within the formation, and the black slave, exuding a terrifying aura, stepped out from the formation. At this moment, his aura clearly had crossed into the 6th-level martial Venerable realm, directly reaching the peak of the early stage. "I actually broke through to the martial Venerable level?" After coming out, the black slave blankly felt the thick true power within his body, and he seemed utterly stunned, unable to believe that he had truly broken through to the martial Venerable realm. Martial Venerable, what an honorable title. In the Great Wei dynasty, once one stepped into the martial Venerable level, it meant that person had truly entered the ranks of the strong. Such individuals, even the top powers from various states, would not dare to offend easily. In fact, after obtaining the black gourd and realizing his body was becoming increasingly unworthy, the black slave had even lost confidence in breaking through to the martial Venerable level. His only thought was to let the Kinglian demon fire continuously break through so he could have a chance for revenge. But now, how long had it been since he followed Qin Chen? He had truly broken through to the martial Venerable realm. This, he couldn't even imagine it. "Young Master Chen, from now on, my life belongs to you. No matter what you ask of me, even if it's to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of flames, as long as I have even a trace of complaint, may the heavens punish me." With a loud thud, the black slave knelt in front of Qin Chen, his eyes resolute, tears streaming down his face. "Look at you, so emotional." Qin Chen waved his hand, and an invisible force immediately lifted the black slave's body, slowly raising him up. Even after the breakthrough, the black slave found it a bit hard to bear. It was at this moment that the black slave felt the terrifying power of Qin Chen and understood why Liu Zi, a 6th-stage martial Venerable, was not Qin Chen's opponent. "The reason I let you break through is simply because your earlier performance satisfied me, and besides, your original cultivation was of less and less benefit to me." The black slave smiled bitterly. What Qin Chen said was indeed the truth. If it hadn't been for Qin Chen's intervention, he would have been killed by Liu Zi already. Qin Chen glanced at him and said lightly, "Rest assured, my previous promise to you is already valid. Furthermore, the martial Venerable realm is merely a beginning. As long as you obey me and satisfy me in the future, don't say martial Venerable. Even martial King or martial Emperor is not out of the question." Martial king, martial emperor. The black slave's heart was shaken. Could this really be possible? A martial king was a figure at the very peak of the Great Wei dynasty, a person whose word was law. Searching throughout the Great Wei dynasty, such experts were few and far between. As for the martial emperor, they were unprecedentedly powerful beings who had not appeared in the Great Wei dynasty for thousands of years. Such individuals could decide the fate of a dynasty with a single word. Could he achieve that too? If it were anyone else saying this to him, the black slave would have scoffed and looked down upon it long ago. But when Qin Chen said these words, it stirred something deep within the black slave's heart. Once a realm he looked up to, the sixth-stage martial Venerable realm, Qin Chen had helped him reach it in such a short time. Was martial king truly impossible? Young Master Chen, rest assured, the black slave will follow you to the death. At that moment, the black slave's gaze was more resolute than ever. Father, mother, little sister, did you see? Your son has broken through to the martial Venerable level. However, my enemies are still too strong. With my current strength, seeking revenge for everyone is still a foolish dream. But you can rest assured, I will strive to follow young Master Chen. One day I will stand in front of my family's enemies and reclaim justice for my family. I swear, the black slave silently roared in his heart. All right, Qin Chen glanced at the black slave and said indifferently, now that you've broken through to martial Venerable, you don't have a suitable weapon. This ice spear will be given to you. Besides that, you should quickly familiarize yourself with the usage of true power at the martial Venerable level and regain control of the heavenly demon banner. With your current cultivation, if Liu Zi is still alive, he should no longer be your opponent. Qin Chen raised his hand and threw Liu Zi's ice spear to the black slave. Although Liu Zi's ice spear was extraordinary, possibly a 7th-tier royal weapon, it was of no use to Qin Chen. It was better to hand it over to the black slave to enhance his combat power. The black slave received the spear, momentarily stunned. He had seen Liu Zi's earlier attack. Such a spear was definitely not an ordinary 6th-tier treasure weapon. Young Master Chen just gave it to him like this. Unexplainably, warmth spread through the black slave's heart. Just as he wanted to say something, Qin Chen quickly waved his hand. All right, no need for further gratitude. Let's hurry and set off. Moments later, two figures swiftly flew through the Black Death Marsh, heading towards the rumored location of another underground relic. These two were Qin Chen and the Black Slave. After a short while, they arrived at the location of the underground relic mentioned. What came into Qin Chen's view was a devastated swamp, but within this swamp, numerous pits had been dug out. Faint traces of spiritual herb aura emanated from these pits, leading into unknown depths. It seems this place has already been searched by countless people. Qin Chen shook his head. From the traces left behind, it seemed this place had long been plundered by thousands of martial artists. Each pit could very well be a passage. Even if there were treasures, they had likely already been cleaned out. However, judging by the arrangement of these pits, this place might indeed be an ancient relic. Qin Chen murmured. After pondering for a moment, his figure flickered, and he directly shot into one of the pits where the aura of spiritual herbs was relatively dense. This pit, located beneath the Black Death Marsh, looked small from the outside, but once inside, the passage was quite large. The ancient black stones forming the passage emitted a chilling aura that made one's heart race. Qin Chen and the Black Slave flew through the passage for a good half an incense stick's worth of time before finally reaching the end. What? Qin Chen had expected to see a subterranean cavern. However, he was surprised to find that what lay before him was another world. A gloomy sky and dark earth, it resembled another Black Death Marsh. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Chen and the Black Slave had flown through the underground passage for so long, they might have thought they were still in the Black Death Marsh. Young Master Chen, what is this place? The Black Slave couldn't help but ask in shock. Qin Chen furrowed his brow and said, there are two possibilities. One is that this is the underground world of the Black Death Marsh, formed into a mysterious realm by some ancient power using incredible means. The second possibility is that this is actually the Black Death Marsh, but rather a special location deep within it, and the underground passage we just traveled is merely the entrance to that special place. Let's continue forward and take a look. Qin Chen was increasingly intrigued by this so-called Black Death Marsh. Regardless of which possibility it was, a power capable of arranging such a mysterious realm was definitely not ordinary. The two flew swiftly through the underground ruins. Originally, they thought there would be plenty of spiritual herbs in these underground ruins, but Qin Chen flew around for a long time without seeing a single spiritual herb. However, it wasn't completely fruitless. In these underground ruins, various miasmas were also wafting around. After Qin Chen's analysis, these miasmas should be the reason for the changes in the miasma outside. So the miasma in the Black Death Marsh suddenly became terrifying, because someone discovered the entrance to these underground ruins, resulting in the miasma from the ruins leaking into the outside Black Death Marsh. The miasmas from both places fused together, creating a new miasma, which caused the original detoxification pill to lose its effect. But what about the faint aroma of spiritual herbs earlier? What puzzled Qin Chen was the faint aroma of spiritual herbs at the entrance of the underground ruins. The aroma of those spiritual herbs definitely existed, and judging from the scent, they were definitely high-grade spiritual herbs. However, after entering the underground ruins through the passage, that aroma of spiritual herbs suddenly vanished. If it were any other martial artist, they might think they had misheard, but Qin Chen was very clear that he had not made a mistake. It was indeed the aroma of spiritual herbs that suddenly disappeared. Young Master Chen, there should have been quite a few people here. As they passed certain areas, the Black Slave and Qin Chen saw numerous signs of battles, as well as footprints in the Black Death Marsh, indicating that many people had passed through this place before. We're a bit late. Even if there are spiritual herbs here, they should have been completely scavenged, the Black Slave said gloomily. Suddenly, Qin Chen stopped by a messy marshland. Young Master Chen, what's wrong? The Black Slave looked over in confusion. Before them was a chaotic marshland with a rather disorderly ground and many footprints, but there wasn't a single person here, nor any spiritual herbs. The Black Slave didn't know why Qin Chen had stopped, but Qin Chen's spiritual sense detected a broken, hidden restriction that had been attacked. This restriction must have been old and had broken on its own, but even so, ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell. However, Qin Chen was a master of formations. After his spiritual sense swept over it, he immediately realized that this was a hidden restriction. Judging from the messy tracks outside, Qin Chen was certain that this restriction had been discovered by quite a few people. Follow me. With a low shout, Qin Chen led the Black Slave into the hidden restriction. The two immediately entered a completely new place. Upon seeing the scene inside the restriction, both of them were stunned. This place was completely different from the desolate scenery of the Black Death Marsh outside. What greeted their eyes was a considerable valley filled with lush greenery, giving a pleasing feeling. However, at this moment, the verdant area had been trampled and was in disarray, with nearly 100 martial artists searching for something in the chaotic valley. At the entrance of the valley, there were several people guarding. Beside these individuals lay 7 or 8 corpses, blood flowing everywhere. But it was clear that these people had not been dead for long and were likely killed by the few fierce martial artists guarding the entrance. In the air lingered a faint aroma of spiritual herbs. Qin Chen's heart immediately filled with joy. With his keen insight, he instantly recognized that this place was likely a medicinal field, and it was a high-grade one. Otherwise, the aura of the spiritual herbs wouldn't be so rich. However, looking around, the valley had almost been completely looted, and there were clearly no visible spiritual herbs left, yet over 100 people were still searching everywhere. What puzzled Qin Chen was that in this valley, he saw the Yin siblings, whom he had interacted with at the Black Marsh Square before. At this moment, the two were not searching for spiritual herbs, but stood not far from the valley, their expressions extremely somber. Moreover, both of them were clearly injured, with Yin Feng's injuries being particularly severe. As soon as Qin Chen and the Black Slave arrived at the valley, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. One of the most powerful martial artists, a half-step martial Venerable, frowned upon seeing the two. "Young Master Chen, why are you here?" The Yin siblings showed surprise upon seeing Qin Chen and the Black Slave, but then it seemed they remembered something and quickly shut their mouths. "What are you two doing here?" Qin Chen took a look at the injured Yin Feng, slowly walked up and asked in confusion, "What is this place?" The few martial artists guarding the valley initially intended to reprimand them, but upon seeing that Qin Chen seemed to know the Yin siblings, suddenly sneered and stopped, not obstructing Qin Chen. They mocked, "Here come 2 more. Are these 2 your friends? You said you didn't get anything. If you don't hand over what you have today, don't even think about leaving." Yin Feng's expression was a bit grim as he said in a deep voice, "I already said, everything we obtained here has been given to you. We only happen to know these 2. They have nothing to do with us." "Haha, easy to say, but whether there's any relation is not up to you to decide." The few martial artists sneered again. The Yin siblings were infuriated, but found themselves at a loss for words. Qin Chen glanced around and found that the strongest presence here was merely a half-step martial Venerable, so he withdrew his gaze. What he was concerned about was what exactly was in this medicinal field, and where all the spiritual herbs had gone. Thinking of this, Qin Chen approached the 2 and first handed them a healing pill before frowning and asking, "You 2, how did you end up here? What is going on with this medicinal field?" "Ha ha ha, you still say you have nothing to do with them. They even know about the medicinal field now." One of the martial artists guarding the entrance suddenly sneered. Qin Chen's expression turned cold. If he hadn't yet understood the situation, he would have already dealt with this guy. But at this moment, he wanted to hear what the Yin siblings had to say about the specifics. "Young Master Chen, you came at just the right time. This time we might have implicated you." Yin Feng forced a smile. "What do you mean?" Qin Chen asked, puzzled. "Let's talk over there." Yin Feng glanced at the few people at the valley entrance and led Qin Chen to a secluded corner of the valley. The few martial artists merely coldly watched as Qin Chen and the others moved to the corner, their faces curled into sneers, but they didn't say anything further. Their gazes seemed to have already locked onto Qin Chen and the others. Seeing that the other party did not come up, Yin Feng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, "Young Master Chen, it's like this." As Yin Feng recounted, the things that puzzled Qin Chen were finally understood. It turned out that after the Yin siblings dispersed with Qin Chen at the Black Marsh Square, they followed Qin Chen and left the Black Marsh Square, entering the Black Death Swamp through the teleportation passage of the Heaven Array Gate. They had obtained breakthrough elixirs from Qin Chen, so they planned to focus on closed-door cultivation and wait until they broke through to the late stage of the 5th level before leaving Heizhao City to avoid retaliation from the Feng Chamber of Commerce. Unexpectedly, because the two had been training for many years and their foundations were quite solid, they both broke through in just a few days under the effects of Qin Chen's elixirs. Yin Feng broke through to the late stage of the 5th level, while Yin Hong broke through to the mid-stage of the 5th level. Just as the two siblings were preparing to leave, they heard that the underground ruins had been opened. After some deliberation, they decided to embark on one last adventure to see if they could obtain some treasures before leaving the Black Death Swamp. So they followed a large group of martial artists coming from Heizhao City into the underground ruins. After several days of adventure, they found nothing. Just as they were about to leave, they unexpectedly discovered a restriction. Among those who initially found the restriction were a few others, one of whom was a martial artist from the Black Repair Society. After they found the entrance to the restriction, they all entered this valley together and immediately discovered that this valley was actually a vast medicinal garden. Everyone was naturally overjoyed and began to collect herbs. Moreover, more and more martial artists discovered this place and rushed in to pick herbs as well. The Yin siblings were not greedy. After harvesting some, they feared being discovered by the Feng Chamber of Commerce, so they prepared to leave. But at that moment, the martial artist from the Black Repair Society claimed that he was the first to discover this place. So all martial artists who entered here had to turn over half of the harvested spiritual herbs to the Black Repair Society. Naturally, the Yin siblings disagreed. This medicinal garden and the restriction could be said to have been discovered together, and there was no distinction in priority, so how could it be counted as the Black Repair Society discovering it first? However, the martial artist from the Black Repair Society argued that although everyone discovered the restriction, he was the first to enter the medicinal garden. Only then did the Yin siblings realize that that martial artist from the Black Repair Society indeed entered the garden first. But since everyone discovered the restriction together and found the entrance, they all entered at the same time, so no one paid much attention to who entered first. Even if this martial artist from the Black Repair Society was the first to enter, it could not be considered that they found this medicinal garden first. However, this reasoning might not hold with ordinary martial artists, but how could it make sense to the people from the Black Repair Society? Just as the Yin siblings were preparing to argue their case, several experts appeared and injured the two. At that time, there were also some martial artists who wanted to rush out but were killed on the spot by these experts. At that moment, everyone realized that, unbeknownst to them, there were already quite a few martial artists from the Black Repair Society in this valley. And all the martial artists from the Black Repair Society who could enter were at least at the late stage of the 5th level, with the strongest being a steward from the Black Repair Society, whose cultivation had reached the threshold of martial venerable. Thus they found themselves trapped here. "So these guys are all from the Black Repair Society?" Qin Chen glanced at the few people at the valley entrance. "Yes," Yin Feng nodded. Qin Chen took a look and said, "There aren't many people here. Do you think you are scared of a few Black Repair Society people? They are so brazenly robbing. Are you not going to fight back?" Yin Feng forced a smile and replied, "Young Master Chen, you don't know the status of the Black Repair Society in the minds of us martial artists from Heizhao City. Almost no one dares to oppose them. Even if we could break out, how could we escape their pursuit? In fact, if it weren't for the Black Repair Society wanting to check our storage rings, we would have agreed long ago." "How so?" Qin Chen frowned. "Young Master Chen, there are elixirs you gave us in our storage rings, as well as some winged divine flowers. If they check, there will definitely be nothing left," Yin Feng whispered. "What winged divine flowers?" Qin Chen was surprised. The winged divine flower was a good item, a sixth-level spiritual herb, and the key function of this herb was to reshape a martial artist's body, significantly enhancing their physical strength. It could be said to be an invaluable refining herb. As for the elixirs mentioned by Yin Feng, Qin Chen understood that they were capable of allowing the Yin siblings to break through to the late stage of the fifth level. Now that Yin Hong was only at the mid-stage of the fifth level, it was obviously impossible for her to turn over the elixirs. But elixirs that could help someone break through realms were extremely precious. Once seen by the Black Repair Society, how could they possibly let it go? In fact, it's not just the winged divine flowers. We also found some golden orchid grass and heavenly jade stars earlier. We initially planned to turn them over to negotiate for passage, but the other side was untrustworthy and insisted on checking our storage rings, so we were at a standstill. What? There are also golden orchid grass and heavenly jade stars? Qin Chen was shocked again, as both were also good items. Although golden orchid grass and heavenly jade stars were only fifth-level spiritual herbs, they were very rare in the outside world. Golden orchid grass was a herb that could strengthen meridians and eliminate toxins, making it extremely precious. The heavenly jade star was even more remarkable. It could solidify the mental strength of alchemists and even enhance the purity of their mental strength, which was also very rare. Qin Chen instinctively glanced at the messy valley that had been trampled, and his heart suddenly burned with excitement. How many spiritual herbs would there be in such a large area? If he could obtain these spiritual herbs, he could not only enhance his own strength, but also definitely help Wang Kaiming, Zhao Lingshan, and the others elevate their strengths as well. Have these people already turned in their spiritual herbs? Qin Chen looked at the more than 100 people in the area and said solemnly, "Not yet, actually. Everyone doesn't want to turn them in, so they have been stalling. The Black Repair Society may also have some concerns or want everyone to clean this place out first. So far, they haven't forcibly demanded anything, but I think it won't be long." Yin Feng shook his head. At this moment, Yin Hong interjected, "Young Master Chen, as we know the Black Repair Society, they will definitely not leave us even a scrap of spiritual herbs. If possible, the four of us can break out together. At that time, the other martial artists are sure to act, and perhaps it could work out. But this would implicate the two of you. However, once we get out, we can turn over all the winged divine flowers to you." The Yin siblings were quite grateful to Qin Chen and didn't care much about the winged divine flowers. Moreover, they knew the strength of the Black Repair Society. Being able to defeat the bloodthirsty demon was no small feat. If the four of them joined forces, they might also be able to escape. After all, although there were many experts from the Black Repair Society, the vast majority were Marshal Zhang at the late stage of the fifth level, and there was only one half-step Marshal Venerable. Qin Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry, we don't need to rush out. I will help you get back the spiritual herbs that were robbed from you by the Black Repair Society." "What's the matter? Have you reached an agreement?" Before Qin Chen could take action, the few members of the Black Repair Society quickly surrounded them, looking unfriendly at Qin Chen and the others, clearly ready to take action against them. The actions of the Black Cult caught the attention of others, who all nervously looked over. Everyone knew that the Black Cult was preparing to make a move, and they wanted to see how the Yin siblings would react, whether they would fight to the death or obediently hand over their storage rings for inspection. Qin Chen squinted and said, "What does this have to do with us? We didn't collect any spiritual herbs here. On what grounds do you want to inspect our storage rings?" "Ha ha ha." The members of the Black Cult suddenly burst into laughter. They had made up their minds to target Qin Chen and the others, so they had no reservations and sneered. "On what grounds?" "Simply because we are from the Black Cult, and you too have entered this valley. Who knows if you too transferred the spiritual herbs to your storage rings? Be sensible and hand over your storage rings for us to inspect. It will save you some trouble." The expressions of the few individuals turned icy, their bodies radiating killing intent. The members of the Black Cult also understood that the reason other martial artists were not moving was that they were watching the situation unfold. Therefore, regardless of whether Qin Chen and the Yin siblings were involved, they could not let them leave. What they needed to do now was to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and make all the martial artists present understand that the only way to leave was to hand over their storage rings. Otherwise, they would die. And Qin Chen and the Yin siblings would be the chickens for them to kill. "I'm afraid that no matter whether we take out everything or not, you will still say there's something we haven't taken out and then kill us," Qin Chen scoffed coldly. He had already seen through their tricks. They were not genuinely asking for items. They were clearly trying to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and looking for an opportunity to kill the Yin siblings and the others. The so-called inspection of the storage rings was merely an excuse. "Stop your nonsense and hand over the rings," one peak fifth-level Wuzong sneered, his face dark. If it weren't for the nearly 100 martial artists present, they would need an excuse to kill someone. In another place, if Qin Chen dared to speak to him like this, he would have already been killed with a single strike. Presumptuous, the black slave's expression darkened. How dare this guy speak to young Master Chen like that? He was enraged and was about to take action. "You several, how are you speaking?" At this moment, the strongest half-step martial venerable of the black cult suddenly stepped forward and reprimanded several black cult martial artists. Then he cupped his hands towards Qin Chen and the others and said, "Gentlemen, I am in charge of the black cult. Please do not misunderstand. Our black cult values rules. Since this medicinal valley was discovered by our black cult first, you only need to hand over your storage rings for us to inspect. Rest assured, we will only take what belongs to us and will not touch anything else in your storage rings." This person spoke with great sincerity. He did not genuinely want to spare Qin Chen and the others, but he had been observing from the side, trying to gauge the black slave's cultivation, yet he could not catch a glimpse of it. This made him secretly vigilant. Especially the pressure emanating from the black slave caused him to feel a slight trepidation, which led him to make this decision. Compared to killing Qin Chen and the others, their main goal was to plunder the spiritual herbs from the martial artists present, not to kill a few people to show off their power. "What if I say no?" the black slave sneered coldly. With just these few people, they wanted to inspect his and young Master Chen's storage rings. When young Master Chen hadn't broken through, he completely ignored the black cult, and now that he had broken through to Martial Venerable, he naturally looked down upon them even more. "Are you intent on opposing our black cult?" The half-step Martial Venerable's expression darkened. He had given the other party a way out, and they were refusing it. Did they really think he wouldn't dare to kill him? "Opposing?" The black slave laughed disdainfully. "It's not really opposing. In fact, I am also a member of your black cult. However, if you want me to hand over my storage ring, you can forget about it." Several black cult martial artists were taken aback, and the half-step Martial Venerable was astonished. "You are also a member of our black cult?" "Exactly," the black slave replied, directly taking out a silver token. "You can tell just by looking at this." "Silver member?" Several members of the black cult were stunned, and then they all burst into laughter, as if they had seen something amusing. Among them, the peak fifth-level Wuzong, who had almost attacked earlier, scoffed. "I was wondering who you were. It turns out you're just a silver member. Don't you know that in our black cult, only gold members are considered recognized members?" Seeing the silver token in the black slave's hand, the half-step Martial Venerable beside him also relaxed instantly. He knew that the hierarchy in the black cult was clear, with specific tokens for specific ranks. Since the black slave had the silver token, it meant that he was at most a peak fifth-level Wuzong. It seemed he was just good at concealing his aura, which made him mistakenly believe the other party was some big figure. With a cold snort in his heart, the half-step Martial Venerable completely relaxed. What the black slave did not know was that by taking out the black cult's token, he did not soften the other party's attitude towards him. Instead, they looked down on him even more. "Hand over your storage rings. If you don't, we will kill you without hesitation, regardless of whether you are a silver member of our black cult." With a cold shout, the peak fifth-level Wuzong directly drew his battle knife and stepped forward 2 paces, viciously pointing at Qin Chen and the others and shouting. It was clear that as long as Qin Chen and the others said a word of refusal, they would immediately act and kill them. "Young Master Chen!" The Yin siblings immediately looked over tense. "Black slave, what are you waiting for? The other party is about to act. Do you want me to make a move instead?" Qin Chen frowned and shouted coldly. "Fine, if you want the storage ring, I'll give it to you." The black slave's expression darkened. After saying those 2 words, he directly slapped out. The peak fifth-level Wuzong had no idea that the black slave would dare to strike against him. Moreover, he did so without any hesitation. The sneer on his face hadn't even fully dispersed before a massive black hand descended upon him. "You!" He widened his eyes in terror, hastily trying to say something, but before he could even finish half a sentence with a loud bang, he was completely shattered under the black slave's attack, exploding into pieces in an instant. Splash, endless blood rained down in a torrent, and the thick smell of blood and killing intent instantly filled the valley. Meanwhile, the black slave remained expressionless as he promptly collected the other party's storage ring and respectfully handed it to Qin Chen. The sudden attack from the black slave stunned all the martial artists around. They had never seen a martial artist so fierce. How dare he kill members of the black cult in Heizhao City without saying a word, just killing without fear of death. The Yin siblings were also completely dumbfounded. Although they suspected Qin Chen wouldn't easily back down, they never expected the Black Slave to directly act, using a surprise attack to kill a high-ranking expert from the Black Cult. You dare to ambush and kill Gao Heng? Seeking death. If you dare to kill my Black Cult's people, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, my Black Cult will surely hunt you down. The remaining Black Cult martial artists were furious. Their previously smiling faces froze in an instant. They could no longer hold back and surged forward. Humph, since you all want to die, then I shall fulfill your wishes. The Black Slave's gaze turned cold, and a killing intent surged around him. After following Qin Chen, his temper had improved a lot. It should be known that he was once the infamous blood bug demon of the Great Wei dynasty. Killing a person was nothing to him. With a wave of his hand, an astounding true power swept out, instantly blasting 2 more people to pieces, turning them into a mist of blood. The other martial artists, under the immense force, coughed up blood and were sent flying, crashing heavily into the valley, suffering broken bones. In just a short moment, several members of the Black Cult were either dead or severely injured, in a woeful state. You, die for me? The half-step martial Venerable was furious. He never expected that during a moment of distraction, 3 of his subordinates would die, and the remaining martial artists were also injured. How could there be such a person in this world, daring to kill members of the Black Cult so ruthlessly? In rage, he shouted, and a black battle knife appeared in his hand, slashing out in an instant. The black battle knife tore through the void, unleashing an overwhelming intent to kill that formed a destructive force. Before this destructive force could fully manifest, the grass in the surrounding valley had already turned to powder, clearly unable to withstand its might and being instantly annihilated. The Yin siblings hurriedly retreated. Such a terrifying killing aura, even if they weren't directly attacked, would still engulf them, lightly injuring their minds and heavily reducing them to ashes. However, they were retreating too slowly, and a deathly aura enveloped them. The many martial artists watching from afar were also filled with dread and fear. Earlier, some had thought that if it weren't for the Black Cult's reputation, even a half-step martial Venerable wouldn't be able to withstand so many Wuzong martial artists. But now, they realized their thoughts were wrong. This person was not only a half-step martial Venerable, but was even on the verge of completely stepping into the martial Venerable realm. Such a terrifying destructive aura swept over. How could other Wuzong martial artists even fight back? In an instant, they would be ground to dust. Before this destructive aura could fully spread, the half-step martial Venerable's intent engulfed Qin Chen and the other 3. You 4 die for me? He roared angrily, his true power erupting completely, clearly intending to kill Qin Chen and the others in one blow. It's over. These guys are too naive. Daring to challenge the Black Cult. That cloaked man's strength shouldn't be weak. He might be close to half-step martial Venerable. Unfortunately, he's up against the top half-step martial Venerable of the Black Cult. Such a master kills him like killing a dog. Everyone sighed, equally terrified, because they knew that once Qin Chen and the others were killed, it would be their turn. At that time, they would have to obediently hand over their storage rings. Previously, they may have had some thoughts of resistance, but at this moment, those thoughts vanished completely. They even calculated that once Qin Chen was dead, they would immediately hand over their storage rings. Even if they had to abandon everything, they had to leave the Medicine Valley as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they feared they wouldn't survive. The overwhelming knife energy, carrying destructive power, completely enveloped Qin Chen and the others. It's over. The Yin siblings revealed despair. Had they known this would happen, they should have handed over their storage rings early. That way, they wouldn't have implicated Qin Chen and the others, but now it was too late to say anything. In the face of death's despair, the 2 looked apologetically at Qin Chen and the Black Slave. But to their shock, there was not a trace of fear on Qin Chen and the Black Slave's faces. In fact, there was even a hint of faint ridicule at the corners of their mouths. Yes, it was ridicule. They had no idea that the attack released by the half-step martial Venerable, although powerful, would be nothing if an ordinary martial artist came. It would be lucky enough to leave a whole corpse. But in Qin Chen and the Black Slave's eyes, such an attack was simply too weak. Compared to the previous Vice President Liu Zi of the Valley Wind Chamber of Commerce, it was not even on the same level. Such an attack wants to kill me. Ridiculous. With a cold snort, the Black Slave couldn't be bothered to waste words. His martial Venerable cultivation erupted, no longer concealed, and in an instant, an astonishing true power swept out. Boom! 2 terrifying forces collided in the void, resulting in an unprecedented explosive roar. The Black Slave did nothing but naturally release his aura, and it instantly crumbled the knife energy aimed at him. You are a 6th-level martial Venerable senior? The sneer on the half-step martial Venerable's face froze, revealing unprecedented horror. He had actually collided with a 6th-level martial Venerable Senior. The black slave snorted coldly, too lazy to waste words with him. With a flick of his hand, the Tianmo banner appeared in the air. The black Tianmo banner swelled in the wind and instantly enveloped the half-step martial Venerable. "No, Senior, spare me. I'm a manager of the Black Cult. If you kill me, the Black Cult will definitely—" The half-step martial Venerable screamed in terror, begging for mercy. "At this time, you still dare to threaten me?" The black slave's gaze was icy. With a firm grip, there was a sudden sound, and the screams abruptly stopped. The half-step martial Venerable had been completely refined by the Tianmo banner, leaving nothing behind. In the distance, the other injured members of the Black Cult shook all over, looking in terror at the scene. Then, one by one, they turned to flee the Medicine Valley. What a joke. Even their strongest half-step martial Venerable had been killed in one move. What were they staying for? But how could the black slave allow them to leave? With a cold laugh, he waved his hand, and the Tianmo banner swept out again, instantly wrapping around them. Their screams vanished in an instant. The 5 late-stage Wuzong masters, who could be considered experts in the eyes of many present, were instantly turned to ashes, their souls scattered. Several storage rings flew over like shooting stars, and the black slave immediately collected them, respectfully presenting them to Qin Chen. Silence, a dead silence. At this moment, everyone was stunned, staring at the scene in front of them, each on the verge of madness. Dead just like that, 100 martial artists were left dumbfounded in the valley, not daring to move an inch. The top masters of the Black Repair Society didn't even have a chance to resist and just died before their eyes. Unbelievable. In the Medicine Valley, many martial artists were staring blankly at the black slave and Qin Chen, trembling in their bodies, filled with an unprecedented fear. Terrifying, too terrifying. Such a master could casually kill several members of the Black Repair Society, and they could just as easily kill them, leaving them completely unable to resist. At this moment, everyone was as quiet as a cicada in winter, not daring to utter a word, fearing to provoke the black slave's wrath and be killed. "See, Senior, did you really kill the half-step martial Venerable from the Black Repair Society?" The Yin siblings were also staring at the black slave in a daze, still unable to believe it. They had seen the black slave in action before, during the Black Swamp Square. Although the black slave defeated the bloodthirsty demon, he had also gone through a tough battle. But previously, the black slave was up against the half-step martial Venerable of the Black Repair Society, yet he killed the opponent with a single move. Even now, the two felt as if they were in a dream. The black slave let out a sigh of relief, looking gratefully at Qin Chen. If it weren't for Qin Chen, he wouldn't have been able to be so powerful, easily slaying the master of the Black Repair Society. It would have likely been him who was killed. But now, he could kill a half-step martial Venerable who was once high above him with a single move. The feeling could only be expressed with one word, Chinese letter. "Young Master Chen, these are the storage rings of these guys. Please check them." The black slave respectfully presented the storage rings to Qin Chen, his posture making everyone look at Qin Chen with fear. Such a powerful master was actually just a subordinate of this young man. Qin Chen nodded and casually put away the storage rings. "Young Master, how should we deal with these guys?" The black slave glanced at the many martial artists in the Medicine Valley and asked in a deep voice, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. The influence of the Black Repair Society was still somewhat frightening. Since these people had seen him kill the members of the Black Repair Society to avoid unnecessary trouble, it might be better to eliminate them all. "Senior, please don't kill us. We are willing to hand over the spiritual herbs we gathered earlier, and we will never speak of what happened here, I swear." One martial artist, in a panic, rushed forward and said, while respectfully handing over his storage ring to Qin Chen, his whole person trembling. Seeing his actions, the other martial artists also woke up and hurriedly offered their storage rings in fear. "Senior, we are also willing to hand over the spiritual herbs we collected earlier. Senior, we promise not to disclose what happened here. You must believe us." In an instant, nearly 100 martial artists were all extremely frightened, nervously looking at the black slave and Qin Chen, fearing that the two would take action and desperately trying to hand over their storage rings, even afraid that Qin Chen would refuse to accept them. Qin Chen looked speechlessly at the black slave as if saying, "Look what you've gotten us into." He said solemnly, "Everyone, put away your storage rings. I am not a bandit of the Black Repair Society and will not unjustly occupy your storage rings. You can rest easy." No, Senior, this is our tribute to you. You killed the people from the Black Repair Society and avenged us. This is our willingness." "Yes, we willingly give the spiritual herbs to Senior. Please make sure to accept them." Seeing that Qin Chen actually refused to accept the storage rings, everyone became terrified. Not accepting their items, This was the rhythm of wanting to silence them. Yin Feng, we are somewhat acquainted. Why not help me say a few good words for both seniors? Some even turned to Yin Feng and Yin Hong, as if a drowning person had grabbed the last straw for help. The Yin siblings felt quite speechless, but they understood that Qin Chen was definitely not that kind of person. Just as they were about to speak, Qin Chen waved his hand to stop them, then addressed the nearly 100 martial artists loudly. Everyone, I have already stated before that I am not someone who kills and robs, so you don't need to worry about your safety. However, I am an alchemist, and I believe many of you have obtained high-grade spiritual herbs here. So, if there are martial artists who wish to exchange for pills, come to me, and I will take out some pills for exchange. If any of you don't wish to exchange, you can leave directly. I will not stop you. Although Qin Chen said this, how could these people dare to actually leave? They looked at each other, not moving an inch. They were afraid that if they really left, the black slave would instantly kill them, and then they would have nowhere to cry. Qin Chen was silent for a moment, then set out a few small bottles on the ground. These were genuine 5th-grade pills. Breaking Sect pill, Ascending Sect pill, Transforming Heart pill, Haoyun pill, and a few other rare 5th-grade medicines, each extremely valuable and almost never seen in the marketplace. The first representative exchange that followed was cautious. One trembling youth stepped forward, poured out a dozen mixed rare herbs he had collected, and after a quick look at the pills took a bottle and fled. Another middle-aged man traded a cluster of Jinlan grass and a winged god flower for 2 small vials, eyes shining with disbelief. Then came a short pause. Some chose to run, clutching their new pills and only realizing their worth after putting distance between themselves and the valley. When they inspected the contents, shock hit them. These were not common 5th-grade pills, but extremely rare, cultivation-changing elixirs. The man who first fled, who had thought Qin Chen a robber, found in his hand a breaking Sect pill. He froze, then turned back. Once a few returned and word spread, the remaining hesitation collapsed. Instead of the repeated timid steps of dozens of nameless fighters, the crowd's change was sudden and unanimous. What had seemed like a trick was suddenly the opportunity of a lifetime. The few who had taken 1 vial rushed back to trade more of their herbs. Those who had held back scrambled forward. Qin Chen did not haggle or cheat. He exchanged fair amounts according to the types of herbs presented. The rest of the exchanges were brisk and effective. Rather than linger on each timid face and repeated beat, the valley filled with the sound of hurried bargaining for a short time, and then with silence as Qin Chen stored the last of the pills. In the end, those who truly refused to trade, no more than a dozen, were left behind, wary and silent, and Qin Chen respected their choice. After the transactions were done, Qin Chen checked what he had taken. Combined with the herbs he had already seized from Liu Zi, the haul was staggering. He had acquired 2,000 to 3,000 stalks of spiritual herbs, many of them high-grade 5th and 6th-grade specimens essential for a leap in his alchemical and cultivation plans. "All right, that should be enough," Qin Chen said, calm and decisive. He was someone who disliked forcing others the most. Since some were unwilling to exchange, he would not force them. Having already attained enough herbs and given many martial artists life-changing pills in return, he felt the balance was fair. The Yin siblings, watching him, felt respect and relief. "Let's go," putting away all his belongings. Qin Chen ignored the expressions of those more than 10 people and swiftly left the Forbidden Medicine Valley with the Yin siblings. Seeing Qin Chen's back as he directly left, the remaining more than 10 martial artists, who had been eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey and gathering their true power, were all stunned. What's going on? Could it be that they don't want to kill us? How is that possible? Their doubts were cut short by the sound of more figures sweeping in from outside the Medicine Valley. Where are those 2 senior experts? Where did they go? As more martial artists returned, each face was filled with a single, quiet regret. A few murmured that they had come back hoping to trade more. Qin Chen's pills had been outrageously valuable, clearly top-tier 5th-level martial zong medicine that could not be bought in the outside world. Once the reason was understood, the more than 10 who had doubted Qin Chen felt hollow. They had refused to trade and missed the chance to obtain pills that could substantially improve their strength. Inwardly bitter, they watched others depart, unable to turn back time. A few who had already traded sneered briefly at those who had hesitated, then, not wanting to linger, left the restricted Medicine Valley. The remaining martial artists were left clutching useless spiritual herbs, silent and ashamed. An hour later, in a valley more than 100 miles from the restricted Medicine Valley, Qin Chen and the Yin siblings stopped. "You two, where are you heading next?" Seeing the surroundings were safe, Qin Chen asked. "Young Master Chen, we've decided to leave here immediately, directly from the outskirts of the Black Dead Marsh," Yin Feng said decisively. They had offended both the Valley Wind Chamber of Commerce and the Black Cult. There would be nowhere for them to stand in Heizhao City if the matter spread. Qin Chen nodded. Since that's the case, then we'll meet again some other time. In this perilous marsh, he couldn't bring them along any further. By the way, young Master Chen, we heard a relic center has appeared over 1,000 miles south of this underground relic, Yin Feng added. Experts from the major forces in Heizhao City, even from the Great Zhou and Great Xia dynasties, have already gone there. If you plan to go deeper into this underground relic, be careful. Relic Center? Qin Chen's eyes lit up. Thank you for the reminder, we will be careful. Then we will take our leave. Until we meet again. Yin Feng bowed, and he and his sister Yin Hong flew out of the underground relic, not willing to wade further into these dangerous waters no matter the treasures to be had. Qin Chen watched them go, then turned to the black slave. Let's go see that relic center and find out what this place is really like. They moved quickly. An hour later, they arrived near the so-called relic center and both gasped. There were already many martial artists gathered, ranging from martial zhang to ordinary fighters, and more were still arriving. It seemed likely that within a day the crowd would exceed 1,000. The martial artists before them appeared to be loosely split into 3 factions, clearly delineated. In front of the groups lay a wasteland of ruins, an abrupt, dry, desolate patch amid the swamps that naturally drew everyone's attention. Within those ruins, a group of martial artists with impressive auras were searching, seemingly yet to discover anything of clear value. It seems that the ruined land over there is the so-called center of the ruins. Let's go take a look. Qin Chen and the black slave, bold in their skills, walked directly toward the ruins ahead. There were many martial artists present, and new ones joined every moment. Logically, Qin Chen and their arrival shouldn't attract much attention. However, after Qin Chen and the black slave joined, they unexpectedly walked straight toward the ruins, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. What are these 2 guys? Do they dare to head directly to the center of the ruins? Are they looking for death? Could it be that they see the center of the ruins and are thinking of competing for treasures, losing their minds? Humph, let's just wait and see the show. Many martial artists standing outside the ruins sneered at this scene. Especially after seeing how young Qin Chen was, they immediately assumed he was a disciple from some family who didn't know the high from the low and thought he could get a piece of the pie at the center of the ruins. I know these 2. That cloaked person defeated the bloodthirsty demon in the Black Marsh Square before. If it weren't for Liu Zi, the vice president of the Gu Feng Chamber of Commerce, intervening, the bloodthirsty demon would probably have been killed by him. What? You mean this cloaked person can kill the bloodthirsty demon? Someone exclaimed in surprise. The bloodthirsty demon was quite famous in Heizhao City, being a notable figure among the peak wuzang of the 5th rank. Therefore, hearing that the black slave had defeated the bloodthirsty demon immediately shocked some martial artists. Not just defeating the bloodthirsty demon, I also know these 2. They killed the Yin Soul Beast when they were teleported into the Black Death Marsh. 2 martial artists who were also teleported along with Qin Chen immediately spoke up. What? They can kill the Yin Soul Beast? Are you out of your mind? Are you kidding? The Yin Soul Beast is elusive. Even a 6th rank wuzun might not easily detect it. How could they kill the Yin Soul Beast? If the black slave defeating the bloodthirsty demon stirred up some waves in the crowd, then their claim of killing the Yin Soul Beast was like dropping a heavy bomb among them. The Yin Soul Beast had always been one of the most terrifying blood beasts in the Black Death Marsh. When encountered by wuzun, it was almost certain death. Even a wuzun powerhouse would have a headache. How could they not be shocked that the black slave was able to kill a Yin Soul Beast? As the discussions swirled around them, Qin Chen and the black slave had already reached the edge of the ruins. At this moment he noticed that outside the ruins, it seemed like there was an invisible natural barrier formed. Among the thousands of martial artists, over 90% stood outside the barrier, with only a small number entering the ruins. Qin Chen frowned and was about to enter the ruins. Who goes there? Get the hell back! Suddenly, an angry shout rang out, followed by a wicked streak of knife light flying out from the ruins, slicing toward Qin Chen and the black slave. The knife light was sharp, carrying a chilling killing intent, clearly meant to cut Qin Chen and the black slave in 2. It's a master from the Earth Demon Sect. I told you these 2 were looking for death. The Earth Demon Sect of the Great Zhou dynasty is ruthless and reckless. It's no surprise they'd attack anyone who intrudes. They're too reckless. The crowd, who had been watching, sighed upon seeing someone take action, while some others had mocking sneers at the corners of their mouths. Looking for death? After the black slave broke through to wuzun, when had he ever been so underestimated? The ice-cold spear appeared in his hand in an instant. With a light flick whoosh, a shadow of the cold spear swept past, instantly shattering the knife light. Simultaneously, with a sweep of the spear shadow, the black slave thrust fiercely. Boom! A cold spear light, filled with chilling energy, pierced through the void and struck the source of the knife light attack. Boom, that area of ruins exploded, and a martial artist wielding a battle knife was sent flying, spitting out blood as his left shoulder was pierced through, leaving a clear wound. Upon that wound, a layer of fine ice spread out, and the man collapsed on the ground, panic-stricken. "Too bad, I missed a bit and couldn't pierce this guy's heart." The black slave shook his head. This thrust was aimed directly at where the knife light had come from, but the person was hiding behind the ruins, so he only pierced his right arm. Otherwise, the opponent would have undoubtedly died. "Bold, daring to attack a member of my great Zhou dynasty's Earth Demon Sect. Are you looking for death?" Angry shouts erupted, and swish, 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 several figures instantly flew out from the ruins. These individuals were all peak Wuzong of the 5th rank, and among them, 2 even reached the half-step Wuzon realm, their terrifying aura surging like a raging wave. "Your people attacked us first. Aren't you the ones looking for death? With just you guys, I could wipe you all out in an instant." The black slave narrowed his eyes, filled with fury. The highest cultivation among these people was only half a step to Wuzon, yet they were so arrogant. They truly didn't know the high from the low. However, he wasn't reckless either. With so many martial artists gathered here, they were certainly experts, so he didn't act recklessly. Moreover, these people were from the Earth Demon Sect of the Great Zhou dynasty. If it were in a sparsely populated area, 2 half-step Wuzon would have been killed outright for their arrogance. "You have quite the big mouth. Do you think you're invincible?" Suddenly, a cold and piercing voice rang out. Whoosh, a black shadow rushed out from the ruins, landing before the group, radiating a chilling aura. This person's aura was thick. Merely standing there felt like a great mountain pressing down, giving a strong sense of suffocation. A Wuzon master? The black slave's eyes narrowed. The aura from the other party was deep and dark, clearly a 6th-rank Wuzon-level expert, perhaps not an ordinary Wuzon, likely having reached the peak of the early 6th rank, not weaker than Liu Zi. But the black slave had no fear. He sneered and said, "The one who thinks he's invincible is you. This is the Black Death Marsh. Why do your people get to block us? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." Since his breakthrough, the black slave had yet to engage in a proper battle. At this moment, his fighting intent erupted, ready to confront the enemy. "Black slave, don't be impulsive." At this moment, Qin Chen suddenly spoke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, numerous shadows appeared from within the ruins. These figures varied in strength, but every one of them exuded a terrifying aura, with no fewer than 10 of them at the Wuzon level. These individuals gathered their auras, forming an overwhelming presence that caused a strong shock. So many Wuzon masters, the black slave's eyes suddenly shrank in horror. 6th-level martial venerables belong to the top-tier experts in the Great Wei dynasty. It can be said that any one of them is capable of forming a powerful force in any state of the Great Wei dynasty. Now, with no less than 10 martial venerables suddenly appearing, how could the black slave not be shocked? What shocked him even more was that some of the martial venerables emitted an aura that far surpassed his own. "At least they are mid-stage martial venerables of the 6th level?" The black slave's gaze sharpened. With so many experts, they could easily crush Bianju, a true display of abnormal potency. His heart suddenly tightened. He realized that his previous reckless move was too hasty. He himself was fine, but if it put Qin Chen in danger, that would be troublesome. Compared to the black slave's shock, Qin Chen appeared quite calm, even leisurely observing the various powerful figures in the ruins. Among these experts, each person exuded a very different aura, and by their sides were groups of martial Zong-level experts. The most eye-catching were the strongest few martial venerables. With a slight sweep of his soul force, Qin Chen could immediately tell that these individuals were clearly peak mid-stage martial venerables of the 6th level. That was not the most critical part. The key was that several young people accompanied these top martial venerables. The most surprising pair was a young man and woman, the man in his early 20s, dressed in a purple-gold python robe, with a refined demeanor akin to a deep abyss. Despite his young age, he had already reached the late-stage martial Zong realm. The girl beside him was only around 15 or 16 years old, yet she had already reached the early-stage martial Zong realm. A robust elder, one of the most outstanding among the more than 10 martial venerables present, stood respectfully beside the two, like a servant. Not far from this pair, there was also a young man with a sinister expression, also dressed in a 5-clawed python robe, in his 20s and at the late-stage martial Zong realm, exuding an extremely cold aura as he coldly stared over. In addition, there was a middle-aged woman with a cold expression. Next to her stood a lofty young woman, around 19 years old, with a cultivation level already at the late-stage martial Zong realm, coldly gazing ahead at the ruins, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. What astonishing talent! Could these people be the princes of the Great Wei dynasty? Qin Chen was secretly astonished. The most outstanding young talents he had encountered were the three prodigies of Xunju during the ancient Nandu Grand competition. However, even the likes of Dai Tianyi, Hua Tiandu, and Leng Wushuang were only at half-step martial zhang back then, a far cry from this pair of young individuals. What's going on? This old man needs silence to unlock the formation, didn't you understand? A cold voice came from among the many experts. An elder with grizzled hair spoke sharply, his face displaying displeasure. Everyone, these two do not respect the rules and directly disrupted the center of the ruins. This person should be a strong fighter from your Great Wei dynasty, right? They intrusively disrupted the center of the ruins without any justification. Not only did they disrupt the center of the ruins, but they also aimed to kill disciples of my demon sect. Are the martial artists of your Great Wei dynasty so uncultured? Some experts spoke with cold reprimands, their lips curling into sneers as they looked towards one side of the ruins. The black slave focused his gaze and was instantly startled. He saw that many powerful figures stood in that direction, one of whom was Mo Xiang from Beast Control Mountain, the same one they had taught a lesson to at the entrance of Heizhao City. In addition, there were others exuding a fierce aura, evidently the strong from various forces in Heizhao City. Upon seeing Qin Chen and the black slave, Mo Xiang's face immediately contorted with rage, shouting, "Father, this guy is the one who bullied me at the entrance of Heizhao City." Mo Xiang was both excited and furious seeing Qin Chen, urgently telling Mo Xincheng beside him. "Oh, it's them." Mo Xincheng's lips curled into a cold smile as he furrowed his brows. "Zhuangzhu, should I teach them a lesson in place of young Master Mo?" Mo Qing said in a deep voice. Mo Xincheng nodded, just about to speak, when he suddenly noticed the cold ice spear in the black slave's hand, and his expression changed instantly. "Hold on." He focused and immediately showed a grave expression, murmuring, "Isn't this spear the weapon of Liu Zi from the Feng Chamber of Commerce?" "What are you talking about, Zhuangzhu?" Mo Qing was taken aback. Mo Xincheng's mind raced, his expression heavy. He was very familiar with Liu Zi from the Feng Chamber of Commerce. On the surface, he pretended to be kind, but in reality, he was ruthless, committing every crime imaginable. And this cold ice spear was Liu Zi's most important treasured weapon. Such a weapon was something any martial artist would likely protect closely. Yet now, the cold ice spear had fallen into the hands of these two, which made Mo Xincheng think deeply. As he pondered, the refined young man had already furrowed his brows and spoke. "Since we have discussed the matter here, anyone who is a 6th-level martial venerable can join. Since there are 6th-level martial venerables among these two, naturally, they should not be obstructed." "Humph, that's easy to say, but these two have harmed disciples of my demon sect." "What does that count for?" The martial venerable of the demon sect coldly remarked, his eyes shining with cold light. "Previously, it was your demon sect's disciple who attacked first. The other party only retaliated. Besides, your demon sect's disciples did not perish, so what is there to discuss?" The refined young man said indifferently. At this time, Qin Chen also understood. Clearly, these individuals had previously discussed that only 6th-level martial venerable experts were allowed to enter this ruins for searching. That was why he and the black slave were obstructed upon entering. "So does this mean that our demon sect's disciples were harmed in vain?" The martial venerable of the demon sect angrily shouted. "Presumptuous! How dare you speak to my great Xia 9th prince like that?" The elder beside the refined young man had a dark expression. "Ha ha ha!" The martial venerable of the demon sect laughed, mocking, "You have quite the air, don't you? I'm a warrior of the great Zhou. Do I need to listen to your great Xia prince's commands?" "Well said." The cold young man in the python robe sneered. "Xia Wusheng, your great Xia dynasty is overstepping its bounds, wanting to control even the warriors of my great Zhou. Shouldn't this prince be managed by your great Xia martial artists too?" "Zhou Zun, you know what this prince means. Since this person is a martial venerable, he naturally has the qualification to join the search. On this point, your great Zhou warriors are in the wrong. This prince is merely acting according to the rules," the refined young man stated calmly. "Acting according to the rules. Indeed," the cold young man nodded. "Since this person is a 6th-level martial venerable, he does have the qualification to join the search. However, he previously acted recklessly and disrupted the formation of Master Zhu Wei. How should that be accounted for?" This man's hostility was directed at Qin Chen, clearly not wanting him to survive. Seeing Qin Chen being targeted by the people of the great Zhou dynasty, many martial artists in the distant sighed. They originally thought that Qin Chen and his companions would undoubtedly be slain by the powerful beings in the ruins, but they had not expected that the cloaked man was actually a 6th-level martial venerable, almost killing the disciples of the Earth Demon Sect. Unfortunately, although this person was a 6th-level martial venerable, he was too reckless. If he hadn't acted earlier, perhaps it wouldn't have mattered, but now he had almost killed a master from the Earth Demon Sect, which was undoubtedly a wrong decision. The people from the Earth Demon Sect were always extremely arrogant. Black slaves dared to touch their disciples, and they wouldn't have a good end. Indeed, I was just studying this formation when this guy's attack interrupted my thoughts. Although according to the rules, a 6th-level martial venerable can come in. If someone enters and disrupts my formation breaking, how long will it take for me to break this ruin? The elder known as Zhou Wei wore a displeased expression and coldly said, "Since Master Zhou Wei has said this, what do you have to say? These two are undoubtedly from your Great Wei dynasty. What will your Great Wei dynasty say about this?" The martial venerable from the Earth Demon Sect coldly looked at Mo Xincheng and the others. On the side of the Great Wei dynasty, everyone looked towards the experts from Mu Xincheng. This time, due to their expedition, the royal family of the Great Wei dynasty had yet to receive news and come, so the highest authority on the scene was the force of Mu Xincheng from Bianzhu. Although forces like the Black Repair Association, Beast Master Villa, and Tian Zhenmin were strong in such an official setting, they had to give Mu Xincheng some face. The one leading the Mu Xincheng party was an elder with brown hair, who coldly said, "This person is indeed a martial artist from our Great Wei dynasty, but since our 3 great dynasties have set down rules, we must follow them. As long as you all abide by the rules, we naturally will not intervene." His words clearly indicated that he didn't want to get involved in this matter. "Ha ha ha, since Elder Mu has said this, our Beast Master Villa will naturally not intervene either." Mo Xincheng also laughed. The Black Repair Association had heard about Qin Chen and the Black Slaves president before. He was also present and said indifferently, "This person has no connection with our Black Repair Association. We are people who uphold the rules and will not intervene." But in his heart, he was sneering. No wonder these 2 guys didn't accept our Black Repair Association's invitation. It turns out this person is actually a 6th-level martial venerable. Back when he was in the Black Repair Association, he pretended to be just a peak 5-level martial sovereign, killing the twin demons of Anbei. Humph, since he refused to accept our Black Repair Association's invitation, now whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. The martial artists from other forces in Black Marsh City also echoed similar sentiments. "Ninth brother, since these 2 are martial artists from the Great Wei dynasty, why aren't the people from the Great Wei dynasty caring about their lives or deaths?" At that moment, a youthful voice rang out. It was the girl beside the 9th prince, Zia Wusheng, looking confused. As soon as this was said, it immediately drew discussions from many martial artists outside the ruins. The major factions of the Great Wei dynasty were always quite discordant. Even in the face of external enemies, for their own interests, no one spoke up to help, while surprisingly, people from the Great Xia dynasty came forward to speak, which was truly disheartening and shameful. "You all heard it. Since the people from the Great Wei dynasty have said nothing, then I will act according to the rules." The martial venerable from the Earth Demon Sect laughed heartily, coldly walking towards the Black Slave and Qin Chen, while behind him, other masters from the Earth Demon Sect also approached with cold smiles, exuding a murderous aura. "Zia Wusheng, you don't want to take action, do you?" The cold youth Zhou Zun sneered, stepping forward to clearly prevent Zia Wusheng from acting. Zia Wusheng sighed but said nothing further. Since even the people from the Great Wei dynasty said this, as a prince of the Great Xia dynasty, what could he say? The sect master of the Earth Demon Sect, Zhang Wuxin, slowly approached Qin Chen and the Black Slave, disdainfully saying, "You two, having no knowledge of the rules, recklessly barged into the center of the ruins and even attempted to kill my Earth Demon Sect disciples. I, Zhang Wuxin, am also a person of law. You should say, what should we do?" While he spoke about what should be done, his aura surged wildly, a dense killing intent pressing down on Qin Chen and the Black Slave like a mountain. "Ha ha ha!" The several strong members of the Earth Demon Sect behind him also laughed, especially the martial sovereign who had been pierced by the Black Slave's spear. His killing intent was particularly fierce, radiating a cold light, clearly ready to spring into action at Zhang Wuxin's command to kill Qin Chen and the Black Slave. The Black Slave's face turned ashen. If it were elsewhere, he would have already lunged forward with a spear, but with so many martial venerables staring at him, for Qin Chen's safety, he could only lower his head and look at Qin Chen, whispering, "Young master." Qin Chen raised a hand to stop the Black Slave from speaking, then looked at Zhang Wuxin, a ND Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. "Sir, we did not kill your Earth Demon Sect's disciples just now." "Ha ha ha. Kid, are you pleading for mercy?" Zhang Wuxin sneered. "Isn't it a bit late to plead for mercy now?" The other martial venerables from the Earth Demon Sect also laughed heartily, their laughter wild and arrogant, filled with triumph. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists from the Great Wei dynasty couldn't help but sigh, while Zhou Zun and the others wore cold, mocking smiles. Then Qin Chen shook his head and said, "Wrong, what I meant was, I didn't kill your Earth Demon Sect disciples just now, but now." Halfway through his sentence, Qin Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold, and a mysterious rusted sword appeared in his hand, thrusting into the throat of the martial sovereign, who was still laughing maniacally. The expression on that martial sovereign's face froze instantly, blood foam spraying from his mouth, blood continuously splattering out. His eyes showing despair and fear, clearly not expecting Qin Chen to dare to attack him at this moment. He wanted to resist, but the strength in his body, along with the flowing blood, was constantly waning, growing colder and colder, his eyes fading into a dull gray. "Now is when I killed your Earth Demon Sect's disciple." Qin Chen withdrew the mysterious rusted sword, coldly stating, "What?" At that moment, everyone in the arena was stunned, each one of them wide-eyed, their hearts experiencing an unprecedented shock. Arrogant? Too arrogant. Zhang Wuxin said that Qin Chen was going to kill their Earth Demon Sect's disciples, and everyone thought Qin Chen would explain and defuse the situation. But they never expected that without saying a word, Qin Chen would directly slay a disciple of the Earth Demon Sect on the spot. And he even declared that he hadn't killed the Earth Demon Sect disciple before. But now he had. Such a tone was simply outrageously arrogant, leaving everyone unable to anticipate that Qin Chen would do something like this. This was simply not putting the Earth Demon Sect in his eyes at all. "Your audacity is astounding." Zhang Wuxin also didn't react in time. By the time he regained his senses, that disciple had already died at Qin Chen's hands, and he was instantly filled with shock and anger. With a furious roar, a black magic wheel appeared in Zhang Wuxin's hand, transforming into a black shadow hurtling towards Qin Chen. "It's you who is bold, seeking death." Seeing Qin Chen kill the disciple of the Earth Demon Sect, the black slave immediately understood Qin Chen's intent. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his ice spear, blocking Qin Chen's path. Crack, crack, crack! Zhang Wuxin felt as if his black magic wheel had struck a hard sheet of ice, immobilizing him and making it difficult to move. "Good boldness. No wonder you're so rampant. It turns out you have some skill. But you dare to kill my Earth Demon Sect disciple. Today I, Zhang Wuxin, will not let you live." Zhang Wuxin roared in anger, and the black magic wheel in his hand gleamed even more intensely, a powerful killing intent bursting forth. The ice domain released by the black slave's ice spear began to shatter bit by bit, and the black magic wheel cleaved a long gash through it. In the next moment, the black slave felt a surge of intense killing intent rush into his mind. The resplendent black magic wheel, imbued with an unparalleled desire to kill, seemed poised to split him in half. "You lot, go and kill this kid. Dare to touch my Earth Demon Sect's people. Regardless of this kid's background, he must die." While he was killing the black slave, Zhang Wuxin did not forget to instruct his subordinates to eliminate Qin Chen. "Understood." With a furious shout, the two half-step martial venerables, along with 3 peak-level martial Zhangs, charged madly at Qin Chen, their eyes gleaming with cold light, clearly intent on avenging the fallen martial Zhang by tearing Qin Chen apart. "Who dares to touch young Master Chen, first ask me?" Seeing this, the black slave's face darkened with fury. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the Heavenly Demon Banner. Whoosh! The enormous Heavenly Demon Banner instantly transformed into a sky curtain, enveloping the area with overwhelming demonic energy, which swiftly wrapped around Zhang Wuxin. "What is this thing?" Zhang Wuxin was taken aback. Under this immense demonic energy, the magic wheel in his hand suddenly dimmed. Compared to the demonic might, the black slave immediately overshadowed him, creating a stark contrast. Boom! Within the black demonic energy, a terrifying demonic might cleaved towards Zhang Wuxin. The black demonic energy carried a killing intent that spanned hundreds of zhang, as if it intended to shatter his magic wheel. Even under this endless demonic might, Zhang Wuxin could distinctly feel his internal true power becoming sluggish. Zhang Wuxin was, after all, a top-tier powerhouse from the Earth Demon Sect of the Great Zhou dynasty, and his cultivation was even more formidable than Liu Zi. Feeling the madness of his internal demonic might trembling, how could he not recognize that the opponent's terrifying true treasure could suppress him? Instinctively, he wanted to charge out of the Heavenly Demon Banner's attack range and then rush towards Qin Chen. His intention was simple. The cloaked figure before him was clearly the young master's attendant. As long as he could control the young master, regardless of how terrifying the cloaked figure's strength was, he would have to obey his commands. But before he could get close to Qin Chen, he heard several piercing screams. Looking up, he was horrified to see that the youth had somehow produced an ancient mirror in his hand, from which holy light erupted, instantly blasting his several peak-level martial Zhang subordinates into pieces. Only the two half-step martial venerables could barely resist, yet under this terrifying white light, they were heavily injured, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths as they could only keep defending. Zhang Wuxin was utterly shocked. He had never expected that Qin Chen possessed such a terrifying treasure. As a mid-phase peak martial Zhang, he was able to instantly kill several of his peak martial Zhang subordinates with this treasure, even forcing his two half-step martial venerables to hastily defend. As the white light flashed again, the two half-step martial venerables, who were desperately defending not far away, could no longer withstand the attack of the Lichen's sacred mirror. They screamed and turned to ashes, while Zhang Wuxin, who was blocking the heavenly demon banner, had no ability to stop it at all. Seeing several major experts of the Earth Demon Sect killed before his eyes, Zhang Wuxin felt an overwhelming surge of rage rise from his heart, nearly causing him to spit out blood. What enraged him even more was Qin Chen's next words. "I have not only killed one of your Earth Demon Sect disciples, but I will also kill all of your other people. What can you do about it?" Holding the Lichen's sacred mirror, Qin Chen looked at Zhang Wuxin mockingly. "Ah, you brat, I will kill you!" Zhang Wuxin roared in madness, unable to contain himself any longer. With a loud boom, the black magic wheel in his hand suddenly erupted with astonishing demonic might, revealing glaring black runes. When those runes lit up, an eerie sound that pierced the ears rang out. The magic wheel unleashed an unprecedented killing intent, swirling up a vast amount of demonic energy, crashing into the Black Slave's heavenly demon banner. Bang! Sand and gravel flew, and chaotic currents swirled. Even the martial artists outside the ruins felt this surge of killing intent and impact, their faces changing drastically as they hurriedly retreated. Taking advantage of the moment he blocked the heavenly demon banner, Zhang Wuxin charged fiercely towards Qin Chen. "Do you have the capability to kill me, you worthless fool? I already killed one of your Earth Demon Sect disciples, and now I will kill you too. What can you do about it?" Qin Chen sneered. He had never been one to play nice, and he knew that constant forbearance would only invite contempt. In this situation, with so many strong figures around, he had to act aggressively to make others wary and not dare to strike at him. The Lichen's sacred mirror turned slightly, as Qin Chen activated the 9-star God Emperor technique. A dazzling white light shot forth like a beam, instantly crashing towards Zhang Wuxin. Zhang Wuxin was furious, roaring in rage. "You think you can hurt me with such an attack?" He could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body grew wildly, layers of black light bursting forth from him, resembling a demonic god. The magic wheel in his hand roared out, sweeping up a killing force that spanned dozens of zhang, and the killing intent on him continued to rise. To the naked eye, Zhang Wuxin's face was already covered in layers of red patterns, making him look like a demon that had emerged from the inferno, incredibly terrifying. Transformation into demonic method. The previously shocked powerhouses of the Great Zhou dynasty were now displaying expressions of terror. The Earth Demon Sect was the largest sect closest to the Black Death Marsh within the Great Zhou dynasty. Though it wasn't the top-tier sect in the Great Wei dynasty, it was still formidable. What was most terrifying about the Earth Demon Sect was its transformation into demonic method, which could nearly double one's combat power in an instant. "This kid is finished." A cold laugh echoed among the warriors of the Great Zhou dynasty. Under this move, regardless of what abilities that kid and the cloaked man possessed, death was certain. Everyone could see that Qin Chen had relied on the ancient mirror to kill the demon sect experts. Facing the significantly strengthened Zhang Wuxin, death seemed inevitable. Seeing Zhang Wuxin's frenzied aura, Qin Chen sneered. He had expended so much effort to kill the half-step martial venerable from the demon sect, not because he couldn't, but because he didn't want to draw too much attention to the Li Can holy mirror. If Zhang Wuxin thought he could kill him just because his strength had risen, that would be naive. He activated the 9-star Divine Emperor art to its fullest, and pure, profound, true power surged into the Li Can holy mirror in an instant. Boom! Though Qin Chen's cultivation was not on par with Liu Zi's, his true power was purer and far stronger. The Li Can holy mirror erupted with an unprecedented hot radiance, an overwhelming white light that smashed the black demonic light from the black magic wheel into smithereens and struck Zhang Wuxin. "Ah!" Zhang Wuxin screamed as black smoke and burn marks crawled over his body. The white light corroded the demonic energy on him, rendering him weak. "Not good. If this continues, I might die." He tried to retreat, planning to call the sect master and rely on Prince Zhou Zun for rescue. But a crushing killing intent swept over from behind him like a tsunami. "Want to leave? Did you ask me first? Die!" The black slave had been waiting. Now his heavenly demon banner erupted at full force for the first time since his breakthrough to the 6th-level martial venerable. Ghostly wails echoed, many covered their ears in pain. Zhang Wuxin, already grievously wounded, was utterly powerless. The banner engulfed him, a sky full of demonic energy devouring his soul. After absorbing Zhang Wuxin's soul, the heavenly demon banner glowed even more terrifyingly. The black slave grinned, then produced a storage ring and respectfully handed it to Qin Chen. He coldly sneered, "What a waste. Such strength dares to be arrogant, simply doesn't know how to write the word death." The battle vanished as quickly as it had come. Silence settled over the ruins. Those present stared at Qin Chen and the black slave, stunned. Accustomed to seeing demon sect experts hold sway, they were shaken to speechlessness that a 5th-level martial venerable had slain 6th-level experts. Fear and disbelief rippled, but it was brief. The princes and formation masters gathered, eyes hardening. "You dare to kill the warriors of the great Zhou dynasty?" Zhou Zun's face froze. Qin Chen glanced over coldly. "What are you? If I want to kill, do I need to heed your orders?" Around the cold youth, several strong figures erupted in rage, their killing intent crashing toward Qin Chen and the black slave. The black slave's face turned pale. Despite his recent breakthrough, he was still far from matching seasoned mid-stage 6th-level martial venerables. "What's wrong? Are you a few of you going to act against me, young master? Have you considered the consequences?" Qin Chen's calm, faint smile stopped them. The crowd hesitated, curious and wary. One of the dojo experts sneered, "This is His Highness, the 6th Prince. How dare you speak to him like that? Kneel or suffer the consequences." Qin Chen scoffed at the idea of dynastic grandeur. When he mentioned Dreaming Mountain, Emperor's Peak, and the Holy Palace, murmurs spread. Terms like those belonged to legends, and a young man claiming such credentials drew startled looks. "What does the Dowei dynasty count as?" Qin Chen mocked when accused of being from Dowei. The Dowei experts exchanged cold, silent glances, offering no defense. The black slave laughed. "What the master says is correct. That Dowei dynasty is merely a small dynasty. How could it possibly be worthy of my master's attention?" Master, the single word hit like a hammer. The black slave's previous strength had marked him as no ordinary subordinate. Addressing Qin Chen, as master transformed the scene's calculations. "This young master has been to the Dreaming Mountain, ascended the Emperor's Peak, and stepped into the Holy Palace of the martial domain. I was merely passing by the 100 dynasties and stopped here out of slight interest," Qin Chen said, each name landing heavy. Gu Yue and others stiffened. These terms implied an origin far beyond the 100 dynasties. Some began to believe he might carry the legacy of a supreme power. Left Wei scoffed, but Zhu Wei, the formation master, stepped forward with displeasure. If Qin Chen truly hailed from such heights, why only a peak initial 6th-level servant as guardian? The lack of visible protection made many doubt the claim. Heated words rose until Qin Chen, amused, tilted his chin at Zhu Wei. "What kind of gaze is that? Have I exposed you, leaving you speechless?" Zhu Wei bristled. Qin Chen's disdain stung. To the formation master, used to being addressed with deference, this was humiliation. Qin Chen gave an easy smile. "Who said one must have powerful followers to call it training? Prestigious families temper heirs with cruelty. If having top-tier experts babysit you counts as training, then that is not training." "You mean to say you actually have a martial arts avatar?" the holy maiden asked, eyes wide. Gu Yue answered solemnly, "A martial arts avatar is a clone of will, condensed by a supreme's martial will and implanted into descendants. When they face life-threatening danger, the will can manifest as the avatar of the strong person to slay the opponent. Only a martial emperor can leave such a will." The word martial emperor made many draw a cold breath. If true, Qin Chen had a martial emperor-level backer behind him, the sort of force that changed calculations instantly. Zhu Wei felt a chill but forced a snort. "You might just be talking nonsense. Who knows if you really have a martial arts will? You can always test it out," Qin Chen said. Zhu Wei's face darkened with anger over more immediate matters. "You keep interrupting my formation. If I can't break this formation because of you, what do you intend if you don't want me to succeed?" Qin Chen's smile deepened. "You can't break the formation and want to blame it on me. Besides, is there only one formation master here?" Zhu Wei puffed up. "Though there are others, I have the highest mastery. If I cannot break this formation, no one can. You interrupted me and made me dizzy. Only you can break the formation?" Qin Chen curved his lips into a cold smile. "Is that so? I doubt it." Zhu Wei, enraged to the extreme, laughed arrogantly. "If it's not me breaking the formation, then could it be you?" "Oh, if I can break this formation, what then?" Qin Chen suddenly broke into laughter. When Qin Chen said this, Zhu Wei was immediately stunned. Everyone else looked on in astonishment. What did Qin Chen mean? Could it be that he was also an array master? But even if he were an array master, his cultivation was only at the peak of the mid-stage of the 5th level. The rank of an array master often depended on their cultivation level, meaning that no matter how strong Qin Chen was, he could only be a 5th-level array master, if he could even reach that. After all, both arrays and martial arts require a significant amount of effort to study. And Qin Chen, at such a young age, had already reached the peak of the mid-stage Wuzong, yet he wanted to achieve something in arrays. That was simply impossible. However, Zhu Wei was the highest-ranked array master on the scene, with his array mastery reaching the peak of the early 6th level. If Qin Chen wanted to challenge him in arrays, he must have made a mistake in choosing his opponent. "Ha, do you think you can break this array? Impossible," Zhu Wei sneered, completely disbelieving. He had already spent half a day exploring this strange array in the ruins at the center of the relic. Even he was somewhat in the dark, trying various methods bit by bit. For Qin Chen to think he could break it was simply wishful thinking. "I said, what if?" "What if?" Zhu Wei scoffed. "If you really can break this array, I will become your disciple." "What of it, become my disciple?" Qin Chen shook his head and scoffed. "You're dreaming. You look to be at least 50 or 60 years old, and yet you're only a 6th-level array master. How could you be worthy of becoming my disciple?" "Only a 6th-level array master?" Zhu Wei was furious. The other party was too arrogant. A 6th-level array master held a noble status in the entire 100 dynasties. Even imperial families had to treat him with respect and call him master. Yet this kid had the audacity to say only. How presumptuous. Everyone else was also dumbfounded, believing Qin Chen had gone too far. "So what do you want?" Zhu Wei's anger ignited, and he was determined to teach Qin Chen a harsh lesson. Qin Chen stroked his chin and pondered. "To take you as a disciple would tarnish my identity, but to take you as a servant might be acceptable. How about this? If I can break this array, you shall be my servant. Of course, with your strength, you can only be my servant for a moment. Once we leave this Black Death Marsh, I will reclaim your servant status because, after all, being my servant is not something just anyone can be." "Pooh!" Hearing this, Zhu Wei almost spat out a mouthful of blood, trembling with rage, his eyes radiating a terrifying killing intent. Everyone else was also speechless, each one on the verge of insanity. But no one spoke up to stop it. For them, there was no downside. Fine, I'll agree to your bet, but what if you lose?" Coldness radiated from Zhu Wei, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. For many years, since becoming an array master, no one had dared to speak to him like this, especially not such a young boy. Even if Qin Chen were truly a disciple of some top power on the continent, he should not insult him in this manner. "And if I lose, Qin Chen stroked his chin. "Whatever you tell me to do, I will do it." "How about that?" "Master!" The black servant was taken aback and looked at Qin Chen. He wasn't doubting Qin Chen's array skills compared to Zhu Wei. Rather, he was worried that they were betting on breaking the array at the center of the relic. The Black Death Marsh had existed for countless years in the 100 dynasties, and the arrays here would certainly not be merely 5th or 6th level. He feared Qin Chen might not be able to break the array and end up being restrained by Zhu Wei. However, the expression of the black servant only strengthened Zhu Wei's confidence in the bet. "Good, it's settled then." Without waiting for Qin Chen to back down, Zhu Wei immediately agreed. "Everyone, you all heard this. This person has bet with me that he can break the array at the center of the relic. If he fails, he will let me deal with him as I wish. You all heard it clearly. If he goes back on his word, please help me seek justice. Rest assured, my word is my bond. I am not the kind of person who goes back on my word." Qin Chen smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed. The black servant felt a heavy heart but could only helplessly shake his head. Naturally, he had no right to refute young Master Chen's decision. Seeing this, many powerful figures present couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads. Impulsive, too impulsive. They had been exploring this relic center for quite some time and had already conducted some investigations. There was indeed a vast array here, but in their eyes, they could only see some hints. As for breaking it, they had no method whatsoever. Only Zhu Wei, the one with the highest array mastery, had seen some clues and had a slight chance of breaking it, but even that was minimal. He had tried for half a day before failing, and now this young man was betting against Zhu Wei, making everyone sigh. So young and reckless. If this array were so easy to break, would it have waited until now? Even if he truly came from a major power and had broad knowledge, arrays were an extremely specialized field. Just having knowledge wouldn't allow one to break them. "Please proceed." Zhu Wei smirked coldly, waving at Qin Chen with a mocking expression. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Chen slowly stepped into the ruins. He walked around the ruins, looking left and right, clearly inspecting something. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. As Qin Chen looked around, his expression gradually became serious, as if he had encountered a difficult problem. "How is it? Have you figured anything out?" Seeing Qin Chen's increasingly serious face after making a few rounds, Zhu Wei sneered. Zia Wusheng couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Zhou Zun and Mo Zincheng exchanged knowing glances, thinking to themselves, this kid must have run into a problem. If entering the center of the relic were so easy, they wouldn't have been here for so long without any clue. Just as Zhu Wei thought Qin Chen was about to admit defeat, Qin Chen calmly said, I've indeed figured out a few things. This place should be a natural law array. Ha ha ha, a natural law array. In the center of this marsh, a ruin appears, and you dare to say it's a natural law array. Pooh. This kid must not understand anything and is just talking nonsense. Even an idiot should know this can't be a naturally formed array. Everyone was taken aback, and then several people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although they didn't understand arrays, they did know that natural arrays are formed through the movement of the heavens and earth. But this was clearly a ruin. How could it be naturally formed? Everyone looked at Zhu Wei, knowing that upon hearing Qin Chen's words, Master Zhu Wei would surely taunt him. But to their astonishment, when Zhu Wei heard Qin Chen's words, the mocking expression on his face suddenly froze, and a hint of shock flickered in his eyes. You can tell this is a natural law array. He furrowed his brows, unable to contain his shock as he spoke. Minus 629, what? This really is a natural formation? Everyone was stunned. Each person felt dizzy, almost fainting on the ground, looking at Qin Chen in disbelief. Did he really guess it right? Did a blind cat find a dead rat? What's so hard to see? Faced with Zhu Wei's shock, Qin Chen said calmly and naturally. Zhu Wei's expression was dazed, and other powerful individuals also looked stunned, their eyes showing horror. It turned out that this ruined place, seemingly impossible, was indeed a natural formation. However, this formation was very secretive, and they had spent half a day trying to understand it, but in the end, it was Zhu Wei who had been groping in the dark. But now, this Qin Chen casually turned a few circles and directly stated that this place was a natural formation. How could they not be shocked? This kid, is he really that amazing? Did he really see that this is a natural formation, or is he just spouting nonsense? Everyone frowned in thought. Zhu Wei also squinted his eyes, carefully examining Qin Chen for a long time, trying to find some clues from him, but Qin Chen's expression was calm, giving him no opportunity at all. You are indeed extraordinary, able to recognize that this place is a natural formation. However, recognizing it is not enough. The key lies in being able to break it. Zhu Wei sneered. He had already noticed the natural formation long ago, but previously he had been trying to break it for a long time without any clue. He believed that Qin Chen, a young man, even if he recognized the natural formation, would find it impossible to break it. Qin Chen shook his head, then glanced at the traces on the ground, mocking. This Master Zhu Wei was probably trying to use formation techniques to forcibly break through this ruined place, right? There were quite a few methods attempted, but unfortunately these tricks are like a mantis trying to stop a cart or an ant trying to shake a tree. It would be a miracle if it succeeded. Upon hearing this, everyone on the scene gasped, exchanging glances. Only by destroying the Black Death Marsh can one break the formation. This is too exaggerated. Not to mention the people present, even if all the powerful individuals from the Great Zhou dynasty, the Great Wei dynasty, and the Great Xia dynasty came out, they probably wouldn't be able to destroy this Black Death Marsh. The Black Death Marsh is a notorious forbidden area between the three dynasties, existing for at least tens of thousands of years. If it could be destroyed, would it still be here today? If what Qin Chen said is true, then what are they still doing here? They might as well wash up and go home. Ridiculous! Zhu Wei shouted coldly, filled with immense anger. This kid, always mocking him, is too arrogant. Unable to hold back, he sneered. You say this natural formation is a large formation and can only be broken by destroying the Black Death Marsh. I cannot agree with this. This place is merely a ruin. Even if a natural formation can form, how significant can it be? I believe your words are alarmist and have ulterior motives. Qin Chen understood his meaning well, looking at Zhu Wei with a sneer. Are you really a sixth-level formation master? Zhu Wei frowned. What do you mean by that? Qin Chen gestured. You say this place is just a ruin forming only a small formation. You might as well look around. Zhu Wei followed Qin Chen's direction and at first saw nothing, but gradually surprise and then horror appeared in his eyes. His body trembled. This, impossible, he. Qin Chen smiled. Master Zhu Wei can see it. I did not speak nonsense. This place's formation is just the tip of the iceberg of this natural formation, actually merging with the entire Black Death Marsh. The surrounding waters, marshes, and mountains are all part of this formation. It can be said that the underground relic we entered is itself an immensely large formation, covering the entire Black Death Marsh. When Qin Chen finished, Zhu Wei's entire body shook, his eyes blank and dull. This entire underground relic is actually part of a formation? No wonder his attempts had no effect. He had been using the wrong method. Using the method for a small formation to tackle a natural mega-formation was hopeless. Others, seeing Zhuo Wei's expression, were also shaken. Such a vast formation, how could they break it? Could it really be, as this young man said, to destroy the entire Black Death Marsh? Even if they had such thoughts, they probably wouldn't have the strength to do so. Even if this entire Black Death Marsh is a natural formation, so what? Kid, the bet we made earlier was whether you could break this formation. Since you cannot break it, do you want to let me deal with it? Zhuo Wei quickly regained his composure amidst the shock, laughing sinisterly. Since this natural large formation cannot be broken, giving this kid a lesson would not be a bad thing. Qin Chen smiled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. He stepped into the ruins and casually threw down a series of formation flags. These flags were placed among the ruins. As they fell, the entire ruin trembled, an astonishing aura spreading, and then boom! The ground gave way, revealing a massive black entrance. At the mouth of the entrance, a faint light membrane shimmered. The depths were dark and mysterious. Look, hasn't it been broken? Qin Chen smiled, looking at Zhuo Wei mockingly. Zhuo Wei's eyes widened, filled with shock and anger, almost unable to believe his own eyes. Although the entrance was deep and dark, as a formation master, he understood that Qin Chen had opened a passage above this natural formation, which could well be a way into the center of the ruins. How could this be possible? Zhuo Wei's heart trembled violently, almost going mad. He couldn't believe that the formation he had tried every means to crack could be so easily breached by Qin Chen. It was an immense blow to his pride and confidence. What's so impossible about this? Qin Chen said calmly. Every formation has its flaws, although this one is natural, it's no exception. Because it's natural, it's less likely to be perfect. We formation masters follow those flaws to set traps and paths. Forcible brute force like you used will never work. Others who had some understanding of formations were shaken. This sudden black entrance might indeed be the true path in, opened by finding a weakness Zhuo Wei had missed. The crowd buzzed with excitement. If the formation had truly been broken, they could enter the ruins. What were they waiting for? Swiftly, a man with an eagle-like face flashed forward, about to rush in. But with a bang, a white light sprang up at the entrance, knocking him back as if hitting an iron wall. He leaped up, face filled with anger. What's going on? Why can't I enter? Others tried and were likewise rebounded by the invisible barrier. The entrance had appeared yet would not admit anyone. Qin Chen sneered but kept his focus. He had not yet fully opened the passage. He cupped his hands and addressed Zhuo Wei directly. Master Zhuo Wei, the bet between you and me has been witnessed by many. Now that I have found and cracked the formation's weakness and opened an entrance, are you going to fulfill your promise and become my servant? Zhuo Wei's face went ugly. He had thought once the entrance was opened and everyone rushed in, Qin Chen would be distracted. Instead, Qin Chen used the half-open passage to force the issue. Humph, you have only opened an entrance in the formation. Since it is not yet open for everyone to enter, it probably can't be considered fully broken, Zhuo Wei retorted, grasping at a technicality. At that moment, Zhou Zun smiled and added fuel to the claim. What Master Zhuo Wei said might not necessarily be playing tricks. Although you have opened an entrance in the formation, since it is temporarily inaccessible, it indeed cannot be considered fully broken. Everyone, what this prince says should be correct, right? Voices rose, some backing Zhuo Wei, others scoffing. A martial venerable who had been knocked back sneered that a rock passing didn't mean a person could. The black slave understood everyone's motives. They wanted to force Qin Chen into opening the passage fully before honoring the bet. Qin Chen neither flinched nor lost his smile. You're not wrong. I did only open the entrance. But since there's doubt, I'll open it properly for everyone to see. He casually tossed down a great number of formation flags at once, more than 100. When the last flag fell, the light membrane above the entrance rippled and vanished. Qin Chen picked up a common rock and tossed it into the cave. The rock vanished within, clearly entering the ruins. Everyone, the entrance is now open. I believe you have nothing more to say, Qin Chen said, though the crowd still murmured. Just because a rock can pass doesn't mean that a martial artist can too. I'll go in first to verify it. A martial venerable sneered and flashed forward, but an invisible light at Qin Chen's command immediately rose and stopped him. Qin Chen then seized the moment. Ninth Prince, if you trust me, send someone to enter first and verify whether the formation is truly broken. All eyes turned to Zia Wushang. The chance to be the first into the ruins was rare and precious. Zia Wushang's face brightened. Su Zun, you go in first and investigate the situation, Zia Wushang quickly ordered. Su Zun, in his 40s and early peak 6th level, immediately strode forward. Qin Chen looked at the black slave and said, Black slave, go in with Su Zun. Once you enter, don't act recklessly. I'll be right there. The black slave hesitated, worry on his face. Chen Shao, are you still afraid that I can't handle this? Qin Chen smiled faintly. Reluctantly, the black slave nodded. Zhou Zun and the others watched anxiously. If Zia Wushang's people explored first, they might seize the advantage. But seeing the black slave accompany Su Zun reassured many that the entrance was genuine. Qin Chen waved his right hand, the entrance opened once more, and the two figures flashed forward, disappearing into the darkness. "What do you have to say now?" Zhu Wei's face was difficult to look at, but he couldn't say a word, only anxiously looking at Zhou Zun. Qin Chen sneered, "Zhou Zun, you surely won't say now that this formation hasn't been broken by this young master yet. That's not necessarily impossible. Who knows where your subordinate and Su Zun went after entering this passage? Maybe you set up a teleportation array that sent them directly away," Zhou Zun replied coldly. "Exactly." Zhu Wei immediately seemed to find a lifeline, excitedly saying, "Although you opened an entrance, this entrance might not be the passage into the ruins. It could very well be a teleportation array or something like that, who knows?" Qin Chen laughed coldly. Zhu Wei was willing to say anything just to avoid admitting defeat. A teleportation array was completely different from breaking a formation. Others might not see through it, but how could Zhu Wei, as a 6th-level formation master, not notice? Clearly, he just refused to admit it no matter what. "All right, since both of you think that the array I set up might be a teleportation array, let's wait until that black slave and Su Zun come back to determine whether this is a teleportation array or the entrance to the ruins." Qin Chen wasn't in a hurry. He waved his hand and directly sealed the entrance, looking completely calm. Once he did this, the other people present immediately panicked. How long would it take for that black slave and Su Zun to return? If the two did not come out for half a day, wouldn't they be waiting half a day? By then, would there still be any treasures left in the ruins for them? In an instant, the entire ruins erupted in commotion, and the strong from various factions rushed forward, looking anxious. If it were someone else who dared to do this, they would have already acted, but Qin Chen's previous background had frightened them, and since the entrance formation was also controlled by Qin Chen, they hesitated to act out of fear, even though they were anxious. "Your actions are not appropriate. Why not open the entrance and let this prince send someone inside to check if this passage is real or not?" Zhou Zun felt nervous in his heart, secretly cursing Qin Chen for being despicable, but he spoke solemnly. "Why not let us in first, so we can verify whether this entrance is real or not? Wouldn't that be faster?" "Yes, hurry and open the entrance. As long as this entrance is real, we will certainly help you determine its authenticity." The people from Yushu Mountain Villa, Black Cultivation Society, Muzin Mansion, as well as other forces from the two great dynasties, including the proud middle-aged woman, were all anxious. What you all said is incorrect. Since I have made a bet with Master Zhu Wei, I naturally must abide by the bet. Before the bet is fulfilled, I absolutely will not open the entrance. Moreover, since many friends here previously believed I had not broken the formation, why not find a way to break it yourselves? I would like to see how you all will break the formation." Qin Chen said with a smile. Everyone was dumbfounded, each one feeling like they were constipated. "Damn it, why did I just speak up for Zhu Wei? Zhu Wei's life and death had nothing to do with me, yet I foolishly offended that young man for this person. Now it's good. The great Xia dynasty already had martial artists entering the ruins, and if they didn't go in now, they would probably get nothing. This young brother, although I don't understand formations much, I can see that you have already broken this formation. According to the bet, Master Zhu Wei has long since lost." Yes, I was also a witness to the previous bet. You have already won." "Master Zhu Wei, why not hurry and bow to this person as your master? As a formation master, you wouldn't do something as dishonest as this, would you?" In their anxious hearts, everyone looked towards Zhu Wei, urging him to admit defeat and acknowledge Qin Chen as his master so they could enter the ruins. "Master Zhu Wei, as martial artists, we value our words and integrity. Since a bet was made, it must be honored. Our Xuan Yin Pavilion also does not wish to see anyone violate martial ethics and be untrustworthy." Even the middle-aged woman from Xuan Yin Pavilion spoke coldly, her aura intimidating. Xuan Yin Pavilion, upon hearing this, Qin Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling suspicious. This sect's name sounded somewhat familiar. Zhu Wei wanted to cry but had no tears. What was happening? Why did everyone's attitude change in an instant? He even looked at Zhou Zun, but Zhou Zun's face was tightly furrowed. Feeling Zhu Wei's gaze, he spoke in a deep voice. "Master Zhu Wei, forgive this prince for not being able to help you. The saying goes that one must accept their losses in a bet. Since you've lost, you must admit it. As the formation master of our great Zhou dynasty, you surely understand this principle, right?" Zhu Wei's face turned ashen. Even Prince Zhou Zun had changed his tune. Feeling the overwhelming pressure around him, Zhu Wei felt despair. He could sense that as long as he did not admit defeat, These people might personally step in to subdue him for that young man. The so-called friendship was so fragile before profit, easily crushed. I lost. Uttering this feeble sentence, Zhu Wei walked up to Qin Chen and finally lowered his proud head. Inside, he was filled with struggles and anger. Clearly, yielding as a distinguished formation master to a young man left him full of resentment and pain. What? I didn't hear that. Qin Chen looked at him coldly, lightly saying. Zhu Wei's face turned red, staring fiercely at Qin Chen, but in the end he still shouted angrily, I lost. Good, as I said before, as long as you lose, you must be my servant and kneel before me. Qin Chen shouted fiercely. Zhu Wei glared at Qin Chen in anger. Are you trying to go back on your word? Qin Chen looked at him coldly. At that moment, Zhu Wei wished he could slap Qin Chen to death, but the earlier battle with the demon sect had made him realize that even without the black slave, he couldn't kill Qin Chen. And if he acted, he would face the wrath of all present. Bang! He could only kneel in humiliation, lowering his head, silently roaring in his heart, Kid, wait for it. Once I find the chance, I will make you suffer 100-fold for this humiliation. Now can we open the entrance? At this moment, Zhou Zun and the others looked at Qin Chen coldly, their killing intent palpable, speaking in a chilling tone. This little brother, since Master Zhu Wei has already conceded, shouldn't the passage be open now? Your Excellency clearly stated before that once the bet is over, you would open the entrance passage immediately and would not go back on your word, right? Quickly open the passage. Seeing Zhu Wei willingly concede, everyone immediately looked towards Qin Chen. What they feared the most was Qin Chen going back on his word and not opening the passage. Everyone, rest assured, this young master keeps his word and will not be like Zhu Wei. Qin Chen smiled lightly, waving his hand, and the passage instantly opened before everyone. The crowd was taken aback, clearly not expecting Qin Chen to be so decisive. He opened it without the slightest hesitation. Consider yourself smart, brat, Zhou Zun coldly glared at Qin Chen. He had been pondering for a long time about what to do if Qin Chen did not open the entrance to make him obedient. Unexpectedly, Qin Chen gave him no chance at all. At this moment, among the crowd outside the ruins, a figure in a black cloak was coldly observing Qin Chen. It is this person who killed Elder Blood Eagle? Fortunately, I arrived in time. The aura of the Lord of the Docks still lingers on him. If I delay any longer, I might lose track of him. The cloaked man's expression was cold. He was the elder of the Blood Demon Sect who had traveled from afar. He had clearly seen everything that Qin Chen had done earlier. The order given by the Lord of the Docks was to capture this person alive. But now the entrance to the center of the ruins was in his hands, and if he acted rashly, he would surely draw the attention of others. Better to wait for an opportunity to strike and capture him quietly. Whoosh! As the crowd swirled, the middle-aged Marshal Venerable, who had previously been stopped by Qin Chen, suddenly reacted and was the first to rush into the entrance. Buzz, a beam of light swept past him, and he instantly disappeared into the entrance, entering the ruins. This kid is quite cunning, actually the first to go in. Let's hurry and go in too. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing this, the many martial artists in the ruins could no longer hold back and dashed towards the entrance, wanting to enter before anyone else. As the strong from various factions entered the ruins one by one, the gathered martial venerables outside the ruins became anxious. All who came to the Black Death Swamp had a simple goal, to search for treasures. Now that the entrance to the ruins was right in front of them, but they could not enter, how could they not be anxious? Let's go in. Charge in. A few leading peak martial venerables could no longer contain themselves and shouted as they charged towards the ruins. However, before they could rush in, a sharp blade light slashed through the air with a whoosh. The leading peak martial venerables were instantly cleaved in half, their blood and entrails splattering everywhere. Such a horrific scene immediately caused the other martial venerables to retreat in horror, their faces filled with shock as they stared at the corpses. Only top-tier forces are qualified to enter the ruins. Others step back. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Zhou Zun coldly snorted. Beside him, a martial venerable from the great Zhou dynasty held a battle knife, his face twisted in a sinister expression. He extended his tongue and lightly licked the blood off his battle knife, revealing a look of intoxication, terrifyingly eerie. It was he who had acted first, killing those peak martial venerables. Why? Why is it only you who can enter? Right, we are all martial artists here for training in the Black Death Swamp. Why are you the only ones qualified? Some voiced their discontent, angrily shouting from the crowd. Zhou Zun's gaze was cold as he signaled to the martial venerable beside him. That martial venerable let out a sinister laugh and instantly swept into the group of martial artists outside the ruins. With a whoosh, the two who had just spoken let out a blood-curdling scream, their heads severed from their bodies, blood spraying up to several feet high. The surrounding martial artists all retreated in terror, their eyes filled with fear. Looking at the pale-faced martial venerables in front of him, Zhou Zun sneered. This is what we rely on. As I said, any disciples who are not from top-tier forces entering the ruins will be killed without mercy. His tone was icy, carrying an air of dominance and arrogance that sent chills down spines. Everyone should have no objections, right? Zhou Zun looked at the other strong figures in the ruins. The others remained silent, clearly agreeing with Zhou Zun's decision. In the Tianwu continent, the law of the jungle prevails, and the weak never get a chance to argue with the strong. Outside the ruins, over 1,000 martial venerables had ashen faces, their fists clenched tightly, full of rage. However, apart from that, they were powerless to do anything else. Everyone, let's leave some people behind to guard this ruins, and the rest can all go in together. How about that? Zhou Zun suggested. Everyone nodded. At once, the various factions left behind some people and proceeded to enter the entrance. Mo Xincheng glanced at Qin Chen, frowning. It seems that your grievances with this kid can only be settled later. Let's go in as well. Immediately, under Mo Xincheng's leadership, the group from the beast taming villa also left a portion behind before everyone else entered the ruins. A member of the Black Cult Association dashed from outside the ruins and shouted, I am from the Black Swamp City of the Great Wei Dynasty's Black Cult Association. Let him in. The vice president of the Black Cult Association immediately halted. The elder of the demon tribe among the crowd also leaped towards the ruins, shouting, I am a venerable martial artist, let me pass. The person attempting to block him quickly retreated. Qin Chen and the others entered, a wave of dizziness washing over them, and the next moment their surroundings brightened again. Qin Chen had imagined many possibilities. It could be a ruined palace, a place similar to the Black Death Swamp, or a range of mountains, or even a vast spirit medicine garden. But when he entered, he found a vast valley. Outside the distant valley, mist swirled, obscuring any view, and mental energy could not penetrate. Within the valley it was empty, except for a stone platform at the front, which had nothing on it, just a large rock with some complex patterns on it. Apart from that, deep within the valley, there were also some powerful array restrictions. Perhaps due to age, the originally concealed formations had become faintly visible. The entire valley was empty. If there were any treasures, they would surely be hidden within the array restrictions, just like the restricted medicine valley that Qin Chen had taken from the Black Repair Society. The martial artists who had entered quickly surrounded the stone platform, trying to figure out any clues. However, aside from some strange patterns on the platform, there was nothing else, and no traces of restrictions or formations could be seen. Many people immediately felt disappointed. A group gathered together at the center of which were the Black Slave and Su Zun, surrounded by a crowd. Tell me, what treasures did you obtain after entering? The leader was Zhou Zun, who shouted sternly. Although I was the first to enter, this is how it was inside. We didn't obtain any treasures. Su Zun said coldly. The Black Slave did not speak, but evidently had the same opinion. Didn't obtain anything. Do you think I would believe that this is the center of the Black Death Swamp ruins, and there are no treasures? Zhou Zun's expression darkened. They had gone through great hardships to reach here, only to find an empty valley, which naturally fueled their anger. Zhou Zun, Su Zun is a guard of our great Xia dynasty. Aren't you overstepping your bounds? Xia Wusheng coldly huffed and walked in. In fact, if it weren't for Su Zun being under the 9th Prince Xia Wusheng, in the case of a force like the Black Repair Society, he would have been killed long ago. Others still dared not act rashly against someone like Su Zun, a guard of the great Xia dynasty. Humph, Xia Wusheng, I am not targeting your great Xia dynasty, but this person and that cloaked individual entered this valley first. If there are any treasures, they will surely fall into their hands. It is only natural that this prince wants to inspect them. Zhou Zun sneered. This prince's guard, I would like to see who dares to move. Moreover, my guard has already said that after entering, the valley has been like this, and there are no treasures at all. Xia Wusheng shot back. Zhou Zun let out a snort and then turned his gaze to the Black Slave. You, hand over the storage ring so this prince can inspect it. The Black Slave snorted coldly and ignored him. At this moment, he had already seen Qin Chen, and after showing a look of surprise, immediately wanted to walk over. Capture him? Even if that kid has a martial avatar, I don't believe he possesses one. As long as we kill him, we will naturally know whether they obtained any treasures here. Zhou Zun grinned wickedly, and several powerful figures from the great Zhou dynasty immediately surrounded the Black Slave. What's it going to be? Hand over your storage ring obediently, or shall this prince's men kill you and take it? Zhou Zun's gaze was icy. The Black Slave took out the Heaven Demon Banner. A dense aura of demonic energy spread through the air. Heaven Demon Banner? Among the crowd, the Heaven Demon Elder's eyes froze with anger upon seeing it. The Blood Eagle was indeed killed by them. Ha ha ha, you don't think you can take us all on by yourself, do you? Very well, let me see what abilities you actually possess. Zhou Zun was about to give the order to attack. What an idiot! At that moment, a voice of disdain suddenly rang out. What do you mean? Zhou Zun sneered. Your servant is currently in our hands. If we kill him, can you stop this, prince? You really are an idiot. Qin Chen slowly stepped forward and said, They have only been in here for a short while. If there truly were treasures here, would there be no traces left at all? Everyone was taken aback. Indeed, if there were spiritual herbs or other treasures, even if they had been taken away, there would still be some signs. Moreover, I believe what everyone should be concerned about now is not whether there are treasures, but how we all get out. Qin Chen spoke in a low voice. What does he mean? Wait, there's actually no exit in here. It seems there are no teleportation arrays either. After Qin Chen's reminder, everyone suddenly became aware. The entrance they used to come in was a passage opened by Qin Chen outside the ruins, but once inside, they directly appeared in a valley shrouded in white mist, with no visible way out. No exit, how do they leave? Search, let's find a way out. At this moment, the crowd's attention shifted away from the black slave. Not being able to get out was indeed an extremely serious problem. Instantly, everyone began to search within the valley. The black slave returned to Qin Chen's side and reported via voice transmission. Young Master Chen, when I arrived, this place looked like this, and there are no signs of an exit around. The spirit-seeking insect lingered outside the restriction array for a long time and kept circling in the valley. Clearly, there should be treasures here, but I don't know where they went. However, it's worth noting that when the spirit-seeking insect reached the edge of the white mist surrounding the valley, it dared not advance any further, so this white mist poses significant danger to it. Qin Chen nodded. He had sent the black slave ahead to scout the ruins, not expecting to find such an empty valley. As for the lack of treasures, Qin Chen had discovered this from the beginning. With his keen perception, he could tell that there was no lingering aura of treasures here. So, there should be some valuable items within this array restriction, but where's the exit? Qin Chen frowned tightly. After searching the area, the others also regrouped. Every person's expression was heavy. After so many people searched, they still found no exit. One of the martial venerables looked towards the misty edge and said, Perhaps this place is also within the Black Death Marsh. If we pass through this mist, we might just find a way out. There is that possibility, the crowd nodded in agreement, but this white mist is too strange, it may be poisonous, someone quietly remarked. Let someone go try it out, another martial venerable suggested. A short, ugly exchange followed as factions tried to push responsibility. Zhou Zun pointed at Mo Xiang. You go! Mo Xiang hid behind Mo Xincheng. I won't go. Are you looking to die? A martial venerable demanded, stepping forward. Roar! The blood-scythed beast beside Mo Xincheng bared its fangs. Its brutal aura spread throughout the valley. The presence of a sixth-rank blood beast made others hesitate. Neither the Great Xia nor the Great Zhou would let their warriors volunteer. The only faction with fewer political constraints was Great Wei. Under pressure, a fifth-rank Marshal Zong from the Great Wei, flanked by his early sixth rank, had no choice. He knew refusal meant death. Swallowing detoxification pills, he raised a barrier of true energy and, trembling, stepped into the white mist. At first the mist curled around him, wisps coiling like pale fingers. He advanced only a few steps before his true energy shuddered. His face drained of color, eyes widening in panic. He turned to shout, but his voice was swallowed by the mist. Then his body convulsed. Skin bubbled as if burning from within, flesh rupturing with sickening pops. He clutched at his chest and mouth, gurgling out something between screams. The mist wreathed him like a living thing. When it pulled back, his eyes had gone completely black and sunk deep into their sockets, his tongue shredded, blood and ichor foaming at his lips. A hideous howl tore from his throat, then silence. Ash and a few scorched fragments of flesh floated downward, leaving nothing but a smear of blackened gore and a scent of cold death. The onlookers were frozen, horror rooting them in place. Even Zhou Zun's face had gone pale. Qin Chen's voice cut through the stunned quiet, low and steady. This mist contains yin soul beasts. Escape is the real problem. This person felt an immense tension in his heart. He made up his mind that once he detected anything unusual, he would immediately retreat. As long as he retreated in time, even if there was a problem, it would not necessarily mean death within. At this moment, everyone was staring at the fifth-level Wuzong, and their hearts were just as tense as his. Soon, the fifth-level Wuzong completely entered the white mist. How is it? Someone immediately asked nervously. It seems there is nothing wrong. When others saw that the fifth-level Wuzong had entered the white mist and inhaled a considerable amount of it, but remained unharmed, they relaxed. It appeared that this was just ordinary white mist. Although there was no exit in this valley, perhaps they could simply pass through the white mist to get out. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly a piercing scream echoed. The crowd hadn't even had time to react to what was happening when the fifth-level Wuzong, who had entered the white mist, instantly withered away, turning into a desiccated corpse that collapsed to the ground. The entire process was so brief that the person didn't even have time to exit the range of the white mist. "It's a yin soul beast! It's a yin soul beast! There are yin soul beasts here?" Everyone was filled with terror. This kind of death was identical to the attacks of yin soul beasts, which could be said to be the nightmare for all warriors entering the Black Death Marsh. The expressions of the warriors present darkened considerably as they brandished their weapons, looking around in fear. It seemed they had not entered a treasure land at all, but a land of nightmares. "Everyone, don't panic. There are no yin soul beasts in this valley." At this moment, Zia Wusheng suddenly spoke loudly. "How do you know?" someone immediately retorted. Zia Wusheng calmly replied, "If there were yin soul beasts here, we would have already been attacked by them." Many people calmed down at this point. Indeed, yin soul beasts were very eager for the essence blood in humans. If there really were yin soul beasts in the valley, they would have been attacked by now. "There are indeed no yin soul beasts here," Zhou Zun also said coldly. In fact, no one knew that both Zhou Zun and Zia Wusheng possessed treasures that could sense yin soul beasts. But they had to wait until the yin soul beasts approached within several dozen meters before they could sense them. This was also the reason they dared to enter the Black Death Marsh for training. They had searched the valley previously, and their treasures had not reacted, indicating that no yin soul beasts existed in this valley. But what about that person just now? Someone still nervously pointed at the corpse that had turned into a desiccated body in the white mist. "Let me take a look," a middle-aged woman from the Xuan Yin Pavilion coldly commanded. She took out an ancient mirror and directed it towards the white mist, instantly shining a white light that enveloped the area where the fifth-level Wuzong had died. In the next moment, the expressions of the martial artists present turned dull, their eyes revealing terror as if they had seen something extremely frightening. They saw that in the area covered by the white light of the ancient mirror, dark shadows kept flashing. These shadows were dense, and in the short span of time, everyone saw at least a dozen of them. "Hiss!" The sound of people gasping for air rang out, and in an instant, everyone was chilled to the bone, their hair standing on end. The area covered by the white light was only a small patch, yet within that small area, there were at least a dozen phantoms of yin soul beasts. How many yin soul beasts could there possibly be in such a vast expanse of white mist? Had they arrived at the lair of the yin soul beasts? At this moment, even Zhou Zun and the others' faces were extremely grim. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, these yin soul beasts seemed unable to leave the range of the white mist to enter the valley. Otherwise, if so many yin soul beasts were to attack, no matter how many martial artists entered, they would probably all be killed in an instant. At this moment, everyone fell silent, the atmosphere became tense, and no one felt like speaking. After a while, everyone's expressions became a little better, because everyone knew that no matter what, they had already entered. The only thing they could do now was to find a way to get out. The only comfort was that as long as they did not enter the white mist, these yin soul beasts could not enter the valley. No matter what, we should first break these formation restrictions. With so many formation restrictions here, there might be some treasures inside, or perhaps a passage out. The middle-aged woman from the Xuan Yin Pavilion said as she put away the ancient mirror, speaking in a deep voice. Indeed, these formation restrictions are definitely not here for no reason. Perhaps there is a passage out inside. I don't believe that the center of this ruin only allows entry but not exit. Then what are we waiting for? At this moment, everyone woke up, realizing that being anxious was pointless, and they all calmed down. Moreover, the probability of treasures appearing among these formation restrictions was likely very high. Even an exit would not be surprising. I agree with the opinion of Elder Loyan from the Xuan Yin Pavilion, but there are only 7 formation restrictions here, while there are at least 20 forces present. If there really are treasures inside, how should we divide them? How to divide? Naturally, it should be based on strength. Zhou Zun of the Dazhu dynasty was the first to step forward proudly, occupying one of the central formation restrictions, saying, "This restriction belongs to this prince." After he said this, several experts from the Dazhu dynasty immediately followed suit. Seeing Zhou Zun's actions, the other powerful figures at the scene immediately took action as well. Among them, Zia Wusheng from the Daxia dynasty also occupied one of the central formation restrictions. Then 2 members from the Xuan Yin Pavilion also occupied one. In addition, other elites from the Dazhu dynasty and Daxia dynasty also banded together to occupy one each. Thus, there were only 2 formation restrictions left on the scene. "Long Yan, everyone, why don't we join forces to occupy one?" Seeing this situation, Mo Xincheng immediately spoke to Long Yan of the Black Cult. Mo Cheng knew very well that there was likely to be treasures within these formation restrictions, or perhaps a treasure land like a medicinal garden. This was something every one of them coveted. Now that the Dawi dynasty didn't have top experts stationed, relying solely on his strength to occupy one was practically impossible. It was much better to join forces with Long Yan and the others, increasing the chances of occupying one significantly. Good, Long Yan did not hesitate at all, knowing that Mo Cheng's plan was the most reasonable. The two immediately allied with the strong practitioners from Heizhao City and Bianju City to occupy one formation restriction together. As a result, only one formation restriction remained on the scene. However, there were still several forces that had not occupied formation restrictions, among which were 3 or 4 6th-level Wuzun experts. In addition, Qin Chen and the Black Slave also had not occupied any formation restrictions. Thus, everyone's gaze turned to Qin Chen, because they all knew that with Qin Chen's temperament, he would definitely occupy one formation restriction. The remaining few martial artists who had not occupied the formation restrictions panicked upon seeing the situation. They understood that once Qin Chen seized the formation restrictions, there would be no chance for them. Therefore, without waiting for Qin Chen, several of them swayed their bodies and rushed to occupy the last formation restriction. However, before they could reach it, a figure suddenly flashed by and landed in front of the last formation restriction, coldly saying, "This formation restriction is mine." It was the Tianmo elder. Everyone stared blankly at the sudden appearance of this figure, and realized that the one occupying the last formation restriction was an unfamiliar old man in black, emanating a chilling aura, clearly a martial venerable expert. This unexpected scene left everyone stunned. The faces of the few martial venerables who had not occupied the formation restriction turned even more furious. They had never seen this person before, clearly a latecomer, yet he was so arrogant as to directly occupy a formation restriction and even claim it as his. Wasn't that too conceited and presumptuous? Did they all have no worth? More crucially, after this person occupied the restriction, they lost the initiative. "Old fool, you're seeking death." Fearful that Qin Chen would speak, they didn't wait for him and immediately unleashed a murderous intent. One middle-aged man with triangular eyes leaped forward, brandishing a battle axe that he swung down towards the Tianmo elder. Boom! The black battle axe instantly erupted with astonishing roars, and towering axe shadows appeared in the void, like raging waves, carrying an unmatched power that swept down towards the Tianmo elder. To kill the opponent instantly, this middle-aged man used all his strength without holding back at all. At the same time, he shouted coldly at the other 3 martial venerables, "What are you waiting for?" The 3 martial venerables reacted and realized it was their best chance to occupy the last formation restriction. With cold expressions, they charged forward, radiating chilling, murderous intent, clearly aiming to kill or force the Tianmo elder away at the first opportunity. This guy is truly an idiot. Seeing this scene, the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief, clearly thinking the Tianmo elder was too reckless. Was occupying a formation restriction that easy? Apart from the 2 princes and the people from the Xuan Yin Pavilion, other forces had to unite to occupy even one. But this old man had no allies and was completely alone. Such behavior was akin to courting death. Everyone could already guess the old man's fate. Just as everyone shook their heads in sighing disbelief, the Tianmo elder suddenly grinned maliciously, a flash of coldness in his eyes, and directly extended his right hand against the myriad axe shadows. That black hand fell into the countless axe shadows, as if it were a floating reed in the wind, but the middle-aged man's face revealed extreme horror, because he was terrified to find that the battle axe in his hand had slowed down and become incredibly difficult to wield, as if it were striking a mire, along with an overwhelming recoil force radiating outward. Boom! In an instant, the countless axe shadows were shattered by an astonishing cold power, fragile and easily broken. "Shouldn't it be you seeking death?" Following that, a cold, sinister laugh rang out, and the Tianmo elder's outstretched black hand seemed to penetrate the void, instantly grabbing the neck of the middle-aged man, lifting him up. "You let go of me?" The middle-aged man's expression was filled with terror as an evil, chilly power surged into his body. In an instant, his true energy was imprisoned, unable to circulate at all. The next moment, crack, the Tianmo elder lightly twisted, directly breaking his neck before tossing the corpse to the ground. The massive black battle axe fell at his feet, dimming entirely. At this moment, the remaining 3 martial venerables hadn't even had the chance to rush forward. The first to attack, the middle-aged initial stage martial venerable, had already become a corpse. The 3 martial venerables revealed expressions of terror, halting their movements, all gazing at the Tianmo elder in fear. Their earlier anger and murderous intent completely vanished, leaving only dread. Hiss! At the same time, gasps of shock echoed throughout the area as everyone looked at the Tianmo elder with grave caution. One strike, just one strike. A middle-stage initial-level martial Venerable had been slain by this old man in black. While there was some negligence on the part of the opponent, the strength displayed was enough to shock the other experts present. Mid-level martial Venerable, or even a peak mid-level martial Venerable. Even the Zhongwei captain beside Zhou Zun and Xia Wusheng, as well as Luo Ying from the Chuan Yin Pavilion, displayed extreme gravity and caution in their eyes. They were among the strongest present, and understood that this old man in black was definitely not weaker than them by even half a point. Who would have expected such a terrifying martial Venerable expert to arrive just as the entrance opened? Their hearts sank immediately. For them, having one more strong expert was manageable, but for the prince they needed to protect, it undoubtedly meant an increase in danger, which was their greatest concern. You three, do you still want to make a move? If you do, hurry up. After collecting the middle-aged man's storage ring, the Tianmo elder coldly glanced at the remaining 3 martial Venerables, grinning sinisterly. No, we'll leave this formation restriction to you, elder. With your strength, occupying it is well-deserved. The 3 martial Venerables didn't dare to make a move anymore. They were all initial-stage martial Venerables, barely stronger than the middle-aged man who had just been killed. If they went up, it would probably just take one strike. Treasures are precious, but one must have their life to obtain them. Humph, you're wise. The Tianmo elder chuckled coldly and then turned his gaze to Qin Chen and the black slave. At this moment, only Qin Chen had not occupied a formation restriction. What do you two say? The Tianmo elder narrowed his eyes and asked. There's going to be a good show. Zhou Zun's heart surged with excitement. This old man in black clearly appeared to be ruthless. If Qin Chen also attempted to seize a formation restriction, a conflict would undoubtedly arise. If that kid's cloaked companion were killed by this old man in black, and he himself was forced into a corner, that would be very entertaining. Zhou Zun's eyes sparkled with hope. In that case, Qin Chen's earlier claim about the martial Wei avatar would immediately be proven true or false. Because the last array formation restriction had not yet been confirmed as to whom it belonged, almost everyone looked towards Qin Chen. They estimated that based on Qin Chen's performance outside, he would definitely have a fierce battle with the elder of the demon tribe before anything else. However, no one held high hopes for Qin Chen. Although Qin Chen was strong, he was merely a human-level martial realm cultivator. Even the cloaked figure beside him was only a peak initial stage divine-level martial realm cultivator. In contrast, the black-clothed man was quite different from the vice leader of the Earth Demon Sect who was killed outside. He was a genuine mid-stage divine-level martial realm cultivator, and possibly even at the peak of mid-stage. Even if Qin Chen teamed up with his subordinate, they would not stand a chance against that black-clothed old man. The only variable was if the black-clothed old man valued Qin Chen's array formation skills, inviting him to join in breaking the restriction formation and allowing him to share in the spoils. This was not entirely impossible. Unexpectedly, Qin Chen smiled at the black-clothed old man and did not step forward. He showed no interest in the array formation restriction and simply cupped his hands, saying, "Hee, senior, your skills are remarkable. Attaining this array formation restriction is well-deserved. I'm not interested in this array formation restriction. I would rather find a way out quickly. So this array formation restriction belongs to you, senior." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. All present wore expressions of disbelief, especially Zhou Zun, who felt extremely disappointed. He looked at Qin Chen with disdain. Just earlier outside the ruins, he thought this kid was quite brave, but unexpectedly he was so cowardly and submissive. Seeing that the opponent was a mid-stage divine-level martial realm cultivator, he actually didn't even want the array formation restriction. Everyone was almost certain that there must be treasures within this array formation restriction. Not occupying one was essentially handing the treasure over to someone else. Even the elder of the demon tribe was momentarily taken aback. When he inquired of Qin Chen, he had considered many possible actions Qin Chen might take, but he never anticipated this one. His inquiry was not intended to provoke Qin Chen. The Lord's command was to bring back the person who killed the Blood Eagle. He merely wanted to use this array formation restriction to build a connection with Qin Chen. If they mingled together, things would become easier. He never expected Qin Chen to refuse so straightforwardly. The words he had prepared earlier suddenly became useless. Just as he wanted to say a few words to bring Qin Chen over, he saw Qin Chen finish speaking, called out to the black slave and Zhu away, and without looking back, directly approached the stone platform, seemingly studying the patterns on it. The elder of the demon tribe frowned, instantly swallowing the words he was about to say. Now that Qin Chen had moved away, if he called out to Qin Chen again, intentionally inviting him to join with the benefits of the array formation restriction, it would instead appear quite abrupt and might arouse suspicion from Qin Chen and others. He could only remain silent. Seeing Qin Chen walk over to the distant stone platform, including Mo Xincheng and the others, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this kid really had no interest in the treasures within the array formation restriction. Moreover, the stone platform was the most conspicuous spot in the valley. Almost everyone had searched it thoroughly earlier and knew there was nothing on it. Thus, after Qin Chen went up, no one paid him any attention. The girl from the Daxia dynasty, Xia Wuru, looked at Qin Chen approaching the stone platform and curiously asked, "Ninth brother, didn't you just say he would definitely occupy an array formation restriction? Why is he going to the stone platform? Doesn't he have any interest in the array formation restriction at all?" Xia Wusheng's face turned slightly red, and he felt quite puzzled as well. Based on Qin Chen's personality, he was definitely not the type to be easygoing or willing to back down. According to the previous distribution of strength among the crowd, Qin Chen should have been the one to claim this last array formation restriction. Yet this fellow merely smiled at the black-clothed old man who had taken his array formation restriction and relinquished it, which clearly defied reason. Moreover, this person had previously exhibited an extremely proud and domineering character, even looking down upon many dynasties in the 100 Dynasties land. If he were truly that capable, he would not have shrunk back from a mid-stage divine-level martial realm cultivator. Or was it that everything he said before was false? For a moment, everyone was filled with doubts. I thought he was so impressive. Turns out he's just a waste who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Zhou Zun looked at Qin Chen, sneering as he uttered these words, then turned around and commanded his subordinates to attack the array formation restriction before them. With Zhou Zun and the others taking action, everyone began to assault the restriction, and instantly the valley was filled with a series of booming sounds. Although these array formation restrictions were somewhat damaged due to the passage of time, they were not easy to break through. Almost every martial artist in front of the array formation restriction took turns attacking without pause. For the treasures they might obtain next, these people were exceedingly motivated. Only in front of the array formation restriction, where the elder of the demon tribe stood, was there only him alone. In addition, the three forces that had previously attempted to act against the elder of the demon tribe, but retreated, like Qin Chen, had no array formation restriction to attack and were left awkwardly standing in the valley. In contrast, before the other array formations, various forces had already allocated their interests, and naturally they would not include these three forces. Once they brought the three major forces in, they would inevitably have to share some of the benefits, which no one was inclined to do. "You few come here?" At that moment, the elder of the demon tribe glanced at the three major forces and coldly shouted, "What?" The members of the three forces were taken aback, especially the three leading initial stage divine-level martial realm cultivators, whose faces immediately revealed a trace of fear. Having already retreated, did this guy still not intend to let them off? The elder of the demon tribe frowned and said, "Didn't you hear me calling you over?" We heard. Although they didn't know what the elder of the demon tribe wanted them for, the three of them didn't dare disobey his command and could only cautiously approach. The elder of the demon tribe pointed at the array formation restriction before him and coldly stated, "You three, bring your forces and attack this array formation restriction for me. If you can break it, I can reward each of you with 10% of the treasures inside the restriction." What? Hearing this, the leading martial artists of the three major forces were stunned. As long as they broke through this array formation restriction, they would each receive 10% of the treasures. Was this real, or were they dreaming? Don't you agree? Seeing that they showed no reaction, the elder of the demon tribe's expression darkened. "And no, elder, we agree?" Such a good deal would be crazy not to accept. Although they had no idea if what the elder of the demon tribe said was true, given the current situation, the three of them had no choice but to comply. Thus, in their excitement, they hurriedly called upon the disciples of their respective forces to come forward and attack the array formation restriction with all their might. "What do you think? I know you are a master of formations. If you join the team to break the formation and help me dismantle this formation barrier, I am willing to give you three of you 20% of the benefits. What do you think?" After inviting the three major forces to help him break the formation, the elder of the demon tribe immediately looked at Qin Chen and shouted at him, who was carefully examining the stone platform. Thank you for your kind offer, but this young master only wants to find a way out right now. I'm not particularly interested in the formation barriers, my apologies." Qin Chen cupped his hands towards the elder of the demon tribe. However, he sneered inwardly. This guy, repeatedly inviting me, even going so far as to offer such significant benefits to these three major forces to make me believe him, truly is putting in a lot of effort. If the elder of the demon tribe hadn't sought him out, Qin Chen might have thought this was just an accident. But since the elder had targeted him multiple times, it immediately made Qin Chen realize that the other party was likely coming for him. It seems that the matter of me killing the Blood Demon Sect's elder has already been known to the Blood Demon Sect. This guy should be here to target me. Qin Chen's eyes radiated a chilling light. Sending out a mid-stage peak Marshal Venerable was indeed showing respect towards him. However, it was fine if the other party didn't cause him trouble. If they dared to provoke him, he wouldn't mind giving them an unforgettable lesson. Seeing that Qin Chen still refused to agree, the elder of the demon tribe felt a chill in his heart once again. To prevent Qin Chen and the others from being suspicious, he did not continue to invite Qin Chen, but turned around and joined forces with the people from the three major powers to start breaking the formation. What he didn't know was that Qin Chen had already seen through his identity the moment he appeared. As everyone began to attack the formation barriers, the entire valley was filled with the sound of rumbling explosions. After examining the stone platform for a long time, Qin Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. He turned to Zhu Wei and said, "From now on, give me a continuous refining of 6-level basic formation flags without stopping." Are we really giving up on these formation barriers? There are quite a few treasures within. Zhu Wei looked at Qin Chen in shock. He didn't understand why Qin Chen was abandoning the formation barriers and instead asking him to refine formation flags. Could it be that he wasn't interested in the treasures? "I'm telling you to refine the formation flags. Didn't you understand? You have 1 hour to produce 10 6-level basic formation flags. If you can't, I will make you pay," Qin Chen said coldly as he looked at Zhu Wei. "Black slave, you supervise him." "Yes, young Master Chen, what are you staring at? Hurry up and start refining." The black slave glared at Zhu Wei and shouted in a foul temper. "Damn," Zhu Wei almost cursed out loud. "Refining 10 6-level basic formation flags in 1 hour. How could this guy not just die?" If possible, Zhu Wei would have loved to slap Qin Chen into a pulp. However, since Qin Chen had teamed up with the Black Slave to kill the deputy sect master of the Earth Demon Sect with just a few moves, though he was also a mid-level Marshal Venerable, he was about equal in strength to the deputy sect master. Under the watchful eyes of Qin Chen and the Black Slave, he didn't dare to resist at all and could only start refining the 6-level basic formation flags with resentment. Qin Chen himself worked without rest, frantically refining formation flags as well. Zhu Wei, pushed to the limit, produced a steady stream of 6-level flags under threat. Secretly, each flag he finished he tampered with a tiny hidden notch. A subtle alteration no one but a maker would notice, a future betrayal seated in metal and silk. Time passed, the restricted valley buzzing with continuous assaults and flag refining. No one cracked through the 7 restrictions in all their attempts, not for lack of effort, but because the arrays were stubbornly resilient. The attacks damaged and wore down many, yet the barriers held. After this single condensed stretch of relentless struggle, the field settled into tense steadiness. Everyone focused on their own array restrictions, conserving strength and exchanging wary glances. Qin Chen continued to refine and lay flags around the stone platform. On the 4th day of refining, Qin Chen stopped and began to use the previously refined formation flags to set up formations around the stone platform. One after another, formation flags were thrown around the stone platform, gradually forming the basic structure of the formation. Is he starting to set up the formation? Is he trying to use the formation to open an exit? Zhu Wei saw this and let out a cold laugh in his heart. For him, the more array flags Qin Chen used, the more beneficial it was for him. One by one, the array flags fell, forming astonishing array patterns around the stone platform. At first, Zhu Wei could still understand some of it, but as time went on, his expression gradually became serious. Because he discovered that the array structure laid down by Qin Chen, on the surface, did not seem complicated, and it didn't even seem to reach the level of a 6th tier. However, when one array ring combined with another, it formed a highly complex and bizarre grand array. Even he, a master of 6th-tier arrays, could not fully understand it, feeling as if he was in a fog. Could it be that this guy really comes from a top power outside the lands of the 100 dynasties? Zhu Wei was secretly alarmed. He could be considered one of the top array masters of the Great Zhou dynasty. Although he couldn't claim to be the strongest, there were only a few array masters within the entire Great Zhou dynasty who were stronger than him. Yet even with his insight, he could not discern the function of the array laid down by Qin Chen, which left him feeling shocked. This level of array attainments was not something that could be found in the lands of the 100 dynasties. Humph, no matter what identity this kid has or what array he has laid down, as long as I use my array flags, once the array is activated, I will naturally understand the operation rules and functions of this array. At that time, I can utilize the hidden doors set on the array flags to instantly reverse the control of the array. By then, wouldn't this kid be at my mercy? Moreover, I might even gain a wealth of unprecedented knowledge about arrays from him. Zhu Wei's heart ignited with fervor. If Qin Chen truly possessed array books far beyond those of the 100 dynasties, once he obtained them with his 6th-tier array proficiency, it was not impossible for him to become the strongest array master in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. At that time, even the royal families of various dynasties would have to treat him with utmost respect and address him as a master. Just thinking about it made Zhu Wei's blood boil. At this thought, Zhu Wei could no longer care about the exhaustion of his mental strength, and without needing Qin Chen to urge him, crazily began to refine 6th-tier basic array flags. Each flag he made bore the minuscule sabotage he had planned, while his mind schemed at how he would one day flip Qin Chen's exit and claim both the formation and its secrets. Thus, both sides, with their own thoughts, fell into the process of refining and arranging. As Qin Chen finished the final rings, a clear pattern emerged around the stone platform. The configuration differed from a mere confinement array. It had the unmistakable structure of an exit formation. A concentration of directional runes, a layered resonance of opening marks, and at its center the platform humming as if aligned to a far-off conduit. This was no ordinary array. Qin Chen's placement made it clear. This formation was tied to teleportation, an exit to somewhere beyond the valley. When the formation completed, it did not immediately activate. Qin Chen inspected the rings and the flags one last time, eyes sharp as blades. Zhu Wei watched, his plotted betrayal inching closer to fruition. He believed that once the array triggered and its rules flowed, his tampered flags would give him the leverage to seize control. On the 5th day, a violent tremor erupted elsewhere in the valley, and an extremely rich aroma of spiritual medicine spread out. Even Qin Chen, who was setting up the array, couldn't help but lift his head, guessing that an array restriction must have been broken. When he looked up, he indeed saw that a restriction from a distant array had been broken, and it was surprisingly done by that pair of women from the Xuan Yin Pavilion. There were only 2 of them occupying an array restriction, making them the largest pair on the field, but Zhou Zun and Xia Wusheng had not said a word, and their speed in breaking the restriction was astonishingly fast, which left Qin Chen slightly shocked. At this moment, the array restriction in front of the 2 had been broken, and a rich aroma of spiritual medicine emanated from the broken array restriction. Everyone else stopped their attacks and looked towards the broken array restriction. When they saw what was inside the array restriction, everyone's eyes reddened. Inside the array restriction were indeed spiritual medicines, and not just any simple spiritual medicines. Inside was a lush garden of medicines, with the lowest tier being the 5th-tier Huenqi flower, while more were 6th-tier Huai Niuxi and Shaji seeds. These were not even the most terrifying part. The most frightening aspect was that there were actually several plants of Huazun grass, a spiritual medicine that could drive 6th-tier martial venerables crazy. Among them, Huenqi flowers were the main material for refining 5th-tier blood condensation pills, and also the main auxiliary material for 6th-tier blood condensation pills. Once a 6th-tier blood condensation pill was refined, it could allow a 6th-tier martial venerable to recover at an incredibly fast speed if injured, making it one of the most potent healing pills among 6th-tier healing medicines. What made the blood condensation pill even stronger was that after use, the martial artist could rapidly regain their combat power, even fighting while healing. You must know that for a martial artist, the greatest fear is being injured during combat. Once injured, their combat power would naturally diminish significantly, making the subsequent battles increasingly difficult, potentially leading to downfall. But once they had a bottle of blood condensation pills, if they were injured, taking it would have almost no impact on their combat power. What kind of effect is that? It is simply the essential medicine for every martial artist who walks the edge of life and death. Moreover, because Huenqi flowers are extremely rare, making blood condensation pills primarily from Huenqi flowers is quite rare in the Dan Pavilion across the dynasties, almost impossible to purchase, only likely to be encountered at some auctions. Huai Niuxi and Shaji seeds are materials for 6th-tier true strength pills. The true strength pills made from these 2 spiritual medicines are reputed to be the best recovery pills among 6th tier, capable of rapidly restoring the true strength consumed from a martial artist's body, and they have no side effects. These two types of spiritual medicines are just as precious as the previous blood condensation pills in battles. At the same time, these two types of spiritual medicines are extremely rare. Otherwise, they would be essential pills for any martial venerable powerhouse in the field. But the most terrifying part of this was still those few plants of Huazun grass. Huazun grass is a peak 6th-tier spiritual medicine and the core material for refining 6th-tier Huazun pills. Just by the name of the Huazun pill, one can tell that it is a breakthrough pill. It is the best pill for 5th-tier peak martial Zhang to break through the 6th-tier martial venerable bottleneck. And it also has excellent effects for 6th-tier martial venerables to break through. It can give martial artists at the small 6th-tier realm a certain probability of breaking through to the next small realm. What kind of concept is this? It means that as long as one obtains this Huazun grass and has a peak 6th-tier alchemist refine it into Huazun pills, it is enough to allow several 5th-tier peak martial Zhang within a force to simultaneously break through to the 6th-tier martial venerable, equivalent to adding a few martial venerables. How terrifying is that? Even more astonishing is that these Huazun pills can even allow some 6th-tier early peak martial venerables to break through to the mid-6th tier, and even let 6th-tier mid-peak martial venerables break through to the late 6th tier. For so many powerhouses present, this is simply something that could drive them mad. In an instant, everyone's gaze grew hot, greedily staring at the spiritual medicines within the broken array restriction. The elder from the Chuan Yin Pavilion, Luo Ying, saw the greedy gazes of the surrounding martial artists and coldly said, "There are 7 array restrictions here, and we have only broken 1. I suggest everyone focus on your own array restrictions." As expected, with Luo Ying's reminder, all the envious individuals snapped back to reality and frantically attacked their own array restrictions without care for their lives. Seeing the gaze of others shift away, Luo Ying immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, being stared at by so many people, even though her background was extraordinary, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "Jai Wei, hurry in and gather these spiritual herbs. With these transformation grass, our Chuan Yin Pavilion is confident that we can help you break through to the 6th level of Martial Venerable within a month or 2. By then, at 19 years old, as a 6th level Martial Venerable, your talent will likely stand out in the Pyro Miao Palace's selection and become a disciple of Pyro Miao Palace. At that time, our Chuan Yin Pavilion will no longer be in the current situation. Our long-held wish may finally be realized." The stunningly beautiful elder Luo Ying said excitedly. "Yes, master." At this moment, the previously cold-faced girl Jai Wei also showed a hint of excitement. Clearly, seeing the transformation grass made her feel incredibly thrilled. Not to mention her, even Qin Chen, who was far away on the stone platform, had a flicker of fervor in his eyes. The quality of the spiritual herbs in this medicinal field was far superior to those he had obtained before, even more precious than the winged god flower, golden orchid grass, and celestial jade star he had obtained earlier. Especially the transformation grass, which was an essential spiritual herb for his future breakthrough to the martial venerable realm. It was just a pity that although he yearned for these items, they were not his to claim at the moment. "Chen Shao," the black servant noticed Chen Shao's fiery gaze and understood what Qin Chen was thinking. In fact, he was quite excited himself. One must know that the transformation grass was useful for Qin Chen, and it was equally effective for him. With these transformation grass, he might be able to break through to the mid-stage of the 6th level within half a year, getting closer to his goal of revenge. "Let's set up the formation first." Qin Chen understood the black servant's intention, but didn't say much, only bowing his head to continue arranging the formation. "Humph, now you know to be envious? What a fool! Just now you didn't occupy the formation's restrictions, and there were even people who wanted the formation's restrictions to be handed to him, all pretending to refuse. Now being envious is of no use." Zhou Wei disdainfully glanced at Qin Chen, then quickly lowered his head to continue refining the formation flags, his hands moving without pause. Stimulated by the situation, everyone was crazily breaking the formation, and no one was paying attention to Qin Chen. However, the girl Xia Wuru from the Daxia dynasty was constantly observing Qin Chen. Seeing his fiery gaze, she immediately realized he was interested in those spiritual herbs. "Brother Jiu, this guy seems to really want those spiritual herbs," she quietly said to the 9th prince, Xia Wusheng. Xia Wusheng paused his actions, looking at Xia Wuru, then realized she was referring to Qin Chen. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "Let's see what spiritual herbs are in our formation's restrictions. If there are many, we can let him have a little after all. If it weren't for him, we couldn't enter here." Xia Wuru nodded, a smile appearing on her face. An elder from the Daxia dynasty, hearing their conversation, shook his head and sighed. The 9th prince and the 16th princess were great in every way, but they were a bit too compassionate at heart. With so many forces present, who wasn't fighting desperately to obtain more spiritual herbs? Only they were foolish enough to want to share. One must know that the spiritual herbs within the Xuan Yin Pavilion's formation restrictions were extremely rare, even within the Daxia dynasty's royal family. However, as the captain of the royal guards, while he didn't quite understand the actions of Xia Wusheng and others, as a guard, their purpose was to protect Xia Wusheng, and how to act was naturally up to the 9th prince. Perhaps it was precisely because of the 9th prince's character that he had a relatively happy experience among the captains of the other princes. Forget it, no need to think about it. Since the 9th prince has no thoughts of competing for power, we as royal guards should just accompany him. With this thought, the elder moved his hands continuously, fiercely attacking the formation's restrictions. He knew well that in the struggle for royal power, with deceit and intrigue, the 9th prince had no malicious intent, but might still be harmed by others. The only thing they could do was assist the 9th prince as much as possible, allowing him to grow better. If they could also obtain the transformation grass, allowing the 9th prince to break through to the martial Venerable realm, even if other princes intended to target him in the future, they would have to weigh their actions carefully. Offending such a prince with limitless potential in martial arts could have serious consequences. Boom! Boom! At this time, the deafening sounds of explosions continued as the formation's restrictions of the Xuan Yin Pavilion were broken. Soon, the 2nd and 3rd restrictions began to shatter as well. Large quantities of high-level spiritual herbs were revealed as the formation's restrictions were breached. Qin Chen stood on the stone platform, his eyes becoming more and more fiery. King Meng grass, soul-returning fruit, shaping root, purple light pepper vine, dragon blood mushroom, blood serum usura. Qin Chen discovered that the spiritual herbs in this medicinal field were not identical. Many of the spiritual herbs found in the formation's restrictions were different. In addition to the 5th and 6th level spiritual herbs, he even found some 7th level spiritual herbs. This left everyone present in shock. 7th level spiritual herbs belonged to royal-grade spiritual herbs. In the 100 Dynasties realm, these were definitely the top-tier spiritual herbs. Even in the royal treasury, there might not be many, and each one was practically a national treasure. Moreover, once 7th-level spiritual herbs were refined into pills, they would definitely allow the 6th-level martial venerables present to experience a qualitative leap in power. Once these people broke the formation's restrictions in front of them, it only took a moment for them to completely scour the spiritual herbs from the medicinal field, especially since some medicinal fields had 7th-level spiritual herbs while others did not. Those who obtained the 7th-level spiritual herbs were overwhelmingly excited, while those who did not were sullen and looked terribly displeased. Many medicinal fields were shared among several forces, making the few 7th-level spiritual herbs a distribution problem, and after some argument, they barely reached a compromise. However, everyone knew this was not the final distribution. Once outside, the major forces would undoubtedly fight amongst themselves, perhaps even secretly killing each other to seize one another's spiritual herbs, including those forces currently in cooperation, like the Beast Master Mountain Manor and the Black Cult. After all, the reason they could distribute peacefully in this small space without any killings was that there were simply too many forces. From the start of the distribution of the formation's restrictions, a balance had been reached, and no one was willing to actively disrupt this balance. But once they left this ruin, the balance would be instantly broken. At that time, the forces would surely unleash a bloody storm. Friend, I feel a connection with you upon our first meeting. We have some 6th-level spiritual herbs here. To thank you for bringing us in, you may choose a few. Xia Wusheng approached Qin Chen, taking out a storage ring, smiling as he bowed his hands. This time, Xia Wusheng's luck wasn't very good, so he didn't obtain any 7th-level spiritual herbs, only some 6th-level ones, but that was already quite satisfying for him. Just as he wanted to approach Qin Chen, he realized he couldn't get close to the stone platform where Qin Chen was standing. Hey! Xia Wusheng was immediately astonished, looking at Qin Chen and the 3 others standing on the stone platform with a puzzled expression. 642, this stone platform has a defensive formation set up. Why can't I get closer? Xia Wusheng said in astonishment. Qin Chen smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, 9th Prince, I have already arranged a formation around this stone platform, so you cannot approach it for now. What are you doing? The 9th Prince was taken aback, not understanding Qin Chen's purpose for setting up the formation. They had seen the stone platform before, and aside from some strange patterns, there was nothing else. Was the defensive formation set up here to prevent others from attacking him? However, just now, Qin Chen hadn't obtained any spirit herbs. Now everyone's attention was on the spirit herbs they had gathered. Who had the mood to trouble him? Seeing Zia Wushang's puzzled expression, Qin Chen finally stopped arranging the formation but did not explain. After several days of tireless effort, he had set up hundreds of 6th-grade basic formation flags around the entire stone platform. It could be said that within Qin Chen's control range, there were already countless 6th-grade formation flags densely packed together. Meanwhile, Zhu Wei also finally stopped refining. Upon sensing the scene around the stone platform, he was immediately taken aback. Having been a 6th-grade formation master for so long, it was the first time he had refined so many basic formation flags at once. After several days, he felt somewhat dazed, his energy severely depleted. Yet inside, he felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. The unrestrained and reckless refining had provided him with an unparalleled experience. By the end, the time it took him to refine a 6th-grade basic formation flag was even only half of what it was at the beginning. Incredible, just simply refining formation flags has unexpectedly improved my formation skills by leaps and bounds. Zhu Wei was shocked. If given time, he could absolutely break through his formation skills further. But at this moment, he had no time to contemplate. Coming back to his senses, he immediately focused on the formation flags surrounding the stone platform. Among the hundreds of basic formation flags, a large portion could be said to have been refined by him. He had made modifications to each flag, so even though Qin Chen had arranged them in a messy manner and concealed them, Zhu Wei could still clearly sense the positions of these flags in his mind. With such a terrifying formation, this young man must have grand ambitions. I must understand the entire operation of the formation and find a way to seize control. At that time, Zhu Wei glanced at Qin Chen, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes, then lowered his head to carefully perceive the position of each formation flag and the structure of the entire formation. At this moment, Qin Chen had completely finished arranging the formation. He looked up at the many strong practitioners in the valley and said loudly, "Everyone, I believe you have all obtained a large amount of precious spirit herbs after coming in. You must be eager to leave now, right?" Qin Chen's words immediately attracted the attention of all the martial artists present. In fact, as Qin Chen said, after a brief frenzy upon obtaining the rare spirit herbs, many people had come to their senses. The 7 formation restrictions had all been broken, but they still hadn't found the exit. This left everyone feeling heavy-hearted. No matter how precious the spirit herbs were, if they could not get out, it would all be in vain. Moreover, there were so many yin soul beasts outside the valley, one misstep could lead to a fall here. "What do you mean by that? Do you have a way to get out?" Zhou Zun turned around coldly and asked. Qin Chen shot him a disdainful glance. Seeing Zhou Zun's poor attitude, he couldn't be bothered to respond. "You!" Zhou Zun's contemptuous gaze instantly made him furious, his killing intent surging. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Elder Loying from the Chuan Yin Pavilion looking over, her voice firm. "Have you found the exit? If you have a way to let us leave, I can give you a few spirit herbs as a reward." Elder Loying was the first among them to break the formation restrictions, so after collecting all the spirit herbs, she carefully checked the valley again but still could not find the exit. Thus, she was not optimistic about leaving. Now that she saw Qin Chen speaking up, she immediately realized that this guy must know something. Qin Chen smiled slightly. This was exactly the line he was waiting for. He looked at Elder Loying and smiled. "What you said is correct, Senior. I really have found the exit and have a way to let everyone leave." "What? This guy found the exit? Could it be on that stone platform?" "Impossible. We had already looked at that stone platform. It was just an ordinary stone platform. How could there be an exit?" Upon hearing Qin Chen had found the exit, the crowd erupted in excitement. If someone else had said this, they might have been skeptical. However, since it was Qin Chen who said it, everyone immediately believed it. After all, the reason they could enter was that Qin Chen had broken the natural formation in the ruins outside. He could be said to have the highest formation skills on the scene, so it wasn't impossible for him to find the exit. Qin Chen smiled and said calmly, "You guessed correctly. This stone platform is actually a teleportation array. However, this is an ancient formation and is somewhat incomplete. It took a tremendous amount of effort for me to figure out the operation rules of the entire formation. While you all were busy making a fortune, I worked tirelessly to rearrange and repair this teleportation array, making it complete." Before Qin Chen had finished speaking, the valley erupted into chaos, the noise soaring to the sky, and the entire valley buzzed with sound. "This stone platform is actually the teleportation array to leave." Zhou Zun showed a shocked expression, and with a flicker of his figure, he was eager to rush toward the stone platform. However, as soon as he dared to approach within several dozen meters, with a bang, a white light suddenly appeared in the void, instantly sending Zhou Zun flying. "Your Highness!" The elder beside Zhou Zun changed his expression and hurried to help him up. The others who were anxious to rush forward also stopped, frowning upon seeing Zhou Zun being blasted away. They then realized that the entire stone platform, including the area within several dozen meters around it, had already been surrounded by a terrifying formation. This formation was even extremely concealed, only revealing itself when they attempted to rush in. "What do you mean by this? Why have you sealed the stone platform with a formation?" The sixth-grade Marshal Venerable, who had previously quarreled with Qin Chen due to his eagerness to enter, was the first to speak sternly. "What does this mean? I still want to ask what you all mean." Qin Chen's face darkened, and he coldly said, "I have poured my heart and soul into completing this teleportation formation after days and nights of sleepless work. You all don't say anything and just want to take advantage. How could there be such a good thing? Then what do you want? How about it? Naturally, I want a little hard work fee." Qin Chen said coldly, "You all made a fortune so happily before while I was here working hard. If you want to enter this teleportation array, it's not impossible. Considering that I worked hard to break the array, just offer some hard work fee and it will be fine." Qin Chen's smile was cold. This was his true intention. Those guys just now broke the array's restrictions, happily plundering spiritual herbs without paying any price, and thought they could leave here without any cost. How could such a good deal exist? Ridiculous! The sixth-level Marshal Venerable's expression darkened, and he sneered. "We spent so much time and effort to break this array, and you want to take spiritual herbs from us just like that. How can it be so cheap? Moreover, do you think that with just the three of you can stop so many of us? As long as we join forces, breaking this array would be an easy task." His tone was aimed not only at Qin Chen, but also at the other people present. Upon hearing this, everyone raised their brows. Indeed, Qin Chen's understanding of formations was strong, but how strong could it be? He was just a fifth-level Marshal Zhang. Even with Zhu Wei, a sixth-level array master, hastily setting up an ordinary sixth-level formation in just a few days was already quite impressive. If there were only a few people in the valley, perhaps they would have no choice but to let him extort them. But now, there were over 100 people present, with no less than 26th-level Marshal Venerables and even a few at the mid-sixth level. How could they be stumped by a sixth-level defensive array? As long as they acted together, they had already broken previous array restrictions. Could a sixth-level defensive array really hold them back? At that time, they wouldn't even need Qin Chen. They could teleport out directly. Thinking of this, many people's hearts began to heat up as they exchanged glances, their eyes revealing thick killing intent. Prince Jiu, Xia Washang, and Princess 16, Xia Weuru, also looked at Qin Chen in astonishment. They knew he had a keen interest in these spiritual herbs, but this move was a bit too crazy. Occupying the exit and forcibly demanding valuables was tantamount to making enemies of all the martial artists in the valley. It was utterly unwise. Zhu Wei was also dumbfounded. So this kid was playing such a ruthless game, which was too harsh. Qin Chen sensed the restless atmosphere below and immediately smiled coldly, saying, "Such a simple truth, do you think I wouldn't think of it? The activation of this teleportation array is extremely complicated. Among you, not a single high-level array master exists. Even if you come in, you won't be able to activate my teleportation array. Moreover, although my array skills are average, blocking your joint attack for a dozen breaths is completely no problem. Besides this defensive array, I also set up a self-destruction array outside the teleportation array. If you forcefully attack my array, I might have to teleport away first, but at the same time, I will activate the self-destruction array. At that time, I will gain nothing, but you will have to deal with these yin soul beasts for the rest of your lives." At this point, Qin Chen sneered, "I wonder if the spiritual herbs you all obtained can convince these yin soul beasts to let you go?" Qin Chen's words hit like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the heads of all the martial artists who were preparing to make a move. They all clearly understood Qin Chen's array skills. They had witnessed them when he broke through the natural formation outside the ruins. Originally, aside from Qin Chen, there was also a Zhu Wei among them who could help break the formation, but now Zhu Wei had already bet and admitted defeat, becoming Qin Chen's servant. They could only watch as Qin Chen acted arrogantly. Damn it! Everyone's heart burned with anger, their fists clenched tightly. If possible, they would love to smash Qin Chen's head with a punch, but at this moment, faced with the temptation of leaving, they did not dare to act rashly, fearing that Qin Chen would destroy the teleportation array. "May I ask how many spiritual herbs you wish for us to hand over?" Elder Loying from Chuan Yin Pavilion asked in a deep voice. "Master, Elder Loying," the girl Jiwei beside Elder Loying and everyone else looked at him in shock. They all knew that Elder Loying had a notoriously furious temper and was not the type to compromise. Elder Loing waved his hand, saying, "We were able to come here because of this person, and he has even completed the teleportation array. Handing over some spiritual herbs is not asking too much." Elder Loing spoke indifferently. At this time, having obtained the Hua Zun grass, she did not want to be entangled with Qin Chen anymore. Compared to handing over some spiritual herbs, what she urgently needed was to find a master alchemist to refine the Hua Zun pill, allowing Jiwei to break through to the 6th level Martial Venerable and eventually join the Pyro Miao Palace. "Ha, you are so magnanimous, I admire you." Qin Chen smiled slightly. "Since you are so straightforward, I won't hold back. I worked hard to let you all in and let you all out, expending too much effort. So I won't ask for much. According to each person's situation, the spiritual herbs I want will differ. Since you are so straightforward, I only require 80% of the spiritual herbs you obtain from the array's restrictions." "What? 80%? Everyone looked at Qin Chen in shock, their faces filled with anger. Was this guy crazy? Even Elder Loing, whose expression had been relatively calm at first, was now so angry that her face turned pale, her eyes flashing with cold light. She thought that when Qin Chen mentioned wanting some hard work fees, he meant a few spiritual herbs from a single force. Given the total from so many forces, it would still amount to quite a considerable number. But who would have thought he would demand 80% of the spiritual herbs from her? Didn't that mean she had worked hard to open the array, and he would eat the meat while she only got the soup? "You have quite the appetite. Aren't you afraid of choking on it?" Elder Loing's expression darkened, her voice sharp as she spoke, shaking in anger. If it weren't for the defensive array, she would have already attacked Qin Chen. Qin Chen's expression also darkened, his voice icy. "You speaking this way, I don't like to hear it. You said earlier that you could enter because of me, and you can also exit because of me. You did nothing but casually expend some true energy and obtained a large quantity of spiritual herbs. What more do you want?" "You," Elder Loing was trembling with rage. "Do you know what kind of force our Xuan Yin Pavilion is? Even the many dynasties in this 100-dynasty land don't dare to speak to us like this. I advise you to think carefully. In this world, having a backer doesn't mean you can act lawlessly. Threatening me?" Qin Chen's gaze turned cold. "I don't care what power you belong to. The one thing I fear the least is a threat. Since you refuse my goodwill, I have changed my mind. If you want to leave, you must hand over 80% of the spiritual medicine you obtain from the medicinal field, or else you can just stay here." Qin Chen's tone was frigid. "You," Elder Loing was so furious that he couldn't complete a sentence. For a moment, the atmosphere froze, and no one dared to speak up easily. Asking for 80% right off the bat was simply extortion. If it were just a few plants, they might have agreed, but to demand so much at once, nobody would be willing. However, if they didn't hand over the spiritual medicine, they would be unable to leave this place. If only there was a formation master present, then they wouldn't be under Qin Chen's control at all. Another formation master? Suddenly, Zhou Zun's eyes brightened as he casually glanced at Zhu Wei within the formation. His eyes shifted, and he whispered a few words to the middle-aged guard captain beside him. Zhou Zun looked at Qin Chen coldly and said, "Humph, who knows if what you said is true or not?" In truth, he was very clear in his heart that what Qin Chen said was probably true. After all, it would be too easy to expose a lie. Qin Chen understood Zhou Zun's meaning. It wasn't that he doubted his words, but rather that he wanted to negotiate. With a cold sneer, he said, "Besides believing me, do you have any other choices? If you can find another exit, then go ahead. I promise I won't take a single cent from you." The expressions of the crowd turned ugly. What Qin Chen said was indeed a fact. Now, apart from trusting Qin Chen, they had no other options. If there had been another exit, would they have wasted so much time talking with Qin Chen? They would have left long ago. Enough, no need to argue further. 80% of spiritual medicine? I agree. At that moment, Zhou Zun suddenly said with a dark tone. Everyone looked at Zhou Zun in astonishment. He actually agreed. This wasn't like Zhou Zun's character at all. "Can you guarantee that as long as we hand over the spiritual medicine, we can really leave here? No other demands?" Zhou Zun said with a cold gaze. "Of course. Good Yiren too. Take my storage ring and hand over the spiritual medicine you just obtained to this kid." Zhou Zun took out his storage ring and handed it to the guard captain beside him, then coldly looked at Qin Chen and said, "Kid, all the spiritual medicine I just obtained is in this storage ring. I will have my subordinate give you 80% of it. As soon as you get the spiritual medicine, you have to let us leave. No problem, right?" "No problem," Qin Chen nodded. Zhou Zun loudly addressed the crowd. "Everyone, watch closely. I'm now letting my subordinate hand over the spiritual medicine to the other party. If this kid doesn't let us leave, then he's deceiving us. At that time, we'll destroy his defensive formation. I want to see whether the teleportation formation he spoke of is real or not." As soon as he finished speaking, Yiren too, the guard captain, immediately took the storage ring and walked toward the stone platform. Everyone looked at Zhou Zun in shock. Was he really going to give away 80% of the spiritual medicine? That was quite bold, and it didn't seem like Zhou Zun's style at all. It was known that Zhou Zun and his group had previously obtained 7th-level spiritual medicine. Would they really give it away? Moreover, considering Zhou Zun's personality, it would have been merciful enough not to rob others of their spiritual medicine. How could he actively give it to that kid, especially such a large portion? That seemed impossible. However, even though they were doubtful, seeing Yiren too enter the formation with Zhou Zun's storage ring made everyone suspicious. Could it be that Zhou Zun really had a change of heart? Would he endure a loss just to leave this place? Regardless, Zhou Zun stepped forward first, providing a reference for everyone present. They all wanted to see if, after Zhou Zun handed over 80% of the spiritual medicine, Qin Chen would really let them leave. Under everyone's gaze, Yiren too, with Qin Chen's permission, quickly arrived beneath the stone platform. "Stop!" On the stone platform, Qin Chen said coldly, and Yiren too obediently halted. "Where's the spiritual medicine? Hand it over. As long as you provide 80%, I will naturally let you leave," Qin Chen said from a superior position, his tone cold. "The spiritual medicine is here." The strongest guard captain of the great Zhou dynasty, Yiren too, raised his hand holding the storage ring, and at the same time a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "If you want the spiritual medicine, dream on, go die." Before Yiren too could finish his words, an overwhelming wave of terrifying true power erupted from his hand, and he punched toward Qin Chen with all his might. Boom! With that punch, the sky cracked and the earth shook. Yiren too, as Zhou Zun's guard captain, was a peak mid-6th level martial venerable and could be considered one of the strongest in the arena. When he unleashed his full force, the momentum was astonishing. The torrent of true power swept through the air, instantly engulfing Qin Chen. "Chen Shao!" The black servant beside him was alarmed and instantly summoned the Tianmo banner to block in front of Qin Chen. Buzz! At the same time, the grand formation surrounding the stone platform was activated instantly, and an extremely thick light curtain appeared in front of Qin Chen, perfectly blocking Yiren too's attack. With a loud boom, the entire formation radiated a brilliant light, sending out astonishing fluctuations. The martial artists outside witnessed the sudden attack and, while shocked, instantly understood his intent. He aimed to subdue Qin Chen in the shortest time possible. In almost an instant, everyone began to circulate their true energy, clearly intending to take advantage of Yiren too's assault to occupy the formation. However, before they could make a move, a loud explosion was heard as Yiren too's attack smashed against the light barrier in front of Qin Chen, returning without success. It couldn't even break the formation to restrain Qin Chen. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. What kind of defensive formation was this? It was terrifying. Yiren too could be considered one of the strongest individuals on the field, yet his sudden attack failed to inflict any damage on Qin Chen. "You think I don't know your thoughts?" At the same time, Qin Chen's mocking voice echoed, rumbling into everyone's ears with a cold tone. "To think you can subdue me while handing over the spirit medicine, how naive!" Yiren too's lips curled in a sneer rather than despair. He had not come here to kill Qin Chen. He had come with a plan. With a sudden motion, he grabbed Zhu Wei, the array master who had been by Qin Chen's side, and retreated swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he had pulled Zhu Wei out of the formation's range. "Your Highness, I did not fail my mission." With one hand holding Zhu Wei, Yiren too landed beside Zhou Zun and said blandly, "Ha ha ha, good." Zhou Zun laughed heartily, patting Yiren too on the shoulder, then grinning at Qin Chen with pride. "Kid, did you think this prince sent Yiren too in to kill you? You're overthinking it. This prince's goal is merely to rescue Master Zhu Wei from our great Zhou dynasty. With Master Zhu Wei here, let's see how arrogant you can be. Did you really think you were the only one who could break this teleportation array?" This sudden scene stunned everyone present. At the same time, they all showed expressions of wild joy. What a clever feint! Judging from Qin Chen and the black slave's reactions, it was clear that they had not trusted Zhou Zun and were already on guard against such a trick. Zhu Wei, once freed from Qin Chen's immediate control, relaxed and smiled at Zhou Zun. Qin Chen's expression darkened as he scoffed. "Zhou Zun, how naive you are. This person is nothing but a waste. Earlier, outside the ruins, he couldn't even break a natural formation. How could he possibly activate the teleportation array? What a fool's dream." Everyone turned their gaze toward Zhu Wei. To be honest, they were somewhat apprehensive, unsure if Zhu Wei could activate the teleportation array. After all, the markings on the stone platform bore no traces of a modern array. According to that boy, it belonged to the category of ancient formations. Whether Zhu Wei could activate it was still unknown. If he couldn't, they would ultimately still be under Qin Chen's control. Feeling the tense gazes surrounding him, Zhu Wei laughed nonchalantly. Everyone, please rest assured, that teleportation array will be a piece of cake for me to activate. Oh, is that so? When did you become so capable? Qin Chen mocked. Zhu Wei's eyes glittered with malice as he replied loudly, Kid, you might not know this, but all the 6th-level basic array flags I refined previously have been tampered with. It's laughable that you're still in the dark. A stinking brat wants to be my master. You don't know how to die. Zhu Wei proudly told everyone. Rest assured, I won't need to set up the teleportation array again. 80% of the array flags used by this kid were refined by me. As long as I exert a little influence, I can completely take back control of the array from him. Zhou Zun was overjoyed. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. Ha, Zhu Wei, quickly take control of the array. Everyone, you all heard that, right? Soon, we will capture that kid together. At that time, the price I offer to activate the teleportation array will definitely be much better than what this kid can offer. Zhou Zun was excited beyond measure. It must be said that Qin Chen's actions had provided him with a great example. Once he gained control of the teleportation array, wouldn't the spirit medicines on the others be up for his selection? What? You tampered with the array flags? Upon hearing this, Qin Chen was taken aback, his expression turning pale with anger as he stared at Zhu Wei. Ha, what do you think? Treating me like a dog to command around is what you brought upon yourself. Seeing Qin Chen's furious expression, Zhu Wei felt exceptionally pleased, savoring the moment. Xia Wusheng and Xia Wuru, witnessing this, couldn't help but sigh. Qin Chen was still too naive. After winning outside the ruins, he insisted on keeping Zhu Wei by his side. Such a person would never willingly work for him. If given the chance, he would definitely bite back. Zhou Zun was even more excited, laughing loudly. Zhu Wei, what are you waiting for? Quickly seize control of the array. Without these formations, let's see how this kid can still be arrogant. Yes, Your Highness, Zhu Wei respectfully bowed, then coldly smiled as he swiftly formed hand seals. An invisible mental force instantly spread out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, the formations around the stone platform began to tremble, seemingly out of control. The crowd widened their eyes, unable to contain their excitement. It seemed to be true. This Zhu Wei was indeed cunning, pretending to submit to Qin Chen, but unexpectedly had secretly made so many moves. For a moment, even Qin Chen's black servant's face paled. The light curtain wavered as if under attack from within. Zhu Wei's force surged, intent on hijacking the flags, bending them back to Great Zhou's will. He laughed triumphantly, feeling the familiar patterns he had once altered respond to his influence. But his smile did not last. Qin Chen's lips curled, and the cold voice that followed was quiet but lethal. You really think I would leave a door open for you? In the instant Zhu Wei pushed to seize the flags, a hidden back door built by Qin Chen, buried within the chaotic web of array links, triggered. It was subtle, a counter-weave of mental anchors Qin Chen had implanted when arranging the flags, meant precisely for traitors like him. Zhu Wei's mental force struck it and was met by an iron-bound lock. He felt his influence snap and recoil, a burning pain tearing through his chest as the array reversed a portion of his power. His hand seals broke, his face went white. No, Zhu Wei roared, attempting to wrench free, but the formation refused to yield. The flags he thought were his now bent like steel to Qin Chen's will. Qin Chen's expression did not change as he coldly said, You tampered with my flags and lied to me, served me only when it suited you. That is betrayal. Around them an oppressive hush fell. Even Zhou Zun's triumphant smile froze. Before anyone could react, the hidden mechanism detonated, not an ordinary explosion, but an execution array Qin Chen had prepared as the ultimate deterrent. It did not destroy the stone platform, it broke the life support of one man. Zhu Wei's figure convulsed. Crimson light lanced through his body as the back door opened its judgment. In moments, the great Zhou's prized array master crumbled to the ground, blood spraying. His life force bleeding away under the precise cruelty of Qin Chen's countermeasure. Zhou Zun's roar of fury could only reach as far as the formation allowed. His attempt to intervene was repelled by the same invisible web that had snared Zhu Wei. Execute him, someone cried out, but the answer was visible in Zhu Wei's last twitch. The traitor's mouth formed a soundless curse, his eyes wide with disbelief, then went dull. Silence followed the execution. The valley, which had roared with expectation a heartbeat before, was now as still as a tomb. Qin Chen stood unmoved, the light curtain around him intact. He looked at the fallen Zhu Wei and said coldly to the stunned crowd, Let this be a lesson. I have set both the way out and the consequences for anyone who seeks to betray or rob me. If you want to leave, hand over 80% of what you obtained. If you think to attack me, I will not hesitate to use the self-destruct array. You can argue, you can rage, but only one thing matters. The teleportation array works, and I control it. The martial artists exchanged glances, horror and calculation warring in their faces. The theft of an array master, the sudden execution, the impregnable defenses, Qin Chen's menace had gone from bluster to absolute. Outside the trembling flags, distant roars of yin soul beasts rose like a reminder of the cost of failure. The formations around the stone platform continued to hum and tremble, as if savoring the silence after the storm. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhu Wei continuously made hand seals, his gaze sharp, desperately controlling the array flags that he had tampered with within the formation. Inside the grand array, a continuous buzzing sound echoed, giving people a feeling of being out of control. Moments passed. "How is it?" Zhou Zun looked at Zhu Wei with fiery eyes. "Your Highness, the sixth prince, not yet, but soon," Zhu Wei said in a deep voice, his expression serious, but there was an ominous feeling in his heart. For some reason, he could clearly sense the location of his array flags within the formation, but when he tried to manipulate them, it felt as if there was a barrier in between. "It's impossible. According to the tampering I left, no matter how these flags are arranged, as long as I urge my mental power, control should immediately return to me. Why is it now?" Cold sweat trickled down Zhu Wei's forehead as he increased the output of his mental power. Immediately, the formation around the stone platform surged more violently, and finally, with a buzz, it settled down. "Your Highness, the sixth prince, it's successful." Zhu Wei was overjoyed and said excitedly. He could feel that all the array flags in front of him were under his control. "Haha, good, very good. Whoever captures this kid for me will be exempt from handing in their spirit medicine." Zhou Zun, ecstatic, immediately pointed at Qin Chen and shouted, "Your Highness, the sixth prince, let me do it." Before Zhou Zun could finish his sentence, a black figure had already shot out from the crowd. It was the early-stage Martial Venerable who had previously clashed with Qin Chen. This person wore a fierce expression, directly charging into the formation, his hands surging with true power, instantly grasping towards Qin Chen. "This guy is too cunning. Damn, stealing credit way too fast." Many powerful warriors, just about to take action, saw that the sixth-tier Martial Venerable had already rushed into the formation, instantly furious to the point of spitting blood. "Ha, come on, let's enter the formation too." Zhou Zun was overjoyed and led a few of his subordinates towards the stone platform. On the stone platform, Qin Chen looked terrified, clearly enraged and frightened by the loss of control over the formation, staring in fear at the rampaging middle-aged Martial Venerable. "Kid, my name is Pan Xing. Remember, be a little more low-key in the future, or you'll never know how you die." Pan Xing stared into Qin Chen's terrified eyes, feeling unprecedentedly exhilarated and fiercely attacked. "Thanks for the reminder." Just as Pan Xing's attack was about to land on Qin Chen, the previously frightened expression on Qin Chen's face suddenly calmed down, and a hint of mockery and ridicule emerged from the depths of his eyes. Pan Xing immediately sensed something was off. At a time like this, the other party still had the mood to laugh. Buzz. Then the grand array around the stone platform suddenly activated. An overwhelming killing intent surged out from within the array. "Your Highness, the sixth prince, what's going on?" Pan Xing was suddenly alarmed, shouting in rage, and in horror discovered that his body couldn't move at all. In the next moment, boundless killing intent pierced through his body. With a puff, blood spurted from him, and Pan Xing's eyes revealed terror as he let out a miserable scream. In an instant, he was engulfed by the array's light, shredded into blood mist, and dissipated into the air. Only a storage ring remained, which was collected by Qin Chen. This sudden event left everyone dumbfounded. Zhou Zun and the others abruptly stopped, looking at Zhu Wei in shock. "Zhu Wei, what on earth is happening?" Although they were not array masters, they could tell that Pan Xing had just died at the hands of the suddenly activated formation, but wasn't this formation supposed to be entirely under Zhu Wei's control? Cold sweat instantly appeared on Zhu Wei's forehead as he said in terror, "Your Highness, the sixth prince, I don't know." "You don't know?" Zhou Zun's face turned ashen. Thankfully, he hadn't entered the formation, or he would have also been trapped by the array's light. The other warriors who had originally envied Pan Xing were now drenched in cold sweat. "You immediately activate the formation and trap this kid inside," Zhou Zun roared at Zhu Wei. He dared not rush into the formation without first trapping Qin Chen. "Yes." Zhu Wei gritted his teeth. He was equally puzzled. He clearly had control over the formation, yet the previous activation of the formation was completely beyond his control. He immediately used his mental power to manipulate the array flags, wanting to trap Qin Chen inside. But upon his urging, the entire formation didn't move an inch. Zhu Wei was stunned. He urged again. The formation remained motionless. He urged once more, and still it did not move. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Zhu Wei, what are you doing? Why aren't you activating the formation to trap this kid? Zhou Zun thought Zhu Wei hadn't acted yet and couldn't help but explode with rage. Your Highness, the Sixth Prince, this formation seems to not listen to my control. Zhu Wei suddenly panicked. What's going on? Why could he clearly sense he had control over these flags, but the formation simply wouldn't respond to him? How could that be? Zhou Zun was enraged. What do you mean it doesn't listen to your control? Didn't you say you had mastered this formation? Are you lying to me? No, no, Zhu Wei was almost in tears. Prince Zhou Zun, it would be better if you don't trouble Zhu Wei anymore. I've already said this person is useless. Even if you take him out, what's the use? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Qin Chen on the stone platform no longer displayed a shred of panic, grinning coldly at Zhou Zun, his expression mocking, as if watching a clown. This bizarre scene left everyone dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Zhu Wei continually attempted to activate the formation but failed repeatedly. Angrily, he pointed at Qin Chen. What exactly did you do? What did I do? Qin Chen's eyes turned cold, sneering. Zhu Wei, do you think I wouldn't know everything you did just now? Tampering with the array flags, how could you even think of that? My formation is something you can control. But just now I was merely playing with you. Now the game is over. I still have serious matters to attend to. Qin Chen sneered, suddenly urging his soul power. Ah! Zhu Wei suddenly screamed in pain. The sea of his soul and his mind violently surged. A terrifying power exploded within his consciousness, and the bloodline power instantly shattered, causing the true power in his body to go into chaos. In front of everyone, Zhu Wei's body inflated instantaneously, like a balloon, growing larger and larger. You! What did you do to my body? Zhu Wei screamed in terror and pain, at this moment suddenly recalling when Qin Chen had patted his shoulder outside the ruins. Qin Chen coldly laughed. Did you really think that I'd have you by my side without making any preparations? Since you've betrayed me, then be prepared to die. No, don't kill me. I'm still useful to you. I'm a six-tier array master. I'm willing to submit to you. Zhu Wei, in panic and fury, pleaded for mercy, his face filled with terror. In the face of the death threat, Zhu Wei no longer had any dignity left. All that remained was a thirst for life. Submit to me? Qin Chen laughed coldly. Yes. Zhu Wei shouted in terror, hurriedly saying, I am willing to submit to you, willingly follow you from now on. I'm a six-tier array master. I must be of use to you. A six-tier array master? Is that rare? In my eyes, you are nothing but a waste. What use do I have for you? With disdain in his voice, Qin Chen spoke, and with a bang, Zhu Wei's body exploded, blood splattering everywhere and drenching the nearby Zhou Zun. All right, the game is over. Now let's have a proper discussion about how to get out. Qin Chen coldly looked at the people in the valley and said indifferently, Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, everyone in the valley was shocked as they stared at the shattered Zhu Wei, their expressions filled with fear. A six-tier array master just died right before everyone's eyes. Such a strong impact deeply shocked everyone's hearts, especially since Zhu Wei tried to get Qin Chen to spare him by offering his submission at the last moment. But Qin Chen's response was, What use do I have for you? How domineering. These words made everyone's minds tremble, unable to remain calm. The one with the worst expression was Zhou Zun, who was drenched in blood and in a miserable state, filled with shock and anger. He had thought that rescuing Zhu Wei would allow him to threaten Qin Chen. But he never expected that in Qin Chen's eyes, Zhu Wei was nothing at all. To him, he could live or die at will. At this moment, Qin Chen coldly looked at everyone, not speaking, yet his silence was even more shocking than any words he could say. At this point, no one dared to doubt the array set by Qin Chen. He could easily kill a six-tier early-stage martial venerable like Pan Xing without lifting a finger, simply by activating the array. Even Zhu Wei, a six-tier array master who had laid many tricks on his own crafted array flags, ultimately was still toyed with by Qin Chen. Such means were beyond their imagination. What shocked them even more was Zhu Wei's death. The ease with which Qin Chen placed a restriction on Zhu Wei and controlled his life and death was something they had never heard of. How terrifying is this person's mastery of arrays? A six-tier array grandmaster like Zhu Wei was actually toyed with in the palm of his hand. How did he do it? He is just a teenager. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, muttering to himself. He really is too strong. When did Zhu Wei get controlled by him? Zhu Wei didn't even know and thought he could turn the tables on the array only to suffer the consequences. The gap is too big. Could this person really be from a top force in a continent? Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying means? If he were a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, I might not be too surprised, but he is so young and yet. Everyone murmured, awed by the revelation. Mo Xincheng's gaze also sharpened as he glanced discontentedly at Mo Xiang. What kind of monster had his son provoked? Fortunately, he had observed the situation earlier and did not rashly attack Qin Chen. Otherwise, they at the Beast Control Mountain Villa would probably have made a deep enmity with Qin Chen by now. Is there really no one who wants to leave? Seeing that everyone appeared shocked but nobody stepped forward, Qin Chen frowned and turned to Zia Wusheng, saying, "I wonder if His Highness the Ninth Prince plans to leave." Zia Wusheng finally snapped out of his shock and hurriedly cupped his hands, saying, "Friend is joking. I naturally wish to leave. In that case, considering His Highness the Ninth Prince's previous arrangements, your group only needs to pay 50% of the spiritual herbs to leave." If Qin Chen had asked for 50% of the spiritual herbs from the start, Zia Wusheng would have felt somewhat displeased. After all, just because he had high hopes for Qin Chen didn't mean he would allow himself to be extorted. However, after everything that had happened before, Zia Wusheng felt no displeasure at all. Compared to the 70% from Xuan Yin Pavilion and 80% from the Great Zhou Dynasty, his 50% was exceedingly generous. All right, since my friend is so straightforward, Zia will also be straightforward for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Zia Wusheng stepped forward, coming before Qin Chen, and pulled out a large number of spiritual herbs, saying, "These are the spiritual herbs I obtained from the herb garden. I hope my friend can appraise them." Qin Chen took the herbs, inspected them, and nodded, saying, "Correct, you previously obtained 72 azure dream grass, 23 shaping roots, 56 purple light pepper vines. Except for one less shaping root, everything else is correct. However, since you are so generous, I won't mind the extra one." With each type of herb Qin Chen named, Zia Wusheng had a bitter smile. He had not expected Qin Chen to know exactly how many spiritual herbs he had obtained. It seemed that the other party had been keeping track of every herb field. Fortunately, he hadn't tried to deceive him earlier. Otherwise, it would have been a huge embarrassment. "Friend, may I ask if we can leave now?" Zia Wusheng said, cupping his hands to Qin Chen. He originally had the intention to befriend Qin Chen, but now it seemed Qin Chen was too greedy, so he became disinterested and just wanted to leave quickly. "Since you have handed over half of the spiritual herbs, you may leave. Please step onto the stone platform with the friends beside His Highness the Ninth Prince. I will teleport you all out immediately." Upon hearing this, the Ninth Prince was overjoyed, and his dissatisfaction with Qin Chen diminished significantly. However, the originally concerned Zia Wusheng's sister, Zia Wuru, came up and pouted, coldly snorting, "We cared so much for you, but I didn't expect you to extort us so ruthlessly. I won't bother with you anymore." Qin Chen was taken aback, then smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "Little sister, you will understand how good I am to you later." Princesses like Zia Wuru would never know how much effort and hardship scattered cultivators needed to endure to grow stronger. If he did not do so, when would he be able to surpass his previous realm and take revenge on his enemies? Of course, Qin Chen naturally wouldn't say any of this to her. Zia Wuru snorted and said nothing further. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the group from the Great Summer Dynasty. Qin Chen got what he wanted and did not say anything else. He directly activated the teleportation array. A beam of white light suddenly brightened, instantly enveloping Zia Wusheng and the others. In the next moment, the white light vanished, and the figures of Zia Wusheng and the others disappeared from the stone platform without a trace. They really left. Seeing this scene, the other martial artists in the valley became excited. No matter how dissatisfied they were with Qin Chen, at least what he said was true, not a deception. After all, giving a little spiritual herbs to Qin Chen was better than being trapped in this valley, waiting to die. Some people, knowing they could definitely leave this place, all breathed a sigh of relief and even felt no urgency in their hearts. After Zia Wusheng and the others left, some people immediately stepped up to imitate them. The first to come in were several factions from the Great Zia Dynasty. Without waiting for Qin Chen to speak, they directly took out half of the medicinal herbs, saying, "Senior, these are the spirit herbs we obtained from the medicinal fields. Please check them." Qin Chen glanced casually at the spirit herbs and coldly said, "You only brought out 50%. Hand over another 10% and you can leave." But the Ninth Prince previously, they panicked. The Ninth Prince had only handed over 50%, and they thought they could leave with the same amount. 10% of spirit herbs for them meant 20 to 30 plants and was not a small number. Qin Chen's gaze made them swallow their complaints. In the end, they handed over more spirit herbs and were sent away by the formation. As the first groups were teleported out, more forces gained confidence and came forward to trade. After Zia Wusheng had proved the teleportation formation worked, the rest understood they could depart if they paid. For a little while, Qin Chen kept to his usual terms. If the spirit herbs were sufficient, he activated the array. Dozens of forces, seeing how matters were handled, could only swallow their anger and pay similar prices to leave. In a short while, more than 20 factions had left in a flurry, leaving very few behind. Elder Luo Ying from the Xuanyin Pavilion grew anxious. She had intended to be first, but after her earlier standoff, she found herself pushed to the back. The later they left, the more likely they would be ambushed outside the ruins, and so Luo Ying hurried to the stone platform with the stunning girl Zhai Wei. Your Excellency is truly formidable. Your attainments in formations are the strongest I have ever seen. I hope we can collaborate again in the future. Here are the spirit herbs we need to submit. Please activate the teleportation array and send us away, Luo Ying said with a smile, producing spirit herbs from her storage ring. Our Xuanyin Pavilion truly admires a genius like you. If you have the chance, you can come visit us. Our disciples will surely welcome you warmly, right, Zhai Wei? Yes. Zhai Wei's faint smile was like a blooming flower, beauty leaving people in awe. Qin Chen merely smiled lightly. Thank you both, then. But his tone shifted. However, you both obtained a total of 68 astragalus flowers, 41 taxilus roots, 34 sea buckthorn seeds, and 8 huazun grasses from the medicinal fields. The more he spoke, the worse Luo Ying's expression became. Qin Chen continued. According to the previous ratio of 70%, the numbers should be 48, 29, 24, and at least 5 for the huazun grass. You only handed over 50% before, so make up the remaining numbers. Luo Ying's smile froze. She tried to charm and bargain. Our Xuanyin Pavilion is not affiliated with any dynasty in the 100 dynasties. 50% is quite a lot. Please give us some leeway. Qin Chen's expression turned cold. I have expended so much energy not to play the good person. The spirit herbs I mentioned cannot be less than 1 plant. If you agree, hand them over immediately. Otherwise, both of you can roll off this stone platform. Luo Ying's face turned dark. Her voice trembled as she tried another tack, invoking connections. My friend, our Xuanyin Pavilion has connections with the highest Pyro Miao Palace on the continent. As long as Pyro Miao Palace, are you referring to the martial domain Pyro Miao Palace? Qin Chen interrupted sharply. Luo Ying's tone swelled with pride. Yes, Jiwei is the most outstanding genius of my Xuanyin Pavilion in 100 years, and is very likely to join Pyro Miao Palace, becoming one of the Empress's subordinates. I advise you not to go too far. Qin Chen's nails dug into his palm. A killing intent erupted from him and froze the two women. He had been too impulsive a moment ago. The name of Shangyuanzir, Pyro Miao Palace's empress, stung old wounds. Yet when Luo Ying invoked that name to press him, he snapped. That bitch dares to be called unparalleled? Qin Chen sneered. The words hit like a slap. Luo Ying's arrogance collapsed into stunned fear. Any mention of the empress could bring ruin, yet this boy had spat at her name. For a heartbeat, the crowd outside the stone platform stared wide-eyed. He was mad, reckless beyond reason. Qin Chen quickly reined in his emotion and forced a bitter smile to hide it. He would not meet Shangyuanzir yet, but he would not be cowed. I've changed my mind. You two must hand over 90% of the spiritual herbs before I can send you out. Otherwise, just stay here and wait to die. Luo Ying trembled. 90%, none of her pride mattered now. The repulsive force of the array surged, and without warning, Luo Ying and Zhai Wei were flung from the stone platform, crashing tens of meters away. Luo Ying's humiliation was complete. She had been tossed aside by a mere boy. Is there anyone else who wants to come up? Qin Chen asked coldly, looking at the remaining forces. The spectacle emptied the room of hot-headedness. No one wanted to test that same fate. They hurried forward and handed over the required herbs. Qin Chen accepted and teleported them out. After that, dozens of forces could only swallow their anger and pay similar prices to leave. In the blink of an eye, only 5 forces remained. The Xuanyin Pavilion, members from the Dezhou dynasty led by Zhou Zun, the Black Cult, Beast Master Villa, and the solitary Tian Mo Elder standing apart, silent. Long Yan of the Black Cult stepped forward first, forcing a brave face. Here are 60% of the spiritual medicine we obtained. Can we leave now? Qin Chen looked at him and smiled coldly. 70% plus 10,000 medium-grade true stones. The demand silenced them. Long Yan had hoped to pay 70 and be done. 10,000 true stones drained most of the Black Cult's reserves. He swallowed and produced the sum. Qin Chen checked and, satisfied, activated the teleportation array. Not long after, Mo Xincheng of the Mo family came forward with Mo Qing and Mo Xiang in tow. He made Mo Xiang kneel before Qin Chen, humiliated him with blows and forced apologies, eager to prove submissiveness. Beast, you offended young Master Chen and you still don't kneel before me. Mo Xincheng kicked, making Mo Xiang drop to his knees. Young Master Chen, the beast inadvertently offended you while in Heizhao City. I hope you don't take it to heart, Mo Xincheng stammered, then urged Mo Xiang to apologize. The terrified Mo Xiang begged forgiveness, voice shaking. Qin Chen glanced at him without malice. Get up, I didn't take the previous matters to heart. He was not out for total extermination with the Mo family, 80% would suffice. Hand over 80% of the spiritual medicine, plus 10,000 medium-grade true stones, and you can leave. Mo Xincheng's face twitched, but he obeyed and produced the items. Qin Chen confirmed and sent them away. Seeing this, Luo Ying's pride finally broke. She produced 90% of her spirit herbs with a pale face, praying the last Huizun grass would allow Zhai Wei to break through. When the last of the easy targets were gone, Qin Chen closed the formation. Only Zhou Zun of the Dezhou dynasty and the Tian Mo elder remained in the valley, their faces drained of color. What do you mean by this? Zhou Zun's tone was forced calm. Inside, his heart had already sunk. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, the sixth prince of the great Zhou dynasty, are you really unaware of what this young master means? Qin Chen coldly laughed, looking at Zhou Zun with a mocking expression on his face. Zhou Zun's face turned ugly, and the captain of the religious guard beside him, Yiren too, looked as pale as a pot bottom. With their status, when had they ever been ridiculed like this? If it were somewhere else, they would have gone mad and attacked long ago. But here, they had to rely on Qin Chen to leave this valley, so they naturally didn't dare to act rashly. If both sides tore their faces, and the other party directly teleported away, how would they get out? Thinking of this, Zhou Zun sneered, You want to keep us here? It's nothing more than for the spiritual medicine, right? Fine, I agree, just say it. Do you want 70%, 80%, or 90%? Or perhaps add another 10,000 medium-quality true stones? Zhou Zun's face showed disdain, clearly thinking that Qin Chen was trying to extort him. Now he was the knife and the other was the fish. It would be better to agree first, and once they got out, he could wait at the ruins' entrance. By then, everything Qin Chen lost would have to be returned completely, not a single bit would be left. Qin Chen sneered at Zhou Zun and the others, his voice cold. Our esteemed sixth prince doesn't seem to understand the situation yet. Do you think this young master kept you here just for a bit of spiritual medicine? What this young master wants is your life. As the last word fell, Qin Chen's eyes narrowed. An astonishing killing intent erupted from him, as if the god of death had opened his eyes. You want to kill me? Upon hearing Qin Chen's words, Zhou Zun was instead dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. Are you sure you didn't misspeak? Do you know who I am? The sixth prince of the great Zhou dynasty. If you kill me once the news spreads, do you think you can leave this dark death swamp alive? At that time, under the pursuit of all the strong from my great Zhou dynasty, no matter how great your abilities, you won't escape death. Zhou Zun sneered, moreover, can you even kill me? Indeed, your formation is strong, but we're outside of the formation. How can you act against us? We have 2 peak martial venerables in the mid-stage of the 6th level here. Once the faces are torn, we can disregard everything and break your formation, and then none of us can leave. After saying this, Zhou Zun looked towards the elder of the demon tribe beside him and coldly laughed. Did you hear that? This guy wants to kill us all together. Why don't we join forces and break his formation first? The elder of the demon tribe frowned, ignoring Zhou Zun, and asked Qin Chen solemnly, Sir, it seems we have no grievances or enmities, right? Why do you keep me here? Why haven't you left yet? Qin Chen suddenly exclaimed in surprise, seemingly just noticing that the elder of the demon tribe hadn't left, and said helplessly, This young master doesn't know you at all so naturally. There's no grudge. How could I keep you here? It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Since you didn't say a word earlier, this young master completely forgot about you. Clearly, the elder of the demon tribe had been motionless and silent before, so Qin Chen hadn't noticed him at all. The elder of the demon tribe's eyes flickered. Forgotten him? What a joke! Although he was silent. How could anyone not see a living person standing in this valley? There was a high possibility that Qin Chen had deliberately left him here. Then what could his purpose be? The elder of the demon tribe's heart instantly tightened. Unable to help but doubt, could it be that the other party discovered his purpose? Impossible. The elder of the demon tribe shook his head. He had fallen into slumber with the master of the ship and had never appeared in the 100 dynasties, so it was impossible for anyone to recognize him. To say the other party recognized him was utterly absurd. Then what could the other party's purpose be? Just as he was thinking, he saw Qin Chen show a Chinese letter. Full of apology, I truly apologize for forgetting you. My fault. However, since you've stayed, this young master has a suggestion. Why don't we join forces to kill the people of the great Zhou dynasty? The treasures we obtain from the great Zhou dynasty, this young master will share half with you. How about it? Of course. If you insist on leaving, this young master will not force you. As long as you promise not to speak of what happened here and pay the spiritual medicine you received before. This young master will send you out right now. This is also in consideration of your previous good intentions towards this young master. Qin Chen said sincerely, while opening a gap in the formation. Make your choice quickly. If you want to leave, hurry and enter the formation. So he wants me to kill the people of the great Zhou dynasty with him? The elder of the demon tribe's heart, which had been tense, instantly relaxed. He immediately understood Qin Chen's purpose for leaving him behind. Being alone and at the peak of the mid-stage 6th-level martial venerable, Qin Chen, relying only on himself and his subordinates, lacked confidence in defeating the people of the great Zhou dynasty, so he kept him here to try to win him over. He really was playing his cards right. However, this aligned with the elder of the demon tribe's intentions. As the master of the ship had commanded him to bring Qin Chen back, he naturally couldn't leave early. Otherwise, what would happen if Qin Chen was killed by Zhou Zun and the others? This was also the reason he stayed until the end. With a flash of insight, the elder of the demon tribe grinned ominously. If you want me to stay, that's fine, but in addition to half of these people's belongings, I also want 20% of the spiritual medicine you obtained earlier. You! Zhou Zun immediately looked at the elder of the demon tribe in shock. This guy was actually really moved. Friend, do you trust this person's words? This kid is just using sweet talk, he has no sincerity at all. Yiren too also said solemnly, Friend, do you think this brat really forgot you? He kept you here just to use you. I guarantee that if you really act against us once successful, the next person he will want to kill is you. Others might not care, but the elder of the demon tribe was incredibly powerful, a major threat that they had to be vigilant against. Have you made up your mind yet? The elder of the demon tribe completely ignored Zhou Zun and the others, just smiling at Qin Chen. 20% is too much. I can only give you 10%. Otherwise, you may as well leave. Qin Chen hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth and said, 10%, not bad, fine, I agree. The elder of the demon tribe laughed. In fact, whether Qin Chen gave him spiritual medicine or not, he would stay. After all, once he controlled Qin Chen, all the spiritual medicine on Qin Chen would eventually be his. The reason he haggled for so long was just to make Qin Chen believe that he had no ill intentions towards him. Minus 651, friend, I can guarantee that you have made a wrong decision. Zhou Zun and the others' expressions darkened. This is not necessarily the case. The elder of the demon tribe smiled sinisterly. As long as we kill you all, we can obtain at least 1.5 fields of spiritual herbs, along with several treasures from your bodies. A great deal. Where can we find such an opportunity usually? He looked pleased with himself, as if truly swayed by Qin Chen's words. Are you not afraid of being hunted down by our great Zhou dynasty? Zhou Zun asked coldly. The elder of the demon tribe grinned malevolently. Afraid, of course, but who will know it was us who acted? By then we can say the fog in this valley suddenly disappeared, leading to an outbreak of the yin soul beasts, and you all died at their hands. Your great Zhou dynasty can't possibly pin that on us, right? What do you think, young brother? He regarded Qin Chen with a smile. Ha ha, senior is indeed experienced. Qin Chen complied, smiling. It was indeed the yin soul beasts that killed several of you, so it cannot be blamed on us. Good, good, you three are really something. Do you think you have us cornered? Zhou Zun's tone cooled as he exchanged a glance with the otherworldly slaughterer beside him. Or what do you think? Qin Chen sneered, seemingly unaware of their covert communication. Suddenly Zhou Zun's face twisted with a sinister look. Brat, do you think this palace has been waiting until now without any trump cards? Attack! At his shout, a black talisman pulsed into his hand, radiating a terrifying aura. Without hesitation, Zhou Zun threw it towards Qin Chen. The black talisman drew in the world's true chi and flared. Qin Chen's heart dropped when he recognized it. It's a 6th-stage peak explosion talisman. Even a late-stage martial venerable would be gravely injured by one. But Zhou Zun did not aim it at the demon elder, he aimed it at Qin Chen's formation. There was no time for ordinary counters. The explosion talisman smashed into the defensive formation. Boom! Flags detonated in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! As the formation ruptured, Great Zhou's elite guards, each essentially a 6th-stage martial venerable, leapt like predatory fish toward Qin Chen. Qin Chen felt cold dread. No wonder they had remained calm until now. They had been waiting for this exact moment. He frantically scattered new formation flags like falling blossoms, but the explosion talisman's force was overwhelming. He could not weave the defensive net fast enough to stop the breaches. One breath, enough to create gaps to prevent activation of his teleportation array. Get back here, the black slave finally acted. The heaven demon banner unfurled into a massive black canopy that swept toward Zhou Zun's attackers, emitting a chilling demonic aura that wrapped around each assailant. The great Zhou martial venerables were alarmed. The banner's strangeness exceeded their expectations. Humph, mere tricks, break for me! The otherworldly slaughterer roared and struck the black canopy, colliding with a snake-headed projection from the demon elder's staff. The impact sent the black slave staggering, blood flashing in him. The heaven demon banner was mighty among equals, but against the otherworldly slaughterer it strained. "Sir, don't you want to stop that otherworldly slaughterer?" Qin Chen shouted in panic, throwing flags and disregarding his safety as his formation cracked further. Across the field, the demon elder grew cold-eyed. He raised a pitch-black snake-headed staff. A shadow like a giant serpent burst forth and coiled toward the otherworldly slaughterer. The two treasures, Heaven Demon Banner and Snake Staff, clashed ferociously with Great Zhou's elites. Their conflict created a tempest of black energy and raw force that shook the valley. Martial venerables from both sides collided, the banner's wailing ghosts meeting the serpent's crushing coils. Where they struck, armor split and ground caved. The elite guards fought with the ferocity of the dynasty's finest, while the black slave and the otherworldly slaughterer resisted with uncanny artifacts. For a time the two sides battered each other, neither giving ground. Nearby, Yiren Tu, captain of the royal guard, stepped forward, his aura surging. He and the demon elder clashed with fierce, evenly matched ferocity. He threw iron fists and unleashed a mountain treasure. The demon elder answered with the snake staff and a cold, black magic that augmented his blows. They traded strikes without clear advantage, each testing the other, their battle spanning a vast area. The two were top-tier combatants, their exchanges proved it. But then the demon elder's eyes flashed darker. He let loose a wave of evil black magic, and in an instant his power leapt, cold, unnatural energy bolstering his snake staff. The mountain treasure Yiren Tu had summoned was struck aside. Under the serpent's renewed onslaught, Yiren Tu's protective true energy shredded. Boom! A crushing strike slammed into Yiren Tu's chest. He howled miserably. His exterior true energy was torn, and his chest split with a gash nearly a foot long. "Good, I will take care of this guy." The demon elder's voice carried a glint of triumph. At that same moment, the formation in front of Qin Chen finally gave way. Poof! Qin Chen spat blood, pale and weakened. He had suffered hidden injuries from the talisman's blast. The explosion talisman's energy dissipated into the void. "Ha, block him! Don't let him activate the teleportation array!" Zhou Zun laughed as his subordinates surged forward. The elite martial venerables charged in. The black slave swung the demon flag, but three of the assailants pinned him while two charged straight for Qin Chen. With no other choice, Qin Chen raised the rusted sword and fought with desperate skill. His blade conjured sword shadows and parried their grabs, surprising the attackers by his strength. "These moves," they muttered. Their intent was not to kill but to prevent any avatar activation. They pressed with restraint. Seeing Qin Chen in mortal danger, the demon elder's anxiety flared. If Qin Chen were captured, his orders would fail. He unleashed more black magic. The serpent staff's aura surged, shredding defenses and driving Yiren Tu to the brink. Under the demon elder's augmented strike, Yiren Tu screamed, blood spraying as his protective energy was torn away, and his chest opened under the blow, the wound deep and savage. The battlefield descended into chaotic free-for-all. The Heaven Demon Banner and the Demon Elder's Snake Staff raged against Great Zhou's elites. Zhou Zun's guards pressed in to seize the spoils, and Qin Chen, wounded and desperate, kept throwing formation flags even as his defenses fell away. Yiren Tu staggered, staggering back with his chest gaping, and the Demon Elder's cold laugh echoed over the valley. This sudden scene changed the expressions of everyone present. Especially Zhou Zun, who looked angrily at the powerful elder of the demon tribe, his eyes flashing with a deep haze. Originally, in his plan, after the formation was broken, the strange beast would restrain the elder of the demon tribe, while his subordinates would kill the black slaves and capture Qin Chen, making everything perfectly executed. But now, the sudden outburst of the elder of the demon tribe had caused his plan to go awry. "Let's take control of the teleportation formation first." With a grim expression, Zhou Zun, who had been safe in the valley, quickly rushed towards the teleportation formation behind Qin Chen, instantly charging into the formation. "You want to occupy the teleportation formation? No way!" Qin Chen roared, madly slashing his sword towards Zhou Zun. The brilliant sword light resembled a rainbow, instantly appearing before Zhou Zun. "Want to kill me? Is it that easy?" Zhou Zun sneered coldly, a battle blade suddenly appearing in his hand. A surge of overwhelming battle intent erupted from the blade, clashing with the sword light from Qin Chen, instantly shattering Qin Chen's sword light. Boom! The splintering sword light slashed against Zhou Zun, but it fell silently, like a cow sinking into the sea, vanishing without a trace, absorbed completely by the armor on Zhou Zun. "What strong defense!" Qin Chen's gaze sharpened, showing a serious expression. Ha, no matter how strong you are, you're merely a martial venerable in the mid-fifth stage. Do you really think you can kill me?" Zhou Zun laughed derisively. "My father allowed me to travel across the dynasty, which naturally means he won't let me fall into danger. The armor on me can withstand even a full power strike from a martial king in early 6th stage, and you think you can hurt me? Dream on. Zhou Zun's robes were torn apart, revealing a radiant armor, covered in flickering runes and formations, with a defense that was extraordinary. You attacked first, now it's my turn. With a sinister smile, Zhou Zun gripped his blade. An invisible power erupted from his body as he ruthlessly swung his blade at Qin Chen. Whoosh, the fierce blade light cut through the air, instantly arriving before Qin Chen. With Qin Chen's cultivation, dodging shouldn't have been difficult, but he was currently being besieged by 2 early 6th stage martial kings, and caught off guard, he couldn't defend in time, merely managing to cross his sword in front of his chest before the blade light struck him. Poof, blood sprayed, and Qin Chen flew backward, utterly disheveled. "Young Master Chen!" The black slave was furious, his gaze wild as he wanted to rush to rescue Qin Chen, but found himself powerless. At this moment, he was surrounded by 3 early 6th stage martial kings, each a royal guard of the great Zhou dynasty. Even with the demon flag, he could only barely hold on. Having sent Qin Chen flying with a strike, Zhou Zun's lips curled in a cold smile as he mockingly said, "How was that strike? Do you think you're the only one capable of fighting above your level? Let me tell you today, although I'm only in the late 5th stage, I've killed more than 1 or 2 early 6th stage martial kings." With a cold chuckle, Zhou Zun and the other 2 6th stage martial kings joined forces to surround Qin Chen. Damn it! The elder of the demon tribe's expression turned cold as he rushed towards the stone platform. He absolutely could not let Qin Chen fall into Zhou Zun's hands, otherwise he too would fall under their control. "Your opponent is me?" A thunderous roar echoed, followed by a blood-red figure dashing towards the elder of the demon tribe. At this moment the strange beast was muscular, its skin turned blood-red, exuding a chilling aura. The injuries it had sustained before not only hadn't made it retreat, but had instead made it even more ferocious. "Get away!" The elder of the demon tribe roared angrily, swinging his snake staff in an attempt to shake off the strange beast. But the power within the strange beast seemed to burn as it violently smashed through the snake-head attack, colliding with the elder of the demon tribe. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded as a massive gash reappeared on the strange beast, blood flowing freely, but the elder of the demon tribe was not unscathed either, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "This guy is really a madman?" Seeing the strange beast's eyes bloodshot and seemingly insane, the elder of the demon tribe was filled with shock and anger. This wasn't normal combat, it was a fight to the death. He had no idea that the great Zhou dynasty trained its royal guards to regard death as nothing. Whenever royal family members encountered danger, they could unhesitatingly sacrifice their lives to eliminate the enemy. Filled with rage, the elder of the demon tribe continued his movements, rushing into the formation near the stone platform. "Do not harm Prince Zhou Zun!" The strange beast roared, madly charging, and once again clashed with the elder of the demon tribe. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield was incredibly chaotic. Zhou Zun and the others had to capture Qin Chen quickly. Otherwise, if the strange beast truly lost, their situation would become precarious. The elder of the demon tribe also could not allow Qin Chen to fall into Zhou Zun's hands. Otherwise, he too would be under their control and would even fail his task as the helmsman. Thus, both sides fought desperately around the stone platform. Seeing the scene around the stone platform, Qin Chen, who had been surrounded and even injured, suddenly revealed a knowing, cold smile in his previously panicked eyes. Boom. In the next moment, his aura surged explosively, his speed nearly doubling, and he instantly broke out of Zhou Zun's encirclement. What? This scene stunned Zhou Zun and the others. At this moment, Qin Chen showed no sign of injury. His aura was terrifyingly powerful, sending chills down their spines. Moreover, Qin Chen's speed was much faster than before. If he had displayed such speed initially, they would have never been able to harm him. What on earth was happening? In their shock, they saw Qin Chen smile slightly at Zhou Zun and the others, and in an instant, dozens of formation flags appeared in his hand. "Welcome everyone to my grand formation." As his voice fell, Qin Chen swiftly threw the dozens of formation flags, and buzzing sounds erupted as countless beams of blinding white light surged up, wrapping everyone present within it. What the hell is this guy doing? How can there still be formations around the stone platform? Wasn't it broken before? Zhou Zun and the others were all taken aback by this sudden scene. A bad feeling began to rise in their hearts. But what Zhou Zun and the others didn't understand was what Qin Chen's purpose was. Could it be that he wanted to use this formation to trap and kill them? But with Qin Chen's cultivation, even if he set up a 6th-stage formation, it couldn't possibly cause them significant harm. While they were still in doubt, the space where everyone was suddenly became violent. In that instant, the elder of the demon tribe understood what was happening. He pointed at Qin Chen in shock and angrily shouted, "You're crazy. How dare you self-destruct the formation?" At this moment, Qin Chen madly threw out the formation flags. After the elder of the demon tribe accused him of being insane, a cold smile appeared on his lips as he violently urged the mental power in his mind. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, continuous explosions sounded, enveloping the entire area around the stone platform with deafening roars. The terrifying waves of explosive spatial energy, accompanied by storms, obliterated everything, swallowing everyone within the grand formation. The deafening roar obliterated everything. At this moment, the area within 100 meters around the stone platform was filled with an astonishing noise. That terrifying power was enough to shatter a towering mountain into powder. In this instant, except for the few dozen core formation flags that remained intact, the remaining hundreds of 6th-level formation flags exploded almost instantaneously. What a horrifying force this was. In just a moment, piercing screams echoed, and the 5 6th-level initial stage martial venerables of the Great Zhou dynasty didn't even have time to react before being torn apart by the terrifying explosive power. Amidst the billowing dust, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and then once again were obliterated to nothingness by the frightening explosion, leaving nothing behind. The Tianmo elder, Yiren Tu, and Zhou Zun were similarly annihilated by the explosion, blood spraying from their bodies. At this moment, however, Qin Chen had already returned to the high platform, pulling back the black slave. His mental energy surged as he fully controlled the remaining defensive formation on the stone platform, isolating it into a closed space to prevent even the slightest force from penetrating in. In the midst of this difficult manipulation, he emanated a thread of mental energy, attempting to assess the external situation. But as soon as it penetrated out, even his powerful 6th-level mental energy was instantaneously shattered to nothing. This demonstrated how terrifying the explosion of the grand formation was. After several breaths, the explosion outside the stone platform gradually weakened, and the entire valley slowly returned to calm. Qin Chen halted his manipulation and looked up to see the dust dispersing, revealing a valley that had long become a wasteland. Amidst the ruins, the 5 6th-level initial stage martial venerables were already nowhere to be found. Even their bones had vanished, leaving only 5 storage rings scattered across the ground. In addition, Yiren Tu and the Tianmo elder were not killed in the explosion. The two lay in the ruins, covered in blood and looking utterly miserable. Yiren Tu had almost no intact part of his body, flesh torn and bones visible. He was exceedingly weak, with no combat power left. He had already been severely injured from the previous battle with the Tianmo elder, and with the sudden self-detonation of the formation, he had no time to defend, resulting in a tragic state. Not far from him, the Tianmo elder fared somewhat better but was still lying in the ruins, his serpent staff shattered, and his robes and armor completely destroyed, leaving no trace behind. His aura was weak, his face covered in blood, but he was still a bit away from falling. Only his strength and true energy were probably nearly exhausted, leaving very little. What surprised Qin Chen the most was that Zhou Zun, this 5th-level late-stage martial Zhang, was still alive. However, he was in a sorry state, with one of his arms already missing. The 6th-level armor that once covered him was now in tatters, with hardly a whole piece left. He lay there limp, terror written all over his face. At this moment, all three looked fearfully at Qin Chen and the black slave on the stone platform. Now Qin Chen showed no trace of the previous fear and anxiety on his face, only a smile at the corners of his mouth, utterly relaxed. Feeling the gazes of the three, Qin Chen began to clap, the sound echoing clearly in the vast valley. Hee, you three really have great luck. I didn't expect that even my self-detonating 6 harmony celestial formation couldn't kill you. Truly impressive, I Qin admire you. As he smiled, Qin Chen walked down from the stone platform and coldly stared at Zhou Zun and the others. You despicable scoundrel, you intentionally lured us in and then self-detonated the formation. That's truly treacherous. Zhou Zun gritted his teeth, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, glaring at Qin Chen as he spoke. If he still didn't realize that Qin Chen had pretended to be weak to lure them in, then he was truly foolish. What are you talking about, Your Highness the 6th Prince? Qin Chen feigned surprise. In terms of despicability, I can't even compare to you 1 in 10,000. You deliberately stayed until the end, wanting to seize the spiritual medicine on me. If it weren't for my decent formation skills, having built a complex formation near this stone platform, perhaps it would be me who had perished just now. Qin Chen sneered. To deal with a prince like Zhou Zun and a peak 6th-level martial venerable like Yiren Tu, he had to prepare more. Otherwise, it would be him who would die. Fine, today I, the prince, admit defeat. I acknowledge that I misjudged you before and should not have been your enemy. Everything I have can be given to you, as long as you allow me to leave today. I will never trouble you again, and we can treat today's events as if nothing happened." At this point, Zhou Zun had calmed down. With Yiren Tu on the brink of death and lacking battle power and him himself severely injured, he could only wait for death. Aside from begging for mercy from Qin Chen, he had no other options. Qin Chen was speechless. Zhou Zun was not only cunning, but had such a thick skin, even begging for mercy at this moment. "Do you think I would let you go, Your Highness the Sixth Prince?" What a joke. For someone who had already attacked, he naturally had to be killed directly. Could he be kept alive to cause trouble later? "This friend, I was on your side just now. Why did you include me in your calculations? Shouldn't you give this old man an explanation?" At this moment, the Tianmo elder struggled to sit up, squinting his eyes and asking with a pale face. "He, friend?" Qin Chen suddenly laughed and looked coldly at the Tianmo elder, scoffing. "I wouldn't dare to be friends with someone from the Blood Demon Sect." "What?" The Tianmo elder's expression changed drastically. "How do you know the Blood Demon Sect? Could it be the Blood Demon Sect that swept across the 100 dynasties 1,000 years ago, almost unifying the entire region?" Zhou Zun and Yiren Tu looked at the Tianmo elder in shock, not expecting him to be from the Blood Demon Sect. 1,000 years ago, the Blood Demon Sect was forcefully suppressed by top forces like the Alchemy Pavilion and vanished without a trace. Could it be that after a millennium they were attempting to make a comeback? "How did I know? Your aura is so heavy with demonic energy, how could I not see it? The moment I arrived at this Black Death Marsh, you followed me, presumably tracking me by my aura. You Blood Demon Sect, hiding in the 100 dynasties, are unrepentant. I originally didn't want to meddle, but it's just a pity that you provoked me and found me instead. You stayed until the end. You should have ulterior motives like Zhou Zun, right? Then it's perfect. Since you've stayed, let it be forever." Before Qin Chen could finish his sentence, the holy mirror of departure suddenly appeared in his hand, and a vast, holy light shot towards the Tianmo elder. At the same time, the mysterious rusted sword in Qin Chen's hand transformed into a beam of light, shooting directly toward Yiren Tu and Zhou Zun, clearly intending to eradicate them completely. Puff, the sword light flashed by, and the strange beast slayer could only watch helplessly as Qin Chen's sword light swept past his throat, without any power to resist. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the strange beast slayer's eyes widened in panic and fear, gradually dimming. The dignified captain of the great Zhou dynasty's Imperial Guard fell here. "No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't survive either. The great Zhou dynasty will not let you go. Stop, please stop." Similarly powerless, Zhou Zun cried out in terror, his face filled with fear. But it was futile. The black sword light turned and swept across his neck as well. "PSHH?" A head with wide, angry eyes soared into the sky, blood spraying up to 3 meters high, splattering everywhere. Before dying, Zhou Zun was filled with regret. If he had known that things would end this way, even if it meant death, he wouldn't have dared to oppose Qin Chen. Unfortunately, the one thing that does not exist in this world is if. The deaths of the two happened in an instant, and at that moment, the terrifying white light from the Li Kan holy mirror had already arrived in front of the elder of the demon tribe. Li Kan's sacred light! The hazy white light contained unprecedented holiness and destructive power, like a raging flame, without any hesitation. The reason Qin Chen was unwilling to say another word to him was that he was very wary of the elder of the demon tribe. Qin Chen knew very well that the reason he was able to severely injure the elder of the demon tribe before was merely by utilizing the self-detonation of the formation. In terms of true strength, he was still quite some distance from the peak of a mid-6th tier martial Venerable. And the elder of the demon tribe, a remnant of the Blood Demon Sect, was much stronger than the strange beast slayer, who was merely a captain of the Imperial Guard and was extremely cunning and vicious. Such a person, if given more time to heal, might be able to create some unexpected turn of events. "Good boy, indeed ruthless. No wonder the Blood Eagle died at your hands, but it's a pity that you want me dead. It won't be so easy." The deaths of Zhou Zun and the strange beast slayer did not cause the elder of the demon tribe to waver at all. At this moment, he felt calm instead. With a cold snort, a black orb appeared in his hand, which he slammed onto the ground. As soon as the black orb appeared, an uncomfortable feeling surged in Qin Chen's heart, and when the elder of the demon tribe slammed that black orb to the ground, with a loud bang, the black orb shattered instantly. Woo 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 woo. In the next moment, countless wails echoed through the heavens and earth, and the ground erupted with innumerable streams of black demonic aura. These demonic auras were dense and tangible, evolving into various shapes. Even at the tops of these demonic auras, some twisted facial features appeared, resembling malevolent spirits, making one feel a shiver down their spine just by looking at them. These black demonic auras crazily converged, ultimately forming a massive black net that instantly blocked the Li Can's sacred light. According to the elder of the demon tribe's plan, even if he was severely injured, his demon vines could instantly block Qin Chen's attack and trap him. However, as soon as his demon vines collided with Qin Chen's Li Can's sacred light, he immediately realized he was wrong. Chit, chit, chit! The sound of an explosion echoed, like hot water poured over ice, as the elder of the demon tribe discovered that his demon vines were no match for that destructive light unless he continuously infused them with true energy. The twisted faces on the demon vines screamed madly, continuously being dissolved under the destructive light. What kind of treasure is this? The elder of the demon tribe's face turned pale with fear. The white light emanating from the ancient mirror seemed to be naturally restraining the true energy of their blood demon sect. It was enough to trap and kill a peak mid-6th tier martial Venerable, and in front of this white light, it was completely suppressed. After all, the other party was merely a mid-5th tier martial Zhang. The elder of the demon tribe had originally thought that even if he was severely injured, capturing Qin Chen, this mid-5th tier martial Zhang, would be a piece of cake. But now he realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. This kid's strength was simply terrifying. At this moment, Qin Chen let out a sigh of relief, even feeling grateful to Liu Zi, whom he had killed. He had not expected the elder of the demon tribe to possess such a bizarre treasure even after being severely injured. Just looking at those black demonic vines, one could tell that this thing was extremely terrifying, not something that could be countered by brute force. Fortunately, he had obtained the Li Can Holy Mirror from Liu Zi, specially designed to restrain dark demonic energy. Otherwise, in a hurried moment, it wouldn't have been impossible for the elder of the demon tribe to turn the tables. Damn you, kid, do you think you have me at your mercy? You just toyed with me, and now I will make you wish you were dead. The elder of the demon tribe shouted angrily, a thick killing intent blooming in his heart. He calmed down once more, grasping his somewhat damaged snake staff and swung it towards Qin Chen. Roar! The snake staff seemed to be in tatters, but unexpectedly it was still usable. In an instant, a huge demonic snake head appeared in the heavens and earth, lunging at Qin Chen. Chen Shao. At this moment, the black slave had already been watching from the side. From the self-detonation of the formation to the killing of Zhou Zun and the others, he hadn't even realized that Qin Chen had set up such a grand scheme. Previously, he couldn't intervene at all, but now, seeing that enormous snake head lunging at Qin Chen, the black slave immediately activated the demon flag, which transformed into a massive canopy, trapping the snake head in the center, suffocating it with countless black demonic auras. Humph, just a replica demon flag obtained from Blood Eagle, yet it dares to be arrogant in front of me. The elder of the demon tribe roared angrily, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood onto the snake's staff. Suddenly, the snake's staff burst forth with astonishing blood-black light, and with a roar, the snake head wrapped by the demon flag shot forth a bloody light, bellowing as it instantly repelled the surrounding black demonic aura. With a single shake of the black snake head, the demon flag trembled violently and was instantly thrown away. The black slave's face turned pale as he retreated repeatedly, a bit of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Once the snake head broke free, it immediately lunged at Qin Chen, who held the Li Can Holy Mirror. The snake head was enormous, and when it opened its giant mouth, it was like a massive bag completely enveloping Qin Chen. Qin Chen immediately heard a series of cracking sounds, and his heart sank as he knew that his protective true energy had been shattered. Before he could react, the snake head had already descended to devour him. At the same time, Qin Chen smelled a strong stench, and a wave of dizziness hit him. He immediately realized something was wrong. This was an attack capable of tearing apart even the defenses of a peak mid-6th tier martial Venerable like the strange beast's Lair. Without even having time to think, he instantly poured all his true energy into the Li Can Holy Mirror. The Li Can Holy Mirror emitted an even more brilliant light, and with a loud bang, countless rays of light erupted, striking the enormous snake mouth. Boom, 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 boom. Countless destructive lights clashed madly with the black snake head, causing Qin Chen's meridians to feel chaotic, and he immediately spouted a mouthful of blood, both him and the mirror being sent flying. This entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Qin Chen didn't even have time to summon the Kinglian demonic fire. Although Qin Chen was injured, the demon tribe elder was not in a good state either. The gigantic snake head was struck by the devastating light and instantly shattered, causing a strong rebound force to surge into the body of the demon tribe elder. The demon tribe elder also spat out blood. Clearly, the previous attack had aggravated the injuries he had sustained. However, he did not hesitate and swung both hands toward Qin Chen once more. In an instant, dense demonic vines surged from the ground, instantly wrapping around Qin Chen. Once these demonic vines connected, Qin Chen would have no chance to fight back. He would be instantly engulfed by the numerous vines, becoming a turtle in a jar. What the demon tribe elder wanted was to capture Qin Chen at all costs and then plan his next moves. Chen Shao, seeing Qin Chen suddenly surrounded by countless black vines, the black slave shouted in shock and anger, wanting to rush in to help. "Black slave, you are no match for these vines, hurry and retreat," Qin Chen shouted sternly. After all, the black slave's cultivation was still too weak. If he got surrounded by these black vines, he would easily fall into danger. At the same time, Qin Chen was also filled with rage. The demon tribe elder was too reckless. Even heavily injured, he was still so rampant. Did he really think that Qin Chen was easy to deal with? As the countless black demonic vines surged toward him, Qin Chen didn't even attempt to defend and instantly summoned the Kinglian demon fire. Buzz, like a lotus blooming in the void, Qin Chen transformed into a blue blazing sun, emitting an unprecedented scorching brilliance. In an instant, the entire valley seemed to turn into a blue world. "Kai Kai!" sounds rang out as the demon tribe elder's confident black demonic vines, upon nearing Qin Chen, immediately let out burning noises, and a charred smell spread through the air. Some black demonic vines, upon approaching Qin Chen, were instantly reduced to ashes. "What kind of flame is this?" The demon tribe elder's face showed shock. He never expected that Qin Chen would possess such a terrifying flame. Not only that, but this flame could inflict such immense damage on his demonic vines. It should be known that his demonic vines, once released, could strangle even a peak martial venerable of the 6th stage, and could even threaten a late-stage martial venerable of the 6th stage. Even ordinary 6th-tier blood spirit fires could not withstand it, but the flame on Qin Chen. He felt extremely shocked, yet at that moment he could not think of so much. The demonic vines were his last trump card. If the demonic vines failed, then what awaited him could very well be death. Spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, the aura of the demon tribe elder became even more waning. However, the overwhelming demonic vines became even more frenzied, with dozens to hundreds of black demonic vines crazily entangling towards Qin Chen. These black demonic vines launched an all-out assault, quickly breaking through the first layer of Kinglian demon fire defense surrounding Qin Chen. "Thunder bloodline?" Qin Chen was alarmed. If his Kinglian demon fire was breached, he would be unable to stop the demon tribe elder's onslaught. At this moment, Qin Chen unleashed the power of his bloodline. Ziz! Within the blue flames, countless bolts of lightning surged. What Qin Chen did not expect was that the thunder bloodline combined with the Kinglian demon fire, forming an unprecedented terrifying might. Crackle! A large number of black demonic vines were reduced to nothingness, and the pressure on Qin Chen was instantly reduced. Go! Letting out a sigh of relief, Qin Chen did not hesitate and immediately urged the mysterious rusty sword, employing the sword control technique, transforming it into a beam of light that seemed capable of cutting through the heavens, fiercely slashing down at the demon tribe elder. Damn it, the demon tribe elder was filled with shock and fury. Qin Chen's terror far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, he even regretted taking on the task to capture Qin Chen. In the midst of the crisis, he hurriedly raised his serpent staff. An astonishing black demonic energy surged from the serpent staff. In the demon tribe elder's view, Qin Chen's sword control technique was merely an ordinary mental energy-driven treasure, and its power should not be formidable. However, as the sword light slashed down, the demon tribe elder's expression suddenly changed. A sword intent powerful to the extreme seemed to cut through ancient times, abruptly severing the black demonic energy snake head and surging into his body. Ah! He let out a miserable scream as a sword mark nearly a foot long appeared on his body, blood spewing from his mouth. How is this possible? How could the treasure he activated be so powerful? The demon tribe elder was filled with shock and disbelief. But Qin Chen would not care about his thoughts. With his mental energy frantically urging swish, 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 the mysterious rusty sword transformed into a terrifying sword intent, turning into a torrential downpour of sword rain, slashing down at the demon tribe elder. The demon tribe elder was covered in splattered blood everywhere. At this moment, he finally felt fear in his heart, the threat of death looming over him. "Stop, let's talk," he shouted in panic. But Qin Chen's gaze was cold and fierce, completely ignoring him, and the sword light slashed down even more fiercely. "Do you really want to become enemies with our blood demon sect? Stop. As long as you stop, I can speak for you and wipe out the grievances between you and my blood demon sect. My blood demon sect will never cause you any trouble." Seeing that Qin Chen was relentless, the demon tribe elder panicked and hurriedly shouted. However, the sword light urged by Qin Chen still did not stop. That terrifying, destructive sword intent frantically surged into the demon tribe elder's body, beginning to shred apart his meridians. At this moment, the demon tribe elder finally understood that Qin Chen would not stop until he was dead. Fine, it seems you are not going to let me go. Since that is the case, let's die together. The demon tribe elder was completely enraged, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes, and he spat out a large amount of essence blood. This essence blood instantly transformed into a strange blood talisman, sinking into the ground. Buzz! The numerous black demonic light vines that originally surrounded Qin Chen suddenly erupted with a heart-pounding blood-colored glow. Just as Qin Chen thought these demonic vines would launch a more frenzied attack, they all immediately sank into the ground. In the next moment, boom, a blood-colored black sphere surrounded by a blood-red aura suddenly appeared at the edge of life and death. Ha, since you don't want to let me go, then let's die together. Explode! The demon tribe elder shouted in anger. With a deafening roar, that black sphere suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. Not good. Qin Chen's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly activated the formation to envelop himself and the black slave, attempting to prevent the black sphere from self-destructing, but it was too late. With a loud boom, the entire black sphere erupted, and terrifying fluctuations instantly swept through the entire valley, a powerful shockwave instantly breaking through the formation laid down by Qin Chen, sending both of them flying. Crack! The previously intact stone platform instantly cracked under the impact, destroying the teleportation array completely. Qin Chen's expression finally changed. The stone platform was the foundation he had set for the teleportation array. Once the stone platform shattered, all the formations would be destroyed, and he would surely be trapped here, unable to escape. Ha, now none of us can get out. We will all die here. The elder of the demon tribe laughed savagely, his expression resembling madness. Even if we are to die, you will be the first. Qin Chen's gaze turned cold as he activated the mysterious rusted sword, preparing to launch an attack on the elder of the demon tribe. You little brat, are you still thinking about killing me? Don't you want to see how badly the stone platform is damaged? Do you want us to perish together? Seeing that Qin Chen still wanted to attack him at this moment, the elder's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. Just as he was about to resist, a loud rumble echoed and the entire valley shook violently. What was happening? Everyone was shocked, and Qin Chen also turned in horror to look, only to see the stone platform crack and reveal a hole about 1 meter in diameter. A cold and eerie aura slowly seeped out from that opening. What is hidden beneath this stone platform? Qin Chen's hair stood on end, and for some reason, the moment he saw the hole on the stone platform, a feeling of dread spread throughout his body, as if there was a demon with a massive mouth gaping within, waiting for everyone to enter. Even the elder of the demon tribe was stunned. He was originally a member of the blood demon sect, having killed countless people, and once he could be said to be a devil, capable of silencing crying infants. But now he felt all his hair stand on end, as if he had seen a ghost. The hole was pitch black. Clearly there was no one inside, yet it felt as though something unclean was staring at him, making him feel uncomfortable, and an unprecedented fear washed over him. What is hidden down there? The elder of the demon tribe was shocked, and his heart trembled. 1,000 years ago, the blood demon sect had roamed the lands of countless dynasties and naturally knew something about this Black Death Marsh. According to records from the blood demon sect, this Black Death Marsh was an extremely terrifying existence from ancient times. Its formation was no coincidence. Over the course of thousands of years, how many people had explored this place? There were martial kings from various dynasties and even unparalleled powerhouses from higher forces. They had all been here for exploration and excavation, including the top experts of the blood demon sect who had also explored the Black Death Marsh. Unfortunately, no one had discovered anything. They only knew this place was an extremely dangerous dead zone. Entering the deepest part, even the strongest cultivation could lead to death. Gradually, this desolate land was forgotten, becoming a remote area of the continent, a forbidden land for the warriors of the 3 major dynasties for exploration and training. But now, this Black Death Marsh suddenly revealed an underground world, and after they entered this underground world, they had found the center of these ruins. They originally thought that in the center of these ruins, there were only those 7 medicinal fields. But who would have thought that beneath this stone platform, there was actually a dark place unfathomable? At this moment, everyone was horrified. What exactly was beneath the stone platform? Did it hide the secret of the Black Death Marsh's formation? Just as they were in doubt, another rumble echoed, and the entire valley shook once again. Then Qin Chen was horrified to see the white mist that had been swirling outside the valley begin to slowly drift inward. The white mist spread quickly, and in the blink of an eye it enveloped a few people. Using his soul power to scan, Qin Chen was shocked to see that within the white mist, countless soul beasts exuded a chilling aura. Their faceless features seemed to gaze at them coldly, revealing a bloodthirsty glint. "Black slave, come to me quickly." Qin Chen's face changed dramatically. With so many soul beasts attacking together, even he might not be able to resist. While he cried out, dozens of remaining formation flags appeared in his hand, rapidly setting up a large array around him. With a buzzing sound, the large array emitted a hazy light, quickly repelling the surrounding white mist. At this moment, the elder of the demon tribe was completely enveloped by the white mist. Within the white mist, groups of black soul beasts exuded a sinister and cold aura like dense locusts, constantly gnawing at the elder of the demon tribe. "Get away from me!" The elder of the demon tribe's expression was furious as he wildly swung his serpent staff. Waves of black demonic energy erupted, continuously sweeping these black soul beasts away. But it was futile. More and more soul beasts surrounded him, and among them there were even more terrifying dark red soul beasts. The demonic energy of the blood demon sect had a certain restraining effect on soul beasts, which was why the demon flag could devour soul beasts at will. If it were only one or two soul beasts, or even a dozen, the elder of the demon tribe wouldn't be in danger. But now hundreds, even thousands of soul beasts were continuously devouring him, instantly wrapping him up tightly. "Ah!" A piercing scream rang out. Qin Chen's soul power clearly saw several blood-red soul beasts pounce on the elder of the demon tribe, madly consuming his essence blood. The elder's vitality visibly depleted at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a desiccated corpse. After killing the elder of the demon tribe, the soul beasts shifted their targets to Qin Chen and the black slave, bloodthirsty glints shining in their eyes. "Damn it!" Qin Chen was furious and shocked. With a wave of his hand, the storage rings of the elder of the demon tribe and the surrounding strangers instantly appeared in his hand. But at this moment, he felt no joy, only an immense gravity. Whoa! A massive number of soul beasts quickly surrounded him, their cold aura continually closing in on Qin Chen. Initially, Qin Chen's array could barely hold them off, but as more and more soul beasts approached, cracks began to sound, and the large array he set up quickly shattered. Countless cold auras instantly enveloped Qin Chen. "Black slave, stay close to me!" Qin Chen shouted sharply, and the licking holy mirror appeared in his hand. A vast amount of holy destructive power shone around him, while azure lotus demon fire surged again, burning madly at the surrounding soul beasts. Meanwhile, the black slave didn't stop his movements. As the demon flag was activated, countless demonic energies swirled around, continuously devouring the nearby soul beasts. Inaudible, piercing screams echoed. In just a short while, at least dozens, if not hundreds, of soul beasts were slain by Qin Chen and the black slave. But it was futile. More and more soul beasts gathered. Scanning with his soul power, the entire valley was filled with soul beasts, densely packed and seemingly endless. What terrified Qin Chen even more was that among these soul beasts, there were many dark red soul beasts slowly approaching, their bloodthirsty eyes firmly fixated on him and the black slave, pouncing at them fiercely. The dark red Yin Hun beasts, faced with Qin Chen's Qing Lion demon fire, showed no signs of crisis at all, rushing in like mad. Unlike the black Yin Hun beasts that turned to ash the moment they entered the Qing Lion demon fire, these dark red Yin Hun beasts could endure a breath or two within the flames. Although they quickly turned to ash as well, in just a short moment, several dark red Yin Hun beasts had nearly bitten into Qin Chen's neck. The cold aura sent chills down Qin Chen's spine, and a sense of death loomed over him. Compared to Qin Chen, the black slave was in an even worse state. Despite Qin Chen's protection, the Tian Mo banner's suppression over the dark red Yin Hun beasts was even weaker than the Qing Lion demon fire. Even after absorbing a massive amount of Yin Hun beasts, the power of the Tian Mo banner continued to increase. Yet there were still numerous dark red Yin Hun beasts that ignored its attack, constantly closing in on the black slave, and they were almost able to grab him. "No, if this continues, we will both die here." Qin Chen felt a rush of anxiety. The sheer number of Yin Hun beasts was overwhelming, making it impossible to kill them all. If they kept enduring, he would definitely be unable to stop the assaults of the Yin Hun beasts in the end. Even if he could withstand them, the true power within him was not infinite. Once his true power was exhausted to the point where he could no longer summon the Qing Lion demon fire, he would have no choice but to wait for death. "I have to think of a way." Qin Chen's heart raced, his mind racing desperately for a solution. Just as he was completely at a loss, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a peculiar phenomenon behind him. At this moment, the entire valley was enveloped in thick white mist, with hardly a safe spot in sight. But strangely, there was no white mist at all around the stone platform, and not a single Yin Hun beast dared to approach that area. The cave entrance on the stone platform exuded a chilling and sinister aura, resembling the entrance to a purgatory. Any Yin Hun beasts nearby would circle around the stone platform and not dare to come close. Qin Chen could even sense a hint of fear from the faces of those Yin Hun beasts. It was as if something existed beneath that stone platform that they simply could not desecrate or defy. There should be a safe zone near the stone platform. Qin Chen's heart leaped with joy. "Black slave, follow me." He immediately manipulated the Qing Lion Demon Fire to furiously scorch the Yin Hun beasts while carefully retreating to the edge of the stone platform. As soon as they got close to the cave entrance on the stone platform, a cold wind blew over them, making them feel an unprecedented chill. But at this moment, they had no other choice. To fend off the Yin Hun beasts, they could only keep moving closer to the entrance. When a large number of Yin Hun beasts noticed Qin Chen and the black slave approaching the entrance, they rushed in even more frantically, as if they were ready to risk their lives. "Ah!" Suddenly, the black slave let out a cry of despair. A bite mark appeared on him, inflicted by a dark red Yin Hun beast that had bitten him recklessly. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have probably had all the essence within him devoured. Even so, the black slave was drenched in cold sweat, feeling weak all over. Facing such a bizarre creature, hardly anyone would not be afraid. "Damn it, why do these Yin Hun beasts attack even more frantically after getting close to here?" Qin Chen felt a dilemma closing in on him. Behind them was the cold cave entrance, dark and ominous, where not even spiritual power could penetrate, only a deep sense of dread. In front of them, however, was a dense mass of Yin Hun beasts, endless and relentless. "It's now or never. Black slave, we're going in." With a stern gaze, Qin Chen knew very well that continuing forward would only lead to their deaths. Entering the cave was possibly their only chance of survival. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two charged recklessly into the cave entrance. As Qin Chen and the black slave disappeared, the numerous Yin Hun beasts immediately lost their target. They circled around the cave entrance, unwilling to get close but also reluctant to leave. At that moment, with the previous tremors, several subtle spatial rifts suddenly appeared in the valley. Countless Yin Hun beasts nearby rushed into them, but the spatial rifts closed almost instantly. Even so, over 100 Yin Hun beasts managed to enter the spatial rifts and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, as Qin Chen was forced to charge into the cave. Outside the valley, among the ruins, the elder Luo Ying and others who went out first were trapped at the exit. Outside the ruins, a crowd of martial artists had gathered, nearly 2,000 in number. Among them were not only numerous Wuzong, but also a new batch of over 26th-level Wuzun who had arrived at the ruins, surrounding Mo Xincheng, Long Yan, and others. "Everyone, you just entered the core of the Black Death Marsh ruins. I believe you must have gained quite a bit, right? Shouldn't you give us an explanation?" A Wuzun exuding a cold 6th-level mid-stage aura stared icily at Mo Xincheng and the others. Around him, the other recently arrived 6th-level Wuzun also had their eyes fixed on them, their gazes fervent. They were Wuzun who had rushed here after receiving the news. Once they arrived, the entrance had already closed. After learning that a group had entered beforehand, they waited by the entrance until Zia Wushang and others emerged. In fact, these individuals came from the major forces of the three great empires, and normally, they wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to a royal prince like Zia Wushang. But at this moment, faced with such a huge temptation, they couldn't remain calm. Thus, they surrounded the ruins, clearly unwilling to let Luo Ying and others leave unscathed. "Everyone, we have already made it very clear. We are also victims. That little brat inside has taken away the vast majority of our spiritual herbs. Otherwise, do you think you could stop us? We are here to reclaim what belongs to us." Luo Ying coldly glared at these people, her tone icy. Although her words were harsh, they sparked whispers among many Wuzun nearby. In reality, when the initial Wuzun strongman emerged and said this, they didn't believe it at all. The ones who entered the ruins were clearly the top powers of the three great empires. How could they be extorted by a young man? No one would believe it. However, as more and more powerful individuals were transmitted out and said the same, they had no choice but to doubt. Particularly Elder Luo Ying, who was a core elder of the Xuan Yin Pavilion. Even if she wanted to monopolize the treasures, she wouldn't lower herself to say such a shameful thing as being extorted. After all, once this spread, this group would immediately become a laughingstock among the three great empires. No force, whether the great Zia royal family, Xuan Yin Pavilion, or others, could afford to lose face. Moreover, previously, the martial artists who entered the center of the ruins were all from the top forces of the three great dynasties. Even if they were colluding, it was impossible for them to do so without any flaws. After all, once someone revealed the truth, it would immediately provoke the anger of other martial artists. Well, even if that young man extorted you, why hasn't he come out yet? At this moment, another strong figure coldly snorted. How would I know? Luo Ying coldly glanced at the crowd but didn't find out who spoke. She just said coldly, when I left, that young man was still inside, along with the Prince of Zhou Zun from the Da Zhou dynasty and a foreign mid-6th level peak marshal Venerable. Given Zhou Zun's personality, it would be strange if he willingly handed over the spiritual medicine. Perhaps they are still at a standstill inside. It had already been a while since the last person, Luo Ying, was teleported out, yet no one else had been transmitted out during this long time, which had raised quite a few suspicions. However, after hearing what Luo Ying said, it didn't seem impossible. Prince Zhou Zun had always been used to being domineering, and he was extremely at odds with Qin Chen. Based on the amount Qin Chen extorted from them previously, he would at least extort at least 80% or 90% of the spiritual medicine from Zhou Zun. If that were the case, Zhou Zun would definitely not agree, and both sides were likely to reach a deadlock. At this moment, the vast majority of people present already believed in what Luo Ying and the others said. Many stayed here with the same purpose as Luo Ying and the others, waiting for Qin Chen to come out and obtain the spiritual medicine from him. A young man of unknown origin, relying on a little mastery of formations, monopolized the exit teleportation array and extorted so much spiritual medicine from these strong figures. How could they let him leave so easily? Among them, the mid-6th level Marshal Venerable stood up and immediately cupped his fists, saying, "Well, I believe in your credibility. You are not people who speak nonsense. Previously, we were unable to arrive on time and get the spiritual medicine inside the ruins. Since you all have been extorted by that young man and also want to reclaim what was taken, I hope everyone will report their lost medicinal materials. We will not take much. Let's take 70% of the spiritual medicine that was taken by that young man. How about that? This way, we can avoid causing internal strife." The words of the mid-6th level Marshal Venerable immediately drew the agreement of other 6th level Marshal Venerables who hadn't obtained spiritual medicine. 70%? Aren't you asking for too much? You didn't do anything and just want 70% of the spiritual medicine. Is it that easy? However, Luo Ying and the others immediately became dissatisfied. Do you know what is inside the center of the ruins? It's full of yin soul beasts. We risked our lives and spent several days to painstakingly obtain the spiritual medicine. Why should we directly give you 70%? That's too much. At most 30%. In my opinion, 20% is enough. Those strong figures who came out of the valley spoke one after another. The middle-aged Marshal Venerable's expression suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, "You all lack sincerity, don't you? How much spiritual medicine could that young man extort from you? 1 or 2 portions is already about right, and we only want 70% of that 1 or 2 portions. Isn't that still too much?" A killing intent surged from him. In his view, how much could Qin Chen extort from Luo Ying and the others? At most 1 or 2 portions, more would be 3 or 4 portions, yet Luo Ying and the others were unwilling to even take out 70% of what they were extorted. They clearly looked down on them. Not just him, other Marshal Venerables who hadn't entered the valley also became furious. 1 or 2 portions? Humph, do you know how much that kid extorted from this elder? Luo Ying said with an angry expression. How much? 90%? Luo Ying gritted her teeth, her eyes full of rage, almost spitting fire. What, 90%? How is that possible? The mid-6th level Marshal Venerable and the other strong figures were all stunned, looking incredulous. What a joke, is Luo Ying an idiot? Even if the other party occupied the exit, they wouldn't just hand over so much spiritual medicine, right? 90% of spiritual medicine? Are you joking? Can't you resist? The mid-6th level Marshal Venerable sneered. Luo Ying's expression became even uglier as she shouted angrily, "It's precisely because this elder didn't agree that he was extorted for 90%. Otherwise, 60% would have been enough. If you don't believe it, you can ask the others." Luo Ying elder left last. "I don't know, but what was taken from me was 80% of the spiritual medicine and 10,000 mid-grade true stones. This Luo Ying elder should know." Mo Xincheng was the first to stand up and said coldly. After Mo Xincheng finished speaking, President Long Yan immediately stood up and said coldly, "I was robbed of 70% of the spiritual medicine and 10,000 mid-grade true stones. Both Lord Mo and Elder Luo Ying should have seen it. I was robbed of 60%. I also had 60% robbed." Those martial artists who left afterward were relatively okay. However, the first to leave, Zia Wuru, was taken aback after hearing what Elder Luo Ying and the other strong figures said. She thought that Qin Chen was taking away 50% of her spiritual medicine, which was already a lot, so she was extremely dissatisfied with Qin Chen. She didn't expect that the remaining others were demanded even more. Among them, Elder Luo Ying was actually as high as 90%. This was simply taking away all the spiritual medicine that Elder Luo Ying had obtained. At this moment, Zia Yuru finally understood what Qin Chen had said when she left. "How good I am to you!" Compared to the spiritual medicine taken away from others, just asking her for 50% was indeed extremely merciful. At this moment, Zia Wusheng also smiled bitterly. At first, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Chen, but at this moment, all those feelings of discontent dissipated completely. Compared to others, he was only robbed of 50%, and the extra 2 plants had ultimately not been taken. This was already something to be thankful for. Even the captain of the royal guard following Zia Wusheng smiled bitterly, losing his resentment toward Qin Chen. Seeing the indignant expressions of others, Zia Wusheng completely lost the desire to stay any longer. If others wanted to find Qin Chen to recover their spiritual medicine, that was their business. He no longer had that thought. Moreover, he suddenly had an epiphany. From breaking the natural formation of this ruins, enslaving the only formation master, Zhu Wei, to finally occupying the teleportation array, Qin Chen's actions were extremely meticulous. What seemed unclear at first ultimately turned out to be something he had long planned. Now that he had taken so much spiritual medicine from so many people, could he possibly have made no preparations? Zia Wusheng suddenly felt that these people staying here, preparing to ambush Qin Chen when he came out, would likely end up with nothing. At this moment, all his resentment toward Qin Chen completely vanished, and he suddenly smiled at Zia Yuru and the captain of the royal guard beside him and said, "Let's go back." Saying that, he led the strong warriors of the De Zia dynasty royal family out of the crowd. Looking at Zia Wusheng leaving with the people from the great Zia dynasty, even though many present didn't understand the situation, no one took the initiative to ask them to stay. At this moment, they also realized that Zia Wusheng was the least extorted among them. If it had been practitioners from other forces, knowing that the other party still had 50% of the spiritual medicine, it would be hard for them not to have ulterior motives. However, Zia Wusheng was, after all, a prince of the great Zia dynasty, and in front of so many people, no one dared to act openly against him. Moreover, after Zia Wusheng and the others left, the 50% of spiritual medicine that Qin Chen extorted from them would no longer be up for grabs, which would be a windfall for the remaining individuals. After Zia Wusheng and the others left, the remaining group quickly divided their interests. That meant once Qin Chen came out, those who hadn't entered the valley earlier would act to capture him. They could get 50% of the spiritual medicine from Qin Chen, and the remaining 50% would be returned to the forces that had been robbed before. This was a result that everyone had no objections to. Of course, after distributing their shares, whether there would be further conflicts among them would be a matter between the various forces. What made them anxious was that, as time passed, there was still no sign of Qin Chen coming out. Just then, the ruins where everyone was located suddenly shook, and right after, several spatial cracks flashed at the entrance. "What's going on? What happened?" Everyone felt a cold wind blow over them, and they experienced an extremely uncomfortable feeling. While they were confused, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Among the crowd, a powerful individual covered their neck in pain, and their flesh rapidly shriveled. Within a few breaths, they turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. "It's a Yin Soul beast! It's a Yin Soul beast! There are Yin Soul beasts here!" The crowd instantly panicked. "Don't worry, with so many of us here, are we afraid of a single Yin Soul beast?" In the ruins, a 6th-tier Wu Zun shouted, but before his words could settle, several more screams rang out. Among the many practitioners gathered here, a few screamed in unison and turned into dried corpses. These few were not even in the same location, clearly indicating that there was more than just one Yin Soul beast. At this moment, everyone was filled with fear, nervously drawing their weapons. Perhaps with so many people present, they might not take a single Yin Soul beast seriously, but if there were many, it would be a different story. Elder Loying immediately took out an ancient mirror and shone it around the void. The next moment, everyone's expression changed. In the area illuminated by the ancient mirror, dark shadows flashed by, and several dark red figures were even visible. The number was not just 1 or 2, but clearly dozens, even hundreds. These Yin Soul beasts charged towards the crowd below. In an instant, screams erupted, and some Yin Soul beasts even directly lunged at the various Wu Zun powerhouses in the ruins. Not good. Everyone's faces changed drastically as they brandished their weapons and frantically attacked the surroundings. Yin Soul beasts were not invincible. They were simply difficult to track. In an instant, several Yin Soul beasts were sent flying, but there were still a few that pounced on several Wu Zun powerhouses. "Ah!" That Wu Zun screamed in agony, wildly flailing their arms, their mind instantly becoming chaotic as if they had gone mad. The flesh and blood on their bodies shriveled at a visibly rapid rate. Loyang and the others looked around in shock and anger, hearing screams everywhere. A terrifying thought suddenly arose in their hearts. How did so many yin soul beasts suddenly appear? Did all the yin soul beasts in the valley come rushing out? Thinking of the number of yin soul beasts they had seen before in the valley, everyone felt chills run down their spines. If these yin soul beasts really came out, let alone the dozens of Wu Zun powerhouses present, even if there were double or 10 times more, they would all perish here. Moreover, Qin Chen and the others had probably already perished in the valley. Run! At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with terror, and they no longer had any thoughts of staying to snatch back the spiritual medicine from Qin Chen. They all madly fled the scene. The entire ruins turned into a scene of chaos, with everyone desperately fleeing for their lives. In just a moment, the place that had gathered 1,000 or 2,000 martial practitioners was emptied, leaving only dozens of dried corpses on the ground. Meanwhile, the hundreds of yin soul beasts that had emerged continued to pursue the thousands of fleeing martial practitioners, slaughtering them relentlessly. At the very moment this disaster erupted in the Black Death Marsh, Qin Chen and the Black Slave, upon entering the cave, initially thought they would encounter something terrifying. But what presented itself to them was an extremely mysterious underground palace. "Less than a Chen, where are we now?" the Black Slave asked in fear. The entire hall had a chilling feeling, making both of them extremely uncomfortable. "I'm not sure either, let's first heal our wounds." Qin Chen took out some pills and distributed some to the Black Slave, then immediately began to meditate and heal. For Qin Chen, regardless of what this place was, recovering to peak condition as quickly as possible was undoubtedly the most important thing. Moments later, Qin Chen's injuries were fully healed, and the true energy he had consumed was mostly restored. Only then did Qin Chen begin to assess this palace once more. The entire palace was incredibly spacious, with nothing inside. The surrounding walls were thick and black, and there were massive pillars made of some unknown material. Besides that, this palace had no entrances or exits whatsoever. Even looking up, they could only see a pitch-black stone wall, which was definitely not the cave they had entered earlier. Qin Chen's heart sank. What worried him now was not whether there was danger here, but how to get out. The entire palace was like the previous stone platform, with no exits at all. If he couldn't find a way out, even with his vast knowledge, he would be trapped here. "Black Slave, let's look for an exit." But when Qin Chen turned around, he was instantly stunned because he found that the Black Slave had completely vanished. The entire palace was extremely spacious. Just a moment ago, the Black Slave had been right next to him, yet now there was no trace of him. What was going on? Qin Chen was shocked. His perception was remarkably sharp, and if someone had approached and taken the Black Slave, he would have definitely sensed it. Moreover, even if a top master who he couldn't detect took the Black Slave, the palace was completely empty with no exit. Where could they take the Black Slave? Is it haunted? Qin Chen forced himself to calm down. He was very clear that the Black Slave had clearly entered the palace with him, and it was impossible for him to disappear for no reason. It was very likely that he had gone somewhere or triggered some mechanism. Was it an illusion? He closed his eyes and used his spiritual energy to sense. But what disappointed Qin Chen was that the entire Great Hall was extremely eerie and cold, yet there were no signs of any illusion formations at all. This meant that there was not the slightest formation within the entire palace. But if it wasn't a formation, then what could it be? Qin Chen frowned. This place was too strange, making him feel very uncomfortable. "I must find a way to leave here." Qin Chen urgently wanted to find a way out, frantically searching for an exit in the Great Hall. Once, twice, 3 times, after searching more than 10 times, he still found nothing. Moreover, the Black Slave seemed to have completely vanished, with no trace of his presence anywhere around. Could it be that the Black Slave encountered some misfortune? A sense of dread sank in Qin Chen's heart. Damn it! His face turned ugly, and his heart was completely in turmoil. "No, this won't do." Suddenly, Qin Chen took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. His previously restless heart gradually calmed down. He knew that if he continued this way, his mindset would completely collapse, making it even more impossible to get out. He could only force himself to calm down. However, what troubled Qin Chen was that every time his heart was about to settle down completely, a sense of restlessness would inexplicably arise. "I must find something to do." Qin Chen made up his mind. Since he couldn't leave, he might as well cultivate here. After all, he had obtained so many spirit herbs before, and it could be said that he had already become a mobile pharmacy. He dared to guarantee that even a certain alchemy pavilion in the 100 Nations would not dare claim to be richer than him. Thinking of this, Qin Chen immediately summoned the alchemy furnace and took out a large number of spirit herbs. He sat cross-legged in the Great Hall and began to refine pills. Using the abundant herbs from the garden, he poured himself into alchemy until his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Then he swallowed batch after batch of the pills he had made, letting their medicinal potency flood his body. The pills rapidly restored his true power and spiritual energy, and with the aid of the transformation pill, crafted from the transformation grass and designed to push a late-stage fifth rank over the precipice, his internal force surged violently. Boom, the terrifying true power instantly rose like an ocean, crashing against the barrier of the fifth rank late stage. Pop! Almost in an instant, the barrier of the fifth rank late stage within Qin Chen was broken through. A feeling of breaking free from shackles filled his entire being. Roar! With an angry roar, Qin Chen felt an unprecedented surge of terrifying power within him. He punched out, and a loud booming sound echoed throughout the great hall, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. After breaking through to the fifth rank late stage, Qin Chen did not pause at all and continued to swallow pills for cultivation. He seemed tireless, constantly refining the true power within his body. The 9-star Divine Emperor art was pushed to the extreme, filling the 12 basic meridians of his body with massive true power. At the same time, the golden spiritual seed he obtained in the ancient southern capital seemed to have received astonishing nourishment, continuously giving back streams of mysterious true power. He didn't know how long had passed. Until the true power within his body could no longer be improved, Qin Chen finally stopped his cultivation. He felt invigorated, raised his head, and shot 2 cold beams from his eyes. The spiritual power that had condensed in his mind had also broken through, transforming into an astonishing spiritual storm that hovered in his mind. Fifth rank late stage peak. Unknowingly, I've actually broken through to the fifth rank late stage peak. Feeling the surging true power within him, Qin Chen murmured. When he left the land of the 5 nations, he was solely focused on searching for the bitter rhythm grass. But he never expected that in such a short time, his cultivation would actually break through to the fifth rank late stage peak. Such speed was truly astonishing. It could be described as monstrous. In addition to breaking through to the fifth rank late stage peak, Qin Chen's spiritual power had also made a leap into the 6th rank late stage under the nourishment of a large number of special pills and achieved an astonishing improvement. When Qin Chen stored away the pills and calmed his astonishment, he looked again at the entire great hall, and the scene before him had already changed significantly from what he had seen before. These stone pillars seem a bit strange. Qin Chen's gaze focused on the eerie stone pillars standing in the great hall, and he immediately felt somewhat uncomfortable. This feeling was quite peculiar to him. Qin Chen had always firmly believed in his sixth sense. When he first entered, although he felt a bit uncomfortable, he didn't notice anything unusual. However, after his breakthrough, he checked again and had a different feeling. These stone pillars felt very abrupt in his perception, with strange patterns engraved on them. At first glance, they seemed like ordinary designs, but upon closer inspection, these patterns were far from ordinary, giving him a sense of endless mystery and familiarity. Familiar? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Qin Chen furrowed his brows. He was certain that this was his first time here, and it was also the first time he had seen these patterns. Logically, it shouldn't feel familiar, but he was sure that he seemed to have seen these patterns somewhere before. Where exactly? Qin Chen frowned in deep thought, racking his brain. Ancient southern capital? Suddenly, Qin Chen's eyes lit up, shooting out 2 sharp glints. He finally remembered where he had seen these patterns on the stone pillars. It was the ancient southern capital. The style here was very similar to the style presented in the ruins of the ancient southern capital. Ancient southern capital, located in the land of the 5 kingdoms, while this Black Death Marsh is at the border of the Dawi dynasty. The distance between the two is not very far. Could there have been some connection between them in ancient times? His heart shook. It was not impossible. With such a close distance, for the 9th level martial god experts capable of traversing the void, it would be a matter of moments. If both were formed in ancient times and had some connection, it was definitely possible. However, the ancient southern capital was a force established by the top experts of the ancient era to resist the invasion of foreign tribes. But this Black Death Marsh gave off an evil and strange feeling. What kind of connection could there be between the two? Qin Chen thought for a long time but had no clues. Regardless of the connection between the ancient southern capital and this Black Death Marsh, since these patterns are extremely similar to those of the ancient southern capital, why not use the secret patterns inherited from the ancient southern capital to deduce a bit? Thinking of this, Qin Chen immediately went to the stone pillar and began analyzing the patterns on them. At first, he was a bit confused, but as the analysis progressed, Qin Chen's heart shook. The patterns indeed responded as he expected. He could use the secret patterns from the ancient southern capital's inheritance to deduce them. In the entire Great Hall, there were a total of 49 strange stone pillars. Each pattern on these pillars was different, as if they formed a formation. But Qin Chen knew that this was definitely not a formation. It was merely similar to a formation, and the stone pillars served a similar function to formation flags. Could it be that these stone pillars are a passageway for departure? Qin Chen was very clear that even if these stone pillars formed something akin to a formation, it might not be a passageway, but it could be key to another place. The entire Great Hall had no exits at all. If he wanted to get out, aside from deciphering these runes and operating the formation flags formed by the 49 stone pillars, there was no other way. Qin Chen immediately approached one of the stone pillars and began to pour his true power into it. In his view, any formation was driven by true power, and these stone pillars were no exception. However, to Qin Chen's surprise, no matter how much true power he poured in, these stone pillars showed no reaction at all. He even tried with all the pillars, but there was not a single response. Could it be because my true power is too weak? Qin Chen's face darkened. His current cultivation was only at the peak of the 5th level late stage, while the existence that set up this palace must be no weaker than a 9th level martial god. With his cultivation, it was clearly impossible to drive this stone array. No, it shouldn't be because my true power is too weak. The true power refined from the 9-star god Emperor art is exceptionally pure. Even if the strength is insufficient, it should still cause these stone pillars to react. But now these stone pillars show no sign of movement after I infused my true power, which doesn't look like it's due to weak true power. Qin Chen shook his head. But if it wasn't because of weak true power, what could it be that caused no reaction at all? After pondering for a moment, Qin Chen's gaze brightened again. Could it be related to attributes? These stone pillars were constructed using secret patterns similar to those of the ancient southern capital, while the ancient southern capital made them practice using secret pattern attainments, cultivating a power with completely different attributes. That kind of power was extremely terrifying, but Qin Chen had not continued to cultivate the mysterious technique obtained from the ancient southern capital, because he practiced the 9-star god Emperor art instead, leaving it behind. Now Qin Chen suddenly realized, perhaps that kind of power could also activate these secret patterns. With this thought, Qin Chen immediately moved forward again, activating the mysterious technique he had learned in the ancient southern capital. Instantly, a strange, cold, mysterious power emerged within him, and Qin Chen immediately infused this power into the stone pillar. Buzz! Suddenly, a hazy light lit up on the stone pillar, flashing before Qin Chen's eyes. Although this light was very weak, Qin Chen still keenly captured it. It really worked! Qin Chen was overjoyed. He frantically operated the mysterious technique, continuously pouring the mysterious power generated into the stone pillar. Once one stone pillar was nearly done, Qin Chen began to activate the second. He didn't know how long it had passed, but he knew he had consumed dozens of pills to replenish his true power and mental energy. Finally, the patterns on all 49 stone pillars were completely illuminated. Buzz, 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 buzz! Incredible light swirled around these 49 stone pillars, and the entire Great Hall seemed to tremble faintly. Qin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to retreat but found that these 49 stone pillars had begun to rotate. At first, the rotation of the 49 stone pillars was slow, but soon the speed increased. If the rotation speed continued to increase like this, Qin Chen could imagine that he would eventually be turned into dust. At that moment, he had no way to stop these stone pillars. In fact, even if he could stop them, he wouldn't because he was truly fed up with that empty palace. Moreover, he believed that the purpose of these stone pillars was certainly not to be activated just to crush someone. Sure enough, when the surrounding stone pillars rotated to the point that Qin Chen could hardly discern his spiritual power, feeling dizzy in his mind, these stone pillars began to slow down. Then Qin Chen was shocked to discover that the scene around him had unknowingly changed, turning into a pitch-black clearing that radiated an ancient, desolate feeling. On the ground in front of him lay a person. It was actually the black slave that had previously disappeared in the palace. Black slave? Qin Chen rushed forward, helping the black slave up and sensing his body, finally letting out a sigh of relief. It turned out he had only fainted. At first, when he saw the black slave, he really thought he had died here. But how did he end up in this strange place after entering the palace together with the black slave? Black slave, wake up! Qin Chen wanted to shout to wake the black slave, but he found that although the black slave was not dead, his body was extremely weak, and even his soul aura was somewhat faint, making it impossible to wake him up. What on earth happened to the black slave? Qin Chen fed the black slave a nourishing soul pill and then surveyed the surroundings. Upon looking around, he was suddenly startled, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. He saw an old, emaciated man sitting several dozen meters in front of him, emanating an ancient and desolate feeling. However, the old man was already dead, devoid of any vitality, yet simply sitting there, he exuded a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. His head drooped, and he held a black magic knife in his hand. Although he had been dead for countless years, the aura emanating from him was almost enough to tear Qin Chen's body apart. Qin Chen couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. He considered himself knowledgeable and had seen countless powerful individuals. But it was still his first time encountering an old man who, even after many years of death, retained such a terrifying pressure. Even if a 9th-level martial god died, after countless years, he probably wouldn't leave behind such a terrifying pressure. He was certain that if an ordinary Wuzong came here, just this pressure alone would be enough to make other Wuzong bleed from their 7 orifices and have their souls shattered. Could it be that the black slave was fainted by the aura of this old man? It wasn't impossible. Qin Chen was sure that this person must have been an ancient powerhouse, at least a peak martial god. Unable to help but sigh, Qin Chen cautiously approached the old man. As he drew closer, the oppressive feeling he sensed grew stronger. Even his indestructible saint body was struggling to withstand it. The old man had been dead for an unknown amount of time, and the robes adorning him were clearly made of exquisite materials. Yet now they were tattered and nearly turned to ash. However, the skin exposed to the outside world still held a sheen. If it weren't for the absence of any vitality, Qin Chen might even have thought he was alive. What surprised Qin Chen even more was the black magic knife in the old man's hand. He didn't know how many people this black magic knife had killed in ancient times, but even after countless years, it still exuded an immense killing intent and resentment. What Qin Chen found strange was that there seemed to be a layer of restrictions surrounding the old man, and a dense blood aura emanated from him. What a thick blood aura, and it seems quite fresh. How strange, Qin Chen frowned. This blood aura didn't seem like it had been around for countless years, but rather like it had emerged in recent years, and within the blood aura there was a chilling resentment. Who exactly was this old man? Qin Chen cautiously projected his spiritual sense towards the old man, probing the surroundings to find some clues. But as soon as his spiritual sense landed on the old man, a terrifying aura surged from him with a loud bang. Qin Chen's entire body shook and his soul trembled. He couldn't control his actions and staggered back several dozen steps before stopping. Simultaneously, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Standing 10 or so meters away, Qin Chen stared in horror at the old man who clearly had no vitality. How could he suddenly emit such a terrifying killing aura? Could it be that the senior is not dead? Qin Chen asked in shock. No response confirmed that this old man had indeed been dead for many years. Qin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. What was this guy's cultivation level before his death? After so many years, merely probing with his spiritual sense would trigger such a terrifying backlash of killing intent. At the very least, Qin Chen was certain that even if a 9th-level martial god died for hundreds or thousands of years, he wouldn't leave behind such a terrifying presence. If it weren't for his timely reaction and strong soul power, he might have been scattered into oblivion under that aura. This old man was too powerful. Qin Chen's gaze landed on the black battle knife. The knife was entirely black, carrying a heavy atmosphere of killing intent and blood aura, clearly a magic knife, and it had remained intact all these years, likely a truly terrifying treasure weapon. Initially, Qin Chen had been quite interested in the items on this old man, but now he didn't dare to approach, let alone take the black magic knife. Even a dead corpse could unleash such a terrifying aura. If he dared to reach for that magic knife, the killing intent released could slice him into countless pieces. "Hey!" At that moment, Qin Chen suddenly froze. Previously, he had been intimidated by the incredible aura of the old man and hadn't observed carefully. Now he noticed that the old man's right hand held the magic knife, while his left hand hung limply over the ground in front of him, where it seemed a few words were inscribed. Strange, how come I didn't see these words when I scanned with my spiritual sense earlier? Qin Chen was puzzled. When he had scanned earlier, he was sure that the ground in front of the old man was empty, yet unexpectedly, a line of words had suddenly appeared. What did they say? Qin Chen focused his gaze and saw that there were only 12 characters. 3 kneels and 9 bows, respectfully call me master, receive the gift of heaven. These 12 small characters were engraved on the ground in front of the old man, radiating a chilling aura as if they contained boundless, overbearing intent. 3 kneels and 9 bows? Qin Chen's eyes narrowed. If it were any other request, he might consider it, but to ask him for 3 kneels and 9 bows in both his past and present life, he had never done such a thing. Even if this guy is a top-tier martial god, what of it? I Qin Chen have never bowed to anyone? Pride surged in Qin Chen's heart. Especially the tone of the other party was extremely overbearing, almost commanding, which irritated him inexplicably. This old man has been dead for who knows how many years. No matter who he is, I still need to find an exit first. Qin Chen shifted his gaze away from the old man and began to survey the surroundings for the first time. The left side was empty, just like the previous palace, without any exit. Just as Qin Chen felt a bit disappointed, he noticed a stone platform about 100 meters to the right of the old man. The stone platform was covered in patterns, almost identical to the one in the valley, with the only difference being that it emanated an extremely rich blood aura. Could there be a teleportation stone platform here? In that instant, Qin Chen felt his heart leap. He was incredibly excited. Although he didn't know where this teleportation stone platform led, as long as there was one, he could leave this place. Thinking of this, Qin Chen immediately carried the black slave to the edge of the stone platform. As he refined the formation flags, he once again set up an activation formation on this stone platform. Universal creation, defying the heavens, what a pity! Just as Qin Chen finished arranging the formation flags and was about to leave, he suddenly heard a deep sigh echoing in his mind. "Senior, you haven't died?" Qin Chen turned around in shock once more, repeating this phrase, staring in astonishment at the elder before him. These words abruptly appeared in his mind. Aside from this elder, who else could there be in this space? Whether I am dead or not, what does it matter? I am but a remnant soul, destined to dissipate sooner or later. It is a pity that my remarkable fate has no one to inherit it. How tragic, how tragic! The ancient and weary voice rang again in Qin Chen's mind. This time he understood that it was indeed the elder speaking. This person had died for countless years, yet still retained a remnant soul. What kind of cultivation was this? Even an ordinary 9th-level martial god wouldn't possess such strength. Could it be that this person was a legendary existence that stepped into the holy realm? Qin Chen looked at the elder with suspicion and quickly bowed, saying, "I was reckless and intruded upon your secluded space. I take my leave now and assure you that I will not speak of what happened here." The fact that the other party's voice could directly resonate in his mind made Qin Chen feel an inexplicable discomfort. Secluded space? During the ancient battle, my divine soul shattered, leaving only this shell. If it weren't for the existence of a soul-consolidating treasure on me, which preserved this remnant soul, I would have long vanished into thin air, reduced to dust. Alas, the elder's voice was filled with endless desolation and loneliness. It was as if an old man at his twilight was reminiscing about his past. This remarkable fate of mine, seizing opportunities from heaven and earth, reversing the universe, possesses immense power, truly a defying inheritance. Yet alas, you show no interest in inheriting it. Is my unparalleled divine skill destined to fade completely from history? The elder's voice grew weaker. Is this guy trying to make me his disciple? Qin Chen's expression was strange. He felt that this situation was filled with an intense sense of weirdness. For example, how did the black slave appear here? Why was he fainted in this place? Who was this elder? Why was he in this palace beneath the black swamp? What connection did this have with the ancient southern capital? Qin Chen cupped his hands and asked, "Senior, who are you? Why are you here? What is this place?" While questioning, Qin Chen scrutinized the elder. "Who am I? It's been so long that I no longer know who I am. As for this place, this is the battlefield of the human race and the foreign tribes of the Tianwu continent." Qin Chen was taken aback. The battlefield of the human race and foreign tribes. From the ancient southern capital, he learned that in ancient times, foreign tribes invaded the Tianwu continent, only to encounter fierce resistance from the human race. The strong from the human race united to drive the foreign tribes out of the Tianwu continent. However, the history of the continent was severed as a result. It was an incredibly dark and chaotic era. Could this elder, like the ancient southern capital, have been a strong figure of the human race who ultimately fell here in the battle against the foreign tribes? For a moment, Qin Chen felt a profound respect. Although he did not know the true identity of the elder, based on the information from the ancient southern capital and what the elder said, he could imagine the brutality of that battle. To such a figure, he held great admiration. The ancient voice sighed again. "Seeing that you can appear here, it seems my human race has won the war. But I wonder how long has it been since that battle? I wonder if my close friends are still alive." Qin Chen respectfully replied, "Indeed, as you have foreseen, the human race emerged victorious in the ancient battle, but how long has it been? No one knows anymore." At this point, Qin Chen smiled bitterly, saying, "After the ancient battle between the human race and foreign tribes, the continent fell into a dark and chaotic era. There was a considerable length of time where the continent was in turmoil, with a blank history. Subsequently, a new era dawned on the continent, and we do not know how many years have passed since then. So much time has passed? The elder's voice was imbued with a sense of weariness and bitterness. I suppose so. Even this remnant soul of mine is close to being unable to hold on. It seems at least tens of thousands of years have passed. Then how did you end up here, senior? Qin Chen asked again, puzzled. This place was very secretive. If the Black Swamp was indeed a battlefield from ancient times, it certainly resembled that. But how did the elder end up in this mysterious palace beneath the ground? The elder's explanations were quite normal, but for some reason, Qin Chen felt that something was off. Heh, are you doubting why I would appear here? The elder seemed to know what Qin Chen was thinking and sighed gently. That battle was incredibly brutal. At that time I was ambushed by the foreign tribes, severely injured, and my divine soul shattered. I had to flee the battlefield, entering the underground and establishing this space. I intended to use my divine skills to heal my wounds and continue fighting. Who would have thought that the attacks from the foreign tribes were too terrifying? My injuries not only couldn't be healed, but my divine soul continued to shatter. At that time, I knew I couldn't survive, so I preserved my remaining divine soul within the Destiny Soul Pearl, hoping to evade disaster and wait for my close friends to come to rescue me. Unexpectedly, I waited for a long time, but no one came. I thought the human race had been defeated. Now, hearing what you said, even if I die, I am content. What a pity for my unparalleled skills. The elder sighed once more. Could it be that senior can still be revived? Qin Chen was taken aback. If I had received timely aid back then, it could have been possible. Whether it was a soul resurrection pill or chaos rebirth fruit, any of those methods could have worked. It's just a pity that so many years have passed. My remnant soul has only this last trace left. Unless a fated person teaches me my skills, any pills or extraordinary treasures are probably unable to save me now. What divine skill did you practice, and what conditions are needed? If possible, I can find a way to seek a successor for you. What I practiced was the most powerful divine soul technique of that time. This skill is astonishing and transcendent. Even if severely injured with only a trace of the divine soul, it can be reborn. However, a practitioner must have a strong soul. Otherwise, they cannot withstand the fierce backlash of the divine soul technique. Earlier, your friend accidentally entered this place. I once wanted to test his soul, but his soul was too weak, and he seemed to have absorbed too much vengeful soul energy. He simply could not bear the backlash of my divine soul technique, so I had to give up. Grievance soul chi? Qin Chen was taken aback. It's the formless grievance soul that forms between heaven and earth, specifically devouring human essence blood. This person seems to have a demon creature on him that can absorb that grievance soul chi, strengthening itself. Young friend, you must have encountered it before, the old man explained. Qin Chen immediately understood that what the old man was referring to was likely the yin soul beast. Qin Chen was stunned. How could this old man, who had been deep within this palace, know that there were many yin soul beasts in the outside world? Moreover, at this moment, Qin Chen suddenly realized why he felt a sense of familiarity with the bloody aura surrounding the old man and the stone platform. It was clearly very similar to the aura left behind by the dark red yin soul beast. Back when Qin Chen was in the Black Death Marsh, he had once slain a dark red yin soul beast, which left behind a blood-colored crystal after it was killed. At that time, Qin Chen thought that it was the blood crystal of the yin soul beast, but later he discovered that the black yin soul beast didn't possess such a blood crystal. Only the more powerful dark red yin soul beasts had it. But if it were a blood crystal from a blood beast, then any blood beast should have one, and not just the weak ones lacking it while the powerful ones had them. Could it be that those blood-colored crystals are the essence blood crystallized after the yin soul beasts devour human essence? Qin Chen's heart jolted. This wasn't impossible. Back then, he hadn't deliberately broken that blood-colored crystal, but still sensed a trace of bloody aura. He hadn't paid attention at the time, but now that he thought back, that aura was extremely similar to the bloody aura in this space. Could it be that there are many essence blood crystals left by dark red yin soul beasts here? Qin Chen was stunned once more. What did the old man need so many essence blood crystals for? At this moment, Qin Chen's heart began to harbor doubts. He carefully looked at the old man and immediately noticed something strange. The old man was surrounded by a strange seal. At first, he thought it was a seal set by the old man to prevent his soul from dissipating. But upon closer inspection, the structure of these seals didn't resemble any ordinary seal. Having studied seals and formations for many years and having some understanding of secret patterns, he had never seen any seal shaped like this. It resembled a seal. A flash of insight struck Qin Chen. He suddenly realized that this wasn't a seal at all, but a complex sealing technique. Initially, he hadn't seen it, but when he woke up to the truth, he increasingly felt that the old man was enveloped by a layer of sealing. This old man was not trapped here by choice, but rather sealed within. But who on earth sealed him here? If there was really a seal around him, why hadn't he mentioned it before? Cold sweat drenched Qin Chen's back. Although he didn't understand why the old man lied, his sense of unease intensified and he no longer wanted to stay here. He had already experienced possession before. This old guy could communicate freely in his mind, and he might very well be able to possess him. With such a terrifying existence, Qin Chen couldn't guarantee that he would be able to resist if the old man really decided to take action against him. At this moment, Qin Chen was thoroughly suspicious of the old man and even wanted to leave immediately. However, he knew he could not do that. If he acted too hastily, he might alert the old man and provoke an immediate attack. Feigning shock, he said, "So it turns out that the technique you practice is so terrifying? Unfortunately, my cultivation is too weak to inherit your legacy. However, you can rest assured I greatly admire you, and once I exit, I will definitely find a suitable successor for you." After saying that, Qin Chen picked up the black slave and placed him on the stone platform, preparing to teleport away. "Alas, young friend, please stop. I appreciate your kindness, but it might be too late," the old man suddenly sighed. Qin Chen had no choice but to halt his steps. Activating the formation would take at least a breath of time, and he couldn't be sure whether triggering the formation would cause the old man to act directly. "How could it be too late? My remaining soul cannot last much longer. I fear it will completely dissipate soon. I observe that your soul seems quite powerful. Perhaps there's a chance for you to inherit my legacy." "Really?" Excitement and joy instantly appeared on Qin Chen's face. "Of course it's true. However, to enter my teachings, you must kneel 3 times and knock your head 9 times. Moving 1 step and knocking once at 10 zhang away to complete the apprenticeship contract. Otherwise, there is no fate." Qin Chen now had his doubts. Hearing the old man's words made him coldly snicker inside. 10 zhang away, 3 kneels, 9 knocks, and stepping once to knock. By the time the kneeling was finished, he would probably be right next to the old man's sealing. "Senior, I had intended to approach you earlier, but your aura was too overwhelming, making it impossible for me to get closer," Qin Chen sighed. "No matter, I have a pressure-dissolving pearl here. If you hold this, my aura will not oppress you." As soon as he finished speaking, a pearl suddenly rolled out and landed at Qin Chen's feet. Qin Chen scanned the pearl with his mental power and, finding no discomfort, picked up the pressure-dissolving pearl. Indeed, once the pearl fell into his hand, the terrifying aura in the entire space seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall, and he felt nothing of it. "What a miraculous treasure!" Qin Chen's face beamed with surprise. "How about it? Young friend can now become my disciple, right? As long as your soul strength reaches the level to cultivate the soul great method, I will surely impart all my knowledge to you." Qin Chen immediately circulated his true energy and cupped his hands, saying, "Please wait a moment, senior. I will pay my respects now, but I need to prepare first." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chen suddenly turned around and with a swish, threw out several formation flags, which instantly landed around the stone platform. Buzz. The stone platform was stimulated, and the teleportation array was instantly activated. At the same time, without thinking, the indestructible holy body, green lotus demon fire, and other defenses erupted within him. He could no longer delay. If he hesitated any longer, the old man would surely grow suspicious, leaving him with no chance to escape. "You!" Seeing Qin Chen suddenly activate the stone platform, the old man immediately revealed an expression of shock and anger, followed by a powerful, cold soul impact that rushed toward Qin Chen. 10,000 Gods Technique! Qin Chen desperately activated the 10,000 Gods technique, and the soul power in his mind surged, forming an incredibly strong soul defense. But it was futile. The old man's soul impact was too powerful, and the chilling aura instantly shattered Qin Chen's soul defense. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out as the terrifying soul power surged wildly into his mind. Qin Chen was horrified. The old man truly intended to do him harm. But at that moment, he had no means of defense, only able to watch as the icy soul power surged into his brain, the entire process taking only an instant, without even allowing the teleportation array to activate. Boom! The terrifying soul power instantly invaded Qin Chen's mind, a cold aura enveloping his entire body in an instant, making him feel that in just a breath, his soul would be occupied by the other party. So strong, too strong. In the face of such a terrifying soul impact, Qin Chen's already powerful soul strength was almost fragile and couldn't withstand a single blow. Moreover, Qin Chen could sense that the other party's soul power was exceedingly evil, filled with a brutal aura, completely unlike a normal person's soul. Boom! Just as the chilling soul power was about to occupy Qin Chen's mind, he could even hear the other party's sinister laughter. But at that moment, The golden spiritual seed in Qin Chen's mind suddenly surged with a strong resistance, emitting a golden halo that actually repelled that incredibly terrifying evil soul power. What? The expelled soul aura immediately roared in anger, emanating an extremely astonished wave. It seemed to be incomprehensibly horrified and shocked that Qin Chen's mind actually possessed a spiritual seed. Before the soul power could strike again, the formation patterns on the stone platform were completely activated in that brief moment, and a hazy spatial fluctuation enveloped Qin Chen and the black slave, causing the two to instantly disappear. And the soul power had no chance to act again, only filled with anger as it shouted, "How can this be? How can this child possess such a level of parasitic seed? This is impossible." But by then, Qin Chen could no longer hear that voice. The violent spatial fluctuation enveloped him. Qin Chen felt dizzy, and the next moment with a thud he fell heavily to the ground, his meridians shattered, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Finally out. Looking at the familiar sky and earth around him, Qin Chen lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his heart racing with fear. If it hadn't been for the golden spiritual seed from the ancient southern capital that erupted at a critical moment to repel that terrifying soul, he would have likely been possessed by now. After a while, Qin Chen struggled to sit up, horrified to find that his spirit was extremely weak, and even his soul had suffered significant damage. At this point, he somewhat understood why the old man had not gone all out when he first entered. Due to being sealed, the other party's soul power should have also been greatly restricted, likely only able to unleash its full strength once. That's why it had kept trying to get him closer to the seal, as only in this way could the other party better seize his body. Moreover, it seemed that the other party had already done something to the black slave, but for some reason it had failed to possess him, thus placing all its hopes on Qin Chen. Unfortunately, he reacted in time and was not deceived by the other party, which also activated the teleportation array, leaving the other with no choice but to hastily strike. Even so, he had almost been possessed. If it weren't for the golden spiritual seed in his mind suddenly repelling that soul, he really couldn't say whether he would have been possessed or not. Thinking of this, Qin Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. He could sense that the other party's soul was indeed, as people had said, incomplete, but that with only a fragment of a broken soul, it had almost possessed him through the seal. How terrifying could it have been when it was alive? Qin Chen was certain that he was fortunate not to have been deceived earlier. He hadn't approached the other. If he had truly gotten close to the seal, he didn't even dare to imagine the consequences. Fortunately, he had finally escaped. Looking around, Qin Chen vaguely felt that he should now be at the outskirts of the Black Death Marsh. The toxins in the air here were very similar to when he first entered the Black Death Marsh. Although he was puzzled about why the golden spiritual seed in his mind could repel the old man's soul, at this moment, Qin Chen couldn't care less. He laboriously picked up the still unconscious black slave beside him and found a waterway, quickly entering it and setting up some restrictions. After doing all this, Qin Chen felt as if his head would explode, almost fainting as his mind buzzed. He hurriedly swallowed a few pills to restore his spirit and closed his eyes to recuperate. It wasn't until a day later that Qin Chen felt his condition had improved somewhat. Although his soul had not yet been repaired, it had begun to gradually recover under the adjustment of the pills. Qin Chen looked at the still unconscious black slave, and after a moment's thought, he hurriedly fed the black slave a few pills for restoring the spirit. 2 days later, the black slave finally awakened. "Young Master Chen, where are we?" As soon as the black slave woke up, he nervously looked around, clearly still not realizing his situation. Qin Chen briefly explained, but when the black slave realized they had left that underground palace, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. However, when Qin Chen asked him what had happened back then, the black slave couldn't say. He only remembered that after he and Qin Chen entered the palace, they suddenly seemed to fall into some kind of illusion and were then brought to the mysterious space of the old man. At that time, he was so frightened that he hadn't had time to react to what had happened, and a chilling aura surged into his mind. He only heard the other party seemingly angrily say, "The soul has been polluted by the vengeful spirit aura," before completely fainting. When he woke up again, he found himself here. "Vengeful spirit aura?" Qin Chen suddenly took out the blood crystal from his storage ring and swung his sword down hard. With a crack, the blood crystal shattered, releasing a rich bloody aura. Indeed, it's exactly the same as the aura from that stone platform and the old man. Qin Chen frowned in thought. Could it be that these yin spirit beasts were not local blood beasts of the Black Death Marsh, but rather cultivated by the old man? As this thought flashed through his mind, Qin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. He suddenly realized that these yin spirit beasts could indeed be cultivated by the old man. If what he said about the vengeful spirit aura was true, then the so-called yin spirit beasts could very well be the vengeful souls of those warriors who died in the Black Death Marsh. These vengeful souls absorbed the essence blood of the warriors who entered the Black Death Marsh, forming blood crystals, which were then supplied to the old man. This was how the old man could live for so long. He might even be using these blood crystals to achieve a complete resurrection. In other words, as long as warriors continued to die in the Black Death Marsh, sooner or later, that terrifying old man might escape. Once the other party escapes, then, Qin Chen's back broke out in a cold sweat. This would definitely be a calamity for the Tianwu continent. Moreover, with the other party's soul being so chilling, Qin Chen felt that the other party didn't even seem to be a member of the human race. Could that guy be a foreign race that opposed humanity in ancient times? Qin Chen felt a chill in his heart. If so, once the other truly escapes, it would cause an unimaginably terrifying disaster for the Tianwu continent. Despite the terrifying thoughts in his heart, Qin Chen had no way to stop the other party. All he could do was pray that the opponent could not escape or even die in that underground space. Although this possibility was low, it was all he could do. After putting everything behind him in the following days, Qin Chen did not leave the Black Death Marsh, but continued to cultivate and recover. At the same time, he also shared some of the spiritual herbs he had with the Black Slave. Now the Black Slave had reached the early peak of the 6th rank, having received the transformation pill and numerous amazing pills from Qin Chen. His heart was filled with joy, and he immediately entered seclusion. Time flowed like water and passed in the blink of an eye. A week later, Qin Chen's injuries finally healed. As he opened his eyes, Qin Chen felt a deep sense of emotion. This time could be said to be the greatest setback he had suffered since his rebirth, taking nearly 10 days and consuming numerous spiritual herbs to completely recover. However, after healing, Qin Chen was not the slightest bit angry. Instead, he was filled with surprise, because he discovered that after suffering this heavy blow, his soul power had once again been refined and enhanced. The soul power after recovery was actually much stronger than before. And at the moment Qin Chen's injuries healed, boom! A shocking pressure suddenly rose from the Black Slave who was in the midst of cultivation, and then a massive amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged toward him. The entire process lasted a full half an hour before it finally stopped. Qin Chen looked at the Black Slave in surprise. He did not expect the Black Slave's talent to be so impressive, breaking through to the mid-6th rank in just a few days. It was known that the transformation pill could allow a martial Venerable to break through, but it wasn't a guarantee. The Black Slave had only just broken through to the peak of the early 6th rank, and now to break through to the mid-6th rank again was astonishing. If other martial Venerables from this 100 dynasties heard this, they would all be dumbfounded. After all, once a martial artist reached the 6th rank, every realm was a hurdle, even the small realms. Some martial artists would spend their entire lives lingering in the early 6th rank, and even be unable to step into the mid-6th rank. After the breakthrough, Qin Chen spent several more days allowing the Black Slave to consume a large amount of pills. Only when the Black Slave's cultivation reached the peak of the mid-6th rank did the two finally stop their training. "Let's go, we'll leave here." Seeing the Black Slave reach the peak of the mid-6th rank, Qin Chen immediately took him away from the seclusion area. "Young Master Chen, where are we going now?" the Black Slave asked respectfully. Now he could be said to be completely submissive to Qin Chen. In just a few months, his changes could be described as earth-shattering, from the late 5th rank to the peak of the mid-6th rank. The Black Slave had never even dreamed of such a scenario. "Naturally, we're going to the capital of the Great Wei dynasty." Qin Chen's gaze turned cold. He certainly would not forget the purpose of coming to the Black Death Marsh. Everything was for finding the bitter rhythm herb and escaping from the pursuit of the Liuxian Sect and other forces. Now, his cultivation had reached the late 5th rank, and the Black Slave's cultivation had also reached the peak of the mid-6th rank. It was time to head to the capital of the Great Wei dynasty. After all, Yu Kaiangsu and the others were still waiting for him in the capital. At this moment, Qin Chen also felt a bit anxious. So much time had passed. He didn't know how Yu Kaiangsu and the others, who were taken to the capital by Feng and the others from the Alchemy Pavilion to join the Star Academy, were doing. After the two left the seclusion area, the first thing they did was seek out martial artists to inquire about their current location. Half a day later, Qin Chen encountered two late 5th rank martial Venerables fighting and immediately stepped in to stop them. Unexpectedly, one of them actually recognized Qin Chen and the Black Slave, looking at them in shock. Through inquiry, Qin Chen learned that this person was one of the over 1,000 martial artists waiting outside the ruins at the time. Moreover, this place was surprisingly near Heizhao City, not far from several major forces that had set up teleportation channels. He also learned that when the ruins collapsed, a swarm of yin soul beasts was released, causing massive casualties and ending major exploration of the ruins. The surviving forces later slaughtered each other over the spiritual herbs they salvaged. Qin Chen felt little about those broad events. Let's go back to Heizhao City. Qin Chen knew that once they returned to Heizhao City, they could obtain a flying blood beast and immediately head to the royal city of the Great Wei dynasty. With the guidance of the two martial artists, Qin Chen and the Black Slave arrived at the nearest teleportation channel to them, which surprisingly belonged to the Feng Chamber of Commerce. Isn't that the guy? Who? That young man who snatched spiritual herbs from the three major dynasties. What, it's him? I heard he died in the ruins center. He's still alive. I heard that Liu Zi, the vice president of the Feng Chamber of Commerce, was killed by this person. The treasure weapons on Liu Zi were all taken by them. They actually dare to use the Feng Chamber of Commerce's teleportation channel. The president of the Feng Chamber is in Heizhao City right now. Does this person still dare to show himself openly? Isn't he afraid of being killed by the Feng Chamber's people? The martial artists gathered around the Feng Chamber of Commerce, preparing to use the teleportation channel to leave, were all shocked to see Qin Chen and the Black Slave. Although not many of them had seen Qin Chen's formidable prowess in the ruins center in person, the tales of Qin Chen and the Black Slave had already spread among the numerous martial artists in Heizhao City over the past half-month. Everyone knew there were two mysterious figures in Heizhao City who had guarded the exit of the teleportation array in the center of the Black Death Marsh, deceiving the forces of the three major dynasties and obtaining numerous spiritual herbs. They had thought these two had perished, but unexpectedly they were still alive and dared to appear in public. The blood in everyone's veins boiled, each person looking greedily at Qin Chen and the Black Slave, knowing a good show was about to unfold. 672. At that moment, everyone greedily looked at Qin Chen and the Black Slave. They had returned from the Black Dead Marsh with the largest haul anyone had heard of, enough spiritual medicine to make the gathered factions salivate, including many high-level and even 7th-tier royal medicines. Rumors said they had taken more than half of the center's medicinal fields. Coupled with word that Vice President Liu Zi of the Feng Chamber had died in the ruins, their arrival in Heizhao Plaza drew every major power nearby. Qin Chen and the Black Slave stood on the teleportation array, calm and aloof. A few dozen hesitated to activate it. The crowd's killing intent prickled the air. The Black Slave's cold voice cut through the murmur, forcing the steward's trembling hands to light the array. In an instant, white light swallowed dozens of people. Then, almost immediately, another group teleported in, all eyes snapping to the two who remained. The plaza roared as word spread. They were alive and they carried a fortune. Top powers hovered nearby. 10 martial venerables circled the square. Long Yan of the Black Cultivation Society, Mo Xin-Cheng of the Beast Control Mountain Villa, and others. Long Yaoshan, president of the Black Cultivation Society, arrived with a grudging smile. He had been informed that 70% of his association's medicines and 100,000 medium-grade true stones had been stolen. His fury was plain. A dark-faced man pushed through from the crowd, Shang Jiu, vice president of the Feng Chamber of Commerce. His expression was ugly as he pointed at the two. "These two killed Vice President Liu Zi in the Black Dead Marsh," he spat. "Explain yourselves." Qin Chen glanced at the gathered factions with a frost-cutting look, sarcasm wrapped around cold disdain. He had no time for negotiations. The Black Slave, sensing the swarm of top powers, revealed a faint smile and stepped forward. The ice-cold spear, Liu Zi's personal weapon, appeared in his hand. The spear moved like a storm. Spear shadows multiplied and coalesced into angry ice dragons that tore through the Feng ranks. Shang Jiu met the attack with a fan of formation shadow, but felt a lethal chill seep into his body. His meridians shuddered, and he spat blood. Half-step martial venerables and peak martial disciples around him did not fare better. In barely a breath, many of Shang Jiu's subordinates were skewered, their storage rings falling into the Black Slave's grasp. The massacre was swift, brutal, concise. Qin Chen and the Black Slave took what they wanted as the dead littered the square. Shang Jiu barely survived, saved by a thunderous clash that split the air. A golden long hook crashed between him and the ice dragon, buying time. Qiu Feng, president of the Feng Chamber, had arrived. His aura was killing cold. The plaza's attention snapped to him. Qiu was a mid-stage Wu Zun, an apex figure with a golden body talisman and the hooked treasure weapon at his command. Qiu's arrival brought a surge of confidence to Feng. He bellowed for justice and ordered his men to capture Qin Chen. The Black Slave sneered and thrust the ice spear again, aiming to finish the matter. Q activated his golden body talisman and slashed with the golden hook. The collision sent shockwaves across the square. For a moment both sides stood armored in power, the crowd tasting the storm. Then Qin Chen spoke in a low, icy voice, and the fight took a sudden, decisive turn. Originally, this young master was too lazy to act. Since you are seeking death, don't blame this young master for being merciless. He raised the rusty sword at his side and unleashed his psychic technique, Phantom Prison. An invisible psychic storm slammed into Shang Jiu and the Gu Feng officers who had circled Qin Chen. Their hearts froze, expressions contorted with a terror they could not voice. In one swift arc, Qin Chen's sword flashed. Where their necks had been was nothing but still bodies, heads severed, death absolute. 2 peak 6th stage martial venerables and several half-step venerables slain in the blink of an eye. The square reeled. Q Feng moved to capitalize on the moment. He hurled orders, spun his golden hook to encircle the black slave, and called on his men to seize Qin Chen. He believed restraining Qin Chen would force the black slave to act rashly. The black slave, however, only smiled and unfurled the Tianmo flag. Demonic energy poured forth, a ravenous black tide that first drank the soul residues of the fallen and then surged at Q's golden phantoms. Their clash was cataclysmic. Q beat his golden net, bloodline power flaring, but the Tianmo banner's demonic tide swallowed the shockwaves. Cracks spidered across Q's golden body shield until demonic energy seeped through and wrapped him. He spat essence blood, tried to break free, but the net of demonic energy tightened. Q's scream was a ragged thing as the banner devoured his soul. His body went stooped, skin clinging to bone, eyes bulging in a frozen, tormented stare. Then silence, Q Feng was gone. The black slave closed the Tianmo flag, pocketed Q's storage ring, and handed it to Qin Chen, who glanced at the corpse without indulgence. The collapse was instantaneous. Gu Feng Chamber's field command shattered. A dozen corpses lay around Qin Chen and the black slave. The remaining 5th-level Wu Zong members melted back into the crowd, trembling and cowardly. Qin Chen coldly offered a last chance. Are there any other Gu Feng Chamber of Commerce martial artists who want to find trouble with us? If so, step up quickly. I'll deal with it all at once to save us any more hassle. No one stepped forward. The square opened into a ring of fearful faces. Long Yeashan and the other faction heads felt the young man's gaze fix on them like a blade. Qin Chen toyed with them, name-calling and testing the water, then bluntly recited what everyone feared to hear. He had taken medicines from the black dead marsh and killed those who stood in his way. If anyone reached for him or a single finger moved against him, he would wipe out their forces and erase them from the Tianwu continent. Long Yeashan, mid-stage 6th level, boiled with indignation and fury at being spoken to thus. Yet under the weight of Qin Chen's words and the recent slaughter, his face betrayed defeat. He stepped back 2 pain steps, his pride punctured. Mo Xincheng and others, drenched in cold sweat, quickly denied any covetousness, blustering apologies that sounded hollow. Qin Chen cast one final disdainful look at the city's leading figures and then turned away. He and the black slave departed the plaza with dominance firmly established. Behind them, the plaza was a stunned, broken tableau. The Gu Feng Chamber annihilated, its president and vice president dead, its men routed, the Black Cultivation Society and other city powers cowed into silence. No one dared to move. A total disaster. 3 days later, a massive iron feather eagle cleaved the sky, 2 figures perched on its broad back. They were Qin Chen and Hai Nu, fresh from leaving Heizhao City after killing Q Feng of the Gufeng Chamber and driving off Long Yeashan of the Heizhao Society. Qin Chen had summoned the iron feather eagle outside the city. It had waited faithfully in the nearby mountains. Grateful, he fed it several pills. The eagle's cultivation broke through to the mystic level, and its speed became astonishing. After days of flight, it carried them straight toward the Dawi dynasty's imperial city. Qin Chen stood on the eagle's neck with a calm, sovereign bearing, eyes fixed ahead. He gave no sign of strain as wind and altitude pressed against them, only a composed stillness that made Hai Nu study him in silence. "How are the powers in the imperial city organized?" Qin Chen asked. Hai Nu fell into thought, then spoke with measured clarity. The Dawi imperial city's top forces can be summarized in 3. First is the royal family, the Duan family. They are the ruling power and the reason the Imperial Star Academy holds its position. The academy serves to gather and groom talent for the dynasty. Second is the Sect alliance. The big sects, along with smaller allied groups from across the states, formed it to balance the royal family's dominance. It isn't a tightly unified force. It's a loose coalition born of necessity. Third are the major clans, the great families that run much of the dynasty's industry and influence. The Leng, Mo, and Wu families are the most prominent among them. They control vast wealth and networks. Even the royal family must be cautious around them. There are other transcendent powers too, bloodline sanctuaries, the alchemy pavilion, powerful but more aloof, not entangled in everyday dynastic struggles. As he spoke, Hainu's voice darkened ever so slightly when he mentioned the great families, a restrained resentment flickering beneath his words. Qin Chen noticed the trace of a grudge in Hainu's tone, but did not press him for details. For a while they flew in silence, the eagle bearing them on until, after days, a vast, magnificent city unfolded beneath them. "It's the Dawi dynasty's imperial city," Hainu said, his eyes sharp and serious as the sprawl of palaces and terraces spread across the plains. Looking at the magnificent city before him, Qin Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had to admit that the Great Wei dynasty was far more powerful than the Five Nations. Just comparing the imperial city, it was like comparing the bright moon to a firefly. They simply couldn't be compared. "Let's go in," he said. The imperial city of the Great Wei dynasty had strict management. No flying beasts were allowed to enter freely, so Qin Chen could only leave his iron feather eagle outside the city. After paying the entrance fee, the two stepped into the imperial city. It must be said that the Great Wei dynasty indeed could not be compared to the Five Nations. Even compared to Heizhao city, it was like a small witch meeting a big witch. On the streets, fifth-rank wuzongs could be seen walking everywhere. Such figures, if placed in any of the Five Nations, would be considered top experts. "The Five Nations are still too weak," Qin Chen sighed. No wonder the sects like the Xuanzhou Liuxian sect looked down on the Five Nations back then. Indeed, they were too weak. Any force in the Great Wei dynasty could sweep through the martial artists of the Five Nations, which were too barren and desolate. Even the city guards at the city gate were Xuan-level martial artists, which was enough to establish a significant family in one of the kingdoms. "Hainu, do you know the location of the Star Academy?" After a moment, Qin Chen snapped out of his contemplation and asked Hainu. According to Qin Chen's estimation, after Yu Kaiangsu, Wang Kaiming, and the others followed Mu Feng from the Alchemy Pavilion to the Imperial City, they should have already joined the Star Academy. At this moment, what Qin Chen most wanted to know was their safety, and going directly to the Star Academy was undoubtedly the quickest method. "How could I not know about the #1 academy of the dynasty?" Hainu replied with a faint smile, then led Qin Chen forward. They had only just entered a wider street when a group of richly dressed riders thundered past, forcing pedestrians aside. One of them clipped Qin Chen's sleeve. The leader barely glanced back as they sped on. "Move aside," a rider barked once as they passed. No apology, no acknowledgement, only the presumption of absolute privilege. Hainu's eyes narrowed. "Aristocrats. They do as they please here." The skirmish was brief, but its meaning was clear. In the outer districts, nobles acted above the law, while the common streets, though orderly in places, could still be rough. The true chaos, Hainu added as they walked, lay further west, slums where outsiders and desperate martial artists gathered, beyond the reach of regular guards. On the surface, the imperial city glittered, but underneath it was a cesspool of corruption. Qin Chen's expression darkened. He had expected security, not this layered rot. "Would Yu Kaiangsu and the others be safe here?" "Let's go to the Star Academy," he said, and they quickened their pace. The imperial city of the Great Wei dynasty was extraordinarily vast. Half an hour later, Qin Chen and Hainu finally arrived in front of a magnificent complex. Calling it a building was an understatement. It was actually a vast group of structures standing in the bustling imperial city. Every stone was intricately carved with complex patterns, exuding an impressive and grand atmosphere. In front of the complex stood a grand archway, and above it were several golden characters, Star Academy. These characters were written with great flourish, especially the words Star Academy, which exuded a sharp and domineering aura as if declaring it unparalleled under heaven and earth. Truly worthy of being the Royal Academy. Qin Chen's gaze sharpened. The inscription carried a heavy momentum. With his discerning eye, he could tell such characters were made by no ordinary hand, at least a 7th-rank Wu Wang-level expert. Wu Wang, huh? Qin Chen understood that a dynasty must have Wu Wang-level experts in residence. Otherwise, it wouldn't even qualify to be called a dynasty. Next to the archway, 2 guards stood, coldly watching the surrounding pedestrians. These 2 guards were undoubtedly the guards of the Star Academy. Qin Chen naturally approached them. Clang! The guards drew their blades and blocked the way. "Stop! This is the Great Wei Dynasty's Star Academy. Non-students are strictly prohibited from entering." They were both 5th-rank Wuzong, their auras chilling as they regarded Hainu. "You two need not worry. We are here to find someone at the Star Academy," Qin Chen said, cupping his fists politely. "Who are you looking for?" The guard's expression softened slightly. "Wang Kaiming and his companions, please report to them." "Wang Kaiming?" The two guards. At this moment, Qin Chen was filled with astonishment. The black slave also frowned slightly. The number of martial artists who came to the imperial city with Feng was originally not many. All counted, there were only 6 people: Yu Kaiangsu, Yuan Feng, Wang Kaiming, Princess Zixun, Zhao Lingshan, and the 4th Prince Zhao Wei. Among these 6, Yu Kaiangsu, Yuan Feng, and Wang Kaiming were the strongest. During the great competition of the ancient South capital, they successfully made it into the top 12 and obtained the heritage of the ancient South capital. Therefore, in Qin Chen's view, if any of them had joined the Imperial Star Academy, it would most likely be Wang Kaiming, Yuan Feng, or Yu Kaiangsu, which is why he asked. To his surprise, the other party had never heard of Wang Kaiming, and even stated that there was no student he was unfamiliar with in the entire Imperial Star Academy. This caused Qin Chen's expression to darken. The occurrence of this situation generally meant one of 2 possibilities. Either Wang Kaiming had indeed not become a student of the Imperial Star Academy, or the other party was lying. Coldly gazing at the 2 guards, Qin Chen could tell that they were not lying. Wang Kaiming hadn't joined the Imperial Star Academy. Qin Chen's heart twisted painfully. This represented that the promise made to him by Feng had not been fulfilled, and the original plan had deviated. However, Qin Chen could not yet determine where the deviation had occurred. Then may I ask if your esteemed academy has a student named Yuan Feng? Qin Chen spoke again. He wanted to know exactly where the deviation lay. Was it just Wang Kaiming's issue, or had everyone failed to join? Yuan Feng? The guard wore a puzzled expression, which made Qin Chen's heart sink again. He saw the other party showing confusion, and after pondering for a moment, he shook his head again. I've never heard of him. Our Imperial Star Academy does not have this student. What about Yu Kaiangsu? Qin Chen hurriedly asked again. As soon as this name was mentioned, the atmosphere in the vicinity shifted. Many students turned their gazes toward him, filled with odd expressions. A derisive laugh cut through the murmurs. Are you talking about those commoners from the 5 nations? Turning his head, Qin Chen saw a young man and woman not far away. The man was handsome, the woman exceptionally beautiful. Both wore an air of superiority. Qin Chen had no mood to argue. He simply asked in a deep voice, "Have you seen them?" The girl snorted coldly, eyeing Qin Chen up and down, and laughed mockingly. Just a few commoners from the 5 nations? How could I not have seen them? Those guys thought they had decent talent during the recent enrollment, attempting to join our Imperial Star Academy. How laughable! Our Imperial Star Academy is the top academy of the Dawei dynasty. How could commoners like them possibly enter? Regardless of their strength, just their identity as commoners makes it impossible for them to become students of our Imperial Star Academy. They didn't join the Imperial Star Academy? Qin Chen's palms clenched tightly. Where are they now? His tone was anxious and tense. The reason Yu Kaiangsu and the others had come to the Imperial City was that joining the Imperial Star Academy would have protected them from forces like the Liu Xian sect. If they had failed to join, what danger awaited them? The girl looked at him suspiciously. Why are you so eager to inquire about them? Could it be that you are also a commoner from the 5 nations like them? Before things escalated, the young man beside the girl stepped forward, his aura cold. Only around 24 or 25, he was a 5th-stage martial Zong, strength that placed him among the top talents here. Do you know their whereabouts? Qin Chen asked, gaze icy. No, so what? Don't know. So what? The handsome young man looked disdainfully at Qin Chen. I've never seen you before. You should not be one of our Imperial Star Academy people, right? How dare you cause trouble here? Are you looking for death? Whispers spread through the crowd, mocking and disdainful. Young Master Chen, the black slave warned, his gaze cold. Please rest assured I will not disrupt the rules of your Imperial Star Academy here, Qin Chen said, cupping his hands to the 2 guards. He, a commoner is still a commoner. Are you scared? Then hurry up and leave. This is not a place for your kind to be reckless. The young man scoffed. The girl laughed, eyes full of contempt. Qin Chen's eyes grew cold. Illusory forbidden cage. Without further words, Qin Chen's eyes emitted an invisible mental force that seeped into the minds of the young man and woman like a vortex. In the blink of an eye, both were transported to an icy, deep space adorned with light veils. Several chains of lightning, thick as a fist, bound their limbs, chilling paralysis rendering them immobile. Speak, where exactly are Wang Kaiming and the others? Qin Chen's voice was icy. Who are you? Where is this place? They screamed, panic and fury in their eyes. Figure out the situation. It is this young master asking you now? Qin Chen said sternly. Qiu Yun's face flickered with recognition. This is your spiritual space. You are an illusionist. Powerful true energy surged from him, attempting to break the barrier, but Qin Chen merely smiled. After breaking through to the 6th rank in spiritual power, his illusions had become far stronger. Stop wasting your effort. With your spiritual cultivation, trying to break through this young master's spiritual space is akin to a dreamer speaking nonsense. Qin Chen sneered. Qiu Yun still tried to bluster, invoking his family's name, but Qin Chen had no time for threats. He cracked a thorny lightning whip through the void. It struck, tearing deep, charred marks across Qiu Yun's body. The handsome youth screamed in agony, yet still spat venom. Qin Chen turned his attention to the girl. Lightning chains held her. Thin silk clung to her, her posture compromised, humiliation written across her features. "Commoner, what do you want?" she spat, voice trembling. "Wouldn't it have been better to speak sooner?" Qin Chen's whip laced the air, a mark searing across her chest that tore fabric and pride both. She gasped, panic overwhelming her. Faced with that fear, she broke. I'll talk, just don't take action," she begged. "Then speak." Qin Chen's tone was flat. The girl trembled and confessed, words tumbling out in frantic bursts. "They did indeed come to your Imperial Star Academy to participate in the entrance assessment some time ago. They were very powerful, defeating many participants and even securing top spots in the new student entrance assessment." A hint of jealousy colored her voice. "And then," Qin Chen pressed, "just when the Imperial Star Academy was about to accept them, someone pointed out that they came from the 5 nations, which stirred discontent among many new students. They caused a ruckus at the Academy's Academic Affairs office. The upper management weighed it, but then the third prince said, 'The Imperial Star Academy is the Imperial Star Academy of the Dawei dynasty, not the Imperial Star Academy of the 5 nations.' In the end, they were unable to gain formal admission." Qin Chen's expression hardened. The girl continued, panic and a strange pride mingling in her tone. "However, they had the support of the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Holy Land, and the 5th prince spoke up. 'Since people from the 5 nations have come to enroll, it shows they are loyal to our dynasty. Moreover, they secured top spots. They shouldn't be dismissed simply because of their origins.' Ultimately, the Academy registered them as auxiliary students." "Auxiliary students?" Qin Chen's brows furrowed. "Yes, auxiliary students are a special identity established by the Academy. They do not belong to the Academy's true students, do not receive the Academy's teachings, and enjoy no welfare from the Academy. They clean and serve for the Academy. After serving 3 years, they can participate in the assessment again. If they pass, they become formal students." The girl's voice was small now. Qin Chen understood. Auxiliary students were effectively servants. No status, no rights, merely a tenuous connection to the Academy and the faint protection that implied. It explained why Wang Kaiming and the others would accept such an indignity. "So where are they now?" Qin Chen asked, coldness tightening his words. "Auxiliary students do not have the qualifications to live in the Academy, nor to stay in the royal city. I heard they were exiled to the slums of the West City." The girl's voice was barely steady. A trace of contempt flickered and died. "The slums?" Qin Chen's gaze turned icy, radiating a chilling glare, his anger boiling. "What kind of place is a slum?" Qin Chen has already learned about it. It is an extremely chaotic and lowly place where only those warriors without any background who cannot survive in the imperial city would stay. After all, the imperial city of the Great Wei dynasty is worth its weight in gold, and even ordinary human-level martial realm practitioners find it difficult to afford property. Moreover, staying in an inn is exceedingly expensive. Given the financial resources and status of Wang Kaiming and the others, they simply cannot reside in the main city. "Staying in a slum. Are you serious?" Qin Chen shouted, his eyes instantly turning icy, filled with disbelief. Even if Wang Kaiming and the others could not become official students of the Imperial Star Academy, they should not be living in a place like a slum. If it were only Wang Kaiming and a few others, it might be possible. But accompanying them are Zhao Ye and Mu Lengfeng from the Alchemy Pavilion, as well as Xiang Wenchen and Dongfang Qing from the Bloodline Holy Land. Even in the worst case, they would not let Wang Kaiming and the others stay in such a place. So he did not believe it. "I don't know about the others, but those few are indeed living in the slum of the West City, and it's the dirtiest part of the slum, which is one of the reasons they are called commoners," the girl said, intimidated by Qin Chen's gaze. What exactly is going on? Qin Chen understood that at this moment, the other party had no reason to lie to him. Something must have happened that others don't know about. Realizing this, Qin Chen immediately became concerned for Wang Kaiming and the others. "We must find Yu Kaiang-su and the others as soon as possible." Whoosh! With a snap of his mental strength, Qin Chen said sternly to the black slave, "Let's go, we are heading to the West City." As soon as he spoke, without waiting for the black slave to respond, he flew towards the West City. The black slave was stunned for a moment and hurriedly followed. Why did these 2 commoners leave all of a sudden? The many students who were originally mocking at the entrance of the Imperial Star Academy were all taken aback. Qin Chen's illusionary confinement cage only lasted an instant. causing these people to have no idea what had just happened. Thud! Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Qiu Yun and that girl finally came to their senses from the mental control, both collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, this kid, I will definitely tear him into pieces. Following that, a piercing roar echoed at the entrance of the Imperial Star Academy, filled with resentment and anger. West City, the slum. This is the most dilapidated place in the Imperial City of the Great Wei Dynasty. The stone slabs on the ground are dark and mottled, never cleaned for years, with black sewage flowing through and emitting a nauseating odor. One by one, poorly dressed commoners and warriors occasionally walk through the streets, their expressions blank, resembling walking corpses. This is the lowest part of the Imperial City. Everyone here engages in the most menial jobs in the Imperial City, living a life where they cannot dress warmly or eat their fill. In their eyes, there is no hope, only dullness and the fatigue of a long day's work. On both sides of the street are rows of low, disorderly houses, in stark contrast to the magnificent buildings outside. Yet in this filthy place, where no disciple of an imperial family would want to go, a group of experts dressed in brocade robes, exuding an aura of nobility, gathered in front of a dilapidated house, smirking coldly as they stared at a group of young people. Xiaoya, I advise you not to make any futile resistance. Although you are from the Alchemy Pavilion, you are only a fourth-grade alchemist. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, your status is high, but in my eyes, it means nothing. If you continue to stubbornly resist, don't blame me for not giving face to the Alchemy Pavilion and capturing you. A cold voice came from a middle-aged man leading the group, dressed in green palace silk with golden patterns, exuding an imposing aura as he coldly regarded Xiaoya. Feng Lun, step aside immediately, or Xiaoya will not rest until one of us is dead. Xiaoya shouted angrily, her expression dark and her eyes fierce. She never expected that the Feng family would commit such despicable acts. Xiaoya, if we don't go to the Feng family soon, there may not be time left. If Yu Kaiangsu really marries into the Feng family, what face do we have left to live in this world? Behind Xiaoya, Wang Kaiming held a battle knife, exuding a strong killing intent like a god of slaughter, staring intensely at the group with endless murderous intent in his gaze. Beside him, Xiao Zhan, Yu Wenfeng, Zai Zun, Zhao Lingshan, and Zhao Wei also looked furious, trembling all over. Hee, what, you think a bunch of you can rebel? Feng Lun coldly laughed as he looked at the group. Feng Lun, do you really want to be enemies with my Alchemy Pavilion? Xiaoya bit her lip and shouted fiercely. You, can you represent the Alchemy Pavilion? Don't forget, your master doesn't even know if he is dead or alive. Don't bring trouble to your master. Go back inside now and don't make a fool of yourself. Feng Lun stepped forward, heavily stomping his foot, his aura surging, pressing down on Xiaoya. Humph! With a muffled groan, Xiaoya stumbled back 2 steps, her face paling as blood almost spilled from her mouth. Feng Lun, a core elder of the Feng family, a top family in the Imperial City with a cultivation level of early 6th grade martial venerable. Xiaoya, after returning to the Great Wei Dynasty, although she broke through to the 5th grade martial realm, she is only at the mid-stage now. How can she compare with a martial venerable like Feng Lun? And you lot get back? Feng Lun glared coldly at Wang Kaiming and the others. Feng Lun, your Feng family forcing Yu Kaiangsu to marry into your family is too despicable, simply inhumane, Wang Kaiming shouted. Seeking death. Do you think just because you joined the Imperial Star Academy, I won't dare to touch you? Moreover, that Yu Kaiangsu is willingly marrying into my Feng family, hee. In order to save your lives, this girl is truly noble. When she heard that my Feng family was using your lives to threaten her, she immediately complied. Humph! A commoner from the 5 countries marrying into my Feng family is her good fortune for several lifetimes. Feng Lun laughed coldly. These words made Wang Kaiming and the others even angrier, their eyes red. Hee, are you angry now? A bunch of ants from the 5 countries really think that just because you've obtained some inheritance, you're invincible. Feng Lun sneered. I'll say it again. Get back inside now, or don't blame me for being ruthless. You should know that you are merely janitors of the Imperial Star Academy, and even if I kill you, the Academy won't care. No. We must go to the Feng family today to rescue Yu Kaiangsu, Wang Kaiming gritted his teeth. Rescue? Do you have the ability to do that? After saying this, Feng Lun seemed to lose patience, looking at the group of Feng family warriors following him, and coldly ordered, throw them all back inside. Yes, Elder, with sinister laughter. The group of Feng family experts behind Feng Lun took action, their powerful martial venerable strength exploding, and terrifying true energy surged forth, like a blood beast opening its terrifying mouth, indiscriminately attacking. Charge out, Wang Kaiming roared, slashing with his sword. Boom! A fierce sword light carrying a destructive killing intent poured out like a vast ocean, sweeping everything away. Kid, your talent is good, but unfortunately you are too weak. Across from him, a peak late-stage Wuzong with a sinister smile appeared, wielding a sturdy iron staff that instantly crashed down on Wang Kaiming's slashing blade. With a thunderous sound, an endless surge of true power erupted, causing the ground beneath their feet to crack, with countless fissures spreading out like a spider's web. Step, step, step. Wang Kaiming staggered back 3 steps, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. In terms of cultivation, he was only at the early stage of the 5th level. In the Imperial Star Academy, he could be considered a master, able to kill any early stage or even mid-stage Wuzong that came his way. Unfortunately, the opponent he faced was a top expert from the Feng family. The peak late-stage Wuzong was several levels higher in terms of cultivation. Not to mention that the Feng family was one of the top noble families under the Cold family's rule in the Imperial City, with disciples practicing profound techniques of great renown. Get back! After landing a successful hit, the late-stage peak Wuzong laughed again, swinging his staff. The shadow of the staff roared like an enraged dragon and a fierce tiger, traversing the heavens and earth, sweeping everything in its path. This blow aimed to seriously injure Wang Kaiming. Roar! Wang Kaiming howled, his eyes turning crimson. Although he had fallen behind earlier, his aura grew increasingly frenzied. With a roar, he swung his sword once more. Boom, boom, boom! The clash of staff and sword sent terrifying true power ricocheting back. Wang Kaiming continued to retreat, blood spilling from his mouth, yet his momentum resembled a crazed lone wolf, fixated on his prey and unwilling to take a step back. This guy is really a madman. The late-stage peak Wuzong's expression turned ugly. With his cultivation level, he actually couldn't take down a mere early-stage youth. If this got out, how would he stand? Staff sweeps the universe. Roar! With the power of his bloodline surging, the late-stage peak Wuzong's face twisted grotesquely, and in an instant his power doubled. The overwhelming shadow of the staff struck down, instantly shattering the sword light Wang Kaiming had slashed out, then heavily smashing down onto his body. PFF! Wang Kaiming spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as blood seeped from multiple places on his body, continuously retreating. The man wanted to continue his attack. Stop! This person is also one of the 12 strong of the ancient southern capital, possessing astonishing inheritances. Moreover, he is a janitorial student of the Imperial Star Academy. There are too many eyes on him in the Imperial City. Killing him like this would be hard to explain. Feng Lun, who had been standing arrogantly to the side, coldly reprimanded, causing the warrior to halt, merely looking at the blood-soaked Wang Kaiming with disdain. At the same time, several other warriors from the Feng family also made their moves. In just a moment, Xiao Zhan, Yuan Feng, and others were all seriously injured and spat blood, flung away without any power to resist. This time, the Feng family dispatched numerous experts. A group of late-stage and even peak late-stage Wuzong attacking together left even Xiao Zhan and the others, who had significantly increased in strength since arriving at the Dawei dynasty and had broken through to the 5th-level Wuzong realm, powerless to stop them. They crashed heavily to the ground, their bodies in agony, angrily staring at Feng Lun and others, their eyes filled with despair. Nearby, many martial artists who had heard the commotion also gathered along the streets. These people were all from the slums, with the stronger ones being ordinary 5th-level Wuzong, while the weaker ones ranged from mystic level to heaven level. They all stared at the scene in shock, rendered speechless. To them, the Feng family, one of the top noble families in the Imperial City, was like a colossal monster, not something they could offend. For people like them, lowly commoners, offending the other party meant only one outcome: death. He, with this level of strength you dare to resist. If not for certain reasons, I would have killed you all long ago. Someone throw these people into the house. If anyone dares to resist, cripple them, Feng Lun said coldly, his gaze filled with contempt. He then looked at the countless slum dwellers watching from the sides of the street, sneering. Do you see? Commoners are just commoners. You lowly scum living in the slums should never think you can become someone of status. Just be good dogs and get your meals. If you disobey, your legs will be broken. Upon hearing this, the crowd from the slums was furious, each clenching their fists, their eyes nearly spitting fire. What? Are you not convinced? Feng Lun's gaze turned icy, sweeping over everyone like a chilling wind. The previously angry atmosphere was instantly swept away by this frigid aura. The hundreds present were all forced to lower their heads under Feng Lun's glare, lacking the courage to look him in the eye. A lowly ant is just a lowly ant. Never think you can become a phoenix, Feng Lun taunted. At this moment, several of his subordinates were also moving towards the furious Wang Kaiming and his group. Feng Lun, stop! Xiao shouted angrily as she rushed forward. Humph, do you really think I won't dare to touch you? Feng Lun's eyes turned cold as he struck out with a palm. The true power of a sixth-level Wuzun instantly coalesced, and with a loud bang, Xiaoya was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Feng Lun's icy gaze rested on her as he coldly stated, "Xiaoya, I am only letting you off this time for the sake of the alchemy pavilion. Don't be ungrateful. This matter is an internal affair of my Feng family. If you dare to meddle again, don't blame me for being merciless." Xiaoya looked at Feng Lun with rage, as well as at Wang Kaiming and the others who had been grievously injured by many Feng family experts. Her eyes filled with intense pain. It was all her fault for bringing Yu Kaiangsu, Xiao Zhan, and the others here. If she hadn't brought them to the Imperial City, such a thing might not have happened. She thought that relying on the alchemy pavilion could protect Yu Kaiangsu and the others, but now she realized how naive she was. The events unfolding here were unbeknownst to Qin Chen, who was currently heading towards the slum. Now, he and the black slave had already arrived at the outskirts of the slum. Is this the Imperial City slum? Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Qin Chen felt a sharp pang in his heart. What kind of place is this? Sewage flowed everywhere, a stench filled the air, and scattered shanties were built all over. This was no place for humans to live. It was even worse than dog kennels or pigsties. Yu Kaiangsu and the others actually lived in this place? Qin Chen's heart turned cold. Although the five nations were extremely weak, after all, Yu Kaiangsu was the young lady of the Lingtian sect, and Zixun and Zhao Lingshan were also princesses and county lords of Duchy. How could they have ever lived in such a place? How had they spent these months? Just thinking about it, Qin Chen felt a chill in his heart. Since I've come, I can't let them suffer, he silently vowed, and with that, Qin Chen quickly entered the slum with the black slave. Just as he was about to inquire, he suddenly felt a wave of true power emanating from deep within the slum. A sixth-level Wuzun? Qin Chen was taken aback. That wave of energy was clearly from a sixth-level Wuzun. But how could there be Wuzun-level experts appearing in the slum? Let's go, let's check it out. Feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, Qin Chen spoke in a low voice, leading the black slave swiftly towards the source of the energy pulse. In front of the dilapidated house, the many experts from the Feng family had Wang Kaiming and the others firmly contained within an extremely small area. I say, why must you all be so stubborn? You should know what the Feng family desires. As long as Yu Kaiangsu marries into the Feng family, our family will naturally protect all of you. As you all know, the Feng family is just a small part of those watching you. Currently, in the entire Dawei dynasty, which force doesn't pay attention to you? Even if you manage to escape the Feng family's grasp, can you escape from the clutches of all the forces in the Dawei dynasty? Feng Lun looked coldly at the bloodied Wang Kaiming and the others. So as they say, those who know current affairs are true heroes. As long as you obediently hand over what the Feng family wants, I guarantee that the Feng family will protect you specially in the future, without the annoyance of other forces. Feng Lun said with a sincere smile on his face. I spit. Wang Kaiming spat a mouthful of bloody saliva onto Feng Lun, angrily saying, You Feng family uses despicable methods to coerce Yu Kaiangsu, and you think you can deceive us. Dream on. Everyone's expression was filled with anger. They all knew what the opposing side wanted, which was merely the inheritance manuals obtained from the ancient South City by Wang Kaiming, Yu Wenfeng, and Yu Kaiangsu. When this news reached the royal city of the Dawei dynasty, many forces within the royal city were alarmed as well. If it weren't for Xiaoya and the others' intervention, and with them becoming errand students of the Imperial Star Academy, they would have likely been abducted by other forces long ago. Not to mention the Lixian sect, which had not yet found Qin Chen, would have loved nothing more than to skin them alive. Hee, you have some backbone? Feng Lun chuckled, glancing at the saliva on him, a sharp glint suddenly flashing in his eyes. Bang, he kicked out, instantly grinding Wang Kaiming's head into the ground, and his expression turned extremely ferocious. Do you have the guts? Useless trash! Feng Lun pressed down hard, his face contorted, eyes filled with rage and cruelty as he stomped Wang Kaiming's head deep into the ground. The filthy things on the ground mixed with Wang Kaiming's blood made him look extremely miserable, blood continuously spilling from the corners of his mouth. Wang Kaiming! Everyone exclaimed, watching Wang Kaiming's tragic appearance, tears of pain streaming down their faces. They hated their own lack of strength, being bullied by the other side, yet powerless to fight back. Hee, you have some spirit, but what I dislike the most is the spirit of weaklings like you. Kneel and beg for mercy. If you beg for mercy, I will let you go. Feng Lun continued to grind Wang Kaiming's head into the floor, grinning maliciously. That cruel act made everyone watching gasp in horror, their eyes filled with fear. If it were them, they could not endure such pain. But Wang Kaiming gritted his teeth, not even letting out a groan, only roaring, You beast, if you have the guts, kill me. Do you think I dare not kill you? Feng Lun's expression became increasingly sinister as he suddenly glanced at Princess Zixun and Zhao Lingshan nearby, his eyes revealing a hint of lewdness. "Come here, bring those two over." Feng Lun suddenly let out a sinister laugh. "Yes." Two experts immediately stepped forward, dragging Zixun and Lingshan out. "What do you want?" Zhao shouted angrily. The others were also filled with rage, their teeth clenched so hard that blood flowed. "What do I want?" Feng Lun grinned at Zixun and Lingshan, lewdly saying, "Tusk, tusk, tusk, truly two great beauties. Not inferior to the one young master is fond of. Today, young master is in great joy with limitless spring light, yet I am sent to guard you useless ones. If I don't sneak a taste, wouldn't that be a huge loss?" Hee ha ha ha. Everyone's faces changed. Feng Lun was simply worse than a beast, each pair of eyes filled with anger and horror. The many martial artists from the Feng family, however, began to grin, their eyes full of lewd delight. One of the martial artists even lewdly laughed. "Elder Feng Lun, if you've had your fun, why not let us have a turn as well? Let's have some fun." "Ha ha ha, rest assured, what I have will not lack for you. Bring these two up." The two Feng family martial artists who were holding Zixun and Lingshan immediately pulled the two of them forward. "Let us go!" Zixun and Lingshan's expressions changed drastically as they struggled in anger. "Hee, quite strong, but the stronger you are, the more enjoyable it will be, hee." The martial artists holding the two became increasingly excited, their bodies heating up. "Let go of Princess Zixun and Miss Lingshan." Zhao Zhan's eyes filled with rage. He crazily charged forward, but before he could get close to Feng Lun suddenly kicked out. With a crack, the sound of bones shattering rang clear, and Zhao Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood, heavily falling to the ground, his body twisted. Yet he still glared at Feng Lun with fury, tears of pain streaming from his eyes. As the guardian of the Duchy Kingdom, he had never felt so helpless. The princess and miss he protected were about to be defiled, and he had no way to stop it. Why was heaven so unfair? Feng Lun coldly glanced at Zhao Zhan, sneering, "Such a spoilsport. This guy seems to be a top expert from the 5 nations, huh?" A mere initial stage Wuzong can also be called a top expert. It's simply laughable. "Someone kill him. This person is not an errand student of the Imperial Star Academy, and no one will say anything." "Yes, Elder." A Feng family expert grinned and stepped forward, swinging his battle knife down towards Zhao Zhan. "No." Zixun and the others screamed in pain, tears flowing from the corners of their eyes, but they were powerless, only able to watch as the battle knife rapidly swung towards Zhao Zhan's neck. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect the princess and the miss." Tears filled Zhao Zhan's eyes, his gaze filled with despair, as the battle knife was about to strike Zhao Zhan. Suddenly, "Stop!" A voice filled with endless anger roared out, booming like thunder, instantly resonating in everyone's minds. Immediately after, whoosh! A sharp sword light almost simultaneously swept in. With a clang, it instantly knocked the battle knife that was about to chop down on Zhao Zhan aside. "Who is it?" Everyone was startled, turning to look in the direction of the sword light. They saw 2 streaks of light rapidly approaching from the distance. It was none other than Qin Chen and the black slave, rushing over frantically. At this moment, however, Qin Chen radiated an icy aura, his eyes bloodshot. The cold momentum around him felt like an everlasting glacier, making people feel an unprecedented chill. Swish, swish, in the blink of an eye, Qin Chen and the black slave arrived at the front of the crowd. "Qin Chen!" Zixun and the others were in a daze, never expecting that it would be Qin Chen who arrived at this moment. For some reason, tears could not stop flowing down. Looking at Wang Kaiming and the others, who were covered in blood and in dire straits, Qin Chen's gaze was colder than ever. An inferno of rage erupted within him like a volcanic eruption. Anger and unprecedented rage, that anger blocked tightly in Qin Chen's chest, like a lit barrel of explosives with no place to vent. "I'm sorry I'm late," the self-reproaching voice echoed in this world, shaking the hearts of everyone. "I'm sorry," only a few words represent Qin Chen's current feelings. Self-blame. He went to Heizhao City to break the shackles, and it has been a long time, but he never expected that Wang Kaiming and the others would be suffering here. He had imagined things too naively. Even with Zhao Ye and Mu Lengfeng around, the Alchemy Pavilion is ultimately just a neutral external force. While it has some deterrence in the imperial city of the Dawi dynasty, it lacks sufficient authority. How could they protect Wang Kaiming and the others who possess precious treasures? He should have come earlier. The only thing he can be thankful for is that it is not too late for him to arrive now. With a cold glance at Feng Lun, the murderous intent in Qin Chen's eyes surged. But then he looked towards the injured Wang Kaiming and the others, and his originally furious gaze suddenly softened. "Everyone, don't worry, I have arrived. From today onwards, no one can step on our heads." A chilling aura emanated from Qin Chen, and his eyes instantly turned icy. His words were heavy, each word like a giant hammer, striking heavily on everyone's hearts, buzzing and echoing with overwhelming force. Suddenly Feng Lun laughed, his laughter filled with disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. Where did this brat come from boasting here, seeking death? He looked coldly at Qin Chen, his gaze gradually growing colder. To be honest, when Qin Chen suddenly appeared earlier, it did catch him off guard, but now that he has come to his senses, all that filled his heart was disdain. Just a boy in his teens, who does he think he is? The prince of the Dawi dynasty? His words are so arrogant. Wait, Qin Chen? Suddenly, Feng Lun recalled the earlier titles used by Xiao Zhan and the others. A cold glint shot from his eyes. You are the one who won the ancient South City Assessment Championship and killed Ji Xuan from the Liuxian Sect in the ancient South City ruins, right? In that moment, Feng Lun's blood raced, unable to contain his excitement. How could he not have heard of Qin Chen's great name? The culprit that the Liuxian Sect had been pursuing relentlessly, who defeated the three top talents of Xunju, won the championship of the ancient South City Assessment, and received the highest rewards as the young man from the Five Kingdoms. It can be said that now half of the top powers in the Dawi dynasty are searching for this young man, wanting to seize the ancient South City legacy from him. However, this child mysteriously disappeared after the ancient South City assessment, and no one had any news of him. Who would have thought he would suddenly appear in the Imperial City? That's right, it's me, Qin Chen coldly replied, not denying it. It really is you. Feng Lun's breath quickened, his eyes lighting up instantly. This truly is like walking through iron shoes without finding anything, yet getting what he wanted effortlessly. The legacy techniques on Qin Chen are things even the high-ranking families like his Feng family are coveting and searching for frantically. Ha, good kid. Since you've come, let's stay together. It seems that this time, the heavens are favoring my Feng family. We are about to rise. Feng Lun laughed excitedly and suddenly waved his hand to his subordinates beside him. Take him down? Yes. The martial artists around Feng Lun had long been impatient, and upon receiving the order, they sneered, with the foremost one immediately lunging towards Qin Chen. Kid, just lie down for me? That peak 5th-level Wuzong flipped his palm, his true energy shining, brewing a powerful attack that transformed into a sea of palm shadows, crashing towards Qin Chen. The rumbling sound of crushing came, representing the overwhelming true energy of the peak 5th level. And many around, although not under the cover of the palm shadows, were still pressured by the astonishing aura. Unable to move, their hearts racing, faces filled with horror. The strength of the Feng family's experts truly lived up to their reputation as a top family. Although they were arrogant, they indeed had the qualifications to be so. Qin Chen! Seeing Qin Chen covered by endless palm shadows, Xiao Zhan and the others, who were still excited moments ago, suddenly turned ashen and cried out. They understood Qin Chen's strength well. He had never disappointed them during the Five Kingdoms period. But now he was facing the top family of the Dawi dynasty, the Feng family, a powerful force that was no weaker than the Liuxian sect, and in comparison they were only stronger. Now here with many Wuzong experts from the Feng family, and even Feng Lun, a 6th-level Wuzong expert. No matter how astonishing Qin Chen's talent was, what waves could he possibly stir? In that moment, Xiao Zhan and the others lost any excitement they had, filled only with fear and regret, even hoping that Qin Chen had never appeared. But that was clearly impossible. They could only hope that Qin Chen could react in time and escape. But what left them despairing was that under the powerful attack of the Feng family's Wuzong, Qin Chen seemed to be foolish, standing dazedly in place, motionless, watching that terrifying attack descend upon him. He turns out he's an idiot. This guy got the championship in the ancient South City? That can't be right. The Wuzong from the Feng family, seeing Qin Chen unmoving, could not help but exclaim in shock. He had thought that Qin Chen had some remarkable qualities, hence going all out right from the start. But now it appeared he was overly cautious. This kid was merely ordinary. Just as his palm shadow was about to cover Qin Chen, at that moment, Qin Chen finally moved. He raised his head, and a gaze like a stunning phoenix shot forth. Then everyone saw Qin Chen suddenly raise his hand and grasp into the void. With a thunderous sound, a terrifying giant palm shadow seemed to emerge from the void, directly smashing towards the body of the attacking Wuzong. The rumbling sound of crushing echoed. The Wuzong's face turned as pale as paper the moment he saw the palm imprint appear. With a loud crack, his palm shadow was instantly crushed by that terrifying claw, and then the horrifying claw descended, directly pinning him to the ground, his true energy solidifying, unable to move even a little. How is that possible? Stop! Impudence! The others from the Feng family saw this scene and shouted loudly. Even Feng Lun's expression stiffened in shock. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Qin Chen's cold gaze sweeping towards them. What a pair of indifferent eyes, like the Reaper coming from hell, an icy storm sweeping through the space. Wherever his gaze passed, everyone felt the anger emanating from Qin Chen. At that moment, the cold light shooting from his profound eyes subtly revealed an unparalleled sharpness. The pinned Wuzong felt a suffocating sensation. He could not imagine that Qin Chen could be so powerful. It was simply horrifying. Was this really a boy in his teens? No matter who you are, no matter what identity you hold, if you dare to attack my friend Qin Chen, be prepared to die. Black slave, kill them, leave not one alive. Qin Chen spoke coldly, then the giant palm imprint directly descended with a splatter. The Feng family's Wuzong pin down let out a miserable scream and was instantly turned to dust, becoming a pool of blood. Underling Black Slave is willing to go through fire and water for the master, never hesitating. Behind Qin Chen, a figure in a cloak slowly walked out. Raising his head, the dark eyes under the cloak emitted a chilling, malicious light, the icy aura freezing everyone's hearts, and with a creepy laugh, the Black Slave transformed into a shadow dashing towards Feng Lun and the others. Zixun and the others stood not far from Qin Chen, completely stunned by the scene before them. Qin Chen, he was actually this powerful? You are being unreasonable, looking for death. The members of the Feng family were outraged, each of them bursting into action. Although Qin Chen was formidable, he was just a teenager under 20. They didn't fear him too much. What they cared about the most was the Black Slave who had emerged from behind Qin Chen. At the moment the Black Slave lunged forward, several experts from the Feng family charged in. Kill! One of the peak late-stage 5th-level experts was the first to attack, rushing towards the Black Slave. A terrifying golden blade light appeared in the void, seeming sharp enough to cut everything in its path. Jai Jai! A cold chuckle rang out as the Black Slave produced a frosty long spear. With a swoosh, the spear danced like a dragon, and spear shadows fell, enveloping the space with an incomparably terrifying killing intent. What? Everyone was astonished. The spear shadows froze the blood of those who watched. Under that aura, several Feng family experts were cut down in an instant, their combat energies shredded, their figures falling like splintered wood. Altogether, kill those two! Feng Lun's gaze was icy, angrily shouting, but his expression was extremely grave as he stared intently at the Black Slave, who exuded a chilling aura. He couldn't see through the Black Slave's cultivation. Yes, go, kill them. We have so many people, how can we fear just those two? The remaining Feng experts launched a combined assault, a torrent of battle energy surging forth. The Black Slave laughed, his body turning into a streak of black light. Spear shadows descended like a bitter winter, and one after another the Feng family's peak late-stage 5th level Wuzong were struck down by that merciless spear might. In moments the defenders were annihilated, their formations shattered, their corpses scattered. Die! Amid the chaos, Feng Lun took advantage of the distraction, appearing behind the Black Slave and striking with a hidden palm, hoping to end the matter in a sneak attack. Be careful! The crowd gasped as the palm shadows enveloped the Black Slave, carrying overwhelming force. For a breath, everyone thought the sneak attack had succeeded. Boom! A spear shadow pierced through the palm storm, shattering Feng Lun's assault. The Black Slave stepped out from the dissipating force, holding the frosty long spear like a demon god, a cold smile on his face. You are not a 6th-level initial stage Wu Zun. Feng Lun's face drained of blood as the Black Slave's aura rolled like an ocean. Panic seized him, he tried to flee. Think you can escape? The Black Slave sneered, brilliance coursing through the spear. Explode. The frosty long spear flared with runic light and descended. Feng Lun froze, eyes wide with shock and fury, then with a roar he was torn apart, exploding into a mist of blood. In that brief span all the Feng family's experts, including Feng Lun, had been annihilated. The Black Slave's black light faded. He collected the fallen storage rings and returned to Qin Chen's side, bowing his head as he handed them over. Young Master Chen, I have fulfilled my mission. He lowered his head, respectful and simple like a servant addressing his master. At this moment everyone was stunned, horrified at the scene before them, their lips trembling, all in a daze, staring blankly at the carnage. Especially Xiao Zhan and the others, who were dumbfounded as they looked at the corpses of the Feng family experts, speechless. Each of those experts had been terrifyingly strong, capable of sweeping away all of them. Yet now they had perished so swiftly. The only thought in everyone's mind was, who exactly was the cloaked figure beside Qin Chen? How could he be so terrifying? Is everyone all right? With a flicker of his figure, Qin Chen appeared beside everyone. He was the first to support Wang Kaiming, sensing the injuries on his body. He quickly took out healing elixirs and fed one to Wang Kaiming, then checked Xiao Zhan and the others, making them take healing pills. When Qin Chen reached Zai Zun and Zhao Lingshan, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. The two accepted the pills and tears welled in their eyes. If it weren't for Qin Chen's arrival, they could hardly imagine what they would have faced. What exactly happened? Qin Chen's face was grim as he came before Xiao Ya. The elixirs he produced were formulated using spiritual herbs from the Black Death swamp ruins of extremely high quality. A warm current flowed through everyone's bodies. Their injuries healed significantly in moments. Except for broken bones that needed time, they were essentially whole. Xiao Ya's face showed embarrassment and pain. Back in ancient South City, she and her senior brother Mu Lengfeng had advised Qin Chen to bring Wang Kaiming and the others to the imperial capital and get them into the Imperial Star Academy to prevent the Liuxian sect from acting against them. But things had gone badly. Qin Chen, our original plan was to use the status of the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Sacred Land to allow Wang Kaiming and the others to gain qualification to enter the Imperial Star Academy, thus receiving protection. Unfortunately, there were issues during the execution, Xiao Ya said. Qin Chen frowned. I came from the Imperial Star Academy, and it was that third Prince Yan Wang who said Wang Kaiming and the others were unqualified. But with the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Sacred Land backing them, that shouldn't have been a problem, right? Xiao Ya's expression turned bitter. The Alchemy Pavilion branch in Dawei does have power, but it is not united. I persuaded my senior brother and master to let you represent us in the alchemy competition to protect them. That quota was precious, and many within the pavilion wanted it. My master trusted me, but after we returned to the Imperial City, he suddenly fell ill, almost to death. Without my master's protection, an elder who opposed him seized the chance and canceled your quota. My senior brother tried to speak for us and was imprisoned. Qin Chen's face darkened. What about President Dongfang Qing and Xiang Wenchen? The Bloodline Sacred Land should be able to protect them. I'm not sure of all the specifics, Xiao Ya said, but Dongfang Qing and their side also faced suppression from the Bloodline Sacred Land, seemingly because they were implicated in the ancient South City affair. The forces interested in ancient South City are not ordinary. She hesitated, then added in a lower voice, there's something else. The Feng family, this slaughter was not just a local matter. The Fengs have been acting as a front. Behind them, it seems they were covering for the Leng family. The words struck like a chill. The Leng family, powerful, shadowed, and with reach into the Imperial City, being behind the Fengs changed everything. By the way, what about Yu Kaingsu? Qin Chen suddenly asked, realizing she was not among those rescued. Everyone's faces darkened, anger and fear mingling. Kaingsu Shi? Xiao Ya's voice trembled. Although they were safe now, Kaingsu remained in danger. Qin Chen's mind raced. If the Feng family were merely a front for the Leng family, and the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Sacred Land had been suppressed over this affair, then the threat reached far into the capital. Kaingsu's absence was a knife at his heart. What exactly is going on? Yin Kaingsu, is it the Feng family? Wang Kaiming said bitterly. Feng family? Qin Chen's gaze turned cold. Is it the Feng family of the royal city? Cheng Shao, I heard that the Feng family is holding a grand wedding today. Could it be? The black slave suddenly spoke up. Wang Kaiming and the others changed their expressions and showed pain, saying, yes, it's the Feng family that is getting married today. The bride is Yin Kaingsu, and the groom is the eldest son of the Feng family, Feng Xiafeng. Yin Kaingsu is getting married? Qin Chen's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. What on earth happened in the royal city? How could Yin Kaingsu marry the eldest son of the Feng family? This is impossible, Wang Kaiming sighed bitterly. Cheng Shao, at that time we arrived at the royal city of the Dawei dynasty under the leadership of Master Xiao Ya and President Dongfang Qing. Originally, Master Xiao Ya was planning to make us formal students of the Imperial Star Academy to avoid being targeted by major forces. However, due to some issues with the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Sacred Land, coupled with the intervention of the third prince of the Dawei dynasty, we could only become errand students of the Imperial Star Academy. Errand students, to put it nicely, are students. To put it bluntly, we are just errand workers at the Imperial Star Academy. However, having this identity is better than having none. Although we are merely errand students, it is still enough to prevent the major forces of the Dawei dynasty from directly targeting us. Nevertheless, despite this, our initial situation was still extremely dire. We often faced bullying in the academy, and we could only endure it. Qin Chen fell silent. Earlier, at the south gate of the Imperial Star Academy, he had already sensed Wang Kaiming and the others' plight from the attitude of those formal students. Life at the Imperial Star Academy must be very difficult. Wang Kaiming continued. At that time, Feng Xiafeng from the Feng family showed us immense kindness, standing up for us several times, driving away the students who bullied us in the academy, and treating us with courtesy. Humph, the Feng family is one of the top families in the royal city, the most renowned family under the Leng family, and has always looked down on others. How could they show kindness to you disciples from the 5 nations? They must have ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, the black slave suddenly sneered. Wang Kaiming looked at the black slave in astonishment and forced a smile. At that time, we didn't understand the situation. Looking back now, it indeed seems that way. In fact, we weren't that naive. We initially didn't believe Feng Feng. However, after several encounters, Feng Feng was always polite and even helped us clash with the Liuxian sect and other forces that had conflicts with us in Gunnan. Over time, we ended up believing him. The Feng family would fall out with the Liuxian sect. At this moment, the black slave sneered again. The Feng family is under the Leng family, one of the 3 major families, and the Leng family has a good relationship with the Ginyuan sect, one of the 3 major sects in the dynasty's sect alliance. I have heard that the Liuxian sect has some connections with the Ginyuan sect. If these 2 forces were to fall out, that would be strange. Wang Kaiming and the others looked at the black slave in amazement. They recognized him as a powerful individual who had previously attempted to attack them in Gunnan. They did not know why he was now following Qin Chen, but this person seemed too knowledgeable about the relationships between the major forces in the royal city. Even Heizhao looked at the black slave in surprise. To be honest, her master is an elder at the alchemy pavilion in the royal city and has been there for 2 years, but she also didn't know the relationship between the Liuxian sect and the Feng family. Yet this cloaked man, with just a few words, revealed the hidden connections between these 2 major forces, leaving Heizhao in shock. Who exactly is this person? Qin Chen also glanced at the black slave. It seemed his speculation was correct. The black slave should have lived in the royal city of the Dawei dynasty before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a clear understanding of the forces there. Wang Kaiming gritted his teeth and said, "What you said is correct. Furthermore, the Feng family and the Liuxian sect are in cahoots. At that time, we didn't realize it at all, and after a few conflicts between the Liuxian sect and the Feng family, we actually believed it. With the Feng family's help, we faced less bullying, and gradually we ended up getting along with Feng Feng, even occasionally exchanging ideas. Not long ago, Feng Feng invited us to his Feng family to discuss some matters. We actually believed him. However, upon arriving at the Feng family, he took Yin Kaiangsu aside and said he wanted to discuss something. We didn't think much of it at first, but when we were about to leave, we discovered that Yin Kaiangsu had been imprisoned by the Feng family. Naturally, we argued with them and even clashed, but we were no match for the Feng family and were directly driven out. So, Yin Kaiangsu was forcibly kept by the Feng family? Qin Chen said coldly. The Feng family claims that Yin Kaiangsu stayed voluntarily, but they wouldn't let us see her at all. With Yin Kaiangsu's character, how could she possibly do such a thing? After being driven out of the Feng family, we kept trying to find ways to rescue Yin Kaiangsu. We believed that the Feng family imprisoned her for the inheritance secrets she possessed. But unexpectedly, 2 days ago, news broke that Feng Feng was going to marry Yin Kaiangsu. How could this be possible? Wang Kaiming's fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth. How could Yin Kaiangsu possibly fancy that guy Feng Feng? Today, we were preparing to go to the Feng family to rescue Yin Kaiangsu. We didn't expect that the Feng family would send Feng Lun and these experts to block us here, completely denying us the opportunity to go to the Feng family. If it wasn't for your timely arrival, Cheng Shao, we might have been in grave danger. From Feng Lun, we also learned that Yin Kaiangsu was forced to agree to the Feng family for our safety. Now we are most worried that, given Yin Kaiangsu's character, she could never marry Feng Feng. Will there be any unexpected incidents at today's wedding? Everyone's faces were filled with deep concern. With Yin Kaiangsu's character, although she was forced to agree to stay with the Feng family for everyone's safety, she would definitely never marry Feng Feng. This raised too many worries about the outcome. Damn Feng family! Qin Chen's gaze turned cold. After hearing this, he finally understood the whole situation. The Feng family actually did such despicable things. Cheng Shao, I've understood the course of events, but I estimate that the matter regarding Yin Kaiangsu doesn't solely concern the Feng family, the black slave suddenly said. What do you mean? The Feng family should only be a surface force. In fact, behind them should be the Leng family, which represents the top family forces of the royal city. Their ultimate goal is likely to get the inheritance secrets that Yin Kaiangsu obtained from Gunnan. By marrying Yin Kaiangsu into the Feng family, this secret naturally belongs to the Leng family lineage. Even a top family like the Leng family wouldn't dare to directly act against Yin Kaiangsu, so they are using this kind of tactic to obtain the inheritance secrets. As the black slave spoke, he suddenly glanced at Wang Kaiming and Yuan Feng, indifferent as he said, If I'm not mistaken, the inheritance manuals on them have likely already caught the attention of certain forces. These forces must have reached some sort of compromise, and once the matter with Yu Kaiangsu is over, they will surely be the next to face trouble. Wang Kaiming and the others narrowed their eyes. So it was still the trouble caused by the inheritance of the ancient southern capital? I don't care what is behind this. Black slave, you should know the location of the Feng family. Take me there immediately. I want to bring Yu Kaiangsu back unharmed. Qin Chen's eyes shot out a cold light, speaking like a descending god of death. Understood. Immediately, the black slave took Qin Chen and swiftly flew toward the west city. In the southern city of the royal capital, at the Feng family's residence, colorful banners fluttered and red lanterns hung high. Outside the Feng family residence, it was bustling with activity. Both sides of the street had already been dressed up with joyous decorations, creating a festive atmosphere. Ha! Congratulations, congratulations! Congratulations to the Feng family for their great joy. A small gift, please accept it as a token of respect. The Feng family is one of the top families in the Great Wei dynasty and is quite famous in the royal capital. Therefore, the wedding of the young master of the Feng family attracted countless guests to offer their congratulations. Among them were heads of various families from the royal capital, as well as stewards from major forces, coming and going in an endless stream. Everyone, please come inside. The stewards of the Feng family stood at the entrance, all smiles as they welcomed their guests, creating a lively scene. It was nearly noon, and the hall of the residence was already filled with guests, many of whom were looking at the main wedding platform being set up in front, discussing among themselves. The young master Feng Feng is a rare genius of the Feng family in 100 years. He joined the Emperor Star Academy at 19 and is now only 23, yet he has already reached the mid-stage of the Wuzang. His future achievements will likely surpass those of the Feng family head. Rumor has it that Feng Feng is the next head of the Feng family, and the bride is said to be one of those disciples from the 5 nations. Although the rumors are quite stunning, it's hard to understand why the young master of the Feng family would marry a woman from the 5 nations. Do you really not understand? I have heard that this woman is extraordinary. She is one of the 12 elites during the inheritance of the ancient southern capital. It is said that people like Sidu Sheng from the Wukong Sect received medium-level Earth-stage martial arts inheritances, and this woman likely received at least a medium-level Earth-stage technique, if not higher. The Feng family must be interested in the inheritance she possesses. SHH, you can't speak carelessly. Someone beside them showed a shocked expression. What can't be said? These people from the 5 nations have come to the royal capital. To be honest, which force in the Great Wei dynasty isn't watching them? And that Yu Kaiangsu seems to be the highest ranked among them. Although the Feng family is a top family, how could they possibly take this woman from the hands of the Sect alliance and major families? Behind it, if there's no shadow of the Leng family, I wouldn't believe it. Are you looking for death? An old man beside them turned pale, extremely angry. What kind of force is the Leng family? Although they are the heads of some small families in the royal capital, once faced with the Leng family, they would likely be annihilated in an instant. All right, don't be nervous. I don't want to die just yet, so I won't mention this anymore. The old man, seeing his friend so horrified, immediately smiled and said, in fact, not only they, but many of the forces who had come to offer congratulations were also secretly discussing among themselves. At that moment, the crowd suddenly became noisy as a group of figures stepped up beside the main wedding platform. The leader was a middle-aged man with brown hair, his expression stern and imposing. It was the current head of the Feng family, Feng Cheng. Following Feng Cheng, there were 2 figures, one dressed in golden clothing, handsome and elegant, was the groom, Feng Feng. Beside Feng Feng was an extraordinarily graceful woman in a purple long dress, wearing a purple phoenix crown, stunningly beautiful. What a beautiful woman! It seems the rumors are true. That woman from the 5 nations is indeed stunning. Even in the Great Wei dynasty, there are few who can surpass her, let alone possessing such a shocking inheritance and incredible talent. So beautiful. This woman indeed has a noble aura. Her purple attire adds to her celestial charm, like a fairy descending from the heavens. The Feng family young master truly has good taste to marry such a beautiful woman. If I were the groom, how wonderful it would be. For such a stunning woman, if I could spend the rest of my life with her, giving up martial arts would be nothing. Upon seeing the unparalleled beauty surrounded by purple light, the crowd couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. It was no wonder the young master of the Feng family had such a beautiful woman, so hard to find. Even many women in the crowd felt a sense of jealousy, feeling inferior in front of such a stunning girl. What a beauty! The Feng family is truly lucky. No wonder Feng Feng wants to marry her. The crowd sighed in admiration. Initially, they didn't understand why the Feng family would choose this method to acquire the inheritance from this woman, but now it was clear. No wonder the young master of the Feng family was determined to marry her. Such beauty was truly worthy of Feng Xiafeng's status, perhaps even surpassing it. "All right, everyone quiet down." At this moment, Feng Cheng spoke lightly, and the murmurs gradually subsided as everyone's gaze fell on Feng Cheng at the main wedding platform. Feng Cheng cupped his hands toward the crowd, saying, "Today is my son's wedding day. I, Feng Cheng, would like to thank all the friends who have come to offer congratulations. Thank you for being here to witness our Feng family's joyous occasion." "Haha, head of the Feng family is too polite." From the main table below, a voice filled with a faint smile emerged. It was a middle-aged man with an eagle-like face, none other than Hua Sheng, the deputy leader of the Liu Xian sect and father of Hua Tiandu. "Indeed, congratulations to the head of the Feng family for finding such a daughter-in-law. It's a cause for celebration. Congratulations, congratulations." The people at the main table were all of remarkable status, smiling as they spoke. They all knew the purpose behind this grand wedding and that some among them would gain considerable benefits from it. "Thank you all for your kind wishes. Soon, it will be the auspicious hour when my son will marry this woman. You all witness the joy of my Feng family. I am truly grateful." Feng Cheng bowed slightly, his smile warm. No one noticed that behind Feng Cheng, the unparalleled beauty surrounded by purple light had her head lowered, revealing a hint of despair in her eyes. Previously, the Feng family had been pressing her. If she didn't agree to marry Feng Xiafeng, they would let him humiliate her purity and threaten her with the lives of Wang Kaiming and others. She had no choice but to agree to keep her chastity intact until now, without allowing Feng Xiafeng to touch her in any way. However, at this moment, she could no longer pretend. It wouldn't be long before she and Feng Xiafeng would have to pay their vows under the watchful eyes of so many. No way. In Yu Kangsu's view, the wedding was the most sacred of matters. Even if she were to die, she would not want a vow with Feng Xiafeng. That would be an insult, a desecration to her. "I hope everyone is well. This is all I can do." In her heart full of despair, tears slipped from the corners of Yu Kangsu's eyes, and in her gaze was a resolute determination to face death. Feng Xiafeng looked at Yu Kangsu beside him, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Beautiful, so beautiful. From the first time he laid eyes on Yu Kangsu, he was deeply attracted to her. Compared to Zai Zun and Zhao Lingshan, Yu Kangsu had a cold and aloof demeanor, giving off a feeling of being untouchable from a distance, which further intrigued a man like Feng Xiafeng. As the young master of the Feng family, Feng Xiafeng had been with countless women, too many to count, yet he had never encountered such an enchanting woman. Even though she was hired as a servant student at the Imperial Star Academy, her temperament far surpassed that of the formal students. Moreover, Yu Kangsu was one of the top 12 in the Ancient Nandu Grand Competition, possessing the astonishing legacy of Ancient Nandu. It was rumored that her achievements, at that time, were only slightly behind the major talents of Xuanzhu. Such accomplishments only deepened Feng Xiafeng's attraction to her. During the days of imprisoning Yu Kangsu, Feng Xiafeng suppressed the restlessness within him for this day, the day of their grand wedding, to openly take her virginity. Now, as the wedding approached, the impulse in Feng Xiafeng's heart grew stronger. "Soon, it won't be long now, this woman will become mine. How wonderful it shall be." Feng Xiafeng smiled, his eyes shining brightly. "The auspicious time has come, you two worship the heavens and earth." At that moment, Feng Cheng glanced at the sky and shouted loudly. Instantly, the sounds of suona and trumpets filled the air, while the prepared singing and dancing troupe under the main wedding platform danced and played, creating a lively atmosphere. Everyone's gaze fell on Feng Xiafeng and Yu Kangsu. "Kangsu, come, let's bow and get married." Feng Xiafeng stepped forward, wanting to take Yu Kangsu's delicate hand, his eyes filled with excitement. However, Yu Kangsu suddenly withdrew her hand, standing there motionless. "Kangsu, have you forgotten the promise you made to me?" Feng Xiafeng's expression turned cold, his voice heavy. "I will not marry you." Finally, the previously silent Yu Kangsu spoke up, and her words caused many to freeze in shock. From Yu Kangsu's words, it seemed she was unwilling to become Feng Xiafeng's wife. Both Feng Cheng and Feng Xiafeng's expressions stiffened, their eyes flashing with cold light. "Kangsu, have you considered the consequences?" Feng Cheng said coldly, his voice laced with threats. "While I am not angry, immediately marry Xiafeng." "I will not marry him," Yu Kangsu reiterated. Then she forcefully pulled off the purple phoenix crown from her head and threw it to the ground. Not only that, but she also tore off the purple wedding robe draped over her, tossing it aside. Without the complicated adornments, her long black hair flowed like satin, smooth and shiny, billowing in the wind. Beneath the purple robe, her white dress danced in the breeze, resembling a fairy who had fallen into the mortal realm. Without the vulgar, luxurious clothing, Yu Kaiengsu not only didn't lose charm, but instead appeared more pure and aloof, her aura like cold ice, like a white lotus, noble and elegant, making it hard for others to gaze upon her. You seem to have forgotten our agreement. Feng Xiaofeng's expression darkened. He didn't expect Yu Kaiengsu to regret at this moment. The so-called agreement is that if I don't marry you, you will kill my friends. Yu Kaiengsu raised her head, coldly looking at Feng Xiaofeng. If this is what you call an agreement, then I do not accept it. Wow! At the words, the crowd erupted in commotion. They had been curious about how the Feng family had managed to get Yu Kaiengsu to agree to marry into their family. Many believed the Feng family had used protection as a condition to persuade Yu Kaiengsu. Yet, they never expected it was through such despicable means, instantly sparking discussions among the crowd. So it turned out that this woman did not wish to marry into the Feng family. Everything was merely the Feng family threatening her with her friends. If she did not marry Feng Xiaofeng, they would kill her friends. This method, one had to say, was quite shameless. The distinguished Feng family was too lowly. Impudent! The surrounding whispers infuriated Feng Cheng, his face turning ashen. In an instant, the aura of a peak initial stage Marshal Venerable swept through like a raging storm, causing Yu Kaiengsu's face to pale, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Yet she still held her head high, like a snow lotus emerging from the mud, unwilling to bow to the evils and impurities of this world. Her icy gaze coldly fixed on Feng Cheng, filled with stubbornness and determination. Good, good, very good, Feng Cheng laughed in fury. Someone take Yu Kaiengsu down. Today she will marry whether she wants it or not. As soon as he finished speaking, several Feng family martial artists stepped forward, their gazes cold as they attempted to grab Yu Kaiengsu's shoulders, intending to force the marriage. Don't come any closer, Yu Kaiengsu shouted coldly, suddenly revealing a dagger in her hand. Under the shocked eyes of the crowd, she pressed the dagger against her throat. Aren't you all coveting the secret inheritance on me? If you take another step forward, I will immediately take my own life, ensuring you get nothing. Feng family head, if I die here, do you think the master behind you will not hold you accountable? Yu Kaiengsu said coldly. Feng Cheng's expression turned extremely ugly. This woman had such a fierce heart. The crowd shuddered at the ruthlessness of her actions. This was a method of mutual destruction. The master of the Feng family surely referred to one of the three great families of the imperial city, the noble Leng family. So, it seemed the Feng family marrying Yu Kaiengsu had the Leng family pulling the strings behind the scene. Although the crowd had long suspected this, when Yu Kaiengsu truly said it, it still shocked everyone. Good, good, I didn't expect you to be this ruthless, Feng Cheng said, his fury beyond measure as he slowly stepped forward. Stop right there, Yu Kaiengsu said coldly, applying pressure with her right hand, a line of blood appearing beneath her fair neck with blood flowing down. Take one more step and I will take my own life here. If that doesn't work, try coming closer, Yu Kaiengsu glared angrily. Looking into Yu Kaiengsu's icy gaze, no one doubted that if Feng Cheng did not comply, she would indeed end her own life here. Do you think that by dying here, you will gain your innocence? Too naive. If you die, believe it or not, I will immediately have the disciples of the Feng family commit unspeakable acts upon your corpse in front of everyone. Don't believe me? You can try, Feng Cheng sneered. The crowd looked at Feng Cheng with shock, horrified by his brutal method. To say that if Yu Kaiengsu dared to end her life here, he would have his disciples violate her corpse in front of everyone, the head of a noble family actually uttering such disgusting words was truly shocking. But the effect was astounding. Yu Kaiengsu's face turned pale, and her right hand holding the dagger trembled. Ding! In the moment she was distracted, Feng Cheng suddenly struck, flicking his fingers to unleash a sharp gust of wind that knocked the dagger from her hand. Then with a palm strike, he sent a force that dispersed the true energy within Yu Kaiengsu, rendering her unable to move. Yu Kaiengsu was shocked and furious but powerless to resist. Take her down to get married, Feng Cheng coldly commanded Feng Xiaofeng. Yes, father. Feng Xiaofeng walked towards Yu Kaiengsu with a cold gaze. In these days, he had shown Yu Kaiengsu utmost respect, not even touching her, hoping to win her heart so that she would willingly marry him. It now seemed he had been thinking too much. Such a cheap woman should just be humiliated directly. There was no need to give her face. Come with me. He grabbed Yu Kaiengsu's arm and said sharply, his gaze icy. Let go of me, Yu Kaiengsu said furiously, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She even wished that someone would kill her at that moment. Humph, pretending to be pure, come here. Feng Xiaofeng forcibly pulled Yu Kaiengsu, making her bow down before him. Dream on, even if I die, I will not marry you, Yu Kaiengsu shouted angrily, refusing to kneel. At this moment, the figure of Qin Chen emerged in her mind, her eyes misty. How she wished to see Qin Chen one last time before she died, but she knew that was simply a luxury for her. Bitch, kneel, Seeing Yu Kaiengsu's dazed expression, Feng Xiafeng's fury surged. This expression clearly showed that Yu Kaiengsu was thinking of another man. He raised his palm and harshly pulled her towards him. Everyone sighed. This woman was too naive, thinking she could resist the Feng family like this. The Feng family became one of the top families in the imperial city, not because of kindness. Kneel! Feng Xiafeng shouted again, channeling his true energy to gradually press Yu Kaiengsu down. He wouldn't believe that, as the young master of the Feng family, he couldn't deal with a single woman, just as Yu Kaiengsu was about to be forced to kneel. Stop! At that moment, a voice like thunder suddenly echoed outside the Feng family residence. The roar was like a thunderclap, with overwhelming pressure that instantly stunned everyone, making their heads buzz. Feng Xiafeng's raised hand trembled violently, and he looked up. In the distance, an astonishing aura of anger was rapidly approaching. Who is it? What do you want? Bold! In the next moment, a series of roars from the guards erupted outside the Feng family residence, followed by a series of screams. Then with a bang, the main gate was kicked open, and a young man in green rushed into the hall like lightning. Following behind him was a cloaked figure, moving in sync as if a servant. Where did this young man come from? What a terrifying aura, so young, yet already a wuzang. The crowd stared at the young man in shock. Who dares to cause trouble in my Feng family? How audacious! An elder from the Feng family shouted angrily, shaking the void. The young man's footsteps paused, but he remained in the center of the crowd, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone, exuding an air of invincibility. This face looks so familiar, the crowd murmured, all shocked to see Qin Chen. Though it was their first time meeting him, he seemed extremely familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before. Let her go. Qin Chen stood proudly among the crowd, treating everyone around him as if they were nothing. He coldly stared at Feng Cheng and Feng Xiafeng on the main stage, saying icily. Qin Chen, Yu Kaiengsu trembled, staring in disbelief at Qin Chen's figure. Qin Chen! Upon hearing this name, everyone shook violently. They finally remembered why this person's face seemed familiar. He was the young man sought after by several major forces like Liuxian Sect, Shan Sect, and Tianying Valley. It's you! With a thunderous sound, a table in front of the main guest area was smashed to pieces. Then Huiseng stood up suddenly, looking at Qin Chen with hatred, his eyes nearly bursting with flames. This brat killed his beloved son Huishen. In his dreams, Huiseng had imagined torturing Qin Chen 1,000 times, but he had not been able to find any trace of him until now. How could he not be furious and shocked upon seeing Qin Chen appear? At this moment, Qin Chen held a mysterious rusty sword, his cold eyes sweeping over everyone like a knife, and he coldly said, Who brought my woman Yu Kaiengsu here? Do you Feng family want to die? His gaze was as sharp as a drawn sword, piercing Feng Xiafeng and Feng Cheng, completely ignoring Huiseng's presence. This scene shook everyone's hearts. Even the martial venerables showed unusual expressions. This person was so arrogant, a fifth-level wuzang dared to be so reckless, even saying the Feng family wanted to die, it was too arrogant. Qin Chen, Yu Kaiengsu stared blankly at Qin Chen, seemingly still unable to believe he would appear before her, muttering softly. It wasn't until Xiao Ye, Wang Kaiming, and the others rushed over that Yu Kaiengsu finally snapped out of her shock. Looking at the people from the 5 nations who had hurried over, the crowd couldn't help but feel excited. Interesting, it seems the Feng family's grand wedding was not going to be as easy as they thought. I'm sorry I'm late and you suffered, Qin Chen said softly to Yu Kaiengsu. Hearing Qin Chen's words, tears fell from the corners of Yu Kaiengsu's eyes once more, but there was also a hint of a smile. With this smile, the world lost its brilliance, and everything lost its color, as if all of heaven and earth had lost its hue. Yu Kaiengsu's beauty was breathtakingly otherworldly. She slowly lifted her foot, walking towards Qin Chen, but suddenly cried out in pain as Feng Xiafeng held her arm tightly and yanked her back. Bitch, get back here! Feng Xiafeng roared, his expression twisted and filled with distortion. Let her go, Qin Chen was furious, speaking harshly. It felt as if a cold wind had swept through the heavens and earth, and the chilling killing intent made everyone's hearts shiver. Feng Xiafeng, you despicable little man, you have forcibly imprisoned Yu Kaiengsu here. She does not want to marry you, yet you still drag her along. Is this imperial city of the Great Wei dynasty truly such a lawless place where good and evil are indistinguishable? Wang Kaiming and others also shouted angrily, scolding him. Today there are so many people present, and everyone can see that the Feng family is shameless, forcibly taking a girl, acting lawlessly. Xiao Ye also shouted coldly. The Feng family, after all, was powerful, and if they could avoid a conflict, they preferred to do so. Their primary goal was to save Yu Kaiengsu. The faces of the Feng family members turned extremely ugly. Today should have been a joyous day for the Feng family, the wedding day of Feng Xiafeng and Yu Kaiengsu. However, now the bride refused to marry the Feng family, and then someone else came to cause trouble. How could the Feng family endure this? In the future, the Feng family would be laughed at in the shadows, their reputation tarnished. Qin Chen and the people of the 5 nations were slapping the Feng family's face in front of all major forces. Are you all finished speaking? Feng Cheng's eyes were icy. Coming to my Feng family to shout and hurt my guards and trying to snatch my Feng family's daughter-in-law, you are so bold. Though my Feng family does not usually like to resort to violence, it seems today it cannot be avoided. Come, capture them all. If anyone resists, death is guaranteed. Feng Cheng shouted, killing intent filling the air, and in an instant, countless Feng family martial artists surged from all around, exuding killing intent as they surrounded Qin Chen and the others. Father, let me handle this. At that moment, Feng Xiafeng suddenly shouted and stepped forward. Xiafeng! Feng Cheng frowned and looked over, and even the others present were shocked, staring at Feng Xiafeng. Father, today is my wedding, yet this person comes here to stir trouble and disrupt my ceremony. I request that you allow me to take action and compete with this brat. Feng Xiafeng stepped forward, his entire body radiating battle intent. He then coldly stared at Qin Chen and said, I heard you are the champion of the ancient southern capital competition, defeating even the 3 great talents of Xuan Prefecture. Do you dare accept my challenge? Feng Xiafeng's gaze was arrogant, showing disdain. Yu Kaiangsu was worried about this guy, Humph, just an ant from the 5 nations. The so-called 3 great talents of Xuan Prefecture would have a hard time even entering the Emperor Star Academy in the Imperial City. How could they compare to me? I will prove to Yu Kaiangsu that the man she cares about is less than waste in front of me. Virtuous nephew, don't be impulsive. It is said that this person's strength is extraordinary. Let me teach him a lesson for you, and also avenge my son Hua Tiandu. Hua Sheng stepped forward, an incredible murderous aura radiating from him, and was about to strike. Suddenly, Feng Cheng shifted and appeared in front of Hua Sheng, blocking him, and said lightly, Vice Sect Master Hua, this person has offended my Feng family today and is our enemy. Let my Feng family handle it. There's no need for you to worry. At this move, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Why was the Feng family competing with the Liuxian sect over this young man? After a brief moment of astonishment, everyone suddenly realized. This child is the champion of the ancient southern capital competition. The inherited secret techniques he possesses are terrifying beyond imagination. Whoever captures him will hold the initiative, and the Feng family naturally would not give such benefits to the Liuxian sect. Xiafeng, then you take action and capture this brat. Remember, just teach him a lesson, don't accidentally kill him. Feng Cheng said coldly. Feng Cheng had great confidence in Feng Xiafeng. Feng Xiafeng was the most gifted member of the Feng family in a century, only 23 years old, and already a mid-stage peak Wuzang. As for Qin Chen, even though his true cultivation was hard to gauge, he only seemed to be a Wuzang. Moreover, it was said that he had only recently broken through to the late Xuan level a few months ago. Even if he obtained an astonishing inheritance, how strong could he become in just a few months? Breaking through to early stage 5 would probably be his limit. Father, do we still leave him a way out? Feng Xiafeng frowned. Who said to give him a way out? This child dared to disrupt my Feng family's wedding. How could he die so easily? Just don't kill him, capture him instead. Feng Cheng reminded. Upon hearing this, many guests sneered. Feng Cheng was indeed cunning. The reason he didn't want to kill the opponent was probably not due to pity, but rather coveting the inheritance on him. However, no one pointed it out. At this moment, many experts of the Feng family had already tightly surrounded Qin Chen and his group. Most of them were fixated on the Black Slave, Zioya, and others, not allowing them to make any moves, while Qin Chen was left to Feng Xiafeng. Brat, today I will let you know the consequences of provoking me, Feng Xiafeng. Coming before Qin Chen, Feng Xiafeng brandished a silver long sword, his gaze icy. Qin Chen looked at him coldly, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. What are you wasting time talking for? Let's fight. Since the other party wanted to act tough, he didn't mind giving him that opportunity. Since you are eager to seek death, then I shall fulfill it. Remember, trash like you from the 5 nations are not even as good as ants in the Imperial City. Feng Xiafeng said arrogantly. As his voice fell, his long sword suddenly raised, and in an instant countless silver threads burst forth in the air, like a vast silver curtain, brilliant and boundless. The sky was filled with silver sword energy, falling like rain, carrying an overwhelming murderous intent that completely enveloped Qin Chen, leaving him nowhere to escape. It's the Feng family's secret technique, silver rain sword technique. No wonder he is the rare top genius of the Feng family in a century. This Feng Xiafeng has such formidable strength. Drifting with the wind into the night, nourishing things silently, silver rain sword, ethereal and formless. This child is in danger now. Seeing the silver rain of swords fill the sky, everyone exclaimed in shock, amazed by Feng Xiafeng's power. Each strand of that silver rain was not weaker than a strike from a mid-stage 5, and it was elusive, making it impossible to catch. Let alone a young man like Qin Chen, even an experienced late-stage Wuzong would likely perish beneath the sword light. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, a smile appeared on Feng Cheng's face. His son was the proudest achievement of his life. At that moment, beneath the sword light, Qin Chen seemed dazed, not moving at all, as if he couldn't catch the direction of the sword light and didn't know how to defend. What a pity! Even if this child has defeated the 3 great talents of Chuan Prefecture, he is still far from being a match for Feng Xiafeng. The crowd sighed, already imagining Qin Chen's upcoming fate. Just as the silver sword light was about to strike Qin Chen, he who had been unmoving suddenly raised his head. His hand casually lifted, and the mysterious rusty sword in his hand seemed to lose its direction, suddenly slashing toward the void ahead. In an instant, a sharp and piercing light flashed, the radiance appearing only for a moment before vanishing without a trace. But what shocked everyone was that the silver rain of swords launched by Feng Xiafeng instantly dissipated. Following that, a shrill scream echoed. Feng Xiafeng's silver longsword had fallen to the ground, blood spraying from his right arm, and his sword-holding right hand had been severed. Wow! The crowd instantly erupted, staring fixedly at Qin Chen not far away, yet still unable to see how Qin Chen had accomplished this. At this moment, Qin Chen stood there, as if he had never moved, but Feng Xiafeng's right arm was indeed severed, lying on the ground. This is your proud asset. This is your strength that you take pride in. If I'm not even as good as an ant, then what about you? What are you? Qin Chen's indifferent words made everyone's hearts shudder again. Feng Xiafeng clutched his right arm, staring in horror at Qin Chen, his face pale and extremely ugly. Qin Chen's words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering his pride in an instant. Xiafeng, Feng Cheng roared, finally waking up, his eyes turning red as he was about to order an attack. But he was faster. Qin Chen was even faster. His figure flickered, and he was already beside Feng Xiafeng, the mysterious rusty sword pressed against his throat. Bring Yu Kaiangsu to me, or I'll kill him with one strike, Qin Chen said coldly, looking at Feng Cheng with icy eyes. How dare you? If you touch a single hair on my son, I will shred you to pieces today. Feng Cheng roared, his body radiating terrifying killing intent. The oppressive aura swept through the entire Feng family residence like a storm. He stared fiercely at Qin Chen, his expression grotesque, eyes bloodshot. He was filled with hatred, hating himself for sending Feng Xiafeng to deal with that kid. The other party had intruded into his Feng family residence. There was no need to give Feng Xiafeng a chance to show off. He should have directly sent multiple Feng family experts to capture him. Now, it had backfired, and instead, Feng Xiafeng had fallen into Qin Chen's hands and was even severely injured. Looking at Feng Xiafeng's broken right arm, Feng Cheng's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Feng Xiafeng was his most proud son, the most outstanding genius of the Feng family in 100 years. But now, with a broken right arm, how much strength could he retain? His future achievements would likely be extremely limited. This kind of loss was not insignificant. It's all your fault, you beach. Feng Cheng furiously glared at Yu Kaiangsu behind him, suddenly grabbing her with one claw, pressing his right hand against her throat, and shouted, "Let go of my son, or I will kill this person immediately. Don't you want to save her? I'll make sure you see a corpse." Feng Cheng had seen all kinds of storms, and he quickly found a way to counterattack, using Yu Kaiangsu to threaten Qin Chen. "You're using her to threaten me?" Qin Chen's gaze turned cold. This Feng Cheng was cunning, but his expression remained unchanged, and a sinister, cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "The person beside you should be the deputy sect master Hua Sheng of the Liuxian sect, right? Didn't the people from the Liuxian sect tell you that I, Qin Chen, fear threats the least?" He slightly dragged the rusty sword in his right hand, and with a whoosh, the skin on Feng Xiafeng's throat was instantly cut open, revealing a blood mark. Fresh blood then oozed from his neck, and Qin Chen said coldly, "Go ahead, you kill Yu Kaiangsu, and I will kill Feng Xiafeng. I will even make your entire Feng family accompany him in death. I keep my word. If you dare, kill Yu Kaiangsu." Qin Chen's voice was crazed, filled with menace. "No, father, save me, please save me. I don't want to die, I beg you, don't kill me." Feeling the coldness at his neck and then the warm blood flowing out, Feng Xiafeng was scared to the point of panic, his lower body going cold. He had actually wet his pants while crying out in terror, tears streaming down his face. Although he was extraordinarily talented, reaching the mid-stage peak of the Wuzong at the age of 23 and having considerable battle experience, the fights he faced as the young master of the Feng family were merely competitions. How could he compare to someone like Qin Chen, who had fought through blood and carnage? He was already frightened to the point of trembling, repeatedly begging for mercy. "You!" Feng Cheng's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect that Qin Chen would be so unthreatened. "Do you think I really wouldn't kill her?" Feng Cheng tightened his grip on Yu Kangsu's throat, applying force, causing her face to turn red, but her gaze remained as clear as a white lotus, stubbornly and coldly looking at Qin Chen, not making a sound. Qin Chen felt rage in his heart, but he knew that at this moment he could not retreat. Retreat meant doom. He couldn't guarantee that his mental storm could control Feng Cheng immediately. If he lost control, Yu Kangsu would inevitably fall into life-threatening danger. "You're asking for death," Qin Chen roared, his eyes turning icy. He gently pushed Feng Xiafeng, and with his right hand holding the sword, he suddenly stabbed toward the back of Feng Xiafeng's heart. The mysterious rusty sword was incredibly sharp. It pierced through Feng Xiafeng's body as if cutting through tofu, directly entering his body, the intense pain spreading throughout Feng Xiafeng in an instant. "No!" Feng Xiafeng screamed in horror, his expression one of shock. At this moment he even thought he was dead. Feng Cheng was also enraged, his body covered in cold sweat. All the guests stood up in shock. At that moment they felt a chill run through their bodies, shivering, truly feeling very cold. Today was supposed to be the wedding day for Feng Xiafeng, the most outstanding young member of the Feng family and the future young master. To be killed at the wedding feast? I, Qin Chen, abhor being threatened the most. Whether you dare to kill Yu Kangsu or not, I don't know, but I'll say it one last time, within 3 breaths, release Yu Kangsu. If not, I will pierce this person's heart with my sword, and we'll all perish together. Feng family head, dare you to gamble? Qin Chen said with a sinister smile, his right hand holding the sword against Feng Xiafeng's heart, blood slowly dripping from the rusty sword. You are being unreasonable. Quickly release the young master. Kid, you're seeking death. Numerous experts from the Feng family glared angrily at this scene, their killing intent boiling, the entire void seeming to be sealed. Still threatening me? Qin Chen let out a cold laugh. The slight sound of the sword rubbing against flesh echoed as one hand held Feng Xiafeng while the other continued to push the sword deeper, reaching toward his heart. This scene looked like a demon to Feng Cheng. Father, save me, please save me, I don't want to die. Feng Xiafeng was so frightened he was practically numb, like a wooden chicken. Earlier he even thought he was dead. Now that he realized he wasn't, the desire to survive overwhelmed everything. I beg you, let me go. Yu Kangsu is yours, I was wrong. I won't dare to imprison her or force her. I'm just an animal, no, I'm even worse than an animal. I just ask you to spare me. As long as you let me go, I promise our Feng family will never trouble you again. I beg you. Feng Xiafeng cried out in pain, even dropping to his knees. This scene made the faces of the Feng family members turn extremely ugly. The dignified young master of the Feng family was such a coward, willing to do anything to survive. In contrast, Yu Kangsu remained silent throughout, a faint, indifferent smile on her lips, as though she saw through everything. The difference was stark. 1, 2, to this scene, Qin Chen pretended not to hear, coldly counting. Feng Cheng's face changed dramatically, looking extremely ugly. Just as Qin Chen reached 3 and his eyes burst with killing intent, he quickly shouted, "Stop! I agree to your terms." After saying this, Feng Cheng felt as if a heavy stone had fallen from his heart. He glared hatefully at Qin Chen and angrily said, "Kid, you want Yu Kangsu. I'll give her to you now, but if you dare to harm my son in the slightest, I will have the entire 5 nations accompany my son in death." Feng Cheng roared. As his words fell, he released Yu Kangsu and angrily shouted, "Get over there!" Yu Kangsu coldly glanced at Feng Cheng, and under the gaze of everyone, calmly walked to Qin Chen's side, neither hurried nor slow. Such composure made everyone present gasp in amazement. Qin Chen, arriving beside Qin Chen, Yu Kangsu looked at him with a serene expression, her eyes filled with pity and concern. "You shouldn't have come," she said calmly. Qin Chen coming here was like placing himself in the midst of 1,000 troops. Yu Kangsu didn't want to see this scene, but deep down, she still felt an inexplicable happiness. "You should go to the side of the head of the Heizhao family." Qin Chen looked at Yu Kangsu, just as he did during the baptism at the blood spirit pool. She was still so beautiful, so stunning and captivating, but the proud expression on her face now added a touch of tenderness. In an instant, he activated the true energy that had been bound by Feng Cheng. Yu Kangsu said nothing more, obediently following Qin Chen's instructions and retreating to the entrance of the mansion, joining Xiao Ye and the others. Feng Cheng coldly watched this scene without intervening. Only after Qin Chen had finished everything did he coldly say, "Now that I have released the person, shouldn't you release my son as well?" His gaze was icy as he stared at Qin Chen. Anyone could see that at this moment, Feng Cheng was filled with rage, only suppressing his anger because Feng Xiafeng was being threatened by Qin Chen. Qin Chen's lips curled into a faint, indifferent smile. Feng family head, don't be anxious. What I Qin have said will naturally count. However, I would like to say a few words to the guests here to congratulate us. Feng Cheng frowned. What was Qin Chen up to? Everyone was also perplexed. What could he possibly say? Qin Chen then addressed all the guests present loudly. Everyone, I Qin, came here today not to disrupt the rules of the Great Wei Dynasty's imperial city, but because the Feng family forcibly took away my woman, threatening Yu Kaiangsu. I had no choice but to personally come here to rescue her from the Feng family. Now that Yu Kaiangsu has been saved by me, I Qin Chen have no intention of continuing animosity with the Feng family. I ask everyone to witness that I willingly release the Feng family's young master, just to establish a good relationship. As long as the Feng family does not trouble me, I also have no intention of causing trouble for the Feng family. Let us all live in peace. Hearing Qin Chen's words, everyone present was stunned. What did Qin Chen mean? Did he want to turn hostility with the Feng family into friendship? The shift in tone was too sudden. Before, Qin Chen had been proud and decisive, defeating Feng Xiafeng with a thunderous method and threatening Feng Cheng. Now that he had saved her, he wanted to live in peace. Was there such a good thing? Not to mention what he was thinking, would the Feng family accept his conditions? That was too naive. Everyone was puzzled while Feng Cheng sneered inwardly. As for the members of the Feng family, their rage ignited. What a joke. Now he wanted to reconcile with them? No way. You've said your piece, now it's time to release my son. Feng Cheng sneered inside, but his face remained impassive. He wouldn't say anything until Feng Xiafeng was rescued. As long as Feng Xiafeng was released, then a glimmer of coldness flickered in Feng Cheng's eyes. Of course, I will now release the young master of the Feng family. As soon as the words fell, Qin Chen suddenly withdrew his long sword, and Feng Xiafeng let out a miserable scream, blood spurting from his back. However, he was oblivious, stumbling towards Feng Cheng. He was already scared and just wanted to get as far away from Qin Chen as possible. Everyone has seen it. I have released the young master of the Feng family. Everyone is happy. Let this matter end here, Qin Chen said, cupping his hands to Feng Cheng. End here? Ha ha ha, good, you want it to end here. You barged into my Feng family's mansion. Do you think you can leave alive today? Feng Cheng roared with a sinister expression, his voice filled with resentment. Qin Chen's expression changed. Feng family head, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Someone take this Qin Chen down, and that group of people from the 5 nations, not a single one is to be let go. Today I want them to come in alive and leave dead. Feng Cheng coldly commanded, waving his hand to a group of guards behind him. Qin Chen shouted angrily, Feng family head, this is the imperial city of the Great Wei Dynasty. Do you dare to kill recklessly? Ha ha ha, what does the imperial city matter? I can kill whoever I want, take them down. Feng Cheng coldly ordered. Nearby, numerous guards from the Feng family had been waiting for the situation to escalate. Hearing Feng Cheng's command, they charged forward angrily. Everyone, you all saw it. It was the Feng family that acted first. This has nothing to do with me, Qin. If the Feng family wants to kill me, I, Qin, can't just sit back and let them do it, right? I hope everyone can serve as a witness for me in the future. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Chen sneered, and then his eyes turned cold again as he said to the black slave beside him, Black slave, act. Kill all the people from the Feng family, leave not a single one alive. Understood, young master. The black slave emerged with a sinister smile, revealing a bloodthirsty and sinister face from beneath his cloak. An icy long spear was instantly swung from his hand. As he thrust it out, a long arc of icy brilliance appeared in the space, enveloping those strong members of the Feng family who charged at them. Countless unmatched spear shadows instantly swept through the group. Puff! A light sound echoed as the silence of the space was shattered. Soon after, a series of sounds rang out ceaselessly. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the martial artists from the Feng family who had charged toward Qin Chen slowly fell one by one, all silent. With a single thrust, dozens of martial artists from the Feng family were obliterated, not one surviving. The crowd was shaken. Dozens of Feng family experts, even ordinary 6th-level martial venerables, would not dare to lightly resist, yet were instantly slaughtered by this cloaked figure. This scene stunned everyone. Kill them all, every last one from the Feng family, leave not a single one behind. Qin Chen said coldly again, pointing at the many experts from the Feng family, his gaze frigid. Yes, the black slave laughed sinisterly, his evil eyes burning like a raging fire. How exciting, just like the scenes of back then. Whoosh! He leaped forward and began a frenzied slaughter against the members of the Feng family. What? The crowd trembled. This Qin Chen was so arrogant, daring to say such things. And that cloaked figure was even more audacious, charging straight in, treating the Feng family members as if they didn't exist, even ignoring the experts from various major powers present. How arrogant must one be to dare act like this? What shocked them even more was Qin Chen's attitude. He was slaughtering the entire Feng family, and yet just a moment ago, he was the one who wanted to turn hostility into friendship with them. Arrogant, I want to see how you slaughter my Feng family today. Feng Cheng, the head of the Feng family, was nearly exploding with anger as he looked at the corpses of dozens of Feng family martial artists, roaring in fury. Everyone listen up. Except for Qin Chen, Yu Kaiangsu, Wang Kaiming, and Yu Wenfeng, leave not a single one of the remaining disciples from the 5 nations alive. Amid the roar, Feng Cheng soared into the air, madly charging toward Qin Chen. Meanwhile, at another location in the Feng family, several peak early-stage 6th-level martial venerables, along with many martial Zhang experts, instantly rushed toward the black slave. -693, kill! Like thunder, the Feng family's strongest roared, their cultivations exploding outward as they surged forward with crushing pressure. 2 or 3 were at the early stage of the 6th-level martial venerable, 1 or 2 at the peak of the early stage, and dozens more peak martial Zhang and half-step martial venerable formed a terrifying formation as they locked onto the black slave. Their fury was unparalleled after the earlier massacre. They aimed to kill him on the spot to set an example. "Ha ha ha, come at me!" The black slave laughed, spear in hand, and instead of retreating, he thrust forward into the oncoming flock. The ice spear in his grasp erupted with runes and a chilling aura, spear shadows blotting out the sky. Even the Feng elders, who had expected to crush him, staggered back as their bodies were split by the spear's horrifying impact. Peak Marshal Zhang exploded into blood mist, while the black-cloaked figure stood like a demon god, wanton and arrogant. Only a few of them died, how disappointing. He sneered, and the elders' rage turned to desperation. They charged again, surrounding him. On the other side, an azure bloodline flared as Feng Cheng was wreathed in haloed light. He hurled a fist at Qin Chen, a gauntlet of azure power roaring with the Feng family's ultimate secret technique, Azure Radiance Killing Fist. The heavens trembled as fist shadows filled the air. Qin Chen laughed coldly and met him with his rusty sword. The sword light struck Feng Cheng's gauntlet, shattering his momentum. The crowd stared. How could a martial Zhang block a peak early 6th-level martial venerable's blow? Azure Radiance Killing Fist. Feng Cheng poured everything into a barrage of fist shadows. Marshal Zhang and lesser guests fled from the wedding platform as the two forces smashed into each other. Countless fist shadows dissolved under Qin Chen's relentless sword strikes, each swipe erasing multiple azure shadows until only one supreme blow remained. Qin Chen's sword changed direction mid-slash and struck toward the fleeing Feng Xiafeng. Fei Cheng's face froze. Feng Xiafeng, already missing his right arm, could not evade. Qin Chen's sword met him and split him in half. Blood and a lifeless body crashed to the ground. The wedding's laughter died in an instant. The crowd was stunned. The Feng family's eldest son lay gone by a single sword. Qin Chen's smile was cold. This was retribution for Kaiangsu, for those his hand had harmed. Fei Cheng's howl of hatred split the air as bloodline power roared, and Qin Chen advanced without mercy, slashing open Fei Cheng's defenses and carving bloody wounds across him. Hua Sheng struck with a drum treasure and furious spiritual attacks, but the rusty sword flickered and blocked, sending him flying with a gash to the chest. Qin Chen only glanced at him before turning back to finish Fei Cheng. The exchange showed the same truth. Qin Chen's speed and precision exceeded expectations. Fei Cheng bled, screamed, and staggered under a rain of slashes as Qin Chen's blade left him a bloody mess. Kill Fei Cheng first, then him. Qin Chen's eyes were cold. He produced a black gourd and uncorked it. Clouds of black mist poured out, and 2 swarms of evolved biting ants and fire-refined insects burst like living shadow, swallowing the air as they dove for Feng Cheng and Hua Sheng. Buzzing, the swarm enveloped them. The crowd watched, horrified as the two unleashed their bloodlines and secret techniques, only to see the insects shrug off attacks and keep coming. The protective energies around them were eaten alive. Defenses corroded as the insects ignored barriers and gnawed through true energy itself. Feng Cheng and Hua Sheng screamed as their techniques dwindled and their bodies were consumed. Storage rings fell free into the insect masses and slid into Qin Chen's possession. A single brutal sequence of carnage, annihilation compressed into moments, left the courtyard reeking of blood and ash. The guests' shock turned to despair. The insects had ignored defenses and devoured energies. The black slave, meanwhile, was a black god of slaughter. With his ice spear, he cleaved through the Feng elders, every strike toppling a pillar of the family. Peak 6th Order mid-stage elders fell like wheat. There was no prolonged, drawn-out tide of deaths to describe, only a concise, relentless collapse. The Feng family's backbone was broken. "Today you will surely die," Qin Chen said coldly, standing among the ruin. A voice rolled down like thunder. Feng Cheng's eyes brightened as a magnificent old figure flew into view, gray hair, beard like frost, killing intent so fierce the air split. Feng Yuan, the Feng family's ancestor, alive and at the peak of mid-phase martial venerable, the crowd erupted. This person is not dead. All this time. Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan landed amid the courtyard, cold fury in his gaze. He scorned Qin Chen and the black slave. A mid-phase martial venerable following ants of the 5 countries, he sneered and declared their deaths. Qin Chen smiled slightly, unafraid. Black slave, since this old man has come out, don't hold back later. I don't have time to waste here. Chen Shao, I haven't had enough fun yet, the black slave grinned. But since Chen Shao has ordered it, I will obey. Feng Yuan moved like a phantom, fists smashing toward Qin Chen with a force that could shake mid-phase venerables to their core. The crowd barely had time to breathe when Qin Chen lifted his rusty sword and blocked. Bang! Fist met blade with terrible force. Qin Chen was thrown back but unharmed. The spectators reeled. How could this youth withstand a mid-phase martial venerable's punch? Feng Yuan launched again and ordered Feng Cheng and Hua Sheng to finish off the scattered guests from the 5 countries. He sealed the rescue paths, grinning to trap Qin Chen. Qin Chen's answer was cold and precise. He uncorked his trump cards in sequence. First, the insect gourd had done its work. Then, with a whisper, Qin Chen unleashed spiritual storm. A sharpened arrow of spiritual power pierced Feng Yuan's mind, shattering his mental barriers and leaving his eyes dull for the slimmest of moments. In that opening, Qin Chen became a phantom and struck. Feng Yuan, seasoned and resilient, deployed defenses and blunted the blow, but even a mid-phase martial venerable could not react to that stagger perfectly. A long wound split him open. He spat blood and was shoved back, fierce but reeling. You! Feng Yuan stared in angry disbelief as Qin Chen stood unbowed. The black slave surged like hellfire. His cultivation at the peak of the 6th order mid-stage flared. Spear shadows shredded the courtyard, and elder after elder of the Feng family was cut down. The black slave's massacres were swift and merciless, each strike removing another pillar. The impression was total. Qin Chen and his subordinate annihilated the Feng family. Feng Yuan's fury burned redder as he watched his sons and elders fall. Qin Chen moved like lightning. Boom, a flash of bloodline power erupted from him for the first time. He launched forward and appeared before Feng Yuan in an instant, sword poised. While behind Qin Chen the black slave advanced, spear slicing the last resistances. The phantom binding cage sprang from Qin Chen's hand like a ghostly net, wrapping around Feng Yuan and attempting to bind his movements even as the spiritual storm continued to batter his mind. Everything in the courtyard screamed the same truth. Qin Chen and the black slave were unrelenting. The Feng family's best were either consumed by insects, cut down by the black slave, or felled by Qin Chen's direct strikes. Feng Yuan, once the family's unassailable ancestor, found himself injured, bound, and on the defensive as the two of them closed in. Qin Chen's eyes were merciless. His sword shone, the black slave's spear howled. The Feng family's laughter and legacy had been ground into ruin in a single, brutal sweep. Qin Chen appeared directly before Feng Yuan, his sword poised to finish what the storm and cage had begun. So fast, Feng Yuan was taken aback and quickly made a move. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the two transformed into shadows, their speed so fast that the guests could barely catch a glimpse, only seeing 2 phantoms darting rapidly. The swiftness left everyone terrified. At such speed, if they approached, they probably wouldn't even see the other parties move before meeting their demise. Slow down. Too slow. This is the strength you take pride in? While swinging his sword, Qin Chen sneered, his long sword nearly turning intangible, the dense sword light completely enveloping Feng Yuan, leaving no room for escape. To finish this quickly, Qin Chen unleashed his fastest speed, even activating the power of his bloodline. Ding, ding, ding! Feng Yuan frantically defended himself, his eyes wide with blood-red fury. Strong, too strong. He couldn't imagine that Qin Chen, a peak 5th-level martial god, could be this powerful. Whether it was the density of true strength or the speed of his strikes, he was not at all inferior, even surpassing him. Is this really a young man, really a martial god? At this moment, Feng Yuan was frightened, terrified. He even turned to leave, but under Qin Chen's relentless attacks, he had no chance to escape, only able to hurriedly defend. Puff, 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 bloody marks appeared on his body. In just a moment, dozens of sword scars emerged on Feng Yuan. Phantom binding cage! Qin Chen's eyes flashed, and another mental attack swept over. No, Feng Yuan felt dizzy, filled with rage and fear. The next moment, a deep sword scar appeared on his chest, crossing with the previous one to form a cross-shaped scar. He was sent flying in a disheveled manner, blood spurting from his mouth. At this point, his meridians were already shattered, and under Qin Chen's sword, he completely lost the ability to fight. You, looking at Qin Chen with shock and anger, Feng Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood but couldn't say a word. Ancestor! From a distance, the elders and martial artists of the Feng family watching this scene were horrified, their eyes filled with despair. If even their ancestor was defeated, what hope did they have? In a moment of distraction, the black slave didn't care. Sweeping with his spear, puff, 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 several elders screamed, turning into a mist of blood. Silence, dead silence. At this moment, the entire venue was as quiet as death, all the guests staring in shock at Qin Chen and the blood-soaked black slave, unable to speak for a long time. Previously, when Qin Chen had said he would slaughter the Feng family, everyone had taken it as a joke. But now, in a matter of moments, the entire Feng family was flooded with blood, and nearly all the martial artists had been slain. The joke was on the Feng family. Today was supposed to be a joyous day for the Feng family, but instead, it turned into the day of their extermination. No need to rush, your turn is coming soon. Looking at the furious Feng Yuan, Qin Chen slowly walked toward him. You beast! Feng Yuan shouted angrily at Qin Chen, his eyes blood-red and expression frenzied. Me a beast? Qin Chen sneered, looking at Feng Yuan. I, Qin Chen, have no grievances with your Feng family, but you have gone too far, robbing my woman and even using the lives of my friends and brothers to threaten her, forcing her to marry into your Feng family. I tolerated all this, only seeking to rescue my woman and after that keep our paths separate. However, your Feng family pressed hard, wanting to kill us. I, Qin Chen, unwilling to be slaughtered by you, had no choice but to fight back. Now your Feng family is outmatched, yet you insult us. Is that not laughable? Qin Chen coldly looked at Feng Yuan. To the victor belong the spoils, what more do you have to say? Ha ha ha, to the victor belong the spoils? Feng Yuan glared at Qin Chen, laughing maniacally. If you dare to kill me today, you won't have a good ending either. Is that so? Qin Chen coldly smiled. Then I'll be waiting. As his words fell, Qin Chen's gaze turned icy, ready to slay Feng Yuan. Stop! At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, and a middle-aged man slowly stepped forward. This man was at the initial stage of 6th level, having previously sat in the most prominent position at the main guest table, his status extremely noble. He looked coldly at Qin Chen, indifferently saying, You've killed quite a few people and displayed quite a bit of power. Isn't it time to stop? He looked at Qin Chen with a gaze full of indifference and disdain. Even after Qin Chen exhibited such terrifying strength, this man still regarded him with coldness and contempt. His appearance caused an uproar among the crowd. Who are you? Qin Chen glanced coldly at the man. I am Leng Ming, a steward of the Leng family. I am here representing the Leng family to attend the Feng family's joyous occasion. The Feng family has quite a connection with my Leng family. For you to act this way, don't you think you're disregarding us? The Leng family finally couldn't hold back. Needless to say, what connection? The Feng family is fundamentally a subordinate family of the Leng family. Ha, our Great Wei dynasty strictly prohibits collusion between families. You shouldn't say it like that. Enough, brother. Everyone in the imperial city knows about the relationship between the Leng and Feng families. Is there a need to hide it? The crowd suddenly became animated. Leng Ming's appearance clearly indicated that the Leng family intended to intervene in the matter concerning the Feng family. Compared to the Feng family, the Leng family was one of the 3 great families in the imperial city, one of the only 3 major powers, and in terms of strength, the Feng family and the Leng family simply could not be compared. The gap was too vast. Not to mention, just the head of the Leng family was a strong man at the later stage of 6th level, one of the most renowned figures in the Great Wei dynasty. Steward of the Leng family? Qin Chen glanced coldly at Leng Ming. Precisely. Leng Ming looked at Qin Chen with cold arrogance. I advise you not to go too far. This is the imperial city of the Great Wei dynasty. If you kill Feng Yuan, I fear the consequences will be more than you can bear. There was a heavy warning in Leng Ming's tone. Then I thank you for the reminder. Qin Chen cupped his hands toward Leng Ming. The crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. It seemed this young man, though arrogant and domineering, was still somewhat wary of the noble Leng family. But thinking about it, in the entire imperial city, apart from the royal family, there probably was no force that would dare to casually refuse the Leng family. If you can think this way, that's the best. Since that's the case, this person will be taken away by me. My Leng family has business with the Feng family and cannot allow all the Feng family members to die here. Leng Ming said proudly, clearly believing that Qin Chen was intimidated by him. No problem. Qin Chen nodded. As the words fell, he suddenly slashed the mysterious rusty sword across Feng Yuan's throat. With a plop, blood gushed out. The surprise on Feng Yuan's face, due to surviving a calamity, instantly froze, staring in anger at Qin Chen before he gasped his last. After putting away Feng Yuan's storage ring, Qin Chen smiled at Leng Ming, saying, This person is entrusted to you, so please take him away without any politeness. Qin Chen wore a smile, looking indifferently at Lang Ming. However, the mocking glint in his eyes sent chills down everyone's spine. What's going on? Looking at Feng Yuan, who was lying on the ground, soaked in blood, Lang Ming roared furiously, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupting from his body. He stared fiercely at Qin Chen, his eyes bloodshot, and the killing intent in his heart surged. He had previously stated that he would spare Feng Yuan, but this kid not only ignored him but also turned around and killed Feng Yuan. Such behavior was essentially a slap in his face, a slap in the face of the Leng family. The crowd around them all looked horrified, completely stunned. To kill Feng Yuan directly in front of Lang Ming was beyond everyone's expectations. Didn't you want Feng Yuan to be useful? But since this Feng Yuan offended me and I can't let him live, I had to kill him. As for his belongings, you can take them directly. There's no need to thank me, Qin Chen said with a smile. Thank you? Hell no, Lang Ming was furious. What he wanted was the living Feng Yuan. What use was a corpse to him? Kid, do you know what you're doing? Do you think that by killing Feng Yuan, no one in this imperial city can do anything to you? Staring at Qin Chen, Lang Ming gritted his teeth and said, a cold aura radiating from him. Are you threatening me? Qin Chen's gaze turned icy in an instant. Whoosh! His right hand suddenly reached out, which startled Lang Ming, who quickly attempted to retreat, but it was too late. In an instant, Qin Chen grabbed his neck, a terrifying true power enveloping him, forcefully restraining Lang Ming's true power and rendering him unable to move. What are you doing? Lang Ming said in terror, cold sweat pouring from him. He suddenly remembered that although he was a disciple of the Leng family, his cultivation was only at the early 6th level. This kid had previously killed a peak martial venerable like Feng Yuan. Killing him would be a piece of cake. A wave of fear surged in his heart. The others around him were also dumbfounded at this scene. This was the steward of the Leng family. What did Qin Chen intend to do? Was he really going to kill someone from the Leng family too? Qin Chen coldly looked at Lang Ming, his eyes filled with frost. You dare to threaten me? To tell you the truth, the least I fear is threats. Let me remind you, if you dare to threaten me again, no matter what Feng family or Leng family you are from, I will kill you along with them. Get lost! With a furious shout, Qin Chen tossed Lang Ming aside. With a bang, Lang Ming crashed heavily onto a nearby table and chair, shattering them to pieces, and fell heavily to the ground, dirty and embarrassed. After this fall, Lang Ming's true power resumed operation, and he hurriedly got up, glaring at Qin Chen angrily. You! Still not leaving? If you don't leave, then don't leave. Join Feng Yuan and stay here. Qin Chen shot him a cold glance. That icy gaze was like a sharp blade, causing Lang Ming's hair to stand on end, cold sweat to pour down his face, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. He no longer dared to say a word and quickly left in a fluster. At this moment, aside from the corpses of the Feng family experts lying everywhere, the scene was completely silent. No one dared to speak. Even the people from the Leng family wouldn't dare to step forward. If they did, they might not even know how they died. Let's go! After speaking to the black slave, Qin Chen immediately took the black slave and Xiaoya and left the Feng family mansion. The Feng family is finished. Looking at the blood-soaked corpses of the Feng family experts, everyone shook their heads and sighed. A prestigious family like this was wiped out just like that. Although there were still many female relatives and martial artists of the Feng family who had not fallen, without their top experts, the Feng family would completely be removed from the list of great families in the imperial city. Especially the Feng family's industries in the imperial city. Without powerful protection, they wouldn't be able to last long and would soon be devoured by the many forces lurking like wolves. Is this the so-called genius from the 5 nations who said he would destroy the Liuxian sect? How ruthless! What a ruthless method! Now I believe this kid killed all the people from the Liuxian sect back in Gunandu. What a pity does this kid think it's over just like that. The imperial city is not like Gunandu. Today, he has destroyed so many experts from the Feng family and violated the rules of the imperial city. Disaster will likely come soon. Let's just wait and see the fun. A disciple from the 5 nations dares to run wild in our Dawei dynasty's imperial city. He probably won't live much longer. Not only him, but even his friends won't have a good ending. Still too young. Representatives from various forces in the imperial city who came to attend the Feng family's grand event either sneered, were disdainful, were excited, or sighed, a mix of reactions. At this moment, everything that happened in the Feng family was spreading rapidly throughout the imperial city like a gust of wind, causing a stir. Meanwhile, Qin Chen had already returned to the slums of the West City with the black slave and the others. Qin Chen, everyone hurry up and pack, we need to leave the imperial city immediately. As soon as she returned to the slums, Xiaoya said anxiously. Qin Chen shook his head. Xiaoya, there's no need for that. No need. Do you know how reckless you've been today? The Feng family is a subordinate family of the Leng family. Now that you've killed so many experts from the Feng family, the Leng family will definitely not let you go. Xiaoya looked worried. She had lived in the Dawei dynasty's imperial city for some time and was most familiar with the various forces in the imperial city. Her expression was anxious. The Leng family is one of the top 3 wealthy families in the imperial city. The head of the Leng family is a peak 6th level expert. Now that you've disrupted the Leng family's plan, it won't be long before they make a move. At that time, trying to leave will probably be impossible. Do you think leaving now really means we can escape? Qin Chen chuckled. At least there's a glimmer of hope, right? With your strength, Qin Chen, and with this person beside you, the Leng family would need at least a peak 6th level elder to keep you. However, there aren't many such figures in the entire Leng family. As long as we scatter, not everyone has to get caught, Xiaoya said anxiously. It's useless. If the Leng family wants to hunt us down, none of us will escape. At this moment, the black slave suddenly spoke. Qin Chen and the others all looked over. The black slave glanced at the puzzled crowd and said calmly, the reason the Leng family can become one of the top 3 families in the imperial city is not just because of the head of the family, Leng Feifen, but because of the Leng family's ancestor, Leng Pagong. Leng family's ancestor? Xiaoya was taken aback. She had lived in the imperial city for a while, but had never heard of any ancestor of the Leng family. The black slave's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he spoke coldly. The Leng family's ancestor, Leng Pagong, is the backbone of the Leng family. He hasn't appeared for many years. However, this person is a 7th-level martial king expert and the foundation that enables the Leng family to stand firm in the center of the imperial city. A 7th-level martial king. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded, their faces displaying terror. 7th-level martial king, are you telling the truth? At that moment, everyone was shocked, their faces displaying disbelief. A 7th-level martial king was undoubtedly a transcendent existence for disciples like Wang coming from the 5 nations, even a figure that existed only in legends. Are you sure? Why have I never heard of this before? Even Xiaoya showed a look of disbelief. Even Qin Chen's eyes narrowed. In fact, he had also suspected the background of the Leng family. It was simply impossible for a dynasty to exist without a martial king's stronghold. The Leng family could hold a prominent position among the 3 great families of the Great Wei dynasty. They must have some hidden trump cards. The black slave shook his head and said, actually, it's not just the Leng family. The other 2 great families in the imperial city, the Mo family and the Wu family, also have 7th-level martial kings in residence. Even the Guiyuan sect and Wuzhizang and the Sect alliance have them as well. Otherwise, how could these forces dare to seize resources from the royal family of the Great Wei dynasty? Even the royal family turns a blind eye to them and allows them to thrive. Xiaoya was astounded. This was secret knowledge that even she had never heard of. How do you know this? Xiaoya looked at the black slave in shock. She had lived in the alchemy pavilion in the imperial city for a while, and as a disciple of an elder in the pavilion, she had interacted with relatively high-ranking individuals. Yet, even she had never heard of such matters. How did this cloaked figure know? Have you heard of the Yuan family from the imperial city? The black slave suddenly smiled and said to Xiaoya. Qin Chen's heart stirred. In fact, he had always been curious about the black slave's origins. Since he understood the various forces in the imperial city so well, hearing the black slave mention it made him seem like someone from the Yuan family. Yuan family? A trace of confusion appeared on Xiaoya's face. But then her expression suddenly changed to one of horror as she blurted out, are you referring to the Yuan family, the former head of the 4 great families in the imperial city? The black slave showed a hint of nostalgia on his face. I didn't expect that after so much time there are still people who remember the Yuan family. The head of the 4 great families? Qin Chen frowned. Xiaoya explained, over 20 years ago, the imperial city of the Great Wei dynasty actually had 4 major noble families. The Yuan family, the Leng family, the Mo family, and the Wu family. Among them, the Yuan family was the most terrifying, known as the head of the 4 great families. However, over 20 years ago, for unknown reasons, the Yuan family was wiped out overnight, disappearing into thin air. At that time, it caused an enormous uproar in the Great Wei dynasty, but the true culprit was never found, making it one of the biggest unsolved cases in the history of the Great Wei dynasty. Qin Chen looked at the black slave in astonishment. That's right, young master. In fact, I am the last surviving disciple of the Yuan family and the son of the former head of the Yuan family. You are a disciple of the Yuan family? Xiaoya looked at the black slave in shock. What exactly happened back then? There are rumors that it was the royal family that took action to exterminate the Yuan family. Is that true? The extermination of the Yuan family had always been a mystery in the history of the Great Wei dynasty. Because the royal family had not taken much action after the incident, many speculated that the Yuan family had actually been destroyed by the royal family due to the Yuan family's power posing a threat to them. The royal family killed the chicken to scare the monkey as a warning to others. For years, I have been investigating the truth. What I know is that the ones who exterminated my Yuan family were led by the Leng family, the Wu family, and the Wuzhizang, along with several other forces. As for the royal family, I suspect there was some involvement from a faction within, but it shouldn't be a mainstream force, or perhaps they weren't involved at all. What do you mean? Qin Chen couldn't help but speak. He had not expected the black slave to bear such a heavy blood feud, the direct descendant of the Yuan family's head. This was truly unexpected. Young master, at that time, the four great families led by my Yuan family and the Sect alliance developed extremely rapidly, even threatening the existence of the royal family. However, the four families were not harmonious. My Yuan family had a good relationship with the Mo family, but was always at odds with the Leng family and the Wu family. There were also considerable conflicts with the Sect alliance. So even though my Yuan family was powerful, the royal family would not annihilate us merely to prevent our development. That would not align with the royal family's interests. The so-called imperial way is about balancing the various forces under its command. Exterminating the Yuan family would mean losing the balance among the major forces of the dynasty. Besides, our Yuan family had a very good relationship with the royal family back then, and there were also many business dealings in secret. My father simply didn't expect that the Leng family, Wu family, and Wuzhizang would be so insane as to ambush my Yuan family during a family gathering late at night. At that time, the top experts of several major forces gathered. I was lucky to escape with my life, but the entire family. A venomous light suddenly flashed in the black slave's eyes, and everyone felt a chilling aura, sensing the overwhelming hatred and anger. I can confirm that there were no royal experts involved at that time. However, the royal family's lack of response afterward makes me suspect that although they did not directly intervene, they might have reached some agreement with the Leng family and other forces, or that a faction within the royal family secretly participated. I still haven't figured out the specific reasons. At this point, the black slave turned to Qin Chen and suddenly knelt on one knee. Young master, the black slave knows you are not a reckless person. Today, when you destroy the Feng family, it would not be merely to kill and then flee the imperial city. The black slave believes you have your plan. The black slave reveals his background to you today, not wanting you to harbor any suspicions. Moreover, the black slave's understanding of the major forces in this imperial city far exceeds that of anyone else. If you need anything, young master, please feel free to command. At this moment, Qin Chen finally understood everything about the black slave. He smiled slightly and helped the black slave up. Since that's the case, your enemies are actually my enemies too. You guessed correctly. I didn't come to the imperial city just to survive. My purpose is to establish a force of my own starting from the Great Wei dynasty. Qin Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. In this life, having experienced so much, Qin Chen understood deeply that one person fighting alone was too weak. Whether he wanted to become stronger quickly or seek revenge against Feng Xiaoyu and Shang Yuanzir, relying solely on himself was simply not enough. He needed to build a large force to serve as his support, to confront Feng Xiaoyu, Shang Yuanzir, and the others in the future. Qin Chen, but we've already offended the Leng family. It won't be long before they retaliate against us. With just us, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand it, Xiaoya said anxiously. With just me, I naturally cannot confront the Leng family, but what if we also have neutral forces like the Alchemy Pavilion and the Bloodline Sacred Land on our side? Qin Chen suddenly revealed a smile. Alchemy Pavilion, Bloodline Holy Land? Xiaoya was taken aback and then revealed a wry smile. Once, she had the same thought as Qin Chen, wanting to rely on the Alchemy Pavilion to provide protection for Wang Kaiming and the others. But she had seen the intrigue within the pavilion and how split their elders were. Still, Qin Chen believed that if he personally presented value, he could attract their attention. This matter we will discuss later. Shortly, this young master will personally visit the Alchemy Pavilion and needs you, Xiaoya, to accompany me. As for now, Hainu, you first explain to me the entanglements between the major forces in the imperial city. Qin Chen was very clear that upon arriving at the imperial city, he had almost wiped out the entire Feng family's lineage. It wouldn't be long before the major forces would retaliate. Only by clarifying the relationships between the various forces in the imperial city could he respond appropriately when the time came. Yes, young Master Chen. Hainu didn't hesitate and briefly outlined the situation. The top family powers were the Leng, Mo, and Wu families, each backed by long histories and hidden trump cards, including Martial King-level figures. And they, alongside the Sect alliance centered on the Wu Jai Sect, Gui Yuan Sect and their affiliates, controlled most of the city's resources and influence. Smaller but crucial forces like the Ding Chi Pavilion handled treasure weaponry and had close ties with the royal family. Alliances shifted, deals were everywhere, and many old rivalries and secret pacts still festered beneath the surface. Qin Chen listened and nodded. The picture was clear enough for him to act. Enough thinking about all this, regardless of who it is, anyone daring to set their sights on me, Qin Chen should be prepared for my wrath. Qin Chen's gaze turned cold, emitting a chilling light. Having understood the basic structure of the major forces in the imperial city, Qin Chen's first priority was to ensure the safety of Yu Kaiangsu and the others. "Hai Nu, you need to immediately drive everyone in this vicinity away to another place. I need to set up a formation to protect everyone. I believe it won't be long before the Cold family behind the Feng family starts to take action." The slums of the West City were the most chaotic place in the imperial city, where combat was not strictly prohibited. Once the Cold family became enraged and dispatched a late-stage 6th-level martial Venerable expert, Hai Nu's strength couldn't possibly resist it. "Yes, young Master Chen." Hai Nu immediately led Wang Kaiming and the others, who were familiar with the situation, out of the house. Before long, over 10 houses in the vicinity were almost emptied. The martial artists living in the slums were from the lower echelons of the imperial city. After witnessing Hai Nu's ability to slay Feng Lun and others that morning, these people no longer dared to defy him in the slightest. To these slum dwellers, the Feng family was an existence high above them. If they dared to kill even the Feng family members, they would have nowhere to cry if they were killed in retaliation. Moreover, Hai Nu had provided these few households with generous relocation fees. In the slums, houses were worth the least, and with the money they received, they could easily find a much better place. Once everyone had left, Qin Chen immediately began his arrangements. One by one, the formation flags fell into various corners with his wave, quickly vanishing into the void. Watching Qin Chen's actions, Xiao Ye and the others remained worried. The Cold family was one of the top families in the imperial city. Could mere formations really hold back their advances? The group held little hope in their hearts. On the other hand, Hai Nu was full of confidence. He had witnessed the formations laid out by Qin Chen before. Even the heavenly demon elder of the Blood Demon Sect and the leader of the Dezhou dynasty's Zhongwei team, Yiren too, had been held off. With his own strength, even if the Cold family truly sent a late-stage 6th-level martial Venerable, they could still resist for a while. The only thing worth paying attention to now was whether Qin Chen could attract support from the Alchemy Pavilion and Bloodline Holy Land. This was the most important step for them to establish themselves in the imperial city. For the safety of Yu Kaiangsu and the others, Qin Chen spared no expense on materials, almost deploying all the formation flags he had on him. He set up several 6th-level great formations outside the houses. Even the materials he obtained from Heizhao City were completely insufficient. Fortunately, he received a lot of materials from the Feng family, which allowed him to complete the entire great formation. Looking at the interconnected great formations of several 6th-level formations, Qin Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. After arranging the grand formation, Qin Chen did not rest. He quickly taught the black slave how to control it, then took out numerous medicinal pills from his body and handed them to Yu Kaiangsu and the others. "What? These medicinal pills?" Xiao Ye blurted, staring as he spread them out. The assortment contained only top-tier pills, several that could push cultivators past long-standing bottlenecks, and even a peak Huan Zun Dan among them. Seeing that one in particular, shock washed over her. "Huan Zun Dan! It's actually Huan Zun Dan," she breathed. The pill could help peak 5th-level Wu Zong cross into the Wu Zun realm and even aid progression beyond for those already at Wu Zun. In her alchemy pavilion, only the pavilion master could hope to refine such a pill. Where Qin Chen had acquired so many high-grade medicines, she couldn't imagine. "These are some medicinal pills I obtained during this period," Qin Chen said. "They're enough for you to make rapid breakthroughs. Before you take the other pills, first take this one." He didn't tell Xiao Ye that he had refined them himself. That truth would have been too startling. He also handed each person a piece of decomposed Kuyun Dan. "This medicinal pill?" Xiao Ye frowned at the Kuyun Dan fragment. Even as a 4th-grade alchemist, she couldn't identify it. It only felt vaguely familiar. Kuyun Zhai was rare, and most alchemists had never seen a true Kuyun Dan. Its nature and name hinted at a power beyond ordinary pills. "Xiao Ye Pavilion Master, hurry and take me to the Alchemy Pavilion." "Black slave, I'll leave this place to you," Qin Chen said, smiling but offering no explanation for the Kuyun Dan. Xiaoyu understood the urgency and did not press further. She led Qin Chen out of the western city slum. "Hurry and take the medicinal pills to cultivate," the black slave told the others, glancing at the astonished Xiao Zhan and the rest. He alone knew how terrifyingly valuable those pills were, especially the Kuyundan fragment that could neutralize lingering pill poison. With that removed, their potentials could expand without the shackles of toxin, a prospect that could change their futures. As Qin Chen finished arranging everything, news of the Feng family's destruction spread through the imperial city like wildfire. Bang, in a luxurious mansion in the inner city, a dignified middle-aged man slammed his palm onto his chair, fury contorting his face. "What did you say? The Feng family was destroyed? What's going on?" he demanded. The man was Cold Fei Fan, head of the Cold family. His glare froze the lower-ranking Cold Ming in place. "Patriarch, here's what happened." Cold Ming recounted the events, resentment in his voice. "That brat doesn't even put my Cold family in his eyes. I asked the Patriarch to issue an order so I can take people to capture that brat back. A late-stage 5th-level Wu Zong defeating Feng Yuan, a peak mid-stage 6th-level Wu Zun." Cold Fei Fan's expression tightened. Qin Chen's talent unnerved him. A late 5th capable of killing a 6th was a rarity, someone to be handled cautiously. Such a person could not be allowed to roam free. If offended, they must be eliminated cleanly, with no chance of retaliation. "Patriarch," Cold Ming prompted when Cold Fei Fan fell silent. "No need," Cold Fei Fan said after a pause. Cold Ming blinked. "Patriarch, are you just going to let that brat go?" "Let him go." "How could that be possible?" Cold Fei Fan snapped, but his voice cooled as he continued. "This brat ruined my plans. Now the disciples from the 5 countries have been rescued back. How much will my Cold family lose? We're the leading one of the 3 major families. A big tree gathers wind. We must be low profile. If we act rashly, it will only make things worse." Cold Ming's worry showed on his face, but Cold Fei Fan waved him off. "My lack of direct action doesn't mean we'll let them off. This brat killed a large family in the imperial city. He violated the rules. Go to the city guard office." "You mean to let the city guard handle it?" Cold Ming brightened. "Exactly. The city guard office manages the imperial city's security. Let them take care of this. It's the most reasonable route. I don't believe those from the 5 countries will dare clash with the city guard." Cold Fei Fan's mouth curled into a cold smile. While the Cold family plotted, Qin Chen, guided by Xiaoyu, arrived at the Alchemy Pavilion. The Dowei dynasty's Alchemy Pavilion was magnificent, far surpassing the one in the Duchy Kingdom. It loomed in the prosperous district, majestic and severe. 2 guards at the entrance glanced oddly as Xiaoyu brought Qin Chen inside. "Young Master Chen, this is the Alchemy Pavilion. What do we do now?" Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. She didn't understand where Qin Chen's confidence in his petition had come from. "Not in a hurry. First, take me to see your master," Qin Chen said. "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded and was about to lead him in when a piercing voice sliced through the air. "Xiaoyu, you actually have the leisure to come to the Alchemy Pavilion. I heard you've been with those commoners from the 5 countries these days. How about it? After spending so much time in the land of the 5 countries, have you forgotten your identity and started to consider yourself a commoner?" A young man in his 20s, robed as an alchemist, strolled up with a cold, mocking smile, eyes flicking disdainfully to Qin Chen at Xiaoyu's side. "Yi Chen, what do you mean by this?" Xiaoyu looked at the young man with displeasure, a hint of disgust evident in her eyes. "What do I mean? Don't you know? These days you should have been with those commoners from the 5 domains, yet you still claim to be some sort of genius. Heh, the land of the 5 domains is remote and barren, a garbage heap. What kind of genius could possibly come from there?" Yi Chen sneered at Xiaoyu. "You've been a little pavilion master in the 5 domains for a while now, and you've probably forgotten your own identity. Spending every day with commoners, you've become one yourself." "Ha ha ha! Elder brother Yi Chen is right. This Xiaoyu probably considers herself a commoner now. Previously, Xiaoyu even said she would recommend an alchemist from the 5 domains to replace our Dowei dynasty in the Alchemy Pavilion's competition among 100 dynasties. The 5 domains is full of garbage. By doing this, she's probably embarrassed our Dowei dynasty's Alchemy Pavilion." Several young men followed Yi Chen, all sneering and mocking, their lips curling with derision. Their actions immediately attracted the attention of customers in the Alchemy Pavilion. "Xiaoyu, who are they?" Qin Chen glanced at Yi Chen and the others, frowning. Xiaoyu's expression darkened, and she said in a low voice, "They are all disciples of Elder Jin Yuan from the Alchemy Pavilion." Yi Chen is Elder Jin Yuan's 2nd disciple, already a mid-4th grade alchemist at such a young age. His skills in alchemy are not inferior to mine at all. Elder Jin Yuan has never seen eye to eye with my master Elder Su Bo, so naturally their attitude towards me is very poor. "Is that Elder Jin Yuan the one who stopped your master from giving the competition spot to me?" Yes, that's him. Elder Jin Yuan is extremely selfish. It was he who prevented my master from giving you the spot and opposed our alchemy pavilion protecting Kaian Zhu and the others, Zioya said, her face turning pale. Qin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Seeing that Zioya was completely ignoring him, Yi Chen's face immediately showed dissatisfaction, and he coldly laughed. Zioya, what are you whispering about? Who is that guy beside you? He can't be another so-called genius from the 5 domains, right? Humph, you're also from my dynasty's alchemy pavilion. Mind your identity and image. Don't bring just anyone into our alchemy pavilion. Yi Chen glanced at Qin Chen, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt, exuding a sense of superiority from his very bones. Ha, judging by his attire, he really might have come from a place like the 5 domains. Zioya has brought similar guys to our alchemy pavilion before, wanting us to shelter them. Such garbage, if they die, then let them die. How dare they come here, it's just bad luck. Heh. Zioya's face grew ugly, but she knew they were in no position to stir up more trouble. She pulled Qin Chen toward the inner hall. Stop, Zioya, you haven't told us who this brat is yet. Yi Chen suddenly blocked them, snorting. Do I need your permission to bring whoever I want? Zioya retorted. If you bring normal people, you naturally don't need my permission, but if you bring in some garbage from the 5 domains that sullies our Dowei dynasty's alchemy pavilion, then that won't do. Yi Chen, don't go too far. No way, Zioya, could this brat really be garbage from the 5 domains? Yi Chen sneered and turned to Qin Chen. Speak up, who are you? If you're garbage from the 5 domains, get the hell out of the alchemy pavilion. This is no place for trash like you. All eyes fixed on Qin Chen. I am Qin Chen, indeed from the land of the 5 domains, but I'm not garbage. What? This brat really is from the 5 domains. Qin Chen, could he be the so-called genius alchemist from the 5 domains mentioned by Zioya? Is he the one who almost took the competition spot from senior brother? Surprise and anger flashed across Yi Chen's companions' faces. Garbage from the 5 domains, you really dare to come here? Are you seeking death? Yi Chen stepped forward, releasing a killing intent. Trash, you really dare to come here? Do you think we wouldn't dare to kill you? Qin Chen looked at him coldly. What did you just call me? Trash, didn't you hear me? Say it again then, Qin Chen said, voice low. Yi Chen drew close, provoking him, then Qin Chen's right hand flashed. Before Yi Chen could react, he was sent flying across the hall, crashing heavily onto the floor, spitting blood, his face swelling. Silence fell. The few accompanying disciples froze for a moment, then lunged. Zioya blocked, terrified. This was getting out of hand. Kid, do you really dare to lay hands on big brother Yi Chen? Are you looking for death? They shouted as they charged. Qin Chen's expression didn't change. With a few precise moves, he routed them, each strike concise and decisive, sending Yi Chen's followers crashing, unable to recover. The hall gasped at how thoroughly the supposed aristocrats were routed by this youth. Yi Chen staggered to his feet, humiliated and furious. Good kid, you actually have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant, one sneered amidst the shame. You! The few young men were stunned and enraged, their faces pale. Zioya, move aside. Yi Chen snarled and surged forward, his palm bearing a majestic force meant to crush Qin Chen's face. Qin Chen caught his wrist, seized a concealed dart when Yi Chen tried to use it, severed Yi Chen's link to it with a slight mental tug, and then slapped him hard, another clear, resounding humiliation. Yi Chen spat blood and collapsed. The commotion spilled beyond the hall. Footsteps approached briskly. Soon a middle-aged armored man and a cultured elder in management robes rushed in, along with several guards. The leader wore armor and exuded a thunderous aura, obviously a 6th-level martial Venerable. The elder beside him, manager Gu Zun, equally imposing though more refined, hurried down from the upper level. What happened here? The armored man demanded, rushing to help Yi Chen up. Yi Chen's subordinates pointed at Qin Chen, furious. He attacked us in the pavilion. Manager Gu Zun's gaze swept the scene and paused at Qin Chen and Zioya. Young and from the 5 domains, this made him frown. If what Yi Chen says is true, then driving you away is normal. Our alchemy pavilion has rules, Manager Gu Zun said coldly. This boy caused chaos here. Feng, capture him and take him to the law enforcement hall. Zioya's face turned ashen. If Qin Chen were taken, with Elder Jin Yuan on Yi Chen's side, there would be no mercy. Just as the guards moved in, Qin Chen's eyes flashed with a sneer. Is this alchemy pavilion so blind to right and wrong? He insulted me first. If you want to take me away for defending myself, then fine. But then I will report this branch's misconduct. Manager Gu Zun's expression hardened. You injured our disciples. No matter where you report, it will be useless. Qin Chen's lips curled. For a split second, tension tightened. The thought of Qin Chen being dragged to the law enforcement hall loomed, and even Zioya braced to intervene. Until Qin Chen reached into his robes and produced a metal token, an official alchemist token, its surface stamped with an unmistakable seal. We're not dealing with an ordinary martial artist, Qin Chen said evenly, holding the token where the elders and guards could see it. I am also an alchemist. This token is issued by the Alchemy Pavilion headquarters. If you proceed to unlawfully detain me, I will report this branch to the inspection department, demand an immediate investigation, and request they suspend this branch for misconduct. Silence snapped across the hall. Manager Gu Zun's face changed. He had authority here, but the token and the inspection department's name flipped the balance. Confronting an officially recognized alchemist brought consequences he could not ignore. What? You are also an alchemist? Manager Gu Zun was instantly stunned, his brows furrowing as his expression turned ugly. -703, you are also an alchemist. Gu Zun looked at Qin Chen coldly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although his tone remained icy, everyone could clearly sense a change in Gu Zun's demeanor. A third-grade alchemist certified by the Alchemy Pavilion, no fake. Qin Chen took out a token from his body. It was engraved with a furnace, surrounded by 3 silver lines representing the identity of a third-grade alchemist. This token was the third-grade alchemist badge that Xiaoya had applied for Qin Chen at the Alchemy Pavilion in the Great Qi Kingdom. Third-grade alchemist badge! The customers in the Alchemy Pavilion were knowledgeable and couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Chen, so young, was actually a third-grade alchemist, which shocked and astonished everyone. Yi Chen sneered when he saw the token. It's just a third-grade alchemist badge. Did you think it was some treasure? Qin Chen's face did not change. He had been recommended by Xiaoya to participate in the 100 Dynasties Grand Tournament. Being a third-grade alchemist was normal. Still, he addressed Gu Zun coldly. As the manager of the Great Wei Dynasty's Alchemy Pavilion, you have the right to maintain order here. This person insulted me in front of everyone. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yi Chen scoffed. I am a 4th-grade alchemist and you are just a 3rd-grade alchemist. It's justified for me to teach you a lesson and drive you away. Qin Chen's eyes narrowed. He did not bother to argue about rank. He looked at Gu Zun and said, besides the enforcement hall, the Alchemy Pavilion headquarters has an inspection department that accepts complaints, real name or anonymous, directly. Local pavilions cannot intercept them. If you let your disciples insult and drive away others, anyone can report it. You should know this as manager. Xiaoya and the others stared in shock. The inspection department. None of them had heard of it, but Gu Zun's face changed. For a moment he looked as if he wanted to see through Qin Chen. The inspection department had indeed been established in recent centuries to supervise local alchemy pavilions when they overstepped, and it was unforgiving. Pavilions had been punished, pavilion masters deprived of cultivation, and elders exiled. That news had been a cold shadow over every pavilion. If a complaint were filed and verified, Gu Zun knew he could be the one to lose his position. Shut up! Gu Zun's shout cut through Yi Chen's laughter. He turned to Qin Chen, his features tightening as he weighed the cost of escalation. Qin Chen's words were blunt. Gu Zun, how do you plan to handle this? Gu Zun's expression flickered. He could not care where Qin Chen had learned about the inspection department. He only feared a formal investigation. If the inspection department came down to verify, the pavilion's entanglements with local powers would be exposed. Even if the pavilion master escaped blame, Gu Zun, as the attending manager, would likely be dismissed without mercy. To be crushed for a petty disturbance for the sake of maintaining face was not worth it. After several moments, Gu Zun forced a smile. He, sir, you jest. Such a trivial matter does not need to escalate. You need not worry. If I verify it and find the matter as you say, I will seek justice for you and won't wrong an innocent person, nor will I mistake a guilty one. Nearly everyone present was stunned. Xiaoya's eyes were nearly popping out. Gu Zun's words were a clear retreat. He would not provoke a higher authority. The crowd dispersed at his wave. All right, then I'll wait for Gu Zun to seek justice for me, Qin Chen said lightly. He had not expected Gu Zun to punish Yi Chen. He only expected Gu Zun to avoid trouble. Xiaoya, let's go. Qin Chen stepped toward the pavilion interior. Yi Chen seethed but could not stop himself. He and his companions hurried off to find their master. Our master has always wanted to take down Elder Su Bo. Now that Xiaoya has brought that alchemist from the 5 nations, it's definitely to seek protection from Elder Su Bo. Our master will surely be interested. It might be an opportunity to bring down Elder Su Bo. Excitement lit Yi Chen's face as he left to fetch Elder Jin Yuan. On the way inward, Qin Chen asked in a deep voice, Xiaoya, what is the current situation in your alchemy pavilion? Who holds power? Xiaoya's expression turned serious. Qin Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't expect we'd run into Yi Chen. My master used to hold great power in the pavilion, but he offended many, especially Elder Jin Yuan. When my master fell ill, Elder Jin Yuan immediately rose. He even used competition quotas to attack my master. Our side is in a bad position. She looked at Qin Chen, eyes earnest. I advise you to leave the alchemy pavilion as soon as possible. Yi Chen is not easy to deal with. Elder Jin Yuan currently holds most of the influence. Several of his disciples are arrogant, and he's allied with other powerful elders. If he finds out about you, he'll make trouble. It won't be as simple as what just happened with Gu Zun. Qin Chen considered this briefly. If Elder Jin Yuan wants to find trouble with me, he has to see if he has that ability. Tell me who are the ones in power, and what about your pavilion master? Xiaoya gave a bitter smile. Our pavilion master is a peak 6th rank alchemist, the strongest here, and once belonged to a major branch of the alchemy pavilion, but he does not care for power. He was sent to the 100 Dynasty region after some error and has since devoted himself to study, aiming to break through to Medicine King and return to his force. He rarely handles pavilion affairs and has appointed no deputy. She sighed. Because of that, the pavilion is chaotic. Many elders vie for power and benefits. The main conflict is between my master's faction and Elder Jin Yuan's faction. Saying this, Xiaoya paused for a moment and continued. In addition, there are several elders. Although they are not as powerful as Master and Elder Jin Yuan, they also have some real authority and are people that both Master and Elder Jin Yuan seek to win over. When Master was well, the vast majority of those elders supported him, which was also the reason why Senior Brother was so confident in letting us participate in the 100 Dynasties competition. However, after Master fell ill, Elder Jin Yuan gained power, and among them 2 elders have now sided with Elder Jin Yuan. Otherwise, Master's situation wouldn't be so dire now, and even Senior Brother wouldn't be confined. Xiaoya's expression was extremely ugly. The thought of Senior Brother being confined was something she wouldn't even dare to imagine when Master was in power. Qin Chen remained silent. It seemed that the situation at the Alchemy Pavilion was worse than he had imagined. With so many people scheming against each other and vying for power and profit, it was strange that a mere Alchemy Pavilion could become strong. We've arrived. Just as Qin Chen was pondering, Xiaoya suddenly spoke up, raising her head, and what appeared before Qin Chen was a refining room of the Alchemy Pavilion, clearly one of the more advanced types. Master is dedicated to alchemy, hence he has always resided in the refining room of the Alchemy Pavilion. In the Imperial City, he doesn't even have a dedicated residence. During these days of illness, he has been staying here with just a few of us disciples taking care of him. Xiaoya spoke, her tone full of bitterness. Qin Chen nodded. In his past life, he had visited the Alchemy Pavilion too many times. Many alchemists were entirely focused on their craft, spending almost all their time in the Alchemy Pavilion. Elders at the level of Subo had special advanced refining rooms provided in the Alchemy Pavilion. These refining rooms included not only spaces for refining, but also lounges, reception rooms, and even living quarters to facilitate the elders' focus on alchemy. Many elders who devoted themselves to refining would reside here. However, elders like Subo, who, after falling ill, still lived in the Alchemy Pavilion without their own residence, were extremely rare. Xiaoya, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Just as Xiaoya led Qin Chen into the refining room, a young man suddenly walked out. Upon seeing Xiaoya, his expression instantly soured, and he coldly said, "Second Senior Brother," Xiaoya awkwardly called out, "I came to see Master." "See Master?" The young man's eyes filled with anger. "Do you still have the face to see Master? If it weren't for you insisting on recommending some people from the 5 nations to replace us in participating in the 100 Dynasties competition, would Master have angered so many elders? Leading to our current predicament where even Senior Brother has been confined, what do you still want to do? You are not welcome here, you should go back." The young man's tone was icy, almost pushing Xiaoya out. Xiaoya's earlier recommendation of Qin Chen had brought Subo a lot of trouble. After all, in the eyes of the vast majority of alchemists from the Dawi dynasty, they looked down on the alchemists from the 5 nations. The alchemy pavilions of the 5 nations were merely subordinate branches of the alchemy pavilion of the Dawi dynasty. Even elders like Xiao could take on the position of a national pavilion master, showing how low their status was. Therefore, when Subo believed Xiaoya and strongly recommended Qin Chen, he offended many people within the alchemy pavilion, as one spot involved the interests of many. When Subo was powerful, it was bearable, but once he fell ill, he attracted a lot of criticism. Many under Subo pushed the responsibility onto Xiaoya, including this second senior brother Wang Zhang. Xiaoya's face showed a hint of shame as she bitterly said, "Second senior brother, I know Master's current state is largely related to me, but we have important matters to discuss with Master this time. I hope second senior brother can be lenient and allow me to see Master." Despite the second senior brother's attitude, Xiaoya still pleaded. She knew that Qin Chen's purpose for seeing her master was definitely to seek protection. If they couldn't see Master today, Qin Chen and the others would undoubtedly face great risks in the imperial city. "What important matter could you possibly have?" Wang Zhang looked at Xiaoya with disdain and waved his hand. "Hurry up and go back." That action was like shooing away a repulsive fly. As Wang Zhang waved his sleeve, a faint fragrance wafted into Qin Chen's nose, causing him to frown. "Get out of here quickly, don't block the way. No matter what you say today, I will not allow you to see Master," Wang Zhang declared resolutely. "What's going on? Wang Zhang, didn't I ask you to prepare some hot water? Why are you standing at the door shouting?" Just as Xiaoya was at a loss, a steady voice suddenly rang out, followed by a middle-aged man walking out from the refining room. This middle-aged man had a condensed aura that exuded a sharp feeling, clearly a 6th-level early-stage martial Venerable, and his imposing presence indicated he had experienced life-and-death situations and numerous battles. "Elder Su Zhang, it's me. I want to see Master." Seeing the middle-aged man, Xiaoya's face immediately showed a hint of joy, and she hurriedly spoke. "Xiaoya, what are you doing here?" The middle-aged man showed a hint of surprise, and after looking at the atmosphere between Wang Zhang and Xiaoya, he immediately understood what had just happened. "Wang Zhang, hurry up and prepare hot water," Su Zhang waved his hand and said. Wang Zhang immediately became anxious. "Elder Su Zhang, Master's condition is because of Xiaoya. You—" "All right, I know. Hurry up and prepare the hot water. I will handle this." Su Zhang waved his hand. Wang Zhang shot a cold glance at Xiaoya before turning away in anger. "Xiaoya, if you came just to see your master, then there's no need. His condition is not good and requires peace and quiet. If you have something to say, just tell me. If I can help, I will, but if I can't, there's nothing I can do," Su Zhang said lightly, glancing at Qin Chen. "Elder Su Zhang, it's like this. This is Qin Chen, the one I recommended to Master before. Cough, cough." Just as Xiaoya was about to explain the situation, a sudden fit of harsh coughing resonated from the refining room. Su Zhang's expression changed as he hurried inside. "It's Master!" Xiaoya exclaimed, rushing in as well. Qin Chen followed closely behind Xiaoya, stepping into the refining room, first taking a quick glance before entering the living quarters on the side of the refining room. Inside the living quarters, an old man with darkened features was painfully sprawled on the bed, violently coughing and spitting out several mouthfuls of dark blood. His whole presence was weak, as if he could fall at any moment. Beside him, Su Zhang was anxiously supporting the old man, while Xiaoya stood by, tears streaming down her face. The entire living quarters were filled with a strong medicinal scent. Qin Chen glanced at the dark blood the old man had coughed up and immediately furrowed his brows deeply, quickly stepping forward. Qin Chen stepped forward, first taking a look around the living room. After picking up some items nearby and inspecting them carefully, he approached the old man and directly grabbed his shoulder. "What are you doing? Who let you in? Get out!" Seeing Qin Chen's reckless action, Su Zhang's expression immediately darkened, and he waved his hand, intending to throw Qin Chen out. Xiaoya was also stunned and hurriedly said, "Qin Chen, what are you doing?" Ignoring their shouts, Qin Chen's left hand swiftly grasped the old man's shoulder, while his right hand suddenly raised, blocking in front of him. Bang! Su Zhang's palm heavily pushed against Qin Chen's right hand, feeling a tremendous force coming from it. He initially thought he could easily push Qin Chen out, but to his surprise, Qin Chen stood motionless. Instead, it was Su Zhang who nearly lost his balance under that force, leaving him greatly shocked. Although Su Zhang's palm did not use all his strength, it was still enough to push a late-stage Wuzong out. Yet this young man remained unmoved. How could he not be astonished? However, after the shock, a hint of anger appeared on Su Zhang's face. "You brat, what are you doing? Let go of me!" Su Zhang shouted angrily, and this time his strength intensified. True energy circulated within him, revealing Wuzong-level power, indicating that he was serious. "I'm treating his injuries. If you don't want him to die, stop right now." Qin Chen coldly glanced at Su Zhang, his eyes suddenly shooting out a piercing light. His gaze was sharp like a blade, carrying a seemingly heart-moving power. Coupled with his deep voice, for some reason, Su Zhang's heart trembled and his actions stopped. "Xiaoya, who exactly did you bring?" Su Zhang turned to Xiaoya, his entire body still tense, not showing any sign of relaxation, like a cheetah preparing to pounce, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, Xiaoya was completely stunned. It wasn't until Su Zhang spoke coldly that she quickly regained her senses and said, "He is Qin Chen, the genius alchemist from the 5 nations that I recommended to the master. I don't know how he ended up like this." 5 nations alchemist? Su Zhang frowned, coldly looking at Qin Chen, Before he could speak, the old man once again spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted. "Master," Zhaoya immediately exclaimed. "Kid, what did you do to my brother?" Su Zheng's expression instantly turned extremely ugly, regretting that he had stopped earlier. Boom. A terrifying aura spread from him, filled with endless killing intent, as he prepared to strike Qin Chen. It was clear that Su Zheng was now completely intent on killing. His aura was terrifyingly more potent than before, and a thick true energy gathered in his hands, evidently intending to strike down Qin Chen with lethal force. "Don't be agitated. Check on your brother first." Qin Chen withdrew his hand and stepped aside, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he coldly replied, "Brat, don't think you can fool me again." Su Zheng roared at this point. He didn't believe anything Qin Chen said. In anger, he struck down with a palm, and just as his palm was about to land on Qin Chen's head, he instinctively glanced at the old man. At a glance, he was taken aback. He saw that the old man's originally dark face had actually gained a hint of color, and although he had fainted, his breath was stronger and longer, his life force more vigorous. For the past few days, he had been here caring for Su Bo, knowing how bad Su Bo's condition was, as it had continuously worsened. But now, it seemed that Su Bo's condition had clearly improved significantly, almost as if life was returning to him. Could it be that this kid was really treating his brother's injuries? In shock, Su Zheng's palm had already reached Qin Chen's head. Not good. Su Zheng was alarmed, hurriedly wanting to withdraw his hand, but it was already too late. Bang! A startling explosion echoed, and Su Zheng felt as if his palm had struck a very hard iron wall, causing his hand to throb painfully. At the same time, a terrifying force spread out, instantly wrecking the living room, creating a chaotic noise. "You're all right?" Su Zheng stared in astonishment at Qin Chen, who stood there unmoving, revealing an expression of utter disbelief. His palm could shatter even a massive stone, yet this young man remained unscathed. "What do you want to happen to me?" Qin Chen chuckled lightly. He could kill a mid-stage Wuzong like Feng Yuan, so although Su Zheng was strong, wanting to kill him with one palm would still be quite challenging. After the shock, Su Zheng ignored Qin Chen and quickly arrived at Su Bo's side, displaying extreme astonishment on his face. This time, he truly felt that Su Bo's condition had indeed improved significantly. All indicators of life within him had recovered quite a bit. "How could this be? Who are you?" Su Zheng turned to Qin Chen in shock. For the past few days, he had sought various ways for his brother's illness, consulting countless renowned doctors from the imperial city. Moreover, Su Bo himself was an elder of the alchemy pavilion. Healing was his specialty, and he had done everything he could to treat himself, having called upon many high-level alchemists from the alchemy pavilion, but everyone had been helpless against Su Bo's mysterious illness. They couldn't even figure out what disease Su Bo had. During this time, Su Bo's condition grew increasingly serious, and it seemed like he wouldn't last a few days. Yet now suddenly a young man appeared, placing a hand on Su Bo's shoulder, and the illness significantly lightened. How could Su Zheng not be shocked? "I am an alchemist. Zhaoya should have introduced me just now." Qin Chen smiled gently. Su Zheng was taken aback. Indeed, Zhaoya had mentioned that Qin Chen was the alchemist she recommended to Su Bo from the 5 nations. Could it be that he was the same alchemist that Zhaoya and Mu Lenking jointly recommended to represent the Dewei dynasty's alchemy pavilion in the alchemy pavilion's 100 Dynasties competition? Su Zheng was left completely dumbfounded. He had a very good relationship with his brother Su Bo, and of course, he had heard of Qin Chen's affairs, but he hadn't expected him to be such a young boy. At this moment, Wang Zhang rushed in holding a cup of hot water. "Su Zheng, what happened here?" Having heard the loud noise earlier, he hurried over, and upon seeing the living room in disarray, he was immediately astonished. "Kid, were you causing trouble here just now?" Wang Zhang noticed the mess around Qin Chen and immediately became furious. He set down the hot water and lunged at Qin Chen. "Wang Zhang, stop!" Before he could reach Qin Chen, he heard Su Zheng's cold shout, followed by a tremendous force pulling him back instantly. "Su Zheng, what are you doing? Master has already fallen like this, yet Zhaoya still brings people here to cause trouble. Clearly, she won't stop until she harms Master." "Zhaoya, what grudge do you hold against Master to put him in such danger?" Wang Zhang shouted angrily, his eyes instantly turning red. "Wang Zhang, things are not as you think. This youth is brought by Zhaoya to treat your master. First, let's hear what Zhaoya and this young man have to say," Su Zheng said in a deep voice. At this moment, he had completely calmed down. The fact that Qin Chen could block his attacks multiple times showed that although he was young, his strength was terrifying. If he wanted to kill Su Bo, he had many chances to do so earlier, but now his older brother was in a deep sleep, yet his life was not in danger. Moreover, Zhaoya was his brother's favorite disciple and one of his most admired students. Su Zheng knew Xiao Ya very well and did not believe she would bring people to harm her master. From another perspective, even if Xiao Ya really wanted to kill her master, there were many better ways to do so, without needing to use such a direct approach in front of him, putting herself in trouble. This young man is treating master. Wang Zhang's face immediately showed anger. Su Zheng, do you really believe this? Just based on this young man, what can he treat for master? Wang Zhang was extremely disgusted with Qin Chen. Xiao Ya, I need an explanation. Su Zheng looked at Xiao Ya, his expression cold and stern. Xiao Ya opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. In fact, she didn't understand why Qin Chen did what he did before. The only thing she believed was that Qin Chen would never harm her master, only feeling frustrated as she glanced at Qin Chen. This matter, I will naturally give everyone an explanation. Let's wait until Elder Su Bo wakes up before discussing it, Qin Chen said lightly. Some things were too troublesome to explain to them. Wake up! My brother has been knocked unconscious by you, and I don't know when he'll wake up. Su Zheng frowned, his voice cold. In recent days, his brother's condition worsened. When he fainted, it could be for a day or several days. Though he looked fine now, no one knew when he would wake up next. Don't worry, based on my estimate, within 10 breaths, Elder Su Bo will wake up. Seemingly aware of Su Zheng's concerns, Qin Chen said lightly, 10 breaths? Wang Zhang immediately sneered, angrily saying, Who do you think you are? A fortune teller? Just because you say master will wake in 10 breaths, he will? Su Zheng, don't be deceived by this young man. He must have ulterior motives for coming here. Qin Chen coldly glanced at Wang Zhang. What ulterior motives could I have? That's something you need to ask yourself. Wang Zhang was very angry. Wang Zhang, since this person says that my brother will wake up soon, then let's wait a moment. Su Zheng furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice. Seeing that Su Zheng had said so, Wang Zhang wanted to say something else but could only swallow it back, coldly snorting. Fine, you just said master will wake in 10 breaths. I'll count, it's already been 5 breaths. If master still doesn't wake after 5 more breaths, I won't let you off easily. 6, 7, 8. Wang Zhang coldly counted, his gaze icy as he looked at Qin Chen. 10 breaths passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Wang Zhang counted to 10, then coldly said, You said master would wake in 10 breaths. Why hasn't he woken yet, Su Zheng elder? Before he could finish, a cough suddenly sounded. Elder Su Bo, who had been lying on the sickbed, suddenly coughed and then woke up. The anger on Wang Zhang's face instantly froze, and he revealed a look of shock. Qin Chen said 10 breaths, and unexpectedly, master really woke up after 10 breaths, neither more nor less. Su Zheng also looked at Qin Chen in astonishment. Since Qin Chen's arrival, he had been shaken many times. Brother, are you okay? Su Zheng hurriedly stepped forward. Second brother, what happened to me? At first, Su Bo woke up feeling weak, but soon he became more spirited. Remembering what had happened earlier, he frowned. I remember that this young brother pressed on my chest, and then I felt a bit of discomfort in my chest, and then I fainted. As he spoke, he carefully sensed his body and suddenly showed a look of surprise. My body? As a member of the alchemy pavilion, Su Bo was a master alchemist who understood his body very well. These past few days, after falling ill, his organs had continuously weakened, and he likely wouldn't live for many more days. But now his organs actually regained vitality. How could Su Bo not be shocked? Brother, it was this young brother who treated your injuries just now. He was brought here by Xiao Ya, and he is said to be an alchemist from the 5 nations of the Northwest. Su Zheng hurriedly explained. Xiao Ya? Su Bo looked at Xiao Ya with a gentle tone, then turned to Qin Chen and said, Could it be that you are the genius alchemist recommended by you and Feng? That's right, master. His name is Qin Chen. Hearing the master's inquiry, Xiao Ya hurriedly stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her master like this, she felt very sad. Indeed, a hero among youths. What a pity, what a pity. You came here to represent our alchemy pavilion in the 100 Dynasty competition. But unfortunately now, I am gravely ill, and your spot has already been taken by someone else. I'm afraid I am powerless. Su Bo shook his head and sighed. At this moment, he was still considering Qin Chen's spot. Ha ha, Elder Su Bo, regarding the spot, I actually don't care. I came this time to discuss matters with the alchemy pavilion and heard about Elder Su Bo's illness, wanting to see if there's any way I could help. Qin Chen smiled. Help? Elder Su Bo smiled bitterly. Young brother, you just helped me regain some strength, didn't you? The method you used is something even I don't know. You must have received true teachings from some master. However, I understand my illness. In the entire Dawei dynasty, no one can cure it. My time is short. Su Bo shook his head, but his tone carried a hint of detachment. Although his condition had improved somewhat, Su Bo knew that curing his illness was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary alchemist. After all, he himself was a first-grade alchemist, but he couldn't even discern what illness he had. The alchemists throughout the imperial city of the De dynasty were at a loss. And even if Qin Chen was a genius, just now he probably only used some unique method to alleviate his symptoms. Su Bo held no hope that he could cure his illness. Elder Su, why must you be so pessimistic? If it were someone else, perhaps they really couldn't cure your illness, but for me, it might not be impossible. Qin Chen chuckled confidently. What? You can cure Master's illness? Xiaoya was the first to exclaim in shock. Just you, putting on airs, Wang Zhang snorted coldly. As for Su Zhang, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Elder Su shook his head. Little brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but this illness of mine has stumped many renowned masters throughout the Great Wei dynasty. Even the cause remains unknown. Even if you have great talent to say you can cure me, he. Elder Su shook his head, clearly very skeptical. Elder Su, don't be so quick to dismiss it. Can you allow me to examine your body more carefully? Qin Chen smiled lightly. What's wrong with that? Elder Su smiled and without any hesitation withdrew his true energy, saying, Little brother, you can examine me. Master. Wang Zhang immediately became anxious. This guy's origins are unclear. He might be someone sent by Elder Jin Yuan. Master, if you withdraw your true energy like this, if he takes advantage of the situation, wouldn't you be in great danger? Elder Su laughed freely. I'm already like this. What's there for him to take advantage of? Moreover, he was recommended by your junior sister Xiaoya, and your senior brother also spoke highly of him. Do you doubt your senior brother and junior sister's judgment? Little brother, feel free to examine me. Elder Su lay back and said casually, clearly not holding out much hope for Qin Chen's examination, merely wanting him to give up. Then I won't be polite. Qin Chen directly approached Elder Su's bedside, showing no reservations as he grabbed his wrist and began to diagnose. His mental power instantly seeped into Elder Su's body through his wrist, starting a slow examination. Qin Chen had already made some guesses about Elder Su's condition previously, but he hadn't had the opportunity for a thorough examination. Now, he was just being careful to avoid any mistakes. However, Qin Chen's casual actions slightly disappointed Su Zhang, who had been hopeful. Previously, several masters had been extremely cautious, asking a lot of questions about when it started, what symptoms were present, and what medicines had been used. Only after that did they proceed with careful diagnoses and analysis. But Qin Chen just grabbed the wrist and diagnosed it directly, and what's more, he was so casual, which made Su Zhang, who had hoped for improvement after seeing Qin Chen before, feel a bit disheartened. Qin Chen, however, paid no attention to the expressions of others and continued to explore. After a full incense stick's time, he finally withdrew his mental power. Qin Chen, does my master really have hope? What exactly is the illness? Xiaoya was the first to ask nervously. She understood Qin Chen's miraculous abilities the best and held more hope in her heart than Su Zhang. Little brother, what did you find? Do you know what illness I have? Elder Su also asked with a smile, clearly not holding much hope. After a moment of silence, Qin Chen raised his head looking coldly at Elder Su and said solemnly, Elder Su, you are not sick, you have been poisoned. What, poisoned? Are you joking? My master can get poisoned. Master, I said this guy must be a fraud. How could you be poisoned? Before Elder Su could speak, Wang Zhang erupted with anger, his face filled with disdain and fury. I'm poisoned. Do you have evidence? However, Elder Su was not as agitated as Wang Zhang but looked seriously at Qin Chen. In fact, after searching for various causes of illness without finding any, he had also considered whether he was poisoned. However, he couldn't detect any toxins in his body, so he dismissed the idea. Now that Qin Chen said so definitively that he was poisoned, it piqued his curiosity. He began to suspect whether there was indeed a possibility. Do you know what kind of poison I am afflicted with, little brother? Elder Su couldn't help but ask. Qin Chen pondered for a moment and said, Elder Su, you have been poisoned with something called Tianqian Huagu-san. Tianqian Huagu-san. Elder Su was taken aback and then shook his head. Little brother, I've heard of this poison. It is one of the world's rare poisons. However, its characteristics are very clear. Once poisoned, one first feels weak all over, followed by muscle dissolution, and eventually even the bones turn to pus, leading to a painful death. This does not match my symptoms. As a 6th-grade alchemist, Elder Su wasn't overly concerned about poisons, but he had still learned about some famous ones. He had indeed seen Tianqian Huagu-san in some ancient texts from the alchemy pavilion, but it didn't correspond to his symptoms at all. Moreover, his cultivation level was at the peak of the mid-6th stage. Even if he didn't understand poisons, he could still discern whether he was poisoned or not. Qin Chen said solemnly, Elder Su, what you are talking about is ordinary Tianqian Huagu-san. However, what you have been poisoned with is not the usual kind. It has been specially modified, with the toxic components adjusted accordingly. It has gradually deepened your poisoning over time. Moreover, the methods of the perpetrator are extremely meticulous. Let alone you, even a peak 6th grade alchemist who knows nothing about poisons wouldn't be able to detect it. Everyone was dumbfounded, filled with doubt about Qin Chen's judgment. What Qin Chen said was simply too mysterious. No way! Elder Su initially frowned in thought, but suddenly raised his head sharply. Wait, little brother, are you saying that the poison in me was deliberately administered by someone else, and that they have been continuously poisoning me during this time? Exactly, Qin Chen nodded. Impossible. At this moment, Su Zheng suddenly shook his head. Although I don't know what problem my brother has or if he's poisoned, I have taken care of him these past few days. I'm very clear about whether anyone could poison him in front of me. No one could poison my brother in my presence. Su Zheng spoke with great certainty. Furthermore, during this time, aside from a few alchemists who came to treat my brother, no outsiders have come here. That is the brilliance of the perpetrator. Qin Chen smiled faintly. What do you mean by that? Su Zheng was very confused, and even Elder Su furrowed his brows, unsure. Qin Chen explained, this person is very cunning. They know that directly poisoning Elder Su is not possible, so they used an indirect method. What's more, this Tianqian Huagu-san is very special, refined specifically based on Elder Su's constitution, targeting him directly. In other words, this substance is highly toxic to Elder Su, but it has no effect on anyone else. Moreover, aside from you, it's not like there haven't been other people here, right? He has been here all along, hasn't he? Qin Chen suddenly turned his head, coldly smiling at Wang Zhang. What do you mean? Seeing Qin Chen suddenly mention himself, Wang Zhang's face immediately showed immense anger. He wasn't an idiot. He could clearly hear that Qin Chen's words meant he was accusing him of poisoning during this time. Master has been extremely kind to me. How could I poison him? Moreover, I didn't even know what the Tianqian Huagu-san was. How could I poison Master? Wang Zhang said indignantly. Master, this kid definitely has ulterior motives. Don't be fooled by him. Wang Zhang's face was red with rage, and he was on the verge of attacking Qin Chen. Little brother, are you saying Wang Zhang intentionally poisoned? Impossible. Elder Subo also shook his head, showing no doubt about Wang Zhang. I didn't say he poisoned intentionally, but this poison is indeed related to him, Qin Chen said calmly. What evidence do you have? Wang Zhang shouted angrily. If you don't explain yourself today, regardless of Master's attitude, I will never let you go. The evidence is the scent on you, Qin Chen said indifferently. Scent? What scent? Wang Zhang looked puzzled. Elder Subo and Su Zheng, along with Xiaoya, also looked at him with suspicion. Elder Subo, you are a 6th grade alchemist. Can't you smell the faint fragrance on your disciple? Faint fragrance? You are referring to the scent of medicinal herbs, right? During my illness, many medicines were prepared by Wang Zhang for me, so it's normal for him to have a medicinal fragrance. It's not a medicinal fragrance. You should smell it again carefully. Qin Chen shook his head. After Qin Chen treated him for a bit, Elder Subo's condition had clearly improved a lot. Hearing Qin Chen say this, he sniffed again carefully. He frowned slightly. Apart from the medicinal fragrance, there is indeed a strange scent on Wang Zhang, a bit like rouge and powder. It does seem to have a hint of that. There really is a special fragrance. At this moment, Su Zheng and Xiaoya were also sniffing around Wang Zhang, seeming to find something amiss. The problem lies with this fragrance, Qin Chen sneered. Impossible. Wang Zhang's face was ugly as he continued to smell himself, angrily stating, what scent could I possibly have? Even if there is a hint of fragrance, what does that matter? Everyone here has smelled it and said there is no problem. Is the scent of rouge and powder considered poison? Wang Zhang was extremely furious, his face flushed. Rouge and powder. You a grown man also need to use rouge and powder? Qin Chen mocked. Wang Zhang's face turned red, stammering. Little brother, what exactly is wrong with this scent? Su Bo turned to look. If it were ordinary rouge and powder, it would naturally not be a problem. However, this scent contains konjac powder. Konjac powder is a type of toxic substance, and its fragrance is extremely similar to ordinary rouge, making it very difficult for the average person to distinguish. Even an alchemist, unless they are knowledgeable, would not be able to identify it. Moreover, konjac powder is not a deadly poison. For an ordinary person, smelling it too much would only cause dizziness, let alone a martial artist. However, this konjac powder is lethal to you. Ordinary people are fine, but it is lethal to me. What is the reasoning behind that? Elder Subo was confused. Elder Subo, if I'm not mistaken, you practice a certain type of yang-based technique, right? At this moment, Qin Chen suddenly shifted the conversation to martial arts. Subo was taken aback, not knowing why Qin Chen suddenly changed the topic, but he still nodded, saying, That's right, the technique I practice is a very domineering and vigorous yang technique, called the 9 Yang Burning Sun technique. Qin Chen nodded. Then that's it. Moreover, Elder Subo, your Chi-Si must have been injured in the past and has not healed properly. You often need to take restorative pills to manage it. How do you know? Subo looked at Qin Chen in shock. The fact that his Chi-Si had been injured was known by very few people in the alchemy pavilion. Only some high-ranking members were aware, and that was something from his youth. As for his disciples, they had no idea. Qin Chen smiled slightly. The Tianqian Huagu-san used by the other party took advantage of your injury. Because your Chi-Si was once injured, coupled with the fact that the technique you practice is extremely yang and vigorous, necessitating constant restorative medicine, the opponent created a type of Tianqian Huagu-san specifically targeting this issue. Once Elder Subo, you came into contact with the poison source, your originally injured Chi-Si would react, causing instability, as if you suddenly fell gravely ill. At this moment, Subo's eyes widened completely. His severe illness had come very suddenly, but it indeed originated from his Chi-Si. But who exactly poisoned me? If someone poisoned me, how could I sense nothing? At this point, Subo was already half convinced by Qin Chen, asking in confusion. This is the second clever aspect of the other party, Qin Chen sighed. The other party is well aware of your profound skills in alchemy, Elder Subo, so they did not dare to poison you directly, but instead gradually advance step by step. In fact, the poison you were first hit with was not a true poison. If you had isolated yourself from the poison source at that time and took care of yourself, gradually it would have been fine. However, they predicted that after your Chi-Si had issues, you would surely panic and seek treatment quickly. Thus, they tampered with the medicinal pills you took for healing, causing the toxins in your body to strengthen and even spread. If I'm not mistaken, after your injury, Elder Subo, you first took a stabilizing pill to solidify your acupoints, and later took a chi-nourishing pill to nurture your acupoints. In the past, you must have done it this way, and it was very effective. But this time, after taking the pills, you found that not only did your condition not improve, it even became more severe, and in the end, you even had reactions all over your body. This phenomenon should have appeared 2 or 3 months ago. Subsequently, after realizing you couldn't resolve it, you likely called upon many physicians and alchemists. I may not be able to analyze all the medicinal pills you took, but at the very least, you have taken 4 types. Bitterlu pill, kink pill, Beikao pill, and Yanghuan pill. By this point, your condition has become extremely serious, to the point of being bedridden, and your consciousness is somewhat hazy. Qin Chen spoke fluently. How do you know? At this moment, Elder Subo and Wang Zhang, Su Zhang, and others looked at Qin Chen in shock as if they had seen a ghost. After Elder Subo fell ill, they had been taking care of him. After inviting physicians and alchemists, all the medicinal pills he had taken had gone through their hands. So they naturally knew that all the pills Qin Chen mentioned had indeed been consumed by Elder Subo, not one missing, and the sequence of taking them, even the condition, was exactly as Qin Chen said. How could they not be amazed? The process of this treatment was a hidden affair. Other than the 3 of them, it was impossible for anyone else to know about it unless Qin Chen informed all the doctors and alchemists who had diagnosed Elder Subo about the situation. However, this was simply an impossible task. Moreover, even if Qin Chen had consulted all the alchemists, it would be useless because some of the pills involved were concocted by Elder Subo himself, and no one else would know about them. But now Qin Chen knew all this so clearly, as if he had witnessed it with his own eyes. It was simply sensational. Qin Chen shook his head slightly. In fact, Elder Subo, the issue you have is not a major problem. However, after such a treatment process, the Tianqian Huagu-san within your body has truly taken shape. The materials contained in these pills all have elements of the Tianqian Huagu-san, combined with the reasons related to your Chi-Si and martial arts, gradually forming an invisible and potent poison. To inflict such a terrifying toxin on someone must be the work of a poison expert. Elder Subo and the others couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If what Qin Chen said was true, then the other party's schemes were indeed horrifying, using his injuries to gradually lead him toward his ultimate demise. But what you mentioned earlier about the konjac powder, what's that about? Elder Subo frowned and asked. This is the key point of the matter, Qin Chen said solemnly. The Tianqian Huagu-san concocted by the other party is actually incomplete, lacking a type of medicinal guide to prevent it from being detected as a toxin. That guide is the konjac powder. The poison must frequently contact the konjac powder to be effective. Otherwise, the toxins in your body will dissipate little by little. Clearly, the other party has administered konjac powder to you, causing the toxins in your body to deepen continuously, and your injuries have become increasingly severe. But once someone comes to treat you, due to the lack of the medicinal guide in your body and the separation between the toxins and the guide, they will be unable to detect that you have been poisoned, even if it were a peak 6th grade alchemist. as Qin Chen explained. Su Bo and the others were completely stunned. So it was this way? Su Bo couldn't imagine that he had not fallen ill but had been intentionally poisoned, and the methods of poisoning were so subtle and terrifying. Impossible. How could I harm my master? At this moment, Wang Zhang muttered to himself, disbelief written all over his face. He angrily looked at Qin Chen and said, "Stop talking nonsense. What konjac powder, what Tianqian Huagu-san? You're just making it all up. Tell me what exactly are your intentions?" Wang Zhang let out a roar and charged at Qin Chen. "Stop!" Su Zheng coldly shouted, preventing Wang Zhang, his eyes flashing with cold light. Although what Qin Chen said was bizarre and strange, for some reason, Su Zheng felt 7 to 8 parts of it were believable. "Wang Zhang, what is that scent on you?" Elder Su Bo also looked at Wang Zhang, lowly inquiring. "Master, I speak. This fragrance of rouge should be from Yu Ru." Wang Zhang's face turned red as he said, "Yu Ru?" Elder Su Bo and Heizhao were taken aback. "Are you talking about the disciple Yu Ru under Elder Wu Ruifeng?" "Yes, Master. After you fell ill, junior sister Yu Ru was very worried. I often had to gather medicine for you, and I couldn't manage it alone, so junior sister Yu Ru often helped. Thus we became familiar over time. The rouge scent on me should be from her," Wang Zhang said with a flushed face. "He, what a loyal disciple. Your master is gravely ill, yet you still have the leisure to be involved with another woman." Qin Chen sneered. Wang Zhang was furious. "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Master, you must believe your disciple. How could I harm you? Junior sister Yu Ru was only concerned about your injuries. Don't trust this guy." Wang Zhang looked anxious. Qin Chen shook his head. This kid still didn't believe that his master had been poisoned. "Actually, if you want to know whether someone has intentionally poisoned you, it's quite simple. The normal effect of konjac powder lasts only 4 to 5 days. Therefore, to maintain the poison of Tianqian Huagu-san, the other party must apply konjac powder to you every 4 to 5 days. You just need to think carefully. Didn't Yu Ru suddenly become close to you 2 to 3 months ago, and she would visit you once every 4 to 5 days? Qin Chen said with a cold smile. Once Qin Chen's words came out, Wang Zhang's body suddenly trembled, his eyes revealing a look of shock and anger. "Wang Zhang, is it?" Elder Su Bo saw Wang Zhang's expression and immediately shouted coldly, "Master, I..." Wang Zhang stammered, his face completely changing. Elder Su Bo revealed a pained expression, angrily saying, "Wang Zhang, that Elder Wu Ruifeng has never gotten along with me. He's from Elder Jin Yuan's side. How could you be involved with his disciple? What were you thinking?" Qin Chen sneered. "What else could he be thinking? I suppose this Wang Zhang has long had feelings for Yu Ru. It's just that she previously ignored him, and now that she suddenly looks at him differently, he naturally can't control himself. The beauty trap is indeed a clever scheme. Since the other party could study Elder Su Bo's case so thoroughly, they must have made substantial preparations. Even without Wang Zhang, they would surely think of other methods. What a Jin Yuan, what a cruel heart. As fellow elders of the Alchemy Pavilion, he actually dared to harm me like this." Elder Su Bo said angrily, and in his agitation he suddenly coughed. "Master," Heizhao worriedly stepped forward and asked, "how do you know that it was Elder Jin Yuan's doing?" "Humph." Elder Su Bo's gaze turned cold. "Our Dawi dynasty's Alchemy Pavilion did not have any poison masters before. It was only recently that the Leng family recruited an extremely formidable poison master from who knows where, developing many new types of pills and compressing our Alchemy Pavilion's share even more. As far as I know, Elder Jin Yuan has been closely cooperating with the Leng family. Over the past few years, he has wanted to control the Alchemy Pavilion and monopolize the entire Dawi dynasty's pill business with the Leng family. I have always opposed it. To know me so well and to devise such a poison, it must be Jin Yuan and the Leng family working together." Qin Chen was taken aback. He had not expected that Elder Jin Yuan and the Leng family were in cahoots, thus aligning themselves with his enemy. "Young Master Chen, since you know what poison my master has been afflicted with, is there a way to resolve it?" Heizhao hurriedly looked at Qin Chen. At this moment Su Zheng, Su Bo, and others all turned to look, their eyes filled with eager anticipation. Actually this poison is not an incurable disease. It is just somewhat complicated due to Elder Su Bo's physical characteristics. Since we understand the cause, treating it is not difficult." Saying this, Qin Chen immediately wrote down a prescription. "Heizhao, as long as you find these spiritual herbs, I'm confident I can help Elder Su Bo recover immediately." "All right, I'll go gather them right away." Looking at the prescription, Heizhao's face was filled with joy as she immediately turned to leave the refining room. "Elder Su Bo, although the poison in your body is not a problem, it is best to expel the toxins before taking the antidote. Otherwise, the toxins have already penetrated deeply into your internal organs. Just relying on medicinal pills, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to eliminate them. After seeing Xiaoya leave, Qin Chen continued speaking. Expel, how do we do that? Su Bo asked in confusion. Of course, there is a way. Qin Chen smiled slightly. If Elder Su Bo trusts me, I can help you expel the poison right now. The Tianqian Huagu-san is considered one of the top poisons in the Great Wei dynasty, but in Qin Chen's eyes, it was nothing. He had plenty of methods to remove it. Since this young brother is recommended by Xiaoya, I naturally trust you. Elder Su Bo was quite straightforward and did not hesitate. In that case, please dissipate your true energy and sit cross-legged. Qin Chen instructed. Elder brother, let me help you. Su Zheng hurriedly stepped forward. No need. Su Bo waved his hand and sat cross-legged himself. Please proceed, young brother. All right. Qin Chen nodded, and the next moment a mysterious rusted sword suddenly appeared in his hand, emanating a chilling aura as he stabbed it toward Su Bo. Whoosh, the sharp sword light instantly reached Su Bo. Su Zheng, who initially had an expectant expression on his face, changed his color in an instant. He hurriedly acted to block Qin Chen's sword light. With a ding sound, the fierce sword energy surged forth, and Su Zheng was taken aback. The power of this sword was not as strong as he had imagined. Qin Chen frowned. Elder Su Zheng, I am about to expel the poison from Elder Su Bo. Why are you stopping me? Expel poison? Su Zheng was speechless. He looked at Qin Chen as if he were a monster. He knew Qin Chen claimed he was going to expel the poison, but directly stabbing his elder brother with a sword to do so was just too bizarre, right? Did they all think everyone was an idiot? Elder brother was already weak, and now he had dissipated his true energy. If this sword struck down, not only would the poison not be expelled, but elder brother would probably be pierced through by the sword. Good master, you see, this person is not a good person at all. What Tianqian Huagu-san? He said so much, and now he has finally revealed his true intentions, which is to kill you. Wang Zhang also became agitated and said angrily, Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Su Zheng coldly glared at Qin Chen and said solemnly, Elder Su Bo, do you not trust me? Qin Chen ignored the two of them and looked at Su Bo. If Elder Su Bo does not trust me, I will not take action. After all, the poison is in your body, not in mine. Qin Chen actually wanted to use the method of golden needles to stimulate Su Bo's acupoints and achieve the effect of expelling the poison. However, he currently had no golden needles on him, so he replaced them with the mysterious rusted sword. With Qin Chen's cultivation, the effect of using the mysterious rusted sword was actually no different from using golden needles. He just couldn't be bothered to explain it, as he knew Su Zheng and the others would never believe it, which would only make things more troublesome. After all, replacing golden needles with a sword to stimulate acupoints would be unbelievable to anyone. Su Zheng stepped back. I trust this young brother. Su Bo glanced at Qin Chen and said lightly, Elder brother. Su Zheng immediately became anxious. Rest assured, if this young brother wanted to kill me, he had plenty of opportunities just now. Why wait until now to be so open? Elder Su Bo said in a deep voice. This, Su Zheng hesitated. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Young brother, go ahead and proceed, Su Bo said to Qin Chen calmly. As a sixth-grade alchemist, Su Bo couldn't understand what Qin Chen was trying to do. It would be a lie to say he wasn't puzzled. However, from Qin Chen's gaze, he saw no hint of treachery, only tranquility and gentleness. Besides, when Qin Chen had drawn his sword earlier, he hadn't sensed any killing intent at all. All right, I am about to make my move. With that, Qin Chen no longer hesitated. His right hand wielded the rusted sword, and countless strands of sword light suddenly materialized. Whoosh, 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 like a torrential rain of pear blossoms cascading down upon Su Bo. Seeing this, Su Zheng clenched his fists, and his heart immediately leaped to his throat, his breath so tense he almost stopped. He gathered his true energy to the limit, ready to act at the first moment if Qin Chen truly intended to kill his elder brother. But he knew very well that if Qin Chen really meant to kill his elder brother, no matter how quick his response, he would be too late. By the time he acted, elder brother would probably already be dead. So now he could only silently pray that Qin Chen was genuinely here to expel the poison for his elder brother. Puff, 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 countless sword lights like a downpour instantly landed on elder Su Bo. The next moment Qin Chen sheathed the sword and stood quietly beside him. Su Zheng, who had been extremely tense, suddenly froze. Young brother, why have you stopped treatment? Qin Chen looked at him in confusion. Treatment? I have already expelled the poison. What else is there to treat? What? You have already expelled the poison? Stumbling, Su Zheng nearly fell over on the verge of tears. Elder brother, you just waved your hand and that was the end of the poison. You made the Tianqian Huagu-san sound so terrifying earlier. When did expelling poison become this simple? If it were this easy, elder brother wouldn't have suffered so much and nearly lost his life these past few days. Wang Zhang also felt incredibly furious, thinking, "This guy is clearly deceiving people. I must expose him." Just as he was ready to jump out and curse, a long sigh was heard. "Who?" On the bed, Su Bo exhaled deeply. This breath was long and continuous, even carrying traces of black, as if he were expelling black mist. Simultaneously, a foul odor spread throughout the room. Accompanied by the departure of the black mist, Su Bo's complexion became increasingly rosy, and eventually his originally weak face brightened with vigor, radiating a surge of life. These black mists are the Tianqian Huagu-san accumulated in Elder Su Bo's body. We cannot let these toxins dissipate further, or it will harm both him and others. Qin Chen stepped forward, his true energy suddenly igniting into real fire, instantly burning the black mist to nothingness, leaving a charred smell in the air. "Thank you, young brother, for saving my life. I will never forget this kindness." Moments later, Su Bo jumped up from the bed, respectfully bowing to Qin Chen. His breath was strong and his movements were vigorous. He looked nowhere near a seriously ill person, as if he had been rejuvenated. "Hiss!" Su Zheng gasped in shock, staring at Qin Chen in disbelief. Incredible, he truly healed him. The seemingly incurable illness that had plagued elder brother for months was resolved by this young man in an instant. He simply couldn't believe it. This was too unbelievable. You are amazing for listening to chapters 401 to 500 of Martial Legend. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.